Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique action on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter was a genius to control the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Hiding behind a quiet smile and clever lies, Harry secretly outsmarts the entire wizarding world, one brilliant move at a time. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. There was no one inside, of course, because it was so early in the day, so Rigel made quick work of transfiguring a spare roll of toilet paper into Woody. She positioned the puppet so that he was sitting cross-legged on one of the lower toilet seats, with one hand up under his chin, as though the puppet were thinking very hard about something. Smiling with soft amusement, she slipped out of the bathroom once more and nearly jumped out of her skin when a jovial voice said, "Why hello there." Rigel whirled around, one hand clutching at her heart with exaggerated surprise, and said, "Oh, Professor Lockhart. Good morning." Lockhart beamed cheerfully down at her. He was already dressed for the day in a deep orange overcoat with silver pumpkins on the trimming and a hint of lace peeking out from the collar of the shirt beneath. "Fancy meeting a student up and about so early," he said grandly. "Of course, when I was a youth I was always among the first to start the day, but children nowadays, well, you can't blame them. They just don't know how serious a world it really is. But it is so wonderful to see a young person like yourself already prepared to face the day." "Thank you," Rigel said uncertainly. "So where are you off to, young miss?" Lockhart asked curiously. For a moment, her mind blanked completely. What could she say? She couldn't say she was going to work out, because that was something Rigel Black did every day, not some no-name Hufflepuff girl who didn't exist. As Lockhart began to frown, she realized she'd taken too long thinking about it and blurted out, "Using the bathroom." Lockhart's eyebrows rose. "Yes, well, I assumed so considering." He glanced delicately at the bathroom door behind her. "Awful long way to walk from the Hufflepuff dorms just to use the bathroom, though. In fact, it's a bit strange. Isn't it?" "Oh, Rigel fumbled, and cursed herself for being so stupid. If she got caught by Lockhart of all people, she would never forgive herself. It was just so early, and although her body was used to working this early in the morning, her mind was still half asleep. "I didn't come up here just to use the lavatory. Of course, I just meant, that was my immediate intention in being here," she trailed off, having successfully made herself sound even more idiotic than before. Even Lockhart seemed to notice. He peered at her shrewdly, then glanced back at the bathroom, then checked the time in his watch and gasped in an exaggerated manner that made Rigel a bit queasy about what it meant for her. "Aha. But of course, I suspected something like this." Lockhart smiled cheekily down at her with a twinkle to his eye, "a student wandering around at just a few minutes after 4:30 in the morning. Don't think I haven't heard Filch complaining about how the puppet disappears every day at this time." He wagged a finger at her playfully and she internally groaned. Lockhart stepped behind her and made a show of knocking on the door to the girls' bathroom loudly, calling, "Anyone in there?" "No. Let's go check it out, then, shall we?" He clamped a hand on her shoulder and was about to steer her into the bathroom when a second voice made the both of them freeze. Lockhart with surprise, and Rigel with horror. "Oh, no, not him." And yet, it was. "Pray tell, Professor Lockhart, just what you intend to do after manhandling that student into the female lavatory." Professor Snape's voice was nearly a growl, low and dangerous, and Rigel was close enough to hear Lockhart gulp with trepidation before turning around to face the potion's master. "I say, Severus, this really isn't. That is, the situation isn't how it might appear." Lockhart looked at quite a loss for words, the hand he still had on Rigel's shoulder starting to shake nervously. Suddenly realizing what Snape must think to see Lockhart pushing a young girl into the girls' bathroom at 4:30 a.m. with no one around, Rigel had the completely inappropriate impulse to laugh. It was just so absurd, not least because she was a girl pretending to be a boy pretending to be a girl, and she was sure that boy or girl Lockhart really hadn't meant anything like that. He was an idiot, but probably not a pedophile. She bit her tongue to keep from smiling, and concentrated on looking at the floor. With any luck, Lockhart and Snape would focus on each other and not on her. Snape sneered at Lockhart. Do explain, then, what business a teacher could have with a student in an out-of-the-way lavatory at this hour of the morning. Lockhart laughed weakly. Well, you see, I was just the puppet. I mean, going to check if, yes, well. Snape, somehow, made enough sense of Lockhart's mutterings to glean a basic understanding of the situation. He whipped out his wand and cast Hominum Revelio at the girls' restroom. When nothing happened, he stowed his wand away and strode briskly into the bathroom, somehow not looking at all foolish doing so. A moment later, he had come back out, and he spared Rigel a quick glance before saying to Lockhart, "Congratulations, Gilderoy. It seems once again your gift for sniffing out mysteries has reared its head. You've caught the student responsible for the ongoing puppet prank." In a flash, Lockhart was back to his usual self. I did have a feeling, and like I always say, it pays to follow your gut. Still, it was rather clever to get so far without being caught. Miss, forgive me, miss, but I don't seem to recall your name. Still learning all the students, you know. Am I going to get into trouble, professors? Rigel asked softly, pitching her voice a little higher than normal and not looking up from the stones. Only, I wasn't hurting anyone. It's just a bit of fun, and it's not really against school rules to practice transfiguration outside of the classroom, as long as one doesn't perform the magic in the corridors. Lockhart chortled. Oh ho. She's got a point, Severus, you must admit. I suppose since no harm was done, there's no reason to. Thank you, Gilderoy, Severus said sharply. I will oversee the situation from here. You, come with me. Rigel did not have to look up to know that he was referring to her. Snape strode off toward the stairs and Lockhart gave her a commiserating pat on the back before she slowly set off after the potion's master. Snape continued to walk briskly until they reached his office in the dungeons, at which point he took out his wand to remove the wards and then gestured impatiently for her to precede him. Rigel meekly slipped into the office. She kept her owned head down, trying to project an appearance of timidity and contrition. Snape shut the door with a firm click and stalked over to sit behind his desk. At the sight of her standing there, one toe fidgeting against the flagstones, he scoffed impatiently. Enough, Mr. Black. Take that ridiculous thing off and explain yourself this instant. Rigel couldn't hide the shock on her face as she whipped her head up to stare at him. How did you know? She blurted. You barely looked at me. I did not need to look at you, Snape said dismissively. Have you forgotten Mr. Malfoy's birthday party already? You are the only student at this school with no discernible magical aura. Not to mention my familiarity with your occlumency shields, and the fact that unlike Professor Lockhart I do know every student in this school and was able to recognize the duplicity by simple process of elimination. Rigel winced. She hadn't thought of that, though she should have. She reached up and slid the wig off of her hair slowly, blatantly stalling for time as she put it away in her bag. Snape sent a very pointed look at the yellow and black striped tie around her neck, and Rigel quickly took the Hufflepuff tie off as well, trying not to feel amused at the put-out expression of distaste on his face. I suppose you'd like an explanation now, Rigel said hesitantly. I would, Snape said flatly, starting with where you got that ridiculous disguise and ending with why you were about to willingly enter a female lavatory with a member of the male staff. Rigel thought. Willingly was a bit of a stretch, but decided to just get the explanation over with instead of commenting. The disguise was originally for my use in the library. At Snape's raised eyebrow, she clarified, it would seem that Madame Pants harbors some ill will toward me because of my father's colorful history with the Hogwarts library. Something about catching an entire section of the place on fire. For a moment, Snape almost looked amused, in a darkly satisfied sort of way, and Rigel got the uneasy feeling that he'd been involved in the library incident. Because of that, she banned me from the library the first week I started here, Rigel went on, sighing. It's really been a pain, considering how often I use the library, but with my disguises I can at least go and read books there, though I still can't check any books out. Anyway, that's what the disguise is supposed to be for. This morning, I didn't go to the library, Though, Rigel examined the desk carefully as she admitted to the rest of it. I was using the disguise so that my going into the girls' bathroom wouldn't seem so suspicious, although now that I've been caught it seems more suspicious that I wore a disguise, I suppose. Snape gave a sardonic lift of the brow that Rigel thought was roughly equivalent to an unspoken, "You think?" I wasn't doing anything nefarious, Rigel felt compelled to add. I would never try anything so unsavory, Professor. I had to put the puppet somewhere girls went, though, since yesterday it was in the boys' locker room. Professor Snape didn't say anything, merely looked at her with a shuttered expression. I'm sorry, Rigel offered. I know I probably embarrassed Slytherin House, even if Professor Lockhart had no idea who I was. I am also sorry for going into the girls' bathroom, but I did check if anyone was in there first, and I didn't think it would be an issue so early in the morning. And the puppet? Snape prompted. What have you to say about that, Mr. Black? Well, I know it's a bit silly, Rigel said carefully, but it doesn't in itself break any rules, does it? Snape scowled at her. Just a bit of fun, was it? You think you can become a potions master before you're 30 by wasting your time with nonsense like this? You said you were focused, Mr. Black. You swore to me there was nothing you wanted more than this. There isn't. I am, Rigel said vehemently. It's just a prank. It means nothing, and it hardly takes up any of my time. Are my studies lacking? Did you have any inkling that I might be distracted before you caught me with this? That is not the point, Snape said, frowning. This isn't the Rigel Black I know. Where is the boy that doesn't care for frivolities that distract him from his studies? I know you are not the mastermind behind this scheme, but why would you even agree to participate in it? Do not think that going along with others is enough to make them true friends. It's nothing like that, Rigel said quickly. I have too many friends as it is. I don't want any more. Then why did you get involved with this farce? What could you possibly gain from engaging in such a pointless, wasteful application of your talents for the sole purpose of cruel entertainment at others' expense? I thought you were better than that, Rigel Black. I am, Rigel said, frustrated with the way Snape was painting things. I'd never do anything mean to anyone. The puppet is completely harmless. It's not even a prank, really. It's not a big deal. But you've just said yourself it doesn't mean anything to you, Snape said exasperatedly. Why, then, would you do it? You have defended your actions but have yet to give a plausible motive for them. Am I to assume you perform random acts of tomfoolery for no reason? Rigel shook her head. It doesn't mean anything to me, sir, but it means something to others. Snape favored her with a pointed look. While I do not question your character, Mr. Black, you have never struck me as a particularly altruistic person, at least not one who would go out of his way for the sole purpose of cheering up his peers when they have no need for such a diversion. It's not them, exactly, Rigel said, internally squirming. How could she explain in a way that didn't sound pathetic? Professor, you have to understand, my family is really big on pranks. I know I don't have to tell you that, she hurried on, seeing his face darken. It's just that you're right, okay. I'm not all that interested in them, but I sort of have to be. If I don't, my dad will worry about me. Well, not worry about me, exactly, but I've always been different than my family expected or maybe hoped. It's already a lot for my dad that I enjoy potions and book learning so much, and I don't want to disappoint him, Snape finished, sounding as though he had finally obtained something that had long eluded him, only to find he didn't care for the feel of it in his grasp. Rigel snuck a look at him, but his face was blank and unreadable. Tell me, Mr. Black, is your father aware of exactly how closely you are studying potions under my tutelage? Does he have any idea that I am training you, specifically, outside of the regular student curriculum? Rigel felt her stomach sink pitifully. Not exactly, sir. No, actually, not at all. Snape gazed at her wordlessly, which somehow felt worse than if he'd shouted. Are you ashamed, perhaps, to be working with me? Are you somehow embarrassed to be given this opportunity that other young potioneers would go down on bended knee for? No, Rigel protested. I'm grateful. You have no idea. You can't imagine how. I just can't tell them. Not my family. They wouldn't understand. It would only cause problems and I cause them enough problems as it is. So what is your plan, exactly? Snape asked coolly. Do you intend to hide the extent of your studies from them forever? Yes, Rigel thought stubbornly. I do. She didn't say so, but Snape must have seen the answer shining below the surface of her expression. Foolish boy, Snape snapped. You cannot pretend to idiocy all your life. I'm not, Rigel said. I'm just not saying how I'm learning, exactly. She winced, realizing what that sounded like. It's not that I don't want to give you credit. I do. I will, just not until I graduate and get my mastery. If they knew what I was doing before then, even without your name thrown into it, I wouldn't be able to realize my goals. Snape scoffed. Even I do not think your father so childish as to deny his own son happiness out of spite. Such a thing is beneath Gryffindors, after all. Rigel shook her head slowly. You don't have all the facts, and I cannot provide them to you, but believe me when I say that if my family found out the truth before I graduated, they would pull me out of Hogwarts so fast it would be as though Rigel Black never existed. Snape sat back in his chair hard, a look of thinly veiled shock on his face at that pronouncement. It is obvious that you believe this, so perhaps there is some amount of truth to what you say, he said slowly. This development is disturbing, though it does explain certain things about you I had dismissed as idiosyncrasies. Nevertheless, I do not see how this double-sided game you are playing can continue for much longer. At the end of this year you will be expected to consider electives for your OWL classes, and as such to have some idea as to a future career path. What does your father expect you to do with your life if not potions? I have intimated a desire to become a healer, Rigel said carefully, trying to mesh her own and Archie's ambitions in a way that didn't leave too many holes in their story. A lot of healing has to do with potions, so skill with an interest in the subject lends itself easily to the field. In fact, at times I have considered actually becoming a healer after I get my potions mastery. It would be a way to do a great amount of good with my training, at least. Snape considered this for a moment. Even if you became a healer after first becoming a potions master, you would still need to begin training in the subject now. It would mean extra work, but if your plans are truly as you say, perhaps it would be best if I were to arrange something with Madame Pomfrey after your regular lessons. She can begin teaching you the basics, if nothing else. My cousin Harry attends school in America, Rigel said, slightly surprised that Snape was willing to arrange extra lessons for her simply because she said she might want to become a healer one day. She is actually studying healing there, precisely because she knows I need to learn it both to convince our family it is my primary area of focus, and in the event that I do decide on becoming a healer. Snape's eyebrows rose even higher. You have already begun studying healing. That is a dangerous discipline to attempt to self-learn. How far have you progressed? Rigel shrugged. I'm about at the same level as Harry is. We keep pace with one another's curriculums pretty easily. One another's. Snape broke in, frowning. Rigel clamped her mouth shut. She shouldn't have said that. Or wait, maybe that would make the most sense in the end. When they switched back, how better to explain how she had Archie's knowledge and he had hers than to simply say that they'd taught one another everything they learned. It was even true, only in reverse of what people would think. Still, how could she tell Snape that without making it seem as though she was sharing the knowledge he had entrusted to only her with someone he'd never met? Because of course she wasn't, but in the end Harriet Potter's knowledge would seem to come from nowhere unless Rigel Black had shared it with her. Her parents could believe she'd self-studied all her knowledge, but to other potioneers it would be obvious she had been trained somehow. After all, some of the things she would know simply weren't written down. They were passed in trust from master to apprentice, and wasn't that the cincher? Trust. Snape had trusted her with his teachings, and she was metaphorically, and in his eyes literally, betraying his knowledge to another. Perhaps it wasn't so dramatic. He hadn't really imparted any significant secrets yet, had he? Maybe he wouldn't be irate over the technicalities of the situation. Realizing she'd once again been silent too long in contemplation, Rigel said, yes. It would have been natural for me to go to AIM to learn healing, but luckily my father insisted I attend Hogwarts, so I was able to come here to study potions without it being obvious I'd chosen one over the other. My cousin, on the other hand, wanted to come to Hogwarts as well, as she had a very similar interest in potions, but couldn't, of course, so since she was going to AIM anyway, she started in the healing tract to help me out. The potions tract at AIM isn't all that impressive, so since the healing tract is quite good, she's learning something useful in any case. Snape was rubbing his temples now. You have once again managed to somehow completely complicate what should have been straightforward. Am I to understand that you are here to learn potions, but your family thinks you are here against your will because they think you'd rather be in America learning healing, and that your cousin actually is in America against her will, and so decided to learn healing for you by proxy to help your possibly fake future career path along, and in return you, what? Tutor her in the things you learn at Hogwarts. Ah, yes, Rigel said, now a bit confused herself, that sounds right. Only, I suppose I should ask if it would be okay with you if I taught her some, a lot, of what you teach me about potions. Only she's a big fan of yours, and will probably decide to take the potions mastery exam herself at some point. This, it appeared, was too much for Snape's rational mind to comprehend. He positively gaped at her with bemusement. Harriet Potter, child of James Potter, is a fan of my work. Rigel hid a smile. Yes, sir. She was ever so disappointed to be going to AIM, which in her words has not seen the light of a potions periodical in nearly a decade. Snape snorted seemingly involuntarily, but quickly pulled himself together. You have given me a lot to process, as usual, Mr. Black. For now, you will be receiving a detention on Friday for entering the women's lavatory. I will speak to Madame Pants personally and ensure that you never have need of so ridiculous a disguise again. Then I will see Madame Pomfrey and attempt to work out a couple of days a week for her to at the very least supervise you so that you do not inadvertently kill yourself trying to learn healing on your own. Thank you, sir, Rigel said, really meaning it for all that he'd done for her. Next, I want your word that whatever I teach you goes no further than Miss Potter, Snape said, his neutral tone belying the weight of the words he was speaking. If you vouch for her skill, then I am sure she is not completely incompetent, though at some point you will arrange a meeting so that I may assess that for myself, and you and I will be having a much more in-depth conversation about what exactly you and your cousin are doing with your lives. For now, however, we are overdue for breakfast. Do you have any immediate questions? Who is my detention with on Friday? Rigel asked. Snape sighed, an annoyed but resigned sound. Me. We might as well make use of the time, and I have a vague suspicion that you wouldn't respond to normal disciplinary actions even if I were to set you to clean cauldrons all night. I like cleaning cauldrons, Rigel said. And I have reached the point where nothing surprises me about you anymore, Snape said tiredly. Go to breakfast, Mr. Black, and if I ever catch you entering a women's bathroom again, with or without a teacher, I will excommunicate you from Slytherin House faster than you can say Salazar. After that, Rigel was more careful in any pranks she got involved in with the twins, and Professor Snape seemed to have decided to look the other way where her extracurricular antics were involved. He did convince Madame Pomfrey to meet with Rigel once every 2 weeks to assess her progress and correct any mistakes she was making, but for the most part her healing studies continued under her own steam. The best thing that came out of her conversation with Snape was the access she now had to the library. Madame Pants hadn't said a word when Rigel went as herself the first time, and after a couple of weeks she didn't even give Rigel the evil eye when she checked out a book. It probably helped that she always returned them timely and with no visible signs of wear. The day before Halloween, however, she was vastly disappointed in the library. She had an essay to do for Flint's Newt Runes class, and it was reaching the point where she could no longer get by with mere theory on the essays. It wasn't that the library didn't have the information she needed to complete the essay, rather, it was that Rigel couldn't make any useful sense of the information. She didn't have enough of a foundation to go any further in the theoretical study of runes without backtracking and learning everything from the beginning. Unfortunately, she also didn't have time to do that before the next essay was due. Since books weren't helping her, she needed to find a person who could. Percy took runes, but she doubted he'd be able to swallow her wanting to add 6th-year runes to their transfiguration studies. Flint would probably know everything she needed, but somehow she didn't see him helping her complete his own homework assignment, even if it would make things easier. Alisana Selwyn also knew runes, or at least how to read them, which probably implied some knowledge of their application, but Rigel got the feeling Selwyn was still a bit touchy about the Thestral thing from the beginning of the school year. She also wasn't eager to owe Selwyn any favors, who knew what she'd ask in return. That left a total of 0 people she knew who were taking runes. Great. Rigel shelved the useless books on runic theory carefully and headed back toward the common room. Surely there was someone in Slytherin House who knew a thing or two about runes, and didn't mind talking to younger students, and wasn't terribly suspicious. Rigel sighed. Anyone not smart enough to be suspicious wouldn't be smart enough to answer her questions. Still, it was more productive than staring blankly at a book of gibberish. She had barely gotten through the common room wall when she was waylaid by a nervous-looking Millicent. "Hi, Rigel," she said, holding a notebook on one hand and tapping the fingers of her other hand against her leg. "Hello, Millicent," Rigel said. "What are you up to?" "Potions homework," Millicent said immediately, "and it's really hard." "Oh," Rigel said, blinking, "I'm sorry to hear that." Millicent hesitated, peering at Rigel as though searching for some clue. Rigel stared blankly back at her, not sure what she wanted, so Millicent just sighed and said, "Will you help me with my potions homework, Rigel?" "Oh," Rigel said, smiling slightly, "sure." Well, the other girl paused. "Wait, just like that. You'll really help?" Rigel raised an eyebrow. "Of course I will. Why wouldn't I? We're friends." Millicent shrugged. "Well, yes, but you never have before." Rigel frowned. "You never asked me before." Millicent stared at her for a second, then said, slowly, "That's true, but the rest of us do almost all of our homework together. Since you never joined, I figured you weren't interested in peer tutoring, at least not giving it out." "I didn't know," Rigel said, wondering how long that had been going on. Draco and Pansy almost never asked for her help with anything, so she'd assumed they were either too proud to ask or were too smart to need help. She didn't do her homework around her friends for obvious reasons. If they kept careful enough tabs on her homework load, it would be obvious she was either doing more than twice as much as the rest of them, half of which was on topics they wouldn't cover for years, or else lying when she said she had more homework to do after she'd finished all of her official homework. Maybe she'd been missing out on more than just homework help, though. "Well, you're always really busy, I guess," Millicent said uneasily. "Anyway, you can come now, right?" Rigel mentally shrugged. She wasn't making any headway with Flint's essay anyway, so why not? "Sure. Now is good for me." "Great, thanks." Millicent led her over to a secluded corner of the common room where the second-year Slytherins did indeed seem to be gathered around a table, comparing various homework notes. She never would have noticed them if she was just casually walking through the common room, but when Millicent pulled 2 empty chairs for them, the others looked up. When they saw Rigel, several of her year mates did a double take. "Rigel!" Theo exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" Pansy nudged him admonishingly with her shoulder. "Don't say it like that." "Hello, Rigel. How's your afternoon coming along?" "Well enough, Pansy, thank you," Rigel said, sitting down next to Millicent. "Good to see you, too, Theo." "I guess I owe Millie a sickle," Theo said, ignoring her muttered, "Don't call me that," in favor of grinning unrepentantly. "I bet her you'd be too busy to come over." Rigel wasn't sure how to respond to that. Did she really come off so aloof to her classmates? "And you owe me 2 sickles," Blaise added with a satisfied smile, "because I bet you that as soon as someone actually made him aware of our little group, he'd be perfectly amiable to joining in." How could he not know? Theo rolled his eyes. "We've only been sitting here practically every school night for the last month and a half." "Rigel doesn't notice anything," Blaise said, as though it were common knowledge. "Do you, Rigel?" Rigel shrugged, wanting to say, "I notice how often you stare at Hannah Abbott," but knowing better than to be so rude. Instead, she took a seat and pulled Millicent's homework assignment toward her. "Swelling solution," Rigel guessed, glancing over the ingredient list. "Just the theory," Millicent said. "We don't have to brew it until after Halloween, but one of the homework questions asks how many times you stir counterclockwise after adding the bat spleen. One book says 3 and the other says 4, but our textbook just says, stir counterclockwise twice proportionately to the solute. What does that even mean?" Rigel tilted her head to the side to consider the question, Well, off the top of my head, I'd say it's supposed to be 4 stirs counterclockwise after the bat spleen for the textbook recipe, but Professor Snape will definitely want to know why, so I guess you'd better explain the reasoning behind the number of stirs if you want full marks. Okay, but why did the other book say 3 stirs? Millicent asked. Well, it could either have been written by an idiot, or the recipe just makes less of the potion. Not all potion recipes are standard. Does the recipe given in that book call for a different amount of solute? Rigel asked. Millicent scrunched up her nose. What's a solute? It's just a word for the stuff that dissolves into the liquid part of the potion, Rigel said. You have to crush puffer fish eyes and dried nettles into powder for this one, right? That's probably the solute they're talking about. Millicent ran a finger down the ingredient list in one of the books. Oh. Yes, it says 1.5 measures of the powdered stuff, and our book calls for 2 measures. Oh, I see. So you stir twice as many times as the number of measures you put in. That's what it means by proportionate. She scowled a bit grumpily at the book as she wrote down the answer in the neat, flowing handwriting that all pure-blooded heirs seemed to possess. Why didn't they just say that? Rigel smiled. Some would say it's a way to keep idiots from playing around with potions if they don't understand them, but they forget they're writing a textbook for school kids, and the ones who don't understand the text have to try and make the potions anyway, so really they're just causing more problems by being unclear. Millicent shook her head. You should write a translation of the textbook for normal, not obsessed with all things dried and pickled, people. You'd probably make a killing. Rigel laughed softly. If you say so. Was there anything else you needed help with? Well, 5 minutes ago I would have said yes, but you actually just answered a lot my questions by explaining the proportionality thing, Millicent said, looking down at her sheet. I think I can do the rest myself, now, but thanks for your help. Anytime, Rigel said easily. Do you really mean that? Millicent asked bluntly, or are you just being polite? Rigel raised her eyebrows. I mean it. Do I really seem like the kind of person who wouldn't help out his friends? Millicent shrugged, and Theo put in hesitantly from across the table, it's just that you're so closed-mouthed about everything. It seems like you don't like sharing your knowledge very much. Rigel shook her head. It's not that. I just don't want to come off like I'm flaunting it, you know, showing off or something. I'd feel really rude going around spouting off things I know all the time, even if I was well-meaning. Theo shook his head wryly, and here we were thinking it would be rude to ask you to help. We're not trying to use you for your talent, of course, Millicent said hurriedly. If there was something I could teach you in return, I would, but you always know everything already. Draco cut in with a smirk from behind his herbology textbook, and anything you don't know, you probably aren't interested in, or you would know it. Rigel nearly laughed. That's what you think. There are tons of things I wish I knew. Things that you guys take for granted, probably. My dad isn't big on pureblood traditions, so I don't know anything about wizarding history farther back than the last couple of decades, for instance. I don't know etiquette, or how to play any musical instruments, while Pansy over here can play 3. And look at my handwriting. It's pathetic compared to Millicent's. But that's all boring stuff, Theo said. You never need help with the kind of things we need help with, schoolwork and such. To you it's boring. Rigel shrugged. Do you know what I'd give to have grown up learning Latin like you did, Theo? That's really useful. It's not that great, Theo shrugged modestly. In any case, I need help with my studies all the time, Rigel told them. Anything we can help with? Pansy asked curiously, and perhaps a bit hopefully. Well, Rigel said slowly, do any of you study runes? I got really interested in them over the summer, but the books in the library are too advanced for me to start with, and I didn't think to buy the third-year beginner's textbook. One by one, everyone in the group turned to look at Blaze. The dark-skinned boy smiled slyly, as if to say, who, me? You know runes, Blaze? Rigel asked curiously. Since I was very young, Blaze shrugged gracefully. My mother is a runes mistress, and she taught me well before I started Hogwarts. It's not unlike your study of potions, in fact, because there is no magic involved in just learning the theory and the more basic formulas, it was easy enough to learn before getting a wand. That's amazing, Rigel said honestly. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about them? I can wait until you're done with your homework, of course. Blaze shrugged once more. I was finished a while ago. I just hung around to see how the bet turned out. Sure, I'll help. In return, you will teach me link transfigurations, deal? Rigel nodded. No problem. I'll teach it to you now, if you want, since I don't know how long my questions are going to take. I want to learn them, too, Draco decided suddenly, closing his herbology book with a snap. Sounds useful. The second years passes the rest of the afternoon and early evening just like that, trading knowledge and the occasional joke comfortably in the Slytherin common room. They all went to bed early that day, knowing that the following evening they'd be up late celebrating Samhain at the Halloween feast with the rest of the school. As she fell asleep that night, Rigel sent up a tiny, half-hearted prayer that this year's feast would not be nearly so eventful as the previous years. Just don't let anyone try to poison me this time, she asked. Anything but an assassination attempt she could probably handle. Right. The Halloween feast was as glorious as last year's, even without the added excitement of fireworks exploding from the Hufflepuff pumpkins. The sweets were scrumptious, the decorations were brilliant, and everyone agreed it was the most fun they'd had all year. Everyone except, of course, for Rigel, who was exceedingly late, again. Draco glanced at the doors to the Great Hall for the 10th time in the last half hour, and this time Pansy finally said something. I don't know why you're acting surprised and worried, Draco, his friend said from across the table. He's always late to things like this. He couldn't disagree with that. If it was a class or an event that Rigel had a responsibility to attend, like Quidditch practice, he was always perfectly punctual, but for everything else, it was as though Rigel forgot about them completely, and just showed up when he happened to be in the area anyway and remembered. Of course, Rigel always gave a perfectly reasonable explanation for why he wasn't somewhere earlier, but if anything, the patient, reasonable way he explained himself only frustrated Draco more. It would be one thing if Rigel was a complete scatterbrain, and genuinely apologetic or upset about showing up either late or not at all to events that everyone else attended as a matter of course. Feasts, house meetings, Draco's birthday party, and lately even lunch. But Rigel wasn't flustered or sorry when he showed up. He just shrugged and gave some lame but supremely understandable explanation and then changed the subject. It was annoying how little he cared about things most 12-year-olds cared about, and though his apathy was no longer intimidating or strange, it was still, if Draco was completely honest with himself, a little hurtful. Shouldn't friends want to spend all their time together? Brushing that thought aside dismissively, Draco went back to picking at his pumpkin pie, determined not to look at the Great Hall doors for at least another 10 minutes. Just because we've gotten used to it, doesn't make it okay, Draco muttered. Why can't he be normal for once? Who's late to the Halloween feast 2 years in a row? If he was normal, he wouldn't be Rigel, Pansy said, smiling, and you wouldn't like him if he was boring like the rest of us. You're not boring, Draco said automatically, and I don't want him to be boring normal, I just wish he cared about something besides potions. Pansy sent him an admonishing look, which Draco supposed he deserved for making such an oversimplified generalization. He was working on articulating the complexities of a situation, like his father had been trying to teach him, but it was easier to generalize in an argument. As his friend, you know better than to believe that image he projects of himself, Pansy said while delicately spreading jam onto a roll. He pretends not to care about anything but potions because he thinks that if he acts like his life is dull and boring, it will keep people from getting too involved in his business. Underneath the manic academia, Rigel cares about us very much, even if he does only show it in stressful or unexpected situations. He's still the strangest person I've ever met, Draco said stubbornly. Did I ever tell you he sleeps in his clothes? Like he thinks he'll be attacked at any moment. Pansy raised his eyebrows. That is a little eccentric. Still, his family is very interested in practical jokes, are they not? Perhaps he was pranked in his sleep a lot as a child, and doesn't like to feel too vulnerable while unconscious as a result. Draco shrugged. When we asked, he said something vaguely similar, but the fact is we'll probably never know. He lies too often for me to tell the difference, and I'm not sure the truth even matters anymore, because so much of the life he leads seems to be either a lie or a half lie. It's like the lies are an inseparable part of him now, and just as true as the truth because they might as well be the truth. Does that make sense? Pansy nodded her head slowly. I often get the feeling he's not telling us something extremely important about his life, but the part of him that lives without acknowledging that part of his life is just as valid as the part of him that he keeps hidden. Is that what you mean? Sort of, Draco said. It would be like if he said his favorite food was turnips when really he hates turnips, but he wants us to think he likes turnips so much that he eats them all the time, and he'd want us to get him turnips for Christmas even if he doesn't actually like them, so what does it matter if he doesn't like them? For all intents and purposes, he's a turnip eater. Draco grimaced, realizing how absurd that sounded, and sighed, I don't know. Either way he's our friend, right? I just feel so, it's like there's nothing I can do. He lives in this separate little world and never asks for anything from us. Pansy's eyes lit with perfect understanding. Yes. I think I've felt the same, as though I were useless as a friend to him, because there's never anything I can really do for him. He just doesn't share his troubles with us, or if he does it's after the fact or it's something we can't do for him, like studying. At the same time, though, he seems to do so much for us. He went to your birthday party despite the enmity between your families, and convinced Mr. Hagrid to help with you guys' present to me, but I'm not even sure when his birthday is. Sometime over the summer, isn't it? I think so. Draco scrunched up his nose, trying to remember if Rigel had ever told them. You're right, though. He always knows what to say when something bad happens to us, but he never gets excited or even brags about anything good that happens to him. Getting to know him is like trying to piece scraps of a photograph back together with spell tape, only you're missing most of the pieces. Pansy laughed, and then you realize you're actually putting them together upside down and backwards anyway, so you have to start all over. Draco chuckled. Yes, exactly. It's really annoying, but at the same time, I guess I don't mind too much. At least, I don't want to give up. Pansy nodded seriously. I agree. It'll probably take a few more years before even we can say we know Rigel Black, but I think he's a good person to know, and I don't just mean because he's from a well-known family, hugely talented with magic, and a you-know-what to boot. He's also a good friend, despite his quirks. Yeah, Draco said, glancing down at his goblet of pumpkin juice, no matter what, it'll be worth the effort in the end. And even if it isn't, at least it will be interesting, Pansy said in a lighter tone of voice. What will? They both looked up to see the subject of their conversation slipping into the seat beside Pansy. Draco raked his eyes over his friend, and suppressed a click of his tongue at the sight of Rigel's plain black school robes. Honestly, who didn't change clothes for a feast? Dumbledore's speech, Pansy said smoothly. You missed it last time, but this time I think he's saving it for the end. Which should be any time now, Draco couldn't help but add, seeing as you're over an hour late. Rigel, to no one's surprise, merely blinked. Sorry. I was finishing up a befuddlement draft in my lab. I had to put it on stasis for a while, though, because the belladonna I needed wasn't where I thought. Snape's got you on the befuddlement draft. That's really advanced, isn't it? Pansy asked. I think Rookwood was working on an essay about it just last month. Draco wasn't even surprised that Rigel was now working on fourth-year potions, but he was surprised when Rigel said, it wasn't for Snape. He doesn't usually have me learn potions I'll be learning as part of the regular curriculum anyway. He says it would be a waste of time unless I was planning on skipping a year or two. You aren't, are you? Draco asked worriedly, though he noted in the back of his mind that Rigel hadn't said what he was brewing the befuddlement draft for if not Snape. Rigel gazed at him with amusement that added a small light to his gray eyes. No, I'm not planning on it. I'd like as much time to study under Professor Snape as possible. Once I graduate I would have to apply for a formal apprenticeship, and those have to be approved by a board of adepts from the Potions Guild. Too much trouble when I can get the best tuition right here without it. Draco noticed Rigel said nothing about wanting to enjoy his childhood or remain in the same age group as his friends, as most kids would have. Still, whatever the reason, Draco was glad Rigel wasn't considering moving up a grade or two, though with his smarts he probably could with very little trouble. When did you learn the stasis charm? Pansy asked curiously. We don't learn it until our year, I think, but it sounds very useful to be able to put a potion on hold while you get something else done. Rigel frowned slightly and Draco immediately knew they'd offended his potion-making sensibilities. I learned it over the summer, but I almost never use it. You're really not supposed to, because a lot of potions don't like having their kinetic energy frozen like that. Some potions will even react extremely negatively to it, not while under the stasis charm, of course, but as soon as you lift it they go haywire. It's supposed to be an emergency kind of spell. It's just that befuddlement drafts take a cut of hours to brew, and I was wasting enough time tracking down my backup store of belladonna. Pansy laughed. All right, Rigel, I wasn't suggesting using the stasis charm every time my arm got tired of stirring. I just meant it would be useful to have, in situations like you described. Rigel's face affected the slightly sheepish look that always came when he realized he'd rambled on about something he thought no one else would care about. Draco didn't bother to reassure him. After all this time, Rigel should know better than to think he bored them. How many times had Pansy and he reassured their friend that they were interested in whatever he wanted to tell them? It was like he'd been indoctrinated into thinking everything he enjoyed was dry and boring and no one wanted to listen when he spoke on a topic he actually cared about. What rubbish. Maybe Rigel's family was as big a bunch of dunderheads as Uncle Severus always intimated. You should have stopped brewing before you started the befuddlement draft, Draco said eventually, then you might have been on time. Getting forgetful about your potion's ingredients is probably a sign you've been at it too long. Learn to take a break, Rigel just blinked at him like he was speaking another language. I didn't need a break. I needed belladonna. Pansy frowned a bit. It is odd that you would misplace it. You've never been careless with your ingredients. Rigel frowned as well. I know. I guess I must have used it in something else, though I can't remember. I have been making a lot of potions in the last month, though. I'll just be sure to order extra next month. Isn't belladonna poisonous? Draco asked slowly. Even he knew it was never a good thing when potentially dangerous ingredients went missing. Rigel shrugged dismissively. Only in huge quantities. More than I had, that's for sure. It's only really dangerous to small animals. Sometimes squirrels and birds die from eating the raw plant in the wild, but even then they'd have to eat several stalks, and they'd probably get sick after one or two and stop first. Rigel looked thoughtful for a moment, then added, maybe if the animal was starving, had lost its sense of taste somehow. Maybe if it had recently eaten some sort of pepper, and therefore had a compromised sense of smell that. Okay. I think we got it, Pansy said quickly. Not that it isn't interesting, Rigel, but finish telling us about it after the meal, okay? Rigel gave Pansy an apologetic look, and changed the subject. So, did I miss anything else? Besides our fabulous company? Draco drawled just to coax a half smile from his friend. Not really. Someone charmed the suits of armor on either side of the doors to shout, boo, at every 10th person or so, and judging from the way Professor Sinistra jumped and shrieked when she came in, I don't think it was the staff's idea. Rigel nodded and quirked an eyebrow as though that were a very interesting piece of information, rather than a random fact. Somehow Rigel could make him feel like he was both rivetingly important and singularly unnoticed within the space of minutes. They were spared further inanities by the flickering of all the candles in the hall, which Draco supposed was supposed to signal the headmaster's speech. All it really did was make people pause long enough in their conversations for Dumbledore to clear his throat in the ensuing moment of silence and gain most people's attention. Draco dutifully turned slightly in his seat to pay attention to the old wizard who had outclassed and outconned every enemy, political or otherwise, who had come up against him in the last century. Albus Dumbledore had all the potential to be truly impressive, but the elderly wizard ruined the effect by dressing like a circus performer and pretending to be senile. It made people underestimate him, Draco supposed, but the people stupid enough to forget a lifetime of unimaginable magical and political feats in the face of a facsimile of nonsense weren't people worth trying to fool, because they were probably too stupid to spell politics, much less participate in them. At least that's how Draco saw it. Better to never let your enemies, and followers, too, for that matter, forget how awe-inspiring you truly are. It only left room for questioning and doubts, which made it all too easy for someone to uproot a person indirectly through the spreading of rumors and lies. That, Draco thought, was Dumbledore's weakness. He manipulated people as a matter of course, but didn't seem to comprehend that those same people he so easily swayed could be swayed just as easily against him. One didn't have to challenge Albus Dumbledore directly. Too many had tried and failed for that to be a sane option anyway. One only had to use the man's own carefully cultivated reputation against him. People were all too poised to believe anything semi-plausible, simply because it didn't occur to them that someone else would take the time to purposely deceive them. It wouldn't take much to get the general public thinking Dumbledore was as stricken with dotage as he seemed. Then one would just have to offer a younger, sharper version as an alternative, and people would jump at the opportunity for change, thinking it to be something refreshing and improving. Little would they know that the usurper is a farce, a clever plant by the enemy who would win their favor and votes and then use the power passed to him by Dumbledore's legacy to run the light camp into the ground. Draco pulled himself out of his thoughts with difficulty. He was learning how to think more like a politician, more like his father, and it was surprisingly easy for him, but it had the side effect of making him tune out some things in order to concentrate on others. He realized with an inner jolt that he'd missed most of the headmaster's speech while occupied with his hypotheticals, but wasn't in truth overly concerned about it. Pansy would let him know if anything of import had been said, and in the best-case scenario he'd managed to retain a few extra brain cells, which he would surely have lost in the face of the headmaster's usual driveling non-sequiturs. And on a final note, the Bertrand-clad, was he competing with Lockhart in a most obnoxious color contest? Wizard was saying, Mr. Filch would like me to announce that Mrs. Norris has been missing since this morning. I know you will all help keep an eye out for our beloved caretaker's cat, and if you see her please inform one of the. The headmaster was cut off by the muffled sound of an explosion, like something unwieldy being dropped onto a heap of sand. A dull thudding noise reverberated distantly, like the ricochet of a swaddled piece of metal. They felt the tremor go through the hall, rattling the dishes and setting the pumpkin juice in their goblets to trembling. There was a moment of complete silence in which the teachers all stood immediately and the students froze in confusion. Then the distant sound of falling rocks clambering against stone floors was heard and everyone scrambled into panicked motion. The castle is collapsing. Draco had enough time to roll his eyes at the first year behind that ridiculous comment, and then he was hurrying toward the nearest Slytherin prefect with the rest of their house, just trying not to get trampled in the chaos. Silence. Dumbledore's voice boomed over the melee, and all motion ceased once more. Now, prefects will lead their houses in an orderly fashion to their common rooms, where the names of all students will be checked against the house master lists. Prefects, you are in charge of this as well, as I will be needing your heads of house for a little while. The castle is perfectly safe, I assure you. One of our lovely house elves has just informed me that a portion of the corridor in the east side of the third floor has collapsed. However, the stabilizing wards and various other embedded structural spells installed by the founders themselves kicked in immediately, and so no other parts of the castle are under any architectural stress at this time. The students seemed to digest this for a moment, and the prefects seized upon the momentary calm to begin subdividing their houses into more manageable groups and herding them more carefully out of the great hall, whose doors seemed to have been widened considerably by someone with a good deal of practical forethought. Probably Snape, Draco thought. He felt a tug on his elbow and turned his head to see Pansy clinging gently but unmistakably to his right arm. All right there, Pans. She nodded, but her lips were clamped together in a tight line. Draco saw Blaise, Millicent, and Theo walking ahead of them, and turned his head to tell Rigel to take Pansy's other hand. The girl was obviously frightened, and Rigel seemed to have a soothing quality to his presence that often came in handy. Except, Rigel wasn't behind them. Draco craned his head, but Rigel wasn't anywhere to be seen in the immediate vicinity. Draco was tempted to sigh with resignation, but he was too busy being worried about his idiotic friend. Now the question was, did he tell Pansy? It would worry her more to know, but it would be bad form as her friend to keep it from her. Besides, she would notice any moment now. Pans, Draco said, bending down to her ear so she could hear him. Don't be alarmed, but I can't find Rigel. Can you see him? Pansy stiffened and began looking around immediately, but carefully, suppressing her panic like a true pure-blooded lady ought. Nothing, Pansy said tightly. he does not appear to be in the Great Hall. How did he get out ahead of us? Draco asked aloud. More importantly, where is he going? Pansy said, frowning. If he was headed to the common room, he would have taken us with him. You know how protective he can be sometimes. The fact that he went without us. Draco nearly groaned as he caught on, means he's going somewhere more dangerous than where he thinks we'll be going. Idiot. Thinks we're going? Pansy asked, and spoken question obvious from the way she tilted her eyes toward him. Well, of course, Draco said with a faint smile that had absolutely no humor in it, we're not going to let him run off alone, are we? Pansy smiled back just as faintly, no, we aren't. They had reached the doors by that point, so Draco pulled the edges of his robes over his silver and green tie, motioning for Pansy to do the same, and they slipped away from the Slytherins and into the crowd of Hufflepuffs. They would be going down to the basements, but then they'd go east if Draco was right about where their common room was, and from there they'd just have to slip into one of the alcoves until everyone had passed. From there, they could take the east stairs and wind up exactly where Rigel was most likely to be right now. Draco swore that this time when they found their wayward friend, he would have a lot of explaining to do before they were satisfied. Rigel's pav. Rigel had been quite enjoying the headmaster's speech, intermingled as it was by the odd turn of phrase and delivered with Dumbledore's usual sense of airy aplomb. It was sort of graceful, the way none of his statements seemed to be apropos of anything else he talked about. He must practice very hard to be so perfectly random, or else his mind was governed by a very strict algorithm of chance, which made sure it only presented things in a random order. Draco's eyes were glazed in a way that belied his apparent attention to the headmaster's words, and Pansy had given up the pretense of listening after the first few minutes, seeming content to glance around at the other Slytherins, taking in their expressions and postures and probably drawing any number of political and social conclusions that would have gone right over Rigel's head. All in all, it was a relaxing way to spend an evening, until, of course, it happened. Rigel hadn't known until that moment what it would be, but as soon as the explosion went off she knew. There was something about Halloween that had always made her uneasy. Perhaps because on her 9th Halloween, she had found her beloved copy of Snape's treatise on the treatment of undiluted venoms in antidote preparation stuffed beneath an uneven table leg in her father's study. Then there was the Halloween Archie, and she had accidentally set fire to the curtains in Sirius' living room and had subsequently been sent to bed without candy by their parents. While those incidences weren't quite on the level of last year's Halloween, few things in her admittedly complicated life measured up to that disaster. Every year without fail something bad happened to or around Rigel on that date, so it wasn't even really a surprise to her that one of the school's corridors chose this day to get blown up. She stood with the rest of their house and began shuffling toward the doors, making sure to keep Draco and Pansy in sight ahead of her. She had been sitting on the side of the table closest to the Gryffindors' table, and she happened to catch sight of the Weasley twins as she passed. They were walking slower than those around them, creating a sort of obstacle that people were swerving around. Their brother Ron was walking with them, and he looked quite upset about something. Curious, Rigel altered her course a bit so that she would come up just behind them, then slowed her pace to listen in. Won't thank us for butting in again, George was saying. I know, but what if she's really? Ron's voice was loud and agitated, but she still couldn't catch every word over the tumult around them. Have to know. Fred and George exchanged a look, but nodded in the end. Better not tell Perce, Fred suggested. Not that he won't realize as soon as, gone, George put in. But he'll be too busy. Fred's voice cut out as a couple of particularly loud Gryffindor girls walked quickly by them, by the time he realizes. Rigel moved closer, until she could hear every word. Right, George said, I'd say we need a distraction, but everyone's distracted enough. We'll break away when we get to the stairs, Fred said, hide behind that tapestry with the goats till they've gone. What if she's not there? Ron asked worriedly. Then we hightail it back to the dorms before the teachers catch us, George shrugged. I'm still not convinced this is a good idea. Either Ginny was near the explosion, and was in danger, which we can't do anything about now that it's past, or else she wasn't, which means she's safe somewhere else, and we're only going to get caught by the teachers who are all going to the 3rd floor right now. That's a fair point, Fred said carefully, and whatever set off the explosion could be anything. Might be dangerous, which is probably why they're sending us back to the common room in the first place. I don't care, Ron said. I can't just sit around in the common room wondering if she's okay. One way or another, I want to know now. George sighed but nodded, and Fred just shrugged, apparently not caring enough to argue about it. The three brothers kept moving forward, but slowly, hanging back until most of their housemates had passed through the doors ahead of them. Standing behind them, Rigel couldn't see Pansy or Draco anymore, but she wasn't worried. They'd get to the common room safely. Rigel put her hand in her pocket unobtrusively and pulled out the innocent square of folded parchment that held the Marauder's map. She whispered the password under her breath, and when the map began to bleed onto the page, she quickly muttered Ginny Weasley's name to it. It zoomed in to show a tiny dot labeled Ginevra Weasley, walking along the 7th floor corridor toward the fat lady's portrait. Satisfied that Ginny Weasley was safe, Rigel tucked the map away and debated for a brief moment about whether to involve herself further. Then she thought that if she had a sister, she'd want to know all she could if said sister might possibly be in danger. Rigel caught up to the Weasley brothers, tapping George on the shoulder to catch their attention. Rigel. George gazed distractedly at her. What's up? Don't go to the 3rd floor, Rigel said without preamble. George grimaced. Heard that, did you? Well, I can't let these two idiots go by themselves. Don't any of you go, Rigel said seriously. Ginny's not there, so you'll only get into trouble at best and danger at worst. How do you know Ginny's not there? Ron demanded. I can't tell you, Rigel said bluntly, but I promise you she'll be in the common room when you get up there. I know that's not comforting, but it's the truth. Do you trust me? With most things, yeah, Ron said, frowning. With my little sister's safety. Not really. No offense. None taken, Rigel said, but I really don't want you guys in danger for no reason. Look, how about I check it out instead? I promise if Ginny's there I'll come straight up to get you, but you guys should go back to the Gryffindor common room. That doesn't make a lot of sense, George objected. Why should it be more okay for you to do it rather than us? She's our sister. But one person is less likely to get caught, Rigel said, and it'll be easier for me to get there and then to the dungeons than it will be for you guys to make it all the way to Gryffindor Tower before a prefect notices you're missing. Fred opened his mouth to argue, but shut it again and instead started patting down his pockets. Where is? Must have left it. George, give me yours. He reached into his brother's robe pockets and rummaged around until George rolled his eyes and fished something out of his back pants pocket. Here, this is what you wanted, right? Good idea. Fred snatched the small leather journal from George's hand and presented it to Rigel. When you figure out if Ginny is there, use this to tell us. This journal has a match, which is upstairs in our dorm room. Just write something in it, and we'll get the message in the other one. Rigel took the journal and tucked it away. Okay. Now go, before Percy wonders why you guys are lagging behind. The three redheads nodded and set off after the group of Gryffindors, who had just begun climbing the main stair. Rigel herself turned and followed the Slytherin contingent down toward the dungeons. She took out the map again and checked it. Sure enough, Ginny Weasley was in the Gryffindor common room, her tiny dot seated on a minuscule couch in front of a little ink fireplace. Rigel would wait a few minutes, then check again to make sure she hadn't moved, before writing to assure the Weasleys that their sister wasn't near the collapsed corridor. Curious about how the map would reflect the damage done to the castle, Rigel zoomed back out and glanced over the 3rd floor corridor. It looked just as it always did, which she guessed made sense if the map was only spelled to update the locations of people in real time, but it was flooded with the names of teachers and staff members. At a glance, Rigel recognized Snape, Filch, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and various other professors' dots. More seemed to be coming, too, she noticed. A couple dots were even now moving toward the corridor up the east stairs. Oh, no. Rigel read the labels on the dots and nearly groaned aloud. What in Merlin's name were Pansy and Draco doing heading for the collapsed portion of the 3rd floor? She could think of no logical reason for them to be going there now. Neither were overly curious when it came to possible danger, and in fact both were rather big sticklers for the rules most of the time. They'd been raised to respect authority, after all, at least when it didn't directly go against their personal goals. Whatever they were doing, Rigel wasn't about to just pretend she hadn't noticed. She was already at the end of the group of Slytherin students, so it was no trouble to slip away as they passed the basement and doubled back to come up behind her friends. They had stopped moving and were instead poised on the stairs just below the landing that joined with the third floor, probably peeking around the corner to try and discern what was going on. A few minutes later, Rigel had reached the east stairs. She took a moment to sweep the map once more and write quickly in the little leather notebook to assure the Weasleys that Ginny wasn't in the vicinity of the explosion. It was curious to watch the ink disappear as soon as it dried, leaving a blank notebook once more, but Rigel would think about the spells behind such a thing later. She folded up the map again and started up the winding stairs. Just as she started to notice a large amount of dust in the air, probably from broken pieces of stone, she heard a whisper echoing down the quiet stairwell. "Don't see him. Are you sure he's? Where else would he be?" Rigel snuck up behind her to-be-owned friends, who were trying to use Pansy's compact mirror to peer around the corner to the third floor. "It's just a bunch of rubble," Draco was whispering irritably. "Wait, is that? No, it's someone else. A Gryffindor. Why would one of them have been?" Rigel frowned. A Gryffindor. It couldn't be Ginny, but she pulled out the map and checked it one last time, more carefully. Ginny's name wasn't anywhere in the corridor, but another name, one Rigel should have recognized immediately, was Neville Longbottom. His dot was in the center of several other dots, notably Albus Dumbledore and Poppy Pomfrey. The other dots all wavered slightly on the parchment as their owners shifted naturally, but Neville's dot didn't move at all. Rigel shoved the map into her pocket and hurried forward. Draco and Pansy turned around at the sound of her soft footsteps hurrying up the stairs, and the looks of surprised confusion on their faces would have been funny if Rigel wasn't so worried about Neville. "Rigel, what? How did you get behind us?" Rigel motioned for them to be quiet and inched around the corner of the wall separating the stairs from the rest of the corridor. The third floor was a complete mess. Normally, the third floor consisted of 3 parallel corridors connected by various smaller hallways and passages, and then connected on either end by the east and west staircases. The main stair went up through the middle corridor, where the Charms classroom was located. The 3 of them were standing just behind where the southmost corridor met the east stairs, and from what Rigel could see, the wall that had once separated the south corridor from the middle corridor was now a lot less like a wall and a lot more like a window looking from one of the south corridor's storage rooms into the back of the middle corridor's trophy room. Rocks, large and small, littered the floor. All the dust in the air made it hard to see anything, but the teachers seemed to be crowding around something. It was a person, small enough to be a student, who seemed to be passed out on the floor. Rigel could see a hand and a couple of trouser-clad legs from in between the professor's feet, so it definitely wasn't a girl, and as she caught a glimpse of red and gold around the student's neck, she couldn't deny the truth. It was Neville. It had to be. The map was, as she'd been told so many times, never wrong. She backed away slowly, aware that there was nothing she could do for her friend that more qualified people weren't already doing. Still, it felt wrong to just leave him there, though she knew they should get back to the common room. The school had been breached by something malevolent, and it would be just plain stupid to avoid the safety of the common room any longer. Rigel turned and tugged on Pansy and Draco's sleeves until they started following her quietly back down the stairs. When they were safely to the dungeons, her friends turned to her. "What did you see, Rigel?" She ignored Pansy's question, instead staring at the to-be-owned very seriously. "What were you two doing? You should have been safe in the common room." Not Rigel sighed and rubbed her eyes. "You could have been in danger. Something destructive enough to blow a hole in a castle this fortified doesn't just disappear once it's had its fun." "Us?" Draco scowled. "What were you doing?" "We only went to find you." Rigel blinked. "I only went to find you too." Pansy frowned. "Then, we all were just worried about one another." "Oh, we thought you'd run off into trouble again," Draco said bluntly. Rigel sighed. "Of course I didn't. Why would I? The explosion had nothing to do with me. I just hung back to talk to the Weasleys about something before heading back, until I realized you guys weren't heading to the common room with everyone else, that is. How did you know? Pansy said, cocking her head to the side. You got there just after we did, so you wouldn't have had time to go all the way to check the common room first. Even if you did, the prefects wouldn't have let you out again. Rigel shrugged. I just did. You can't just. Draco started, but Rigel cut across him tiredly. Look, let's get back to the common room first, then argue about who knew what and how. Pansy agreed, and Draco, outvoted, bit back his exasperation in favor of setting off toward the Slytherin common room at a brisk pace. Soon enough, they were edging through the false wall. Their stealth was apparently unappreciated, as Theo almost immediately called out, There they are. Thank Merlin. We were so worried. Selwyn, who was standing close to the common room door, scowled down at them before checking their names off of a long piece of parchment she held in her hands. Finally. You're lucky I haven't sent the Baron after Snape yet. I only waited because I know Professor Snape is busy at the moment. Thank you, Alice, Pansy said, inclining her head graciously. Selwyn rolled heavily coal-rimmed eyes. Sure, Pansy. Go see Rosier, would you? He's doing that pacing thing he does when he worries. Pansy headed off to soothe her friend's concerns for her safety, and Draco and Rigel stepped over to where the other second years were huddled by one of the fireplaces. Where've you three been? Millicent asked curiously. Long story, Draco said, bit of a mix-up on all our parts, actually. So, what did you see, Rigel? Rigel shifted uncomfortably as several other sets of curious eyes turned toward her. You were there, too. What did you see? A load of dust, Draco said evenly, and maybe, well, you apparently saw something that made you back out pretty quick. Yeah, Rigel said flatly. Snape. I decided we should leave before he began testing for stray magical signatures and sensed up lurking nearby. Draco gave her an unimpressed look, so she reluctantly added, there was a student on the ground. I know you saw him, too. A Gryffindor, Draco said, nodding. A Gryffindor blew up the corridor. Theo blurted, but the Weasley twins were at the feast. Draco shook his head grimly, looked more like the poor sod got caught in the blast. He wasn't moving. The other second years exchanged solemn looks at that. Who do you think? Millicent trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Neville Longbottom, Rigel said quietly. They absorbed this for a moment. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't have blown up part of the school, Theo said thoughtfully. I wonder what did, though. Speculation began, but none of the posited theories seemed very likely. Even Peeves wouldn't have gone so far as to destabilize the infrastructure, much less injure a student. Some time later, as they were all still quietly milling about the common room, too wound up to turn in, Snape showed up. He came into the common room looking drawn and tense. Selwyn presented him with the list, which he glanced over briefly. All accounted for. Yes, sir, Selwyn said evenly. Good, Snape said, his mouth pressing into a thin line. Unfortunately, not all the houses were so lucky this night. He raised his voice so everyone could hear, although most of the Slytherins had already gone quiet with respect and anticipation when he arrived. As you know, tonight a portion of the third-floor corridor collapsed. At this point, it seems to be the work of a rather clumsy, and thoroughly overpowered, bombardment hex. The perpetrator has not yet been identified. A second-year Gryffindor was found injured in the corridor, but his wand was found clean of any destructive spells, so we believe him to be a victim of the crime. He gazed around at them all and said, a bit more quietly, I'm sure I do not have to tell any of you how serious a situation this is. Until the culprit for these actions is identified, all of you are to keep to the main corridors when possible. Don't wander alone. Don't turn a blind eye to anything remotely suspicious. Contact a prefect, professor, ghost, or even house elf the moment you hear or see anything out of the ordinary. New wards will be erected around the common rooms at night, requiring an additional password. Your prefects will be around to appraise you of increased security measures shortly. With that, Professor Snape left again, and after Selwyn and the other prefects had explained everything, the students slowly began trickling away to bed. Rigel silently despaired as she lay atop her covers. Though Snape had said Neville was injured, not killed, she feared for her friend. Students being found unconscious in hallways sounded all too like the sleeping sickness. Snape had also said that he was found injured at the scene of the explosion, not that the explosion had caused his injuries. She hadn't seen any blood on the floor, as she'd expect if he'd been hit hard enough by rubble to be knocked out. What, then, had made her friend so still? Tossing and turning, it was a long couple of hours until she finally slept. Why can't Halloween ever be normal? Hermione's pav. Halloween, Hermione thought to herself as she gazed over the festively decorated mess hall where the Halloween feast was taking place, was a very nonsensical holiday. It was only made more so when it was witches and wizards who were celebrating it. She could understand if they had a ceremony honoring Samhain, as the wizarding community apparently had a lot of pagan roots, but after finding out last year that all the things she'd ever dressed up as for Halloween, witches, vampires, werewolves, ghosts, were in fact very much real, celebrating Halloween seemed completely ridiculous. Then again, she mused as she watched an upperclassman in the charms tract walk by with a talking pumpkin tucked under his arm, chatting away at it. In her experience, a bit of ridiculousness never fazed the average witch or wizard. Shaking her head, Hermione claimed her seat at the healer's table and waited for her friend Harry to arrive. Harry was another sort of ridiculousness altogether. Hermione could still remember the first time they'd met. She had just said goodbye to her parents and boarded the plane that would take her to the American Institute of Magic. She was feeling a little depressed, because originally she had wanted to attend the English school Hogwarts, until she found out that the school only accepted those of wizarding ancestry. Still, she was excited to be going off to a new place, and to learn about magic, of all things, in an actual school with a magical curriculum and everything. She was also extremely nervous. At primary school, she hadn't been at all popular, and most of her classmates had only been remotely nice to her when they wanted help with their homework, as if they thought she wouldn't notice. She wanted things to be different in America, but she wasn't sure how to make them different without either dumbing herself down to fit in or else sucking up to the other students until they liked her. Since she absolutely refused to sink so low as to entertain either option for long, she was quite at a loss as to how to go about making friends. It was at that moment, after she had primly stored her Karen bag with a history of American magic inside of it under her seat, that a boy about her age swept into the seat next to her like a whirlwind and turned toward her with a smile that should have come with a high voltage label, it was so bright. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter. I guess we're seatmates. Are you a first year too? Isn't this the biggest plane you've ever seen?" "Well, it's the only plane I've ever seen, but I saw a picture of one once and it wasn't nearly so big." The boy began babbling happily to her about all the cool things he'd apparently seen in the airport that morning, including a set of moving stairs, which she identified for him as an escalator, and something he described as a portrait that couldn't talk back but never looped like a photo, which she worked out to mean the television screens that played the news around the airport. At some point he took a breath, and she politely interjected, "I'm Hermione Granger." "Yes, I'm a first year, and why haven't you ever seen a plane before?" "Oh," the boy, Harry, said, cocking his head to the side like a puppy and blinking silvery gray eyes at her. "My parents are wizards, so I don't see much of the Muggle world." Hermione frowned. "Then why are you going to AIM? Don't you want to go to Hogwarts?" Harry waved a dismissive hand. "I'm half-blood technically, so I can't, but I wouldn't want to anyway. Hogwarts is where the stuffy old families send their kids, and the magic they learn there is as old and dusty as their way of thinking. They don't even have a healer's program. Not to mention alchemy or druidry or any of the interesting specializations in magic. If I went there, I'd have to go to extra schooling after I graduated just to be qualified for anything, and of course none of the universities in Britain are very accredited, so I'd have to get an apprenticeship to learn anything really advanced, and those take ages to finish in." Hermione just sat there and listened as Harry Potter went on and on about how much better AIM was than Hogwarts and the other European schools. At first she just couldn't believe how hyper and talkative the boy was, but as she listened she gradually relaxed and even started to feel a bit relieved that she was going to AIM after all. Imagine 7 years of butting up against all those oppressive pureblood customs and stifled ways of learning and thinking. According to Harry, all the homework and tests were based around essays, the oldest form of learning in the book, and seriously outdated in Hermione's opinion. Imagine 7 years without a single creative project or experiment for an assignment. Eventually, Harry began to wind down, and that was when Hermione started wishing he'd kept babbling a bit longer. Having exhausted everything he wanted to talk about, Harry began asking question after question about Hermione and where she was from and what her parents did and so on. He had no idea what a dentist was, and didn't seem terribly enthused by her description, but eventually equated it with a very specialized healer and thought they must be wicked cool. So what tract are you going to choose? Harry asked. I'm going to be in healing, in case you couldn't guess, because I want to know everything about healing there is to know. Oh, I might go into potions eventually, though. I like them, too. Hermione reflected that Harry Potter seemed like a very unfocused sort of person, though she would come to revise that opinion of him as she got to know him over the next year. I was thinking of going into healing as well, Hermione said. I thought about alchemy, but I'm not sure my parents would really understand that, and healing is both universally understandable and universally valued, so they can still be proud of me even if they don't relate completely. That's great, Harry said, with more excitement than Hermione thought the response warranted. That means we'll have all of our classes together, and be in the same dorms and everything. Want to study together? Want to be friends? She blinked in confusion for a second, then stared when her mind digested his strung-together way of talking. He wanted to be friends. That was easy. Almost too easy. Why? She asked, a bit suspiciously. Perhaps he had seen the book in her bag, assumed her to be a nerd, and was hoping for guaranteed help with his assignments in return for being nice to her. Harry just blinked at her, still smiling that too bright to be natural smile, and said, why not? Having nothing to say to that, Hermione just smiled back, a bit shyly. Time to take a chance, she thought. Even if he turned out to have a hidden agenda, she wouldn't know unless she tried. Okay, friends, then. So, you grew up in a wizarding home. What was it like? From there the conversation flowed quickly. They covered a huge range of topics, comparing the difference between the Muggle and wizarding worlds across categories like music, entertainment, politics, family life, social engagements, education, work, and more. Hermione learned more from Harry Potter about the wizarding world in that plane ride, which was somehow only 6 hours, though logically she knew that a flight across the Atlantic should take much longer than she had from all the vague, generally worded books she'd bought after getting her letter. By the time they reached AIM and separated into groups based on whether they had a tract in mind or were undecided, Harry's cheerful and excitable personality had really grown on her. Even when they got off the plane and Harry had a chance to meet their classmates, many of whom were obviously richer or cooler than she was, Harry didn't even seem to notice. All of his attention was on Hermione, and she couldn't help but like how things had turned out. 2 days later, when he made them both late for their first general charms lesson by somehow getting his left shoe stuck to the ceiling with industrial strength bubble gum, Hermione had second thoughts about her burgeoning friendship with the quirky would-be healer, but then he somehow weaseled an extra fruit tart from the service elves who manned the buffet-style dinner line, and he gave it to her. And afterwards he didn't ask for help on the extra worksheet they had to do for being late, and when she tentatively offered her help he just smiled and said he understood it fine, and had in fact finished it in class while she'd been taking notes. Shortly after that, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger became nearly synonymous. They were always together, studying or enacting one of Harry's elaborate schemes, and by the time Christmas break rolled around, Harry was easily the best friend she'd ever had. Now it was over a year since they'd met, and Hermione was so used to Harry's antics that she didn't even blink when he collapsed, sighing bonelessly, at the table next to her, and began picking bits of bat-shaped confetti out of his mashed potatoes. Happy Halloween, she said mildly. Harry wrinkled his pert nose and rolled his eyes. Awful holiday. Hermione turned surprised eyes to her friend. Free candy, crazy decorations and costumes, 2 extra desserts apiece. I sort of thought this would be right up your alley. Harry poked at his mashed potatoes a bit sullenly. Something bad always happens on Halloween. It's like a curse. Hermione raised her eyebrows. It wasn't that she didn't believe in curses, she'd read about quite a few and even knew the theory behind a couple now, but her friend was prone to melodramatization. You weren't depressed last year on Halloween, and I don't remember anything bad happening then. Harry shrugged. I thought I was well away from it here. It doesn't always happen to me, anyway. Most of the time, it's my cousin Archie that gets the brunt of the curse. Remember last year when I got that letter from home that said my cousin had been injured somehow at Hogwarts? His injury happened on Halloween night. Turns out someone tried to kill him by putting corrosive poison in his drink. Hermione gasped. That's awful. How can that sort of thing happen in a school? He was okay, right? Harry shrugged. Yeah, someone stopped him drinking it at the last second. The point is that nothing bad has happened to me so far today, which means something awful is probably happening to Archie right now. Well, Hermione said tentatively, there's no use worrying if you can't do anything, right? Harry sighed. I guess. I'm just worried, because even if something bad does happen to him, he won't say anything and it will be weeks until the school informs his dad, who tells my parents, who write about it to me. Hermione kept silent. She had heard a lot about Harry's cousin Archie, who went by Rigel some of the time, and from what Harry had said, Arcturus Black seemed to be a singularly strange individual, though apparently he was quite brilliant. Then again, Harry always said Hermione was brilliant, too, and she didn't consider herself a real genius or anything. She just worked hard and applied herself diligently. Distract me, my own, Harry said morosely, please. With what? Hermione asked wryly. I don't know, Harry said with a sigh, perhaps your stunning good looks and natural charm. You could flirt with me. Hermione rolled her eyes. We're too young for flirting, Harry. Are we? Harry didn't seem terribly concerned. My Uncle Sirius says you're never too young for flirting. Hermione privately thought his uncle didn't seem like the sort of adult he should be taking advice from, but she knew better than to say anything against Uncle Sirius. Harry practically worshipped the ground his uncle walked on, and seemed to be even closer to the man than he was to his own parents. He certainly mentioned him more often, though he hardly wrote to him at all, curiously enough. Maybe boys can start flirting at 12, but I'm pretty sure respectable girls don't start until at least 14, Hermione said with amusement. At first, all the vaguely flirtatious words and borderline propositions Harry said to her had flustered and disconcerted her. She wasn't at all used to such flowery and exaggerated banter, and had in the beginning taken it rather badly. Soon it became clear that he wasn't teasing her, and he certainly wasn't seriously coming on to her. Harry just talked that way sometimes, as though it was completely natural. She supposed it had something to do with his exuberant and open-hearted nature combined with the influence of his uncle. It made him terrible ingenue, but in an artless sort of way. What's so great about being respectable? Harry said, grinning a bit. Walk on the wild side, my own. Why don't you go ahead and let me know how it is? Hermione said primly, I like this side of sensibility well enough. Someday I'll corrupt you, Harry said teasingly, and then, prankers of the world beware. I bet you'd out-prank me any day if you put that brilliant mind of yours to it. Not if I corrupt you first, Hermione said. Have you finished your paper on mind healing yet? It's not due for another week, Harry pointed out. Have you finished it? Yes, Harry pouted. I guess your evil plan is working better than mine is. Maybe it's time for another grand adventure. No theft this time, Hermione requested, knowing better than to try and refuse outright. He would only use his puppy eyes on her and then she'd end up agreeing to anything. What about arson? Harry asked cheerfully. As much as she was glad he wasn't depressed anymore, no. Larceny. That is theft. Hermione rolled her eyes. Nice try, though. So, no misappropriating of property and no blowing things up. Harry shook his head with mock forlornness, which suited him much better than actual forlornness. What's an adolescent boy to do? You could cry, Hermione suggested blithely. Just try to avoid getting it in my pumpkin juice. Harry laughed at that. This is why you're such a perfect friend for me, my own. The only other person in the world who deals with my antics so well is my cousin, and he's had a decade of practice. Hermione felt her ears grow warm beneath her hair. She knew exactly what high praise that was, having heard Harry spout positively poetic about how awesome his cousin was countless times in the last year. No matter how strange or outright suspicious Harry got sometimes, when he said things like that she couldn't help but want to ignore all the inconsistencies a little longer. His friendship, she was realizing, was more important than figuring out his secrets. She would wait patiently until her friendship meant more to Harry than his secrets did, too. I want to grow my hair out, Pansy said. It was November 2nd, and the events of Halloween were still hanging like a specter over everything in the castle. The debris in the third floor had been cleared away quick enough, and the hallway now bore no signs of volatile activity, but the real horror of the night hadn't been realized until the following morning, when their heads of house had informed the students that Neville Longbottom, found at the scene of the attack, had been petrified. They were assured that he was not dead or dying, and that Professors Sprout and Snape were working together on a restorative, but the fact remained that the mousy Gryffindor would not be returning to classes anytime soon. It was like the sickness all over again, except this time it didn't take months for the castle to slowly fall into a state of despair. Only hours after Neville's fate was common knowledge, the inhabitants of Hogwarts were already knee-deep in the quagmire of fear and helplessness, whose weight they had become so accustomed to the previous spring. To escape the all-too-familiar flavor of depression in the castle air, Draco, Pansy, and Rigel had headed out to the lake after classes. Now they were bundled against the cold November wind, gazing out over the still water and talking about as many inane things as possible to keep their minds off of Halloween. What for? Draco asked mildly, flicking his eyes over Pansy's layered bob. It looks fine like it is. Although it would be easier to tell the two of you apart if she did, Rigel commented teasingly. Take that back, Draco said, scowling. I do not look like a girl. Rigel feigned surprise. Who says that's what I meant? It better have been what you meant, Pansy sniffed, as the alternative is the implication that I look like a boy. Rigel winced. Sorry, Draco, I guess you're just effeminate. Draco huffed. Like you can talk. Your little vegetarian frame is so tiny a pixie could knock you over just by flapping its wings. Rigel privately thought Draco had a rather annoying tendency toward hyperbole. Her morning exercises over the past few months had been slowly paying off, if she did say so herself. She could now run twice around the lake, though barely, each morning, and the number of sit-ups and push-ups she could do each day had increased twofold as well. She had also, as an extra challenge to herself and to give her something to do when she had a moment of downtime, taken to carrying the bald weights around in her pockets. It built up her stamina over time, while also giving her something to squeeze when she was bored or even frustrated with something. All in all, she was above the average health and fitness level for a 12-year-old boy, so she felt Draco's teasing to be groundless, and treated it as such. Just because I don't look like Crabbe and Goyle, doesn't mean I'm some pale, sickly academic who gets winded by a flight of stairs, Rigel said, rolling her neck lazily in a thoroughly unconcerned sort of way. You don't see me keeling over during Quidditch practice, do you? Draco gave a mock shudder. Wouldn't blame you if you did, Rye. Flint has been especially tough this year. If we don't beat Gryffindor next week, I don't like to think what he might do. Pansy shook her head. You boys are so crazy. Why do you put yourselves through that for the sake of a game? Since I can think of no answer that would satisfy you, let's change the subject, Draco said. So why do you want to grow your hair out? Pansy only shrugged. You two probably wouldn't understand, but long hair is a rite of passage, you could say, for women. Always knew femininity was a cult, Draco drawled. Pansy shook her head, smiling. Long hair, if it is well kept, is a sign of maturity. It shows that you have the patience and self-possession to take care of yourself. Rigel raised an eyebrow. Isn't there a spell to grow out long hair? How can it be a sign of patience for witches? Pansy chuckled. Oh, Rigel, those spells are absolutely taboo to any girl who takes her appearance seriously. The enhanced growth rate strips the hair of nutrients and makes it lank and brittle. There are also studies suggesting that using growth spells too often causes hair to gray faster. Rigel tilted her head to the side. I didn't know. Or care. Draco yawned. No offense. None taken, Pansy said sweetly, as long as you aren't offended when I say I couldn't care less about Quidditch. So, moving on from both topics, Rigel began, but before she could finish the thought a pair of hands snuck around her head from behind and covered her eyes. She froze, assessed the situation, and said, hello. Guess who? Rigel paused as she attempted to identify the voice by cross-referencing the general sound of it against the list of people she knew who would do something like this. She came up blank. I don't know, she said. Millicent. The person behind her, who she was pretty sure was a girl, laughed, and used their hands to move her head back and forth in the parody of a negative shake, not even close. Think Gryffindor. Rigel could count on one hand the number of Gryffindor girls she'd ever talked to, and have a couple of fingers left over. It's Weasley's little sister, Draco supplied, tone a bit sharp. The hands disappeared and Rigel opened her eyes to see Ginny Weasley pouting playfully at Draco. Oh, go and ruin it then. It wasn't that funny anyway, Draco said dismissively. What do you want? Rigel turned expectant eyes on the young Griff, rather curious herself at Ginny's presence. Fred and George sent me, Ginny said, easily, not seeming the least bit affected by Draco's cool demeanor. They want their notebook back, and when I asked, what notebook? They told me you'd know what they meant. Rigel's eyes widened. I forgot. Yes, I have it back in my dorm room. Do they need it right now? Ginny shook her head, sending red hair floating about her shoulders. Tomorrow is fine, or later tonight if you aren't busy. Ginny then turned to Pansy, who had been noticeably silent until that point, and said, rather bluntly, you can talk to me. I know we haven't been properly introduced, but don't feel like you have to uphold propriety in the face of my blatant disregard of it. Unless you just have nothing to say, in which case, forget I said anything. Pansy blinked slowly, then smiled politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ginevra Weasley. Ginny, the redhead said flatly, please, if you've a merciful soul, call me Ginny. Then you must call me Pansy, the bee-owned girl said, smiling a bit wider. You have beautiful hair, by the way. Ginny made a face that was a cross between a grimace and an ironic grin. Thanks. I've always wanted short hair like yours, but my mum makes me keep it long. Something about being sick of shorn-haired children after 6 boys. It's a real pain, though. Okay, well, you've delivered your message, Draco said, trailing off deliberately with an implied, so you can go now, tacked onto the end. Ginny smirked. Thank goodness, too. Now with the business out of the way I can just hang out with you guys for a few hours. At the sour look Draco wasn't quick enough to suppress, she laughed. Keep your cloak on, Malfoy, I was kidding. See you all around. Bye, Rigel. Rigel murmured a polite goodbye in response. When Ginny was out of earshot Draco turned to her and scowled. Since when are you on such good terms with the Weaslette? Draco asked. We're not on that good of terms, Rigel said, ignoring the slight for no other reason than that it would take more hours in the day than she could spare to curb Draco of his automatic disdain for the Weasley family. I've only met her a couple of times. Well, she was awfully grabby for someone you barely know, Draco said, eyes narrowing just a tad. Rigel shrugged. She probably did that to annoy you more than out of genuine playfulness. The only thing I know about Ginny Weasley is that she's blunt, independent, and probably tougher than all her brothers put together. Headstrong shit, Draco muttered. Gets it from the Pruitts, no doubt. Nothing wrong with an independent woman, is there, Draco? Pansy poked his shoulder. After all, among the headstrong women I know I'd have to say Narcissa ranks number 1. Or maybe he just has a thing against red hair, Rigel added thoughtfully, which would be a shame, as my Aunt Lily has red hair, and I had so hoped to introduce you to her at some point. Draco shook his head quickly in the face of their expectant expressions. No, just making an observation about the girl. So we are going to meet your family then, Rigel hesitated. Yes. I just haven't worked out when exactly. Well, work it out, Pansy said. My father especially wants to talk to your father, I believe. Rigel raised an eyebrow. Is he going to threaten my father's life and limb in the event that our friendship ever turns sour? Pansy smiled angelically. Probably. Oh, good, Rigel said. That will be pleasant. Pansy laughed. Don't worry so much. Our parents know how to at least pretend to be nice to people they don't much care for, so if worst comes to worst it will be an exceedingly polite meeting. Rigel grinned. Yes, except you're forgetting that my dad doesn't get more polite when he's faced with something he doesn't like. Quite the contrary. Draco shook his head. Too bad. You're not getting out of this, so stop worrying about it and arrange it. Okay, I'll write them a letter. The next morning, Rigel received a letter from home in her scrambled eggs. That was fast, Draco said, grinning. Rigel tilted a smile back. Yes, didn't you hear? My family is psychic, so letters are actually just a formality. It was from Sirius, so she opened it right there and started to read, curious as to why he was sending her a letter when she'd just gotten one the week before. Despite Draco's teasing, there was no way he'd gotten her letter from the previous evening yet. Dear Squirt, I know I just wrote, but this is different, so don't go thinking I've gone all clingy and desperate for my kid's attention, because it's just not true at all, no matter what Mooney mutters under his breath. I have some news. Well, it's not really my news, but Lily said I could tell you anyway. Don't be mad at me for not telling you sooner either, I just found out myself. Harry's known for a while, of course, but she never tells us anything, and Lily and James wanted to keep it among the Potters until it was certain. I know you're glaring at the parchment right now and demanding I stop beating around the bludger, so here it is. Aunt Lily is having a baby. I know, right? James said he suspected for a while, since she used to crave ice mice when she was with little Harry, but Lily didn't want to say anything until she was sure she could carry to term. She's been showing for a couple of months now, but I honestly thought she was just getting a bit fat. Please don't tell her I said that. Maybe I should destroy this letter. Nah, too much work. Anyway, they told Harry as soon as they were sure, to give her time to get used to the idea of being a big sister before everyone else found out. Apparently she was very enthusiastic and supportive in her letter, which is a rare thing in itself for your cousin, so I gather she's thrilled to have a baby sibling on the way. So that's the big news around the home front. How's Hogwarts? You aren't the top of your class, are you? Because if you get to that point, it means you're working far too hard for someone so young and carefree. Can't wait to see you for the holidays. Mooney sends his love, as do James and a decidedly not fat Lily. Your aunt is due in early March, so you probably won't get to see the birth, unless you can get special permission to leave school, but you will get to see Aunt Lily waddle around the house like a giant cream puff on a pair of duck feet. With that amusing picture, I leave you. Your dad. Sirius. Rigel stared at the letter. Read parts of it again. Put it down, took a sip of water from her goblet slowly, and picked it up again. The words hadn't changed. Her mom was having a baby. A little tiny squealing thing with big eyes and little feet and the potential to become a real human being. She was going to be a sister. Harry began to smile, a small, but genuine, curve of her lips that softened her cheekbones and relaxed her eyes. She could feel some foreign bit of warmth take root inside of her, and knew, as surely as she knew that she was really a girl, that her little sibling was going to be born with a key to her heart. She liked the idea, she thought. She might be a terrible role model, but her little brother or sister would be loved, at least, and with luck they would never know anything about their big sister that would shame them. She would keep her life as Rigel locked tightly away from the new baby. Yes, she would be the best big sister there ever was for whoever the child ended up being. What is it? Draco said, a funny note to his voice. Rigel glanced up to see him staring at her peculiarly. You look so, I don't know. Weird. Different than usual. Almost fond. Pansy said thoughtfully, but more like you're anticipating something fondly, if that's even possible. Rigel's smile widened a bit further. I going to be a, she paused, hesitating, a cousin again, I guess. Draco raised an eyebrow. What? Pansy gasped suddenly. Oh. Who's having a baby? Regulus. No. Of course not. Stubborn bachelor. Bellatrix. No. That would make you a third cousin, I think. Is it someone on your mother's side? Draco's eyes widened comically. A baby. He sounded a bit alarmed. That's, wow. Rigel laughed softly. I know. It's my honorary aunt, actually, although I am related to the Potters somehow. Pansy's mouth made a little O shape. The Potters are blessed with a child, then. Oh, you must be so excited. Does Lady Potter know when to expect the baby yet? March, Rigel said, glancing over the letter yet again. No mention of boy or girl, though. A lot of women like to keep it a surprise, Pansy said. Oh, Rigel, that's so wonderful. I bet your cousin is excited to be a big sister, too. Rigel smiled again. Yes, I dare say she is. For the rest of the meal, she was lost in thoughts of all the things she could teach to a baby brother or sister. Once they'd learned to read. Of course, though she supposed they wouldn't have to be able to read labels if she just taught them what the different ingredients looked and smelled like. Rigel caught herself smiling again when Draco gave her another strange look and quickly schooled her face into a more appropriately thoughtful one. She shouldn't look that excited. After all, Rigel wasn't the one getting a sibling. After breakfast, she headed off toward Gryffindor territory to finally give the twins their notebook back. She was just about to take the secret stairway from the third floor when she spotted Ron walking up the corridor from the other side. Judging by the frown on his face and the red-marked essays he held in his hands, he'd probably just come from Flitwick's office. She vaguely recalled Ron having trouble with Charm's class as far back as their first week of the class. Then again, she couldn't talk, considering her own poor performance during that time. "Hi, Ron," Rigel said, drawing the boy's attention from his parchment. "Oh, hey, Rigel," Ron said, rolling the essays up and tucking them away. "What's up?" Rigel fished the worn leather notebook from her pocket and held it out. "Would you mind returning this to your brothers for me?" "Yeah, sure, wait." Ron peered at the notebook with a look of sudden apprehension. "Is that what I think it is?" Rigel thought his phrasing was a bit dramatic, since he'd been there when his brothers had given it to her. "Yes, it's George's notebook. The one he lent to me on Halloween." Ron shook his head quickly. "Sorry, Rigel, no can do." Rigel frowned. "Are you not going back to the tower?" "No, I am," Ron said. "I'll walk you up. Even, but no way in Wizardom am I touching the thing." Rigel looked from the innocuous notebook to Ron and back. "I haven't cursed it, you know." Ron laughed a bit humorlessly. "I'm sure you haven't. You don't know how vindictive those two can get with their things. Especially those notebooks. Not even Mum will touch them after what one of them did to Bill, and he's a curse breaker. We thought if anyone could handle the things." Ron shuddered. "Sorry, but no thanks." Rigel thought Ron must have a good reason to be afraid. No one could fake that kind of horror, but felt the need to point out, even if it was jinxed, they must have deactivated it before giving it to me. Otherwise I couldn't handle it, could I? Ron shook his head determinedly. "For all I know, it's specifically warded against family members. In fact, that would make sense, considering no one else would be dumb enough to try and steal from the twins. You keep it. George wouldn't want you trusting it to anyone else, anyway." Rigel raised an eyebrow. "There seems to be a discrepancy between what you think this notebook is and what it actually is. Do you think it contains some twin-coded secret documents or the details of all their pranks?" "It's just a message-sending notebook, and as far as I can tell, the message disappears as soon as you write it. Besides, they handed it over to me without batting an eye on Halloween, so they must not be too worried about what's in it. I mean, how important is a notebook full of? Don't tell me. Empty pages." Rigel raised an eyebrow as Ron cringed. "No more. I don't want to hear what's in there, even if it looks like empty pages to you. Wouldn't put it past the twins to obliviate me." Rigel wisely refrained from smiling with amusement. Either the twins were much crueler to their family than Rigel thought, or they had done an extremely thorough job of psychologically conditioning their younger brother to fear their ire like one might fear the wrath of a vengeful god. Either way, maybe she should return the notebook herself. "Okay, I'll hold on to it until we get to the common room," Rigel said. "Shall we?" They trekked up to the Griffin's nest, making casual conversation about classes and whether Neville's condition had changed at all. On their way past the sixth landing, they saw Filch tacking up posters with a moving picture of his cat on them and the word "missing" in large letters across the bottom. Ron snorted darkly once they were out of the caretaker's earshot, as if we don't bloody well know what she looks like. Evil thing. They reached the tower soon after, and Rigel politely hung back so that Ron could whisper the password. "Fred. George. You in here?" Ron called as they entered. Rigel glanced around but didn't see the twins anywhere. A girl Rigel thought she recognized from the Gryffindor Quidditch team stood from one of the armchairs by the fire and said, "Oi. Weasley. Over here." Ron, apparently used to being shouted at by his last name, obediently trotted over toward the fireplace, Rigel trailing more slowly behind him. Hi, Angelina, Ron said, seen my brothers around? Yeah, they're still upstairs, Angelina said, haven't left their dorm room all morning. If I were you, I'd leave well enough alone, no telling what they've been up to, but you sure as shoot don't want to be the first to find out. Ron grimaced. No kidding. Thanks for the warning. Anytime, kid, Angelina said, shrugging. Merlin loved those too, but they should come with a proper label. And a pair of cowbells for good measure, Ron muttered in agreement. Rigel shifted somewhat awkwardly. Well, could you give them this back for me? She asked Angelina, holding out the notebook once more. Your teammates with them, right? Angelina took one look at the innocent leather notebook and shivered before making an old folk sign for warding off evil across her chest. Rigel couldn't tell as she was joking or not. No way. No how, the older girl said firmly, her dark hair whipping about as she shook her head quickly. Sorry, kid. I don't do suicide missions. Rigel wanted to sigh. Why were Gryffindors so dramatic? Never mind. Then, which dorm room is theirs? Listen, you really don't want to do this, Angelina said, looking concerned. Really, it would be best to wait until another time. Their sister said they wanted it today, Rigel said, and I don't know when I'll have another half-hour free to visit your common room. Angelina looked ready to argue, but Ron just shook his head ruefully. They're up the third staircase on the right of the fireplace, second landing. Knock first. Rigel nodded even though she privately thought that Ron must not think much of her intelligence if he thought she was that stupid. She approached the correct staircase and momentarily hesitated. What if in the Gryffindor common room, the boys' dorms were spelled against girls in addition to the girls being spelled against boys? She shook off her misgivings. Probably all the dorms were designed with the same kind of precautions in mind, and if they weren't, she'd play it off somehow. After a few steps without something horrible happening to her, she proceeded more confidently to the second landing. The door looked ordinary. There wasn't anything to suggest something dangerous or unstable was lurking behind it. No suspicious smells or wisps of smoke leaking through the hinges, so that was a good sign. She knocked gently on the wooden surface. No answer. She knocked again, more sharply. As she waited, she glanced over her shoulder to see Ron and Angelina looking up at her with apprehensive expressions on their faces. She heard the door open behind her, but before she could turn back around, two hands grasped her shoulders abruptly and jerked her into the room. She felt her neck protest as she swung it around despite the speed at which the hands were insisting she travel through the doorway. A moment later, the door slammed shut behind her and she stumbled forward a bit as the hands that had pulled her in let go. Blinking, she looked up to see George smiling at her from over a large simmering cauldron and Fred moving back to where he'd apparently been chopping up ingredients on a rather nice fold-out cutting board before he'd grabbed her from the landing. Their dorm room was interesting. They seemed to have the place all to themselves, as there were only 2 beds, and Rigel thought Jordan had probably roomed with them before. Before. The beds were pushed next to each other on one side of the room, and on the other side they had quite a setup. Several cauldrons of various sizes, stacks of notebooks and scrolls of parchment, a stand-up black board that was covered with various scribbles that only vaguely resembled the rune configurations she was familiar with from her spotty ancient runes education, and even a large dustbin full of odds and ends with a large, failed, sign hanging off of it. Now that she was further in the room, she could detect the telltale smell of a heated cauldron, and guessed they had put up fumigating spells by the door to keep the scent from leaking out. Hiya, pup, Fred said conversationally as he chopped, as though they were doing nothing unusual, brewing a potion in their dorm room and pulling people randomly inside without notice. Hi, Fred, Rigel said slowly, what are you two making? Can't you tell? George waggled his brows teasingly as he paused in his stirring to wipe at his forehead. Rigel took that as a challenge, and stepped closer to the cauldron. After several minutes, she still couldn't place the bright orange concoction among any of the potions she'd studied. She looked at the ingredients lined up on Fred's cutting board and then at the labels on the empty packages already discarded. She frowned. It looks like something to quell a stomach ache, she said slowly, but the sheer amount of suppressants you have, it would have to be one seriously upset stomach. I don't think I've ever seen this combination, though. Is the potion artificially colored to look that orange? George grinned. So you think it will work to stop vomiting? Good. That's what it's supposed to do. And you'd better not have seen it before, Fred said, also grinning, seeing as we invented it. Do you like the orange? It was my idea. Is it a children's potion? Rigel asked, guessing that kids would be more willing to drink something orange than brown or gray. Sort of, George said. It's actually for a joke product, but, yes, eventually we hope to market to children. Oh, Rigel said, nodding, you guys are going into the joke business, then. Good choice. I'm sure you'll be successful. You don't mind? Fred asked, eyebrows rising. We are kind of muscling in on your family's area of expertise. Rigel smiled. Honestly, Dad and James could use the competition. You guys will definitely keep them on their toes. High praise indeed, Fred said, beaming. Fred, the bombasweet, George said. Right. Fred grabbed a bowl with crushed leaves in it and sprinkled the contents into the cauldron. So, you're not going to give away our secrets, are you? Rigel raised an eyebrow. A bit late to be asking that now, don't you think? George grinned. Nah, we know you wouldn't. And how do you know that? Rigel asked curiously. Just do. George grinned. He grabbed a lid from a drying rack by the window and set it carefully over the cauldron before turning the flame down to a low flicker. So, what brings you here? Rigel pulled out the notebook. Your sister reminded me to give this back. George wiped his hands on his brewing apron and stepped forward to take it from her. Thanks. We're so used to having these that it was a weird couple of days without it. Fred laughed. Yeah, how long's it been since we actually had to pass notes in class? Too long, George said ruefully. McGonagall nearly caught us yesterday. Is that all you use them for? Rigel asked. George grinned. You'd think that, since as soon as you write in it, it disappears, right? Well, these beauties are actually quite a bit more useful. Fred nodded. They keep everything ever written on record unless we manually delete something, but no one except the notebook's owner can access it. Well, that's not entirely true, I suppose. I can access Forge's, and he can do mine. Rigel cocked her head. Because you're twins. Does it recognize DNA? They shook their heads. Then anyone could get into one by just having our hair, George said. No, it takes the correct magical signature. It's not really that we're twins, because even twins have slightly different magical signatures, but because they're so similar, Fred and I can tweak our own signatures to match one another. Rigel considered this. It's supposed to be impossible to imitate another's magical signature. It's supposed to be impossible to bypass occlumency barriers via magical cores, too, George said pointedly. A lot of things people say are impossible aren't. They're just difficult, or can't be done by everyone. Rigel nodded. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder if family members would be similar enough to do the same thing, or if it has to be twins. And is that the same skill Fred uses to learn a spell by mimicking exactly George's magical output, or is that different? Fred thought about it. I'd say it was almost the same. When you cast a spell, your aura reflects the magic you're currently using. That's why people who are really good at aura reading can always tell if someone is using a glamour or under the influence of protection spells and the like. You can read current magic usage straight from the person's aura. Since the aura is linked to the unique magical signature of a person, to change one is almost like changing the other. They aren't the same thing. Rigel clarified. Not really, George said. It's like the difference between a person's fingerprints and what their fingers are doing. Like, if you had the ability to mimic a flute player's movements exactly, you could learn to match the finger movements with the sound produced, and theoretically learn a piece of music without even learning to read music, or even without knowing what the notes were. You don't have to have the same exact fingers to mimic like that, but it would be harder to do if the fingers you were imitating were a different length than yours, or had different amounts of flexibility or dexterity, and when your fingers played the instrument, they would still have your own fingerprints. It sounds possible for people with completely different magical auras to do the mimicking thing, though, Rigel said, as long as they had the magical ability. That's true, Fred said, but an aura is much more complicated than a set of fingers. Most auras are so different that figuring out which areas to match up with to do what magic is a nightmare. Forge and I have nearly the same magical signature, so as long as other variables stay the same, out auras are almost always the same. If one of us is doing magic, the only thing different in his aura is what changes to produce the magic, so that's all I have to change in my own magic to match it. If it was someone else, so many things would be different that only an aura master would be able to tell which things to try and copy. And even then, George continued, you may not be able to copy a lot of the aura. If you have a fire core, for instance, your magic is going to form spells differently than a water core would. And that's not even getting into light and dark and neutral alignments. Honestly, it would be less work to just learn the spell. Rigel nodded. Still, it's an interesting kind of magic. I looked into magical signature study once for a potion I was working on, but I never got far into auras. Fred left off the notes he was jotting down about the orange substance and went to rummage through a stack of books under one of the beds. He emerged with a thick but well-kept book, which he handed to her. Here, everything you want to know, and a good deal of nonsense you'll never need to know, about auras. Does it talk about how to influence your own aura? Rigel asked. She was very interested to see if there was a way to fool aura users by tweaking with one's aura, or, in her case, if it was possible to consciously project one so that she didn't give herself away every time someone like Snape sensed someone without an aura around. Only in a very vague and abstract kind of a way, George said. When you get that far, come talk to us, we can at least get you started. Thanks, Rigel said absently, already skimming through the table of contents. George laughed and put a hand on her shoulder to steer her toward the door. Go on and read your new book then, pup. See you later. Fred held open the door and Rigel glanced up briefly to say goodbye to the twins, and to thank them for the book. They waved her off, and she descended the stairs to the Gryffindor common room once more. So you're alive, Ron said, glancing over her, and no extra limbs. That's a good sign. Or a very bad one, Angela said, maybe his injuries are internal. They broke out into amused laughter and Rigel just shook her head. Those two have really got you running scared. Better to run scared than to be caught unaware, Angela said pragmatically. Smiling but not disagreeing, Rigel said goodbye and headed back to her own common room to get started on the first chapter of aura reading. She went to visit Neville in the hospital wing briefly later that afternoon, but there was only so much she could stare at her friend's unanimated form before it became too depressing for her to bear. She knew, logically, that his current state was virtually harmless. In fact, petrifaction was about the safest form of suspended animation there was, magically speaking. Still, there was some instinct, perhaps left over from some proto-human ancestor who didn't understand the theory behind magical comas, which gave her a feeling of extreme disquiet in her gut at the sight of Neville lying so motionless on the hospital bed. After deciding there was nothing she could do for her friend, for now, she went back to the Slytherin common room to get some studying done. It was becoming a regular thing for her to meet up with the other Slytherin second years and get some of her legitimate homework done, or at least read quietly in their company. She hadn't realized how distant she had been from her fellow classmates the previous year, but the more time she spent with them, the more things she realized she didn't know about them. She wasn't just learning personal tidbits, though. As she spent more time with her classmates, she realized that they all had different areas in which they were more or less proficient, and that most of them were always eager to trade knowledge for knowledge. Earlier that week, Millicent had given them all a rundown on foreign policy in the wizarding world. Her uncle was an important diplomat, apparently, and she knew the who's who of the International Wizarding Confederation quite intimately. The week before that, Theo had demonstrated exactly what being fluent in Latin could do for a person's understanding of spellcraft. He could dissect a spell in under a minute and tell you exactly why a certain incantation was used and then give a list of all the possible mispronunciations and their consequences. That night, they had all more or less settled into their various assignments when, seemingly out of the blue, Theo asked, "Why is your hair black, Rigel?" Everyone paused momentarily to gaze incredulously at Theo. "All the blacks have black hair," Millicent said slowly. "Well, yes," Theo said, "but don't they usually marry other black-haired witches?" But Rigel's mum was A.B. owned, wasn't she? Shouldn't Rigel be some mix of the two? And why does Draco's mum have owned hair? I mean, it's been bugging me for a while, because, like you said, all the blacks are black-haired. Draco sighed. If I tell you, will you never bring up my mother's looks in conversation ever again? Theo thought about it. I can't think of why I would. Okay. Then, Draco said, it's really quite simple. Pureblood genetics. He went back to studying as if that explained everything, and to anyone who had studied pureblood genetics, as Rigel had, it actually did. Theo wasn't quite satisfied, however. What's that supposed to mean? He asked. Blaze took up the explanation with a gleam of interest in his eyes. It means that in the very old pureblood families, genetics work quite a bit differently than in other families. All blacks have black hair for the same reason all Malfoys have owned hair, and all Weasleys have red hair, with very few exceptions. It goes back to ancient times when our ancestors first harnessed the wild magic and gave it shape. They were just druids back then, but they gradually learned to tie the magic to their souls and create a core that they could tap into in lieu of tapping into the wild magic when they wanted to access their power swiftly and conveniently. Once they managed to bind magic in general, they also began specializing. This is the origin of magical gifts like metamorphing and foresight. As different families unlocked the secrets to tying certain abilities to themselves, they also developed a method for passing that ability to their offspring. The knowledge is partly lost to us now, but it involved elaborate rituals for ensuring the transference of magic from one generation to the next, and a large part of it was focused on preventing the dilution of the magic. Dilution? Theo asked. Yeah, Millicent chimed in, because the thing about the magic we use is that it wasn't always ours. Our ancestors shaped it and bound it to their lines, but the magic remembers being free. Shaped magic is always trying to get free again, which is why intent is so important in spells. Given half a chance, the magic will dissipate once freed from our cores without doing anything. So if the ancients hadn't bound the magic into their very souls, it would have been freed upon their death. But magic is freed upon a wizard's death, Theo said, it gets released into the earth. Yes, but when a witch has a child, or I suppose even when a muggle gets pregnant from a wizard, the magical parent essentially donates a portion of their magic. I mean, not the magic that they use regularly, but a piece from the very heart of their core. A piece from the part of the core that regenerates the magic we use, Millicent said. So while the baby grows, that small bit of donated magic grows and develops until the baby has its own magical core. So the magic gets passed on. But, what does that have to do with the color of hair? Theo asked. It's related to the measures the ancients took to make sure magic didn't get spread and muddied among the future generations, Blaze said. They were afraid that if their traits and abilities mixed too much, they would mutate or get watered down. So they warped their own genetics a bit in order to make sure that only the undiluted magical talents would get passed on. How? Theo asked, sounding both curious and slightly disturbed. It's basically an ALLR nothing deal, Millicent said. They bound the magic in a way that forces it to select or deselect for traits completely. No half measures, and no strange hybrid traits. That's why there's never been a Metamorphagus who could only change his hair color but not his eyes, and why you've never heard of a natural Occlumens whose shields were only so-so. The magic tied to the blood creates a Thizzer that kind of genetic system. So you're either a seer or you're not, and you're either a ghost speaker or you aren't. It had an interesting side effect, though, Blaze added, because it doesn't apply to just magical traits. It affects physical characteristics, too. So if you're part of the black family, you're either going to have completely black hair, or you aren't. No mixing. Same with the Malfoys and the Weasleys and countless other families. If it wasn't part of the magic's design, all the pure-blooded families would look the same by now after so many centuries of interbreeding. On the contrary, however, each family is still quite distinctly unique. The process of inheritance is greatly skewed in favor of the dominant traits in each family, obviously, but there are recessive traits that run just as strongly in families, just not as often. So every few generations you get a black like Narcissa Malfoy, who is completely owned. The Malfoys hardly have any recessive traits, Draco put in, a bit smugly. That's true, Pansy said, nodding. If you go into the Malfoy portrait gallery, it's like looking at the same person painted 100 times over. They all laughed a bit. That makes sense now that you say it, Theo said. Everyone I know looks almost exactly like one of their parents. Not me, Pansy sighed. I got a couple of recessive Parkinson traits. How would there be any recessive traits, though? Theo asked. Shouldn't they have disappeared after the first generation of magical influence? No, Blaze said, because all of the recessive traits some families have were once dominant traits in another family. When witches marry into other families, magic generally favors their husband's traits in their offspring, but the dominant traits from her family don't go away. They get saved up over time until eventually they manifest completely in a random descendant. That's why most purebloods look so exotic. We all have extreme features, because they remain as undiluted as our magical gifts. That's also why we're called purebloods, because the traits in our blood are passed down in their entire, pure form. Nowadays, most people treat it like a moral title, but originally it just meant that, as long as we're careful about it, our magic and bloodlines are virtually incorruptible. There was a lull as Theo chewed over the information he'd been given. Rigel pretended she was still reading her book on auras, but in reality she was silently contemplating. She hadn't heard anything new in Millicent and Blaze's explanations, but somehow hearing it spoken with raw conviction from a 12-year-old's mouth was different from reading about it. She couldn't dispute most of the points, not being well enough versed in magical theory, but that didn't mean she agreed completely. There were just too many holes in the explanation. For instance, if magical children got their magic from their parents, then how did Muggleborns come about? She had read theories postulating that when families intermingled too much and diluted their magic, they wound up without enough to support a core in a child, so the child ended up a squib, with a tiny spark of magic, but not enough to be useful. Over time that spark would grow and a few generations later there would be enough saved up magic for it to reassert itself, just like a dominant pureblood trait that is hidden by another, more powerful, family's traits until it can be expressed fully again. Still, there were too many squibs born into perfectly pure-blooded families for that to make sense. Some said squibs were a result of a birth defect, which caused damage to the core in the womb, making it unusable. This damage, they said, would slowly fix itself over time and eventually spawn another magical child, who would only appear to be Muggleborn because their line was lost in obscurity. The other problem she had was with the idea that incorruptible genes were necessarily a good thing. It might be true that the wizards now had the exact same abilities and powers as their ancestors had, pure and not watered down, but it was also true that there were no new magical abilities in the wizarding community since the ancient times. All the abilities were exactly the same, and, as far as she knew, exclusively kept to the old pure-blooded lines. Still, the theory had its uses. It explained how she had gotten Parseltongue, for one thing. Someone from the first family of Parselmouths must have married into the Potter family. Since the Potter traits, unruly black hair, rather poor eyesight, and an affinity for flight being a few of the most notable, would be favored over an outside family's traits, the Parseltongue would have become recessive, biding its time until magic decided to assert the trait fully in her. From the way Draco was eyeing her, he was probably thinking along the same lines. Sure enough, when it was just the two of them in their dorm later on, Blaze having gone to the library and Theo having staying in the common room to play Exploding Snap with a few of the first years, Draco said, "So I guess that explains how you got your you-know-what. I didn't think the Blacks had ever married into the Slytherin family, but maybe someone married in whose family had in turn been married into the B-owned boy sighed. It's so difficult tracing recessive magical abilities through families. I think we've both got a cousin who is a metamorph, and that definitely doesn't run in the Black family. Can't have been the father's line, either, because I hear he's a muggle." "Oh, you mean Andromeda's daughter, Nymphadora?" Rigel asked. "I've met her a couple of times." "Really? I never have," Draco said. "Didn't even know her name, actually. Anyway, I wanted to ask you," he trailed off, and Rigel turned to look inquiringly at him when he didn't pick up his train of thought once more. "What?" Rigel prompted, thinking it was rare for Draco to hesitate in something as simple as asking a question or favor. She could tell he was biting the inside of his cheek softly, like he did when he was deciding whether what he wanted to say or do would be overly rude or presumptuous. You know, she added cajolingly, whatever it is, I'll probably agree. Unless it was a personal question, she amended silently, in which case she'd probably lie. Draco seemed to decide something, and said, wherever you go in the mornings. I go exercising, Rigel reminded him. Yes, that, Draco said, may I go with you tomorrow morning? Rigel blinked, you want to take up extra workouts as well. Are you sure? Draco shrugged, I just thought I'd see, maybe I won't like it, but I won't know until I try, right? Rigel smiled slowly, I guess that's true. All right, I'll wake you up, then. You might want to set out some of the clothes you wear to Quidditch practice tonight so you don't have to rummage around in the dark tomorrow morning. Okay. Thanks, Rigel. Don't thank me yet, she thought wryly. Despite her reservations, Draco did admirably the next morning, far better, in fact, than she had done the first time Remus put her through her paces. He awoke with barely a grumble, which was positively sunny compared to his usual pre-breakfast demeanor. He followed her diligently out of the castle and around the lake, though he sat the second lap out to catch his breath. He kept up all through the weights training, though it took longer than usual as they had to split the weights between them. His flexibility was moderately good as well. After they finished with sit-ups, push-ups, and a general cool-down, Draco gulped gratefully at the container of water she'd brought out with them and said, and you do this every morning? Unless something else comes up, Rigel said, wiping a sheen of sweat from beneath her bangs. How often does that happen? Draco asked. Well, it hasn't yet, Rigel said, conveniently forgetting about the time Blaise had helped her with the wind chime prank, which had taken too long to go running afterwards, but you never know. Draco just shook his head. So, what next? That's it, Rigel said, shrugging, now we can get cleaned up for breakfast. As there were 2 bathrooms in their dorm room now, it didn't take them long at all to get showered and changed for the day. They met Pansy in the common room, who said, you're looking a bit flushed this morning, Draco. And your hair is wet. Don't you usually shower in the evening? Draco grinned, I tagged along with Rigel this morning. Did you know he runs around the lake twice every morning? And that's just to start. Pansy raised her eyebrows, really? Are we exercising now as well? We, Rigel and Draco echoed. Pansy sighed, well, of course. Don't even think of saying it's a boy thing. If the only way to make sure I'm not left behind is to learn to keep up, then I will. What time did you leave? Bemused, Rigel told her. I'll be here tomorrow morning, then. After making sure Pansy had appropriate running attire, borrow something of Alden's, they headed to breakfast. After breakfast, Draco silently accompanied her to the common room couch and joined her in reading quietly for 20 minutes or so before classes. Later, when she started to slip away during the lunch period, Draco was there at her elbow. Where are we headed? Rigel glanced sidelong at her unusually present friend. I was going to visit Binny in the kitchens, actually. When Draco said nothing but looked at her expectantly, she felt like sighing, but said, would you like to accompany me? Love to, Draco said, falling into step beside her. Binny was as solicitous as ever, and clapped her hands with glee when she saw Draco there with Rigel. Oh. Young sir is bringing his friend Mr. Draco. This is being lovely. Come, sit here, I is getting you your usual. Ah, Rigel said quickly, actually I thought I'd try something new today. Binny turned big eyes on her solemnly, you is not liking your usual. Rigel shifted a bit uncomfortably under the combined pressure of Binny's mournful gaze and Draco's curious one. It's not that, I just thought I'd like a change, she trailed off weakly. She hated upsetting the elf, but Draco wasn't to know she ate meat now. But you is always getting the veggie salad. Binny said dramatically, and I is cutting up strawberries for you already. Rigel blinked, waited a moment for her brain to catch up, and suppressed a smile. Binny really was the cleverest house elf she'd ever met. She must have remembered that Rigel had said her meat eating was a secret, and decided to put on a charade to fool Draco into thinking exactly what Rigel wanted him to, that her diet hadn't changed at all. Well, if you've already gone to the trouble, Rigel said ruefully, giving in. At last, of course I'd love my usual. I just wasn't sure Draco would enjoy the salad. Oh, I'll have whatever you're having, Draco said easily, and he proceeded to do just that. As they ate, Binny chatted to them about castle gossip as she worked, thankfully in English, as Draco was also not supposed to know she was learning French until she could speak it passably. Toward the end of the meal, Rigel saw Draco eyeing a blueberry tart longingly, so she asked Binny for a couple, inwardly wondering why Draco seemed determined to only eat what she ate. Maybe he didn't know which foods it was okay to eat, and thought the elves needed all the tarts to send up to the Great Hall. After their afternoon classes, Draco walked all the way up to the library with her when she needed a book for a homework assignment, but didn't check out anything for himself. He conversed with she and Pansy for a couple of hours in the early evening, which was nothing unusual, but when she got up intending to brew for a few hours before bed, he got up as well, trailed after her as she went to pick up her ingredient kit from her trunk, and then followed her all the way back out until they reached the common room entrance, at which point she couldn't ignore it any longer. Draco, don't take this the wrong way, but, what are you doing? She asked. I don't know, Draco said, whatever you're doing now, I guess. Aren't you going to brew? I meant to ask, why are you following me everywhere today? Rigel clarified. Oh, Draco said, well, and I can't believe it's taken you this long to ask. By the way, I decided to spend a day doing what you do. My mother always says you don't know a person until you've lived their life for a day, and I thought that since we're friends I should know what your daily schedule is like, at least. Rigel quirked her lips with amusement. Did you discover anything interesting? A few things, Draco said vaguely, but the day isn't over yet. After you. Rigel inclined her head agreeably and led him to her personal lab. She hesitated at the door. I'm actually not sure if Professor Snape will let me have you in here. It was sort of one of the conditions for getting a lab in the first place. So was only brewing the potions Snape had approved on his list, she added to herself silently, but Snape didn't really need to know about the work she did for Krite. We should ask him first. Since Snape's office wasn't too far away, they were soon knocking on the solid wood door. Enter. Their head of house's voice came briskly through the door. Rigel and Draco both greeted their head of house politely when he raised his eyes to see who had interrupted his marking. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Black, Snape nodded to each of them. Good evening. Evening, Professor, Rigel said. I wanted to ask if you'd give Draco permission to observe my brewing tonight. Snape looked between the two of them consideringly. Only for this evening. And he won't assist or attempt to take part in any way. You will provide him with appropriate safety wear if necessary. Rigel nodded to each question in turn. Very well, Snape said. No later than 9 o'clock. Yes, sir, Rigel said. Thank you. They walked back to her makeshift laboratory, Draco grinning and Rigel glancing at Draco with concealed amusement whenever his excitement got the better of him and made him bounce on his toes. It's not going to be as exciting as you seem to think, Rigel warned him, especially since you can't help. You'll just be sitting there, for hours if you stay the whole time. Not just sitting, Draco said, still grinning, watching. Rigel sighed, because that isn't psychologically intrusive. Draco just laughed. She led him into her lab and started setting up her cauldron. She rifled through her ingredient case, which unfolded a bit like a Muggle tackle box, but when it unfolded it revealed a dozen or so tiny drawers, which corresponded to a dozen or so undetectable extension charms. All in all, she could fit about a third of the student supply cupboard in her little box, but at that point it would probably be difficult to find anything quickly. As she started on her first potion, Draco took a seat on the wooden stool she used when a potion required upwards of 100 stirs. He was silent all through the first potion she made, and only made a faintly interested noise when she set up a second cauldron and began brewing 2 batches of befuddlement draft at once. Halfway through the third potion, she looked over and asked, "Aren't you bored yet?" "No," he said, watching her hands deftly dice the ingredient she was working on. Rigel thought she was doing an admirable job of pretending her friend's assessing gaze didn't make her at all uncomfortable. She comforted herself with the knowledge that he could watch all he liked and never find a single mistake in her movements. She had made this particular potion hundreds of times since the summer. It was one of Krite's best sellers. I don't recognize this one, Draco said eventually. It's a wit sharpening potion, Rigel said, not glancing away from the fire she was adjusting. She could hear the frown in his voice when he said, "That's not in your syllabus." Rigel shrugged. Snape gives me potions outside of the curriculum, since I'll brew the others in class, remember? Draco made a noise of protest. No, I mean it's not on your syllabus. The list Snape gives you at the beginning of each month. I saw it last week when you set it on your trunk while you were rifling through your bag. Wit sharpening wasn't on it. Rigel's stirring didn't pause, but she bit the inside of her cheek silently, wondering how to respond. Hang on, Draco said, his voice rising in a familiar sign of agitation. Did you just try to lie to me by telling me an unrelated truth? My father told me about that trick, but I didn't think you would. Rigel winced, and Draco caught it. You did. How often do you do that? Rigel's rather guilty silence was probably answer enough, but she felt compelled to say, I don't like to just lie straight out, at least, not to my friends. Draco scoffed, his voice rising again in tandem with his temper. I suppose that's supposed to make it better. Maybe you feel better about it, but I think it's worse knowing that you don't even have to lie to completely deny me the truth. There was another silence in which Rigel mechanically tipped another ingredient into her cauldron. When we became friends, she said slowly, we agreed that you wouldn't expect truth from me. You said you wouldn't care when I lied, Draco. He narrowed his eyes. Yes, but not about everything. He blew out a breath and calmed himself visibly. Okay, at least tell me there's a good reason for this. Tell me you're brewing a wit sharpening potion as some vital element to your master plan or something. Tell me you aren't just lying to me for the sake of it. Rigel shot Draco a reproving glance. She knew it probably wouldn't make him feel bad about calling her lie, but it made her feel better to let some small part of her own frustration show. You think this amuses me, lying to you? That I'd do it if I didn't have to. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry you lied, Draco demanded. No, Rigel said shortly. Sorry I wasn't thinking when I decided to make this potion in front of you. Sorry it didn't occur to me that you'd even notice I wasn't supposed to be making this. I'm sorry I threw my dishonesty in your face by doing something I should have known you'd ask about in front of you. That's what you're sorry about. Draco scowled darkly. That's all. No, Rigel said, stirring the potion a bit harder than necessary. I'm also sorry I've now put you in the position where you either lie by omission to your godfather about me brewing things I'm not supposed to or else betray my trust and tell him. Draco gaped at her. For what it's worth, Rigel added, more quietly, I wouldn't blame you for telling him, considering I'm the one at fault. I don't even know what to say to you, Draco huffed. Of course I'm not going to tell on you, idiot. But I'm not happy about always being in the dark. I know you warned me, and I should have listened better, but at the time you were so mysterious and interesting, of course I wanted to be your friend. I didn't really consider how it would feel, being lied to all the time. I'm not trying to hurt you, Draco, Rigel said, I've been as honest as I can. I get it, Draco said, sighing, mostly I'm dealing with it. Sometimes it just gets to me, I guess. Sorry I yelled at you. Forget it, Rigel said, smiling tentatively, I deserved it. They lapsed into silence again and Rigel finished up the wit sharpening potion as quickly as she could. She labeled the flasks and then stored it into the drawer of her potions kit where she kept finished products. She would mail it to Krite next week with the others she'd finished. She really regretted bickering with Draco, but she couldn't tell him what she was brewing for. If on the off chance he checked into it, or more likely told his father who then checked into it, Krite might admit that his supplier's name was Harry, not Rigel, and things could really only go downhill from there. Added to that was the fact that she really wasn't supposed to be brewing extra potions in the lab Snape had granted her, and all in all it was best if Draco didn't know too much. Of course, Rigel had the feeling that Snape knew perfectly well she was brewing non-sanctioned potions on her own, but at least in their current arrangement of mutual denial, he had plausible deniability for any mistakes or accidents she got herself into. They headed back to the common room after that. Rigel had planned on mailing Flint his latest batch of essays, but with Draco determined to follow her everywhere that day, she'd have to leave that until later. Pansy was waiting up for them when they got back. So, how'd it go? She asked Draco. You knew he was going to stalk me all day. Rigel asked. Pansy nudged Rigel playfully. He wasn't stalking. He was getting to know you. I think it's sweet. Draco made a distinctly unflattered face. It's not sweet. It's practical. How can anyone get to know Rigel Black without stalking him? I'm not that bad. Yes, you are, Draco and Pansy said together. Rigel sighed. Sure, gang up on me. It's the only way to get through to you, Pansy said. When they went to bed that night, Rigel was thoroughly amused to see Draco lie down gingerly on top of his covers, fully dressed. You don't need to go that far, Draco, she said, laughing. He grimaced. Just once. I want to. Really. And maybe it's more comfortable than it looks. It isn't, Rigel said, still grinning, but knock yourself out. There was quite a bit more fidgeting than usual coming from Draco's bed that night, but eventually he fell asleep. Rigel waited until his breathing had completely evened out before slipping off of the bed once more and quietly sneaking out of the dorm with a thick roll of parchment in her pocket. She really needed to mail those essays. The next day, Pansy was so enamored of Draco's idea that she wanted to try her hand at it as well. Not following Rigel, though, but Draco. Naturally, Rigel was nominated to join in as well, so after they all went for a run around the lake, Pansy wasn't nearly as in shape as they were, so they laid off the weights and extra training for the first day. She spent the entire day doing what Draco did. It was the most frustrating days she'd spent in, possibly ever. There were whole portions of Draco's day in which he appeared not to do anything at all. Once his homework was done, if there wasn't Quidditch practice, the boy literally had nothing else to occupy his time. Sometimes I study extra material, Draco shrugged when Pansy and Rigel asked what he was going to do for the 3 hours left before curfew, and sometimes I join in one of the card games usually going on in the common room about this time. Pansy frowned delicately. I know, you don't play cards, Draco said quickly. I'm trying to think what else I could do that would still be within my normal routine. I guess we could go up to the astronomy tower. Sometimes I stargaze when I'm really bored. Rigel was thinking longingly of the hours she could be spending in her lab, but she recognized that it was important for their friendship that she stick around and experience an evening a la Draco. She supposed the stars were pretty, in a distant and ultimately irrelevant kind of a way. It was just so aimless, sitting around all evening without getting a thing accomplished. She couldn't even look forward to the following morning, because Pansy had also decided it was her turn next, and that she would show her 2 best friends a day in her life as well. That night Rigel snuck out again to try and get at least 1 or 2 of Flint's essays for the following week completed. Rigel had to remind herself several times over the course of Pansy Day that she really enjoyed her friends and didn't want to alienate them in any way, because otherwise, well. Apparently Pansy was a keen introspect when she was not the living embodiment of a social butterfly. She told them rather matter-of-factly that she tried to divide her waking hours 70/30ths between socializing and self-reflection. Rigel herself was no stranger to self-study and even cultivation, but she'd never spent time just thinking. Thinking and running. Sure, thinking and brewing. Even better, but thinking and sitting outside by the forest with all the birds and leaves chirping and rustling in her ears. Pansy flicked a blade of grass her way. Stop acting like you've never been outside before. You're twitching and we've only been out here 5 minutes. Draco shifted from where he sat cross-legged on the soft green blanket Pansy had brought out with them. How long do you do this usually? Oh, no more than an hour or 2 most days, Pansy said. Draco gave her a strange look, but all he said was, and all this time I thought you just disappeared into your dorm room to do girly stuff when you weren't around. Rigel glanced around her for the 5th or 6th time, but the peaceful scene hadn't changed. If anything, it had become more unremarkably idyllic in the past 5 minutes. Sun shining, breeze blowing, and all the other stuff that happened all the time on planet Earth. Really, what was so interesting about nature? Rigel held back a sigh, but Pansy sent her a look that said she caught the unexpressed sentiment anyway. Come on, Rigel. Just relax for a bit. It probably won't kill you. Rigel tapped her foot a bit restlessly, noticed what she was doing, and consciously stopped the motion immediately. Can I at least work on my occlumency? No meditation, Pansy said. That's cheating. The point of coming out here is to free your mind and let go of the world for a while, not send it into overdrive building sand castles in your head. Rigel subsided and willed her body into stillness, but her mind was busy making a list of all the things she hadn't gotten done in the last 2 days. It wasn't that she regretted indulging her friends and getting to know them better, but she had a very tight schedule. The only way she could afford to let 2 whole days go was if she had a plan for getting back on track immediately. Eventually her legs started cramping from being crossed so long, so she stretched them out gently, and from there it seemed only natural to recline onto her back and stare up at the sky while her mind turned over various makeup schedules for approval or revisal. The grass on the Hogwarts lawn smelled sweet, almost too sweet to be natural if she really thought about it. She skimmed trough the types of grass she was familiar with, but couldn't pinpoint which breed this springy green stuff was. Probably it was useless in a potion anyway. Somewhere between listening to Pansy and Draco's deep, even breathing and wondering if she could brew 3 cauldrons of strengthening solution at once to make up for lost time, she must have lost track of the world. The next thing she knew, a hand was shaking her gently by the shoulder and she could hear the sounds of Draco and Pansy stifling their giggles. "Rai, wake up," Pansy said, "it's nearly time for dinner." Rigel opened her eyes and slowly sat up, wincing a bit as her neck protested the lack of pillow with a sharp twinge. "Sorry, what time?" She trailed off with a yawn, much to her embarrassment. "Merlin, Rai, don't you get any sleep at night?" Draco asked. "We went to bed at the same time, got up at the same time, and yet you doze the moment someone forces you to pause in that insane quick step you call a normal day's routine." Rigel shrugged, not wanting to say that she'd actually gone to bed several hours later, between waiting for Draco to fall into a deep enough sleep, sneaking out to do homework with the map and cloak, and getting back to her bed without being detected. They went to dinner, where Draco loaded Rigel's plate up with starch and protein before she could pull it away from him. "You need the energy for tomorrow," he said sternly. "What's tomorrow?" Pansy asked. Draco sent her a look so betrayed that she sighed. "Oh, right. The Quidditch match, then." Draco narrowed his eyes in mock severity. "I'm going to pretend you were making an ironic joke." "Yes, tomorrow's the day Rigel and I crush the Gryffindor team into the ground." Draco nudged Rigel with his shoulder and she said hastily, "Yes, straight into the ground." Pansy laughed lightly. "Oh, yes, I can feel your thirst for triumph from over here." Rigel grinned. "Sorry, Pan, I'll try to tone that down for you." Draco just shook his head sadly. "No respect." Just then Fred and George sat down just behind them at the Gryffindor table and started talking loudly. "I just feel so sorry for those poor Slytherins," Fred said dramatically, sighing with affected pity. "They really aren't going to know what hit them. Especially those ickle second years," George agreed blithely. Rigel could hear the smile in his voice as he went on. "What's that new beater's name again? Scrawny little thing, isn't he? We'll have to show him how a real beater handles his bludger." Rigel glanced over her shoulder nonchalantly, took in the twin faces grinning mischievously at her from over their own shoulders, and said gravely, "It probably isn't a good idea to offer to show impressionable young boys how to handle their balls. People might get the wrong idea." She turned back around and politely ignored the twins' spluttering guffawing. Pansy was looking mildly disapproving, but amused nonetheless. Draco nudged Rigel's arm again. "Good one, if a little crude for the table." Rigel shrugged. It was the exact joke Uncle Sirius had made once when James and he were teaching Archie and she how to play the sport. The joke was a bit beyond her usual tastes, but just shocking enough to disarm any further attempts the twins might make to goad she and Draco into getting offended. Draco frankly didn't need the nettling the night before his first big game. The next day, Draco spent his lunch cheerfully consuming a large amount of what he called energy foods, and Rigel was mentally psyching herself up for her first real Quidditch match. It would begin in an hour, just as the day reached its warmest, and she was a bit nervous. She'd played on casual teams as a kid with Archie in the Flying Tykes League, but never in front of so large an audience or with so much pressure riding on victory. If there was one thing that nearly everyone in Hogwarts agreed upon, it was that house pride mattered. A lot. Just as they were about to head down to the locker rooms, Snape stopped by their table on his way out of the hall. He greeted the three of them, then said, "Mr. Black, are you fit to compete today?" Rigel blinked. "Sir, you are certain you are not ill this morning?" Snape prompted, a tad impatiently. Rigel nodded slowly. "Yes, sir. I haven't been sick all semester." Snape frowned. "You did not frequent your lab either of the past 2 nights." How did Draco began, but Snape cut him off. "I have a ward installed across the threshold that clocks the hours Mr. Black spends in his lab. It is to prevent him from overworking himself," the potions master explained, "and every night without fail Mr. Black spends at least a couple of hours brewing, but for 2 nights in a row he didn't step a foot over the doorway. I presumed he had been ill." "As if that would have stopped him," Draco said. "No, Rigel was with Pansy and I the last 2 nights. We didn't let him brew." "Ah." Snape raised an eyebrow, but made no further comment. "See that you aren't late to the match, then, Mr. Black." "Good luck, Draco." "Thank you, Professor Snape," Draco said, practically glowing. Snape swept away and Pansy said thoughtfully, "He's awfully protective of you." "He's my godfather." Draco shrugged, then paused. "Oh, you meant Rigel, didn't you?" "He's invested a lot of time and knowledge already in me," Rigel said, shrugging. "If I die because I stubbornly insisted on playing a dangerous sport while ill, he'll have wasted it all." Pansy sighed and Draco snorted, but neither had time to contradict her. "We've got to go," Draco said. "Tell my parents I'll see them after the match, okay?" Pansy nodded dutifully. She would once again be keeping the Malfoys company in the staff box for the first game of the year. Rigel and Draco got to locker room just as Flint began counting heads. When he saw them, he nodded, and jerked his thumb toward the changing rooms. There were 2 locker rooms at Hogwarts, A and B. During flying classes, Madame Hooch split the students by say, and had girls in one and boys in another. Before Quidditch matches, however, it was too much of a risk to mix the teams, so one team was assigned to A and the other to B. Each locker room had a large space by the door where teams could meet and collaborate, a changing area where the lockers were located for keeping a player's street clothes until the game was over, and a bathroom. Because the locker rooms were co-ed sometimes, the toilets and showers all had stalls with locks on the inside. Traditionally, the girls on the team changed in the stalls and the boys changed wherever they felt like it. As such, girls who joined Quidditch teams got used to seeing boys in boxers pretty fast. Draco claimed a locker and started pulling his robes over his head, while Rigel took her own bag and made a beeline for the stalls. Draco called over his shoulder, "No time for that, Rigel, we're going to be late." Rigel just kept walking. The Gryffindor team is always late to the pitch. Their captain gives epic pre-match speeches or something, right? Draco made a noise of indifferent agreement, and Rigel quickly bolted a stall closed behind her before changing into her team robes. Once she was attired, she joined Draco and the others in the meeting area, grabbed her broom from Draco's hand, and accepted her usual bat from Bull with a nod of thanks. "All right, snakes, listen up," Flint said. "We're going to win today, because if we don't I'll have you practicing in sandstorms for a week straight, complete with blistering heat and swarms of sand fleas. And questions." They all shook their heads mutely. Any questions they had at that point would be useless. Flint had already drilled them in every strategy they were going to use against Gryffindor, and rehashing them now would only bore them and take the edge off of their competitive spirit. "Good. Move out, then." Flint led them out onto the pitch, and, sure enough, the Gryffindors weren't yet present. Madame Hooch shook her head exasperatedly and headed off to Harry Wood into getting his team onto the field. A few minutes later, Madame Hooch blew the whistle and the game began. Draco shot off immediately towards the sky, looking to get a bird's-eye view and scan for the snitch as soon as possible. The chasers were crowding around where the quaffle had been released by Madame Hooch. The first few minutes of possession were very important, and the 2 teams' chasers were squabbling over it like chickens fighting in a co-op for a piece of corn. The quaffle was batted between them like a punctured balloon, shooting every which way as each team tried to deflect it from the other. It was getting harder to tell who was who in the blur of green and red. Bull, it seemed, finally got fed up with it. He gave a sharp whistle that echoed a bit eerily across the field. The Slytherin chasers immediately scattered, and not a moment too soon. A bludger, hit by Bowl, came careening through where the Gryffindor chasers were looking momentarily surprised, then panicked. All three of the Gryffindor chasers darted out of the bludger's way at the last second, but the B-owned one, Spinette, if this year's new commentator was correct, lost her hold on the quaffle when a Slytherin chaser surprised her immediately after she escaped the bludger. He knocked it from her hands and into the arms of yet another Slytherin chaser. Honestly, Rigel couldn't tell who from where she was hovering. Another whistle sounded across the pitch, this one two-toned, and coming from Flint. That was his whistle that meant, "Get your head in the game," and Rigel could only assume it was aimed at her, since she had yet to actually do anything. Right. The whistle system, she thought as she streaked off to find her own bludger to wrangle, was a bit annoying, if admittedly rather clever. Everyone on the team was required to learn a selective sonorous charm that only responded to whistles. It wasn't illegal to use little spells like this during a match, far from it. Seekers used spells to keep rain from their eyes all the time, especially if they wore glasses. It was allowed as long as the spells didn't enhance your senses beyond normal capacity, improve your own reaction time, or hinder your opponent in any way. Flint had decided on whistle signals, so that everyone could respond to them without looking. Rigel rather thought it was a direct response to the hand signals Wood had devised for his own team the previous year. Rigel had just corralled her bludger when a pair of twin red blurs swooped behind her, just between her back and the bludger's front. Rigel frowned, as unavoidably the bludger's homing charm kicked in and it swerved away from her and toward the Weasley twins, who immediately led it off in a direction they could hit from without interference. Ruefully, she recognized that it was her fault for not letting the bludger follow her closely enough to avoid having it stolen. Intending to make up for her mistake, Rigel surveyed the field and leaned forward on her broom to shoot toward the other side of the pitch, where they twins would be most likely to target. That was where the Slytherin chasers were currently dodging and weaving around the Gryffindor goalposts, trying to get a chance to score without Wood blocking every attempt. A glance over her shoulder told her the twins were still corralling the bludger, which would give her a few seconds head start. Good, otherwise she wouldn't be able to outrun the bludger to its destination. When she heard the crack of a bat, she whipped her head around to see that Bowl, who had gotten hold of the other bludger, had smacked it toward the twins. Rigel saw one of the Weasleys break off to defend against the bludger Bowl sent at them, but the other one had lined up his shot and proceeded to whack his own bludger directly at Flint, who was holding the quaffle under one arm and flying in tight circles around Wood, probably trying to dizzy the other boy into disorientation and also keep the Gryffindor chasers from getting too close, lest they block their own keeper's ability to defend. Keepers functioned best with room, after all. She sent out her own tentative whistle, one that meant, caution, difficult maneuver. It wouldn't make Flint stop what he was doing, but it would let him know that someone else was going to be involved in the play shortly. She heard the crack of a bat and turned to face the shot. She knew she had only seconds to calculate the trajectory and intercept it. A bludger moving on its own was fast, and a bludger propelled by a beater's bat was even faster. Wood had seen the bludger and was ducking out of the way, but Flint, who was facing the other way, either didn't notice Wood's retreat, cared more about scoring the goal than avoiding the bludger, or assumed one of his beaters was going to deal with it. Probably a combination of the latter two. He stayed right where he was and used the room Wood's retreat had granted him to line up his shot carefully. Rigel estimated the bludger would hit him about half a second before he released the quaffle, but she was already moving, placing herself between her captain and the bludger and swinging her own bat with a resounding crack. The bludger sped toward Bowl, who nodded to her from across the pitch and took control of it with a series of light taps from his own bat. The game went on, the Gryffindor chasers proving once again why the Gryffindor team did so well despite having a general bad luck streak with Seekers. The twins had the audacity to grin at her cheerfully whenever their paths crossed, usually right before they stole her bludger or beater blocked her, a maneuver in which one beater prevents the other team's beater from hitting a bludger so that his own team's other beater can close in on it. She sent them long-suffering looks in return, which only made them grin harder. She gave Draco an encouraging look the one time she was close enough to be sure he could make out her facial expression. Fred had hit a bludger half-heartedly toward Draco, simply because there were no other advantageous shots open, and Rigel had to chase after the bludger and distract it so Draco could continue his search for the snitch uninterrupted. Her friend was looking rather stressed as he circled the pitch. She knew he was nervous about his first game, and it probably didn't help that his father and mother were up in the stands watching. Bull was by far the more aggressive between the two of them, so Rigel mostly concentrated on defensive beatering, while Bull took care of the shots against the other team. It wasn't that she didn't have the stomach to hit another player. Honestly, it was part of the game, and the odds favored the other player dodging rather than taking the hit anyway. It was just difficult to attack and defend at the same time, so they split the work comfortably between them. A half hour later, Gryffindor was up 70-40, but Rigel still felt a bit proud of herself that no Slytherin had even come close to being hit by a bludger all game, despite the Weasley twins' best efforts. They could keep her from controlling the bludgers, but they couldn't stop her from stopping their shots unless one of them seriously detained her while the other went for her team. They did try it once, with George attempting to keep her on one side of the pitch while Fred hit a bludger toward the Slytherin chasers, but there was too much space in the air to corral a player with only one person successfully, and besides that Bull simply picked the bludger out of its trajectory and sent it straight toward she and George, forcing George to break off from her and smack the bludger away with his bat or else let them both get hit. Gryffindor had just scored yet another goal, bringing the score to 80-40, when Rigel caught sight of Draco plummeting to the earth out of the corner of her eye. Her brain told her he was diving, probably having spotted the snitch, but her eyes snapped around just to be sure. It was funny how the stadium seemed to hold its breath once the snitch was spotted. The Gryffindor seeker quickly closed in on Draco's position, joining the dive, only to swerve just as quickly when the snitch did a random direction change. Draco and the other seeker both streaked off toward the goalposts after the tiny thing, and Rigel tore her eyes away to scan the pitch for the bludgers. One of them Bull had under control, and the other one was flying aimlessly not too far from where she was, so Rigel headed over to corral that one as well. It was always a good idea to have control of a bludger, even if you didn't have a use for one yet, if only to prevent it from homing in on one of your players of its own accord. A few minutes later, as there had been no outcry of either jubilation or disappointment from the stands, Rigel assumed the seekers were still chasing the snitch. She had her bludger following along behind her docilely, as docilely as a steel-wrapped ball of pain could follow behind anything, so she continued to fly randomly while casting her eyes over the pitch once more. Bull was heading across the field rather quickly, bludger in tow. Wait. Rigel squinted, but couldn't see the bludger anywhere around Bull. She hadn't heard a crack, which meant he hadn't hit it away, so it must have been. Sure enough, it was now in the possession of one of the Weasley twins. Rigel flew closer to assess the situation, though she wasn't sure what she could do about it. Even if she figured out what the Weasley was going to do with the bludger, she wouldn't be able to fly over and defend against it while she had her own bludger in tow. She would only lead her bludger straight into the play. She followed the red-headed beater's line of sight and her heart began to pound a bit harder as she realized he was clearly sighting the seekers. It seemed obvious that that's where he'd hit it, but she hadn't thought he would risk injuring his own player to get the Slytherin seeker. That kind of calculated risk was usually favored by Ravenclaws. But, she realized as she looked at the seekers, he wouldn't have to worry about hitting his own player. Draco was clearly the better seeker, and he was steadily pulling ahead of his Gryffindor competition. In a few seconds there would be enough space between them to easily send Draco off course without threatening the Gryffindor seeker. No doubt either Fred or George assumed Draco would swerve out of the way when he heard the crack and realized where it was heading, but Rigel knew Draco better, and knew that if there was one person besides Flint on the field stubborn enough not to dodge a bludger, it was Draco. Also, Draco trusted her. He wouldn't worry about bludgers on the pitch with Rigel as a beater. So she couldn't let him be hit, but she was both too far away to intercept it and too encumbered with her own bludger to even get close enough to, oh. That was it. Draco was on the north side of the pitch. Whichever twin had the bludger was hitting from the southwest. Bull was flying across the pitch from the south toward Draco, but he clearly wouldn't make it in time either. And Rigel was on the east side of the pitch, and flying quickly toward the center, with her own bludger. She whistled sharply, 3 short notes that meant something like, "This one's mine," or, "Got it under control," depending on the situation. Bull looked to her, narrowed his eyes, but slowed down and veered away from the situation nonetheless. Rigel waited until the Weasley twins set the bludger up with a short tap and then swung his arm back for the real hit. Then she rolled sharply to the side and let the bludger pass in front of her before turning to line her own shot up. Several things happened in quick succession. First, the Gryffindor beater began to swing his bat. Then, an instant later, the crowd erupted. She vaguely realized that Draco had caught the snitch, was holding it up, and the Slytherins' cheers were astonishingly loud. But, more importantly for Rigel, the red-headed twin couldn't check his release in time. His momentum was already set, and even though the game had ended a split second earlier, his bat cracked against the bludger and sent it careening toward Draco, who was hovering triumphantly with his fist held high. No one heard the crack of the bat over the sound of the crowd. All this Rigel took in and processed in the space between second, and then she was sighting the other bludger's trajectory and letting her own arms swing forward and connect the bat to ball with a resounding thud that sent vibrations up her arm. Her bludger shot forward violently, so much force behind it that its trajectory was perfectly straight. For 2 seconds, 3 seconds, she could see nothing except the two bludgers growing steadily closer to both Draco and one another. Then, with a crack that was heard even over the roars of the fans, the two bludgers collided and Rigel's bludger, having been hit significantly harder due to the Gryffindor beater trying to check his swing at the last minute, sent the other bludger spinning off course. Both spiraled away harmlessly into open air, and Rigel relaxed, breathing a long sigh of released energy. She saw Draco look around at the phenomenally loud sound of two bludgers connecting. He looked back at the Weasley twin who had hit the first bludger, frowned, then looked toward Rigel. He seemed puzzled for a moment, then his eyes grew wide as he realized generally what had happened. Rigel sent him a thumbs-up sign from across the air, because even though it was the most cliché hand sign ever, it was the only one that expressed, "It's all good," across a distance. Draco grinned then, and raised his hand in a mock salute to her. The next moment, the chasers, who had been hung up trying to score on the other side of the pitch, descended on Draco with exuberance, and he was lost to her sight in a sea of green and silver. They all descended, more than ready to get out of the air and stretch their stiff legs. Slytherin fans were flooding the pitch, offering congratulations and admirations for the team. Draco was glowing under the approval, and Rigel almost didn't have the heart to remind him he was supposed to meet up with his parents after the game. Then she thought of Pansy's face if she let him forget, and decided Draco could be fawned over back in the common room later. She waded through the mass of people and pulled Draco out by the sleeve. "Ow. Hey. Oh. Hi, Rigel," Draco said when he caught sight of the person pulling at him. "Great game." "You too," Rigel said. "Really amazing catch." "It was," Draco agreed, grinning, "though it was almost the last thing I ever did." "Thanks. By the way, I can't believe you actually hit a bludger with another bludger." "Only you." Rigel smiled slightly. "I figured you wouldn't want to get blood all over you before you meet your mother." "Mother. Oh, mother. Yes, parents, right." Draco hurriedly smoothed his windswept hair and dusted his hands down his robes, almost forgot. Rigel thought it would be rude to point out that he did forget, and just walked calmly in his wake as her friend hurried off the pitch and up the stairs to the staff box. They entered the box to see that most of the staff had already vacated it. McGonagall sent a rather sour look at Snape on her way out, muttering to herself about unfair bets as she stepped around Rigel and Draco to get to the stairs. Snape just smirked and exuded a general air of supreme satisfaction. Pansy was still there, smiling widely and flushed from the cold. "Draco. Rigel. Well done, both of you." "Thanks, Pans," Draco said, smiling back just as broadly. "Hello, mother, father." "Thank you for coming." Mrs. Malfoy stepped forward to embrace her son lightly. "Draco, darling, that was splendid. We're so proud of you." Draco's face couldn't have possibly gotten any happier in that moment. "It was nothing, mother. Just a bit of fun." Mr. Malfoy chuckled lightly. "Are you sure this is our son, dear? I remember the bee-owned hair, but I don't think we put any humble bones in the mix when we decided to have an heir." It must be a recent development, Mrs. Malfoy said, smiling, perhaps a result of environmental stimulus. She glanced subtly toward Rigel, who pretended not to notice. Draco sighed. When I was a child and I threw a tantrum, they gave me a toy, but now that I'm winning Quidditch matches, this is how they show their love and support. Oh, the pain of growing old. Pansy laughed and even Rigel had to crack a real smile at that one. Snape merely shook his head and drawled, when your joints revolt against your nervous system and your hair begins falling out, then you may speak of the pains of growing old. This drew a smile from the elder Malfoys and caused Draco to look even more jokingly put out. Hello, Professor, Rigel said, adding her greetings to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy as well. Mr. Black, Snape looked her over briefly, you appear to be in good health after all. Were you ill, Rigel? Mrs. Malfoy asked. Rigel felt her cheeks color ever so slightly as Pansy and Draco burst into amused laughter. She shook her head, but Draco had to explain. Rigel was off his potion brewing, he said between laughs, he doesn't brew for 2 nights in a row, and Uncle Snape can only assume he's been severely ill. Almost didn't let him play this afternoon, he was so worried. Snape's, I was merely concerned for the health of one of my students, went unheeded. The Malfoys shot both Rigel and Snape amused looks, though for differing reasons. That was an excellent shot, Mr. Malfoy eventually commented. For a moment it seemed as though Draco would not walk away from his first match unscathed after all. Indeed, Mrs. Malfoy added, I feel better about letting Draco play, now that it is clear he is well looked after. Rigel shook their thanks off uncomfortably, just doing my job as a beater. The conversation moved to other things, and shortly after that the Malfoys said goodbye. As Draco and Rigel were walking back towards the locker rooms to gather their things and change out of their uniforms, they were waylaid at the door by a very anxious-looking Weasley twin. There you two are, Fred said, scrambling up from the grass he'd been sitting on. I thought you were inside. Wondered what was taking so long, frankly. You were waiting for us? Draco asked. Why? Wanted to apologize, Fred said earnestly, you know, for the bludger at the end there. Draco pursed his lips, it was you that sent it at me. No, Fred said, it was George. He's really sorry about it, and he says if you want to take it to Madam Hooch and have him written up for continuing play after the game was over, he won't contest it. He really didn't mean to, Fred added, he just couldn't stop his swing once he'd realized you already caught the snitch. Where's he then? Draco asked, raising his chin. Hospital wing, Fred said, scuffing his foot against the earth agitatedly. He sprained his wrist pretty badly trying to curb his momentum at the last second. He wanted me to tell you, though, that he really wasn't trying to be an ass or anything, taking a pot shot. Draco shifted uncomfortably. Tell your brother to forget the incident. Our families are at odds, but as far as I'm concerned this was nothing but a misunderstanding. It wouldn't be very sporting of me to blame your brother for doing his best to win, since I was doing the same. Besides, he glanced at Rigel, who blinked at him questioningly. Rigel is friends with the two of you, and he doesn't seem to be upset. Generally I've found that Rigel is a good judge of what things to be upset about, at least as long as it doesn't concern himself. Rigel sighed. You had to qualify that last bit, did you? Never let it be said that Draco Malfoy makes sweeping generalizations without particularizing, Draco said, turning his nose up in a facsimile of self-importance. Fred cracked a grin. You know, I always thought Malfoys had no sense of humor, but I guess it's just too pretentious to be readily approachable. Draco narrowed his eyes. Who, exactly, is apologizing to whom again? Fred just laughed. I've already forgotten, just like you said. Weasleys, Draco huffed. You know, I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Draco, Fred said cheerfully. Who said you could use my given name? In fact, I think you're starting to grow on me, Fred said thoughtfully. I just might keep you. Keep me? Draco spluttered. I wonder what Mum would say if I brought home a Malfoy for Christmas. Rigel, why are you friends with this outrageous cretin again? Rigel just shrugged. For the same reason I'm friends with you. Before Draco could decide whether that was insulting or not, Rigel dragged him back up to the castle, said goodbye to Fred in the entrance hall, and distracted Draco with reliving the more interesting parts of the game on the way back to the Slytherin common room. They only stayed there an hour before they had to go to dinner. Draco lingered over his strawberry tarts, so they were a bit late getting back to the common room after they'd eaten. The party was in full swing when they arrived. Someone had connected a radio to the Wizarding wireless and cranked up the volume something fierce. Rigel almost wanted to step back out into the hallway, it was so loud. Draco immediately dove into the crowd, searching among the heads of their housemates for the rest of the Quidditch team. Rigel spared a moment to look for Pansy, saw her being entertained by Rosier and Rookwood near one of the fireplaces, and then made a beeline for her dorm room. She wouldn't say no to a little peace, if not necessarily quiet, since she suspected the Weird Sisters would probably bleed through the door. She wanted to go over her own performance in the game, decide how to improve it, and then move on to one of her other projects. It was probably too loud for occlumency, but maybe she could. Oi, Black. Rigel glanced around to try and identify the one calling her among all the other people shouting and celebrating. Over here. It was Adrian Pusey. Assuming he wanted to say something inane and/or perfunctory about the game, she politely veered toward the couch he was lounging on with Bull and Bletchley. What is it, Pusey? Hear that? Adrian glanced at the other two with amused incredulity. We've just won the biggest game of the year, against our rivals the odious Lions no less, and he says, what is it, Pusey? Cool character. This one, boys. Bull just grunted, saying, nice shot at the end there, Black. Had no idea where you were going with it when you whistled. Honestly, I thought you'd aim for Weasley. It's what I'd have done, if I had a bludger. Rigel just nodded her thanks, not sure what to say besides, good game yourself. Man, did you see Wood's face when he figured out the whistling thing on that opening chaser play? Bletchley chuckled, that ought to keep Flint in visual ammunition for at least a month. Not that any of us wants to picture our illustrious captain in the sort of situation he'd require said visual stimulus, Adrian grimaced, thanks for that, Miles. Rigel must have looked a bit confused, because Bull nudged Adrian and glanced toward her pointedly. Right, Adrian grimaced, looking embarrassed, you'll understand when you're older, Black. Or not, Bletchley shrugged, depending on whether you swing your bat as freely as your father apparently did. Rigel was, if nothing else, even more confused at that point. She recognized the general superior tone of someone making an innuendo, and guessed they were talking about something depraved from the half-hearted attempt to shield her from it. Though what it had to do with Flint, Wood, herself, or Sirius, who hadn't even been a beater in school, she wasn't sure. Taking a stab at following the conversation, she said, I'm sure my father's adolescent antics are none of my business. I suppose he did settle down right quick with a witch in the end, Adrian said, shrugging. Ah, Rigel mentally nodded as she understood. Something about homos. Oolati, then. She did have a vague idea that Uncle Sirius hadn't been terribly picky in the say of his partners before he married Diana. Still, now that she had the gist of it, she rather thought she'd been given too much information about her captain. She attempted to bow politely out of the conversation and head to bed, but Adrian waylaid her once more. Hang on, Black, I forgot what I called you over for in the first place, he said, waving her closer so that he could lower his voice a bit. The thing is, I'm in a bit of a spot, and I was hoping you'd be able to help me out. Rigel tilted her head to indicate open curiosity. I'd compensate you, of course, Adrian said quickly, his cajoling tone causing Rigel to brace herself mentally for the request. If he was offering compensation up front, it must be pretty onerous. See, you know Eve. Who? Rigel frowned. You know, Adrian leant forward to say quietly, my snake. Rigel raised an eyebrow, your snake is male. Adrian waved her aside. I know, I named him Evan, but I call him Eve because it's funny. When Rigel didn't say anything to that, he added, you know, because it's ironic. Like, the Muggle creation story with the garden, and the fruit of evil or whatever. He's got it, Adrian, he just thinks Evan is a stupid name for a snake regardless, Bletchley rolled his eyes. Rigel said nothing, though it was a ridiculous name for a snake. Anyway, see, the problem is about Eve, Adrian went on. Is he sick? Rigel asked. No, he's loose. Again. Rigel blinked and Adrian smiled a bit sheepishly. I know I shut the lid to his cage thing, but somehow the clever little thing got out during the game, and I need someone good with snakes to find him. You want me to look for your snake, Rigel said, gazing around the common room. Now. Adrian sighed. We already checked our dorm room and the common room fully before the party got into full swing. I think the loud music scared it off somewhere else, but it can't get into the other dorms because of the wards up. Nothing can get into a dorm room unless one of the legitimate tenants carried or pulls it through. You think it got out of the common room somehow? Rigel guessed. Well, Adrian hesitated. It sounds far-fetched, but it could have slipped out as someone was coming back in. The wall was open for pretty long stretches when the Quidditch crowd came back. Rigel nodded as though that made sense. Even excited, Slytherins weren't exactly an unobservant lot. Surely someone would have noticed a snake moving about. So will you go find it? Adrian asked. I know there's the party going on, but it looked like you were headed to bed, right? You don't really seem the partying type anyway, and being so familiar with snakes, you'd probably know just where to look for one. I'd go to Rookwood, but he's busy trying to get Alice to loosen her. Adrian, you're rambling, Bowles said with another pointed look at Rigel. Right, sorry, Adrian said, there was some fire whiskey going around before you got here, and I know I had a few sips more than I should have. Sorry we didn't save any for you and Malfoy, but, well. Snape would have our heads if we got his precious godson drunk, Bletchley said bluntly, and that goes double for his favorite pupil. Rigel wasn't sure what to say to that, though she was grateful no one would be offering Draco intoxicants. So, how about it? Adrian pressed. Rigel weighed her options. Sit in her dorm room, trying to drown out the noise until about 4 in the morning when the commotion died down. Stay out in the common room and, she grimaced lightly, mingle. Or leave the common room altogether and go on a goose chase, or a snake chase, she supposed. She imagined how dark and quiet and still the dungeons would be right about then, and that decided her. Sure, I'll try to find Evan, she said. You owe me, though. Sure, whatever you want, Adrian said. Wait, no, I didn't mean that. Damn booze. Okay, I'll come up with something tomorrow, deal. Good enough, Rigel said. She slipped through the crowd once more and left the common room unnoticed by the jubilant Slytherins. The dungeons were as eerily cold and silent as she'd guessed they'd be, and she took a moment to just breathe in the solitude before getting out the Marauder's map. It wouldn't show snakes on it, of course, but it would ensure that no one was in the dungeons besides her. Seeing that the coast was clear until at least the Great Hall, Rigel walked as far as she dared into the catacombs of the deep dungeons, where only every other torch was kept lit by the house elves, and then started back toward the common room. She figured she'd do an organized sweep of the deepest levels to the common room, then do another sweep from the Great Hall to the common room. Hopefully the snake was somewhere in between, because if it had gotten further than the first floor in search of food or warmth, it would be much harder to find. It took her a good 15 minutes or so to reach the furthest point she was willing to brave alone, and another 20 minutes to come back, slowed as she was by stopping every so often to see if anything was responding to the hisses she sent out constantly. Any SS snakes SS down here? She called. I'm looking for a familiar named Evan. She grimaced. It sounded twice as ridiculous in Parseltongue. Can you hear this? By the time she reached the common room corridor once more, her throat felt a bit raspy from all the hissing, so she started calling less frequently, just once every few corridors she checked, making her way up towards the Great Hall. As she reached the stair to the first floor, she heard it. The subtle, monotonic speech patterns she had come to associate with the snake tongue. Coming, master. Not long now. Rip, yes, SSSO hungry after SSSO long. At first, Rigel thought she had found Evan. Then she realized that the voice she was hearing was almost crazed. There was a disturbing edge to it, and it sounded deeper than any snake she'd ever met before. The voice faded away, and Rigel slowly began moving after it. If there was a hungry snake on the loose, she should make sure it got back to its master, so it could be fed. Snakes were all well and good, but they could be vicious if denied food for too long. She couldn't hear the mystery snake clearly after that, but she caught the faintest sounds of hissing every now and then, which kept her going in what she thought was the right direction. She followed it up the stairs and across the entrance hall, up more stairs and finally down a corridor on the 5th floor. She was sure the voice had stopped somewhere around there, but she couldn't figure out which direction to head in. Just then, the sound of smooth scales across a stone floor sounded behind her and she turned, only to come face to questing tongue with Adrian's snake, Evan. "It was you?" she asked, surprised. She could have sworn she heard a different snake. "I am always SS me," Evan said, seemingly unruffled, "but what are you doing here, SS Speaker? Is it you who called the Great One? USS should be more careful, that one ISSS not what SSSHE once was." Rigel bent down to gaze seriously at the snake. "I don't understand. I was looking for you, and have called no one else. Who ISSS this, Great One?" The snake reared back to sway uncertainly. "You do not know. Then perhaps ISS should not tell you. Best not to get involved in SS Speaker affair SSS. Yes, do you have a moose?" Rigel shook her head bemusedly. "Sorry, I didn't think to obtain one before." Boom. The floor beneath Rigel's feet shook violently and she went tumbling down to meet it, completely taken off guard. "What was that?" she asked, not even realizing for a moment that she was still speaking in Parseltongue. "Two claws," Evan said, coiling and uncoiling agitatedly. "We must go now." Rigel shook her head. "There could have been someone hurt by the explosion. You go back to where you sleep, okay? Do you remember the way?" "Of course," the snake hissed, slowly moving toward the nearest set of stairs. "Sure you don't want to flee?" Rigel shook her head again, and the snake slithered off quickly. Rigel could see a cloud of dust coming from around the corner ahead of her, so she knew the explosion had to have been nearby. She was met with nothing but smoke in the corridor next to hers, but in the one after that, she found the origin of all the upset. There was a large hole in the floor. The stone had crumbled down into the 4th floor corridor underneath, and Rigel could see exposed pipes and ventilation shafts sticking out of the edges of the hole. One of the pipes destroyed had clearly been for heating something, as great gusts of steam were still pouring out of it into the corridor. And there, on the other side of that gaping chasm and barely visible through the mist of steam and dust, was a body. Rigel's heart stuttered for a moment and she scrambled quickly around the edge of the corridor, where there was just enough room for her to press herself to the wall and skirt the empty space where the floor used to be. The steam made the air hot and sticky, but she ignored the discomfort. She carefully picked her way around the hole and then dropped to her knees beside the prone form of a very still young girl. She took in the Ravenclaw tie and dark, plaited hair. It was a girl in her grade, she realized, one of the Pottle sisters. The girl was slightly dusty from the debris in the air, but she wasn't bloody or broken anywhere. She also wasn't breathing. Shakily, she put her fingers to the girl's throat and waited, and waited. No pulse. In less than a second, she wasn't in the corridor anymore. She was in an alley. It was dark, but flashes of light lit up the scene. Nothing looked like Hogwarts, but there was a body in front of her still. A blue vest stained red. Eyes going wide, jaw going slack. She shook herself out of it. Not slack. No, her face wasn't slack. It was rigid. In fact, Patil's entire body was rigid. The explosion had just gone off. She wasn't visibly injured, and even if she had succumbed to internal trauma, rigor mortis didn't set in for a few hours. It was why you had to harvest animal organs so soon after death if you wanted them to be usable in a potion, because the chemicals that caused the stiffening of limbs messed up their magical potency. Petrified, she whispered. It was the only logical explanation, especially given what had happened to Neville under eerily similar circumstances. She inhaled shakily, then glanced around the corridor to see if there were any portraits hanging nearby that she could ask to fetch a teacher. It didn't seem right to just leave the Pottle girl lying there. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed on stone and Rigel shouted, "Here! Help!" She coughed as dust from the air made a quick migration into her lungs, rasping as loud as she could. West Side Corridor. The footsteps sounded quicker and faster, and soon someone, an adult judging by height alone, appeared on the other side of the hole through the mist, before skidding to a halt at its edge. What on earth? Mr. Black, is that you? It was Professor McGonagall, wand before her, hair unbound, and wrapped up in what was clearly sleeping attire. There's room on the edges to go around the hole, Professor, Rigel said, more calm now that there was someone else to take charge. Miss Pottle, the one in Ravenclaw, is here. I think she's been petrified. McGonagall let out a little gasp, then immediately waved her wand and cast a wordless spell at the missing floor. It seemed to create an invisible barrier over the hole, because she ran straight across the empty air without wasting time picking her way around the outskirts of the corridor like Rigel had. Move aside, Mr. Black, let me see, she said briskly, bending down to put her fingers to Patil's neck herself. Rigel scooted back and took a moment to pull the collar of her robes up over her mouth and breathe deeply without fear of dust. Too stiff, McGonagall muttered to herself, not again. She is petrified. Rigel asked, her voice muffled through her robes, she'll be okay with a restorative, won't she? McGonagall's face was scarily blank. Eventually, yes. Glancing over at Rigel, McGonagall waved her wand again and all the dust and dirt in the air was vanished abruptly. After sending another quick spell at the pipe still gushing steam, that stopped as well. Rigel had a moment of awe in which she marveled at McGonagall's ability to send such tiny particles of dust into non-being so easily, and then they both turned toward the other side of the hole as more footsteps came running their way. Here, Albus, McGonagall called. Rigel didn't know how McGonagall had known it was Professor Dumbledore, but that was who came around the corner, which was clearly visible thanks to McGonagall's spell. The aged wizard took one look at the hole and then stepped deliberately into thin air, as if he could see the barrier charm McGonagall had erected as easily as other people would see a bridge. Is it the same? He asked McGonagall. She nodded tightly. Miss Pottle, of Ravenclaw. The students will need to be notified, and someone will have to see to Miss Patil's sister. The debris will have to be cleared away by tomorrow morning, and then there's the poor girl's parents to flow. Minerva, Dumbledore said calmly, please go fetch Miss Pavarti Pottle and bring her to the hospital wing. I will notify the students and the parents. The others will be along shortly to mend the castle, though I dare say the castle herself will not allow this rupture in her infrastructure to remain for long. McGonagall nodded again, and stood quickly before crossing the invisible floor barrier once more and hurrying away. Dumbledore turned to Rigel and gazed at her over his half-moon spectacles. Mr. Black, did you see what caused the explosion? Rigel shook her head. I was close, though, sir. I was just 2 corridors over when I heard it go off, and I got here as quick as I could, but I had to go around the hole, and with all the dust in the air, well, I didn't see anyone, but if they'd left from this side of the corridor, they could have gotten far enough for me to miss them before I arrived. Dumbledore nodded gravely, and Rigel thought for a moment, before adding, there weren't any footprints. When the headmaster turned sharp blue eyes on her, she explained, in the dust, I mean, before McGonagall vanished it's I could breathe. So either it was someone or something with a way to avoid leaving tracks, or are they left before the explosion occurred, Dumbledore said, an approving note to his voice. He stood from where he'd been crouched over Patil's petrified form, and waved his wand in the same wordless, seemingly perfunctory manner that McGonagall had, as though it was no more than a prop he indulged himself with when casting. His eyes traced patterns in the air that only he could see, and he said, yes, delayed bombardment spell, but dangerously overpowered, by the look of it. Someone with a lot of raw power, but little control. Rigel said nothing as Dumbledore continued to cast spells and mutter to himself. Maybe it was a Gryffindor thing, she thought, remembering McGonagall doing the same, but then again Draco muttered to himself sometimes, too, so perhaps it was a stress-related thing. Eventually, Dumbledore stopped staring into the space around them and pointed his wand at his throat before beginning to speak in a calm, even tone. Students are asked to kindly remain in their common rooms until further notice. Rigel gave a little start when his voice echoed around them in the hallway, and more distantly as well. She realized it was some kind of voice projecting spell, and guessed the headmaster's words would be heard in every part of the school while he held it. Your heads of house will be with you shortly, and until that time please listen to your prefects and remain calm. The castle is perfectly safe. The wards and foundations are steady. Please, don't be alarmed, and don't leave your common rooms for any reason. He stopped, moved the wand away from his throat, and the great echoing voice died away. A moment later, several more teachers arrived on the scene. Professors Flitwick and Sprout arrived, followed soon after by Professor Snape, who had no doubt been the farthest from the fifth floor when the explosion went off. Mr. Black, Snape scowled when he saw Rigel sitting on the stone floor beside Patil's body. His tone of voice seemed to say, in the middle of things again. Really? Rigel tilted her lips ruefully. Hello, Professor. Flitwick let out a sound of dismay and rushed across the barrier, which none of the other heads of house had any trouble recognizing either, Rigel noted. Miss Pottle. Oh. No, Albus. Petrified. I'm afraid. Phileas, Dumbledore set a hand on Flitwick's tiny shoulder. She will be all right, in time, but for now we need to get her to the hospital wing. Her sister awaits her there with Minerva. Flitwick's eyes were a bit watery, but he nodded firmly. He conjured a stretched quickly and levitated Pottle carefully onto it before levitating the whole thing away towards the nearest staircase. Sprout lifted McGonagall's barrier spell once she'd crossed, and immediately dropped down to the corridor below to begin clearing away fallen debris with her wand. Snape gestured for Rigel to stand and looked her over impatiently, injured. No, sir. What are you doing here? He asked, dark eyes boring into her. Rigel winced. I happened to be nearby when the explosion went off, so I came to see if anyone needed help. Snape growled and narrowed his eyes at her. You just happened to be on the fifth floor, half an hour past curfew, on a night when every single other member of your house is in the common room, celebrating the Quidditch victory you played an integral part in securing. Oh, is it past curfew already? Seeing Snape's thunderous look, Rigel gulped and looked at the floor. That is to say, yes, sir. Look at me, and tell me again, Snape said with false patience. What were you doing here? When Rigel paused too long in answering, Snape took hold of her shoulders and shook her ever so slightly. Not enough to really even move her, but enough to make his point. Snape never laid his hands on his students, so that he did so only emphasized how deadly serious he was being. Don't you realize what it looks like, boy? He said, lowering his voice so that Sprout and Dumbledore couldn't hear his every word so clearly, a Slytherin found alone at the scene of a grisly crime. I suppose Minerva found you first, seeing as she's already come and gone. Professor McGonagall is the most level-headed of her kind, yet even she cannot always quell the impulse to look to Slytherin when things go wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, Rigel protested, except for being out past curfew, and I really didn't realize it was that late. It doesn't matter, Snape stressed, all that matters is that you were found at the scene, without a good reason for being here. You were lucky only the faculty are a witness to this. If so much as one painting, one ghost, were to have seen you here with Patil's petrified form, the whole school would know, and you would be villainized, guilty or not. Rigel swallowed thickly. They'll know by now I'm not in the common room, if the prefects did a roster check. What should I say? Snape inhaled deeply. You will tell them, rather, I will inform them that you were consulting me on a discrepancy in one of the recipes I'd given you in my office when we heard the explosion. You remained in my office until I collected you when the commotion had died down. You didn't see anything, you don't know anything. Yes, sir, Rigel said, I'll tell them it was Spurrier's solution, in case anyone asks or you have to mention it. Very well. Snape nodded sharply. I will escort you back to the common room momentarily. Rigel waited while Snape assisted Dumbledore in some kind of tracery magic that was beyond her understanding. They didn't seem to find anything conclusive, which only increased the potion master's ire. On the way back to the common room, Snape asked her once more, what were you doing out of the common room for so long that you missed curfew? I was looking for something, Rigel said, deliberately vague, and I wanted to get away from the party. It was loud and rowdy. I just wanted to go somewhere quiet for a bit, and lost track of time. Snape shot her a disbelieving look, but merely said, don't go wandering around on your own anymore, Mr. Black. Whatever the headmaster says, Hogwarts is clearly not safe at this time. Rigel couldn't help but agree. When they reached the dungeons, Snape said, you should be fine from here. Don't dawdle. Go straight to the common room and knock. The wall will be sealed shut, but the prefect will let you in if you give the emergency password. It is, Asphodel. Rigel nodded, and continued the journey through the dungeons alone. At the common room entrance, she found Evan the snake coiled miserably on the cold stone floor. When he flicked his tongue out and caught her scent, he immediately lifted his head. SS speaker. Help me, SS speaker. This SS stupid wall won't open. Open. See. Nothing. Rigel raised an eyebrow. You can't just open it by SS saying, open. You know. You have to have the password. If a snake could frown, Evan would be scowling. Can SSSO. That ISSS how I got out, but it ISSn't letting me back in. Rigel paused. She supposed it would make a kind of sense for Salazar Slytherin, the most famous of Parselmouths, to have installed a simple, easy to remember, yet accessible only to him, backup password to his own common room. Still, open. It's under lockdown, she explained, because of the explosion. None of the regular passwords work now. Then we SSS Hall freeze to death, Evan said morosely. Rigel shook her head. Come here. She held out an arm, which Evan eagerly curled himself around, and tucked him under her sleeve. Then she knocked firmly on the wall and waited. There was a short buzzing noise from the wall, like a swarm of mosquitoes, and then she recognized the voice of the head girl, Alisana Selwyn, coming through the wall through some sort of communication spell she'd never heard of. Who is it? Rigel Black, Rigel said clearly. She heard someone say, Rigel, in the background of the buzzing noise, before they were shushed. Password, Selwyn said, a bit suspiciously. Asphodel, Rigel said. The wall opened and Rigel was unceremoniously pulled inside by her collar. Why is it always you, Black? Selwyn growled with annoyance as she pulled Rigel toward the other second years and deposited her a bit roughly onto the couch. Do you know how worried you make people? Merlin, but you're a lot of trouble. Rigel straightened her robes and ran a hand over the sleeve in which Evan was twisting restlessly in a calming manner. Sorry, Selwyn. Snape detained me in his office while he went to investigate the noise, or I would have been back here as soon as it happened. You were with Professor Snape? Pansy asked, moving to sit beside Rigel and take her hand between her own. You weren't involved at all in all this commotion, then? Rigel felt a stab of guilt, but said, I was safe in his office the whole time, Pan. Nothing to worry about. Selwyn went to mark Rigel's name off the roster and Draco frowned at Rigel from where he stood leaning against the arm of the couch she and Pansy sat on. Why'd you leave the party like that? No one even knew you'd left, so when we heard the sounds of another piece of the castle being blown up and realized you weren't here, what were we supposed to think? Draco demanded, looking highly unhappy with her. I didn't like all the noise, so I went for a walk, Rigel said. Okay. So that's what you told Snape when he found you in the corridors and took you to his office, Draco guessed, voice flat. Now tell us what you were really doing by yourself in the dungeons while everyone else was having fun. Rigel sighed. I was looking for Adrian's snake, if you really want to know. I couldn't tell Snape that, of course, because as far as he's supposed to know, Adrian doesn't have a snake. So if anyone asks, I just needed a bit of air. It wasn't a waste, though. I ended up being able to ask Snape about this recipe for Spurrier's solution, which I think was miscopied when it was translated from German to Dutch. Draco interrupted her before she could really get started. Did you at least find the snake? Oh, yes, Rigel gestured to her arm, which looked a little lumpy under the large robe sleeves. Draco looked around and then leaned in, whispering, Did you use, to find it? Rigel nodded carefully. Poor thing was just scared of all the noise. Pansy made a sympathetic sound almost automatically, then seemed to realize what she'd done on behalf of a snake of all things, and giggled a bit. I'll go get Adrian, she said, standing, discreetly, of course. A few minutes later, Adrian came wandering over to their group nonchalantly. Hey, second years. So, I've been told you found that thing I was looking for earlier, Black. Rigel nodded. Do you want it now? Adrian glanced around the crowded room full of bored Slytherins and shook his head. Rigel supposed he didn't want to remind everyone that he was keeping an illegal snake in his dorm room, in case they'd forgotten. Can you give it to me tomorrow morning? Rigel raised an eyebrow. I guess I can hang on to it tonight. Thanks, Adrian said. I owe you one. Two, now, Rigel said, the slightest smile twisting her lips. The older boy grimaced. Right, true. Well, thanks again, Black. Snape came in a while later, explained the situation to the assembled students, then sent them all to bed. There were many different theories and speculations tossed around the dorm that night as to how and why two students had been petrified, and what the explosions meant, but Rigel just sat in bed quietly and kept her thoughts to herself. After all, what was there to say when a girl was lying still and cold as death in the hospital wing, while her sister probably stood over her and cried? What was there to say in the face of such senseless violence and obviously manufactured suffering? Nothing, Rigel thought as she rolled to her side, careful not to crush Evan the snake, who had curled up in a pile of coils beside her. There's nothing to be said at all. It was dark. Everything was still and silent, like a deserted corridor, and yet there was sound, faint but undeniable, shouts and screams. She could feel stone beneath her feet, and smell dust in the air, and then the stone under her feet was soft, pliant like dirt, and she could smell something burning up ahead. There was smoke and dust all around her. She couldn't see, and then she stumbled, looked down, and froze. She had tripped over a cold, pale arm, attached to a cold, pale hand that was reaching for something it would never obtain. The arm belonged to a dead girl. Long dark hair spilled out over the corridor. Her blue vest was stained red, but she had no visible wounds. Just wide, staring eyes. Rigel backed away swiftly, allowing the smoke and dust to take away her sight until she couldn't see the dead girl anymore. Then, her foot encountered something unexpected, and she fell backwards with a small cry of alarm. She landed on hard stone, but felt sewer muck splash into her hair. Dazed, she turned her head to the side and let out a short scream when she saw Neville's lifeless face just inches from her own. She scrambled away, shaking her head back and forth as his blue vest slowly faded and became deep purple, then started to drip red blood onto the floor around him. She turned away, couldn't bear to look, but was only confronted with another body in a blue vest. It was Draco, his silver-gray eyes staring sightlessly at her from where he lay petrified on the ground. Rigel let out a small sob, her breathing accelerating dangerously. Next to him was Pansy, blue vest made of finest silk, and stained irredeemably with a rusty red. Archie, Lily, James, Remus, Sirius, Snape, Theo, Millicent, Mrs. Malfoy, Blaise, Crite, Leo, everyone she knew, petrified and laid out like statues, blue vests all slowly turning red as she watched. No, she whispered, eyes full of tears she held back with desperation. No, please. She shut her eyes tightly and covered her ears with her hands, but she could still smell the smoke and dust. She shuddered, sinking to the floor and shaking her head over and over. Not real, please don't be real. I won't let them, I promise, please, please. Rigel. She shook her head, clamping her hands over her ears tightly. Not real. Rigel. All a lie, so many lies, she whispered, trembling with the effort not to cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't punish them. My fault. All mine. Please don't, not them. Rigel. Who? Rigel. Wake up. Me. Not me. Rigel. Wake. That's it. She was catapulted back into reality when a bucket of water that her shocked brain could only insist was well below freezing temperatures, despite logically knowing that to be impossible, was upended over her bed. She gasped in air and hugged her arms tightly around herself, shivering and shaking. Their dorm room was lit by the lamps, though it couldn't have been morning yet, and all three of her dorm mates were standing around her bed, various expressions of concern, fear, and tense worry on their faces. Rigel, are you okay? Theo asked. Who threw the water on me? She asked, teeth chattering slightly. Draco, who hastily stashed the bucket in his hand under his bed, said, You wouldn't wake up. We had to do something. Why did I have to wake up? Rigel frowned. She had a headache and her eyes itched something terrible. It's not breakfast yet, is it? They exchanged looks above her head. You were having a nightmare. Rigel, Blaise informed her bluntly, it was rather disruptive to both your own sleeping pattern and ours, so we decided to wake you rather than wait it out. Rigel blinked, then flushed slightly when she remembered. The cold water had sobered her brain up so fast it had blanked out the dream she'd been having for a few minutes. It was coming back, though, and this time when she shivered it had nothing to do with the cold. Sorry, she said, didn't mean to wake you. We don't care about that, Draco said impatiently. Are you really okay, Rigel? You sounded. He looked away uncomfortably for a moment. I've never heard you sound like that. Like you were really upset or scared out of your wits, Theo put in bluntly, and you were crying. Rigel immediately wiped her sleeve over her eyes, mentally groaning. Way to sell the whole teenage boy thing, Rigel, she told herself bitterly, crying over a bad dream. What nonsense. What Theodore means to say, Blaze added tactfully, is that the dream appeared to be causing you undue stress. If you are recovered, however, we can all go back to sleep. Rigel put her head in her hands and scrubbed at her scalp for a moment. Yes, thank you all. Go back to bed. I'm going to just sit up a little while. Waving her dorm mates off, she slid out of bed, ignored Evan the snake's hissed protests, slipped on her shoes, and escaped to the relatively fresher air of the common room. She sank down onto the couch and stared at the glowing embers of the fire. The nightmare had emotionally exhausted her, but she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep again now. Just as she was considering going into her mind via occlumency and doing something about that dream, she had read that it was inadvisable to try and manually suppress memories like that, but surely it couldn't hurt just once. She heard a door click open and then close down the second-year hallway. A moment later Draco walked out fully dressed, spotted her, and joined her on the couch. Do you want to talk about it? He asked after a moment of staring into the fireplace together. No use giving you nightmares, too, Rigel said tiredly. Draco just looked at her. I wouldn't mind, if it meant yours weren't so bad. Rigel winced. Was it really that bad? Draco looked away again, into the fire. We've been friends a year and a half, Rigel, and I've always seen you as the type of person who's strong, I suppose. No matter what happens, you always seem to know what to do. Nothing surprises you, and nothing bothers you. Rigel started to interrupt, but Draco shook his head. I mean, that's what I thought. Like when you broke your wrist, and didn't care enough to tell anyone, or when Jordan attacked you and we found you just sitting there on the floor, across from that guy's unconscious body, like you were waiting for us. Things like that made me think that there was something setting you apart from the normal people, the ones who got worked up over things and got angry and frustrated with the world. That's right, Rigel said wryly. You've never been around when I've snapped, have you? So you have snapped. Draco joked weakly. Yeah, Rigel closed her eyes. Snape's seen it a couple of times. That time with Jordan. If you'd gotten there a few minutes earlier, you wouldn't have even recognized me. That's the thing, though. Jordan deserved it, and Snape can handle it, but I don't ever want to be like that around you or Pansy. I'm dangerous when I'm like that. Draco looked skeptically at her. You. Dangerous. Rigel nodded seriously. There's a reason I seem so unaffected and even cold all the time, Draco. It isn't that I don't care about anything. I can't afford to let my emotions rule me, though. When they do, bad things happen. My magic isn't like yours, Draco. I don't have enough control over it. Draco scoffed. You have the best control of any of us. You can make your magic do anything. That's true, Rigel said, but there's the kind of control that lets you make something happen, and then there's the kind of control that lets you stop something from happening. I can get my magic to do pretty much anything, I think, and that scares me, but not as much as knowing that if it wanted to hurt something, I might not be able to stop it. What do you mean, wanted to hurt something? Magic can't want things, Draco said. It responds to my wants, Rigel said carefully. So I guess I mean I'm afraid of what would happen if I wanted to hurt something, but didn't really want to hurt anything. That doesn't make sense, Draco said, but we're getting off topic. I was trying to say that even though I used to think you were something separate from all the things that happen around you, I know better now. I wanted you to know that I don't think less of you, or anything, just because something in your life affected you enough to give you a nightmare. I don't know if that's something you needed to hear or not, but I wanted to tell you. Rigel looked over at Draco with surprise. Thank you. Dre, you're a really great friend. Draco smiled a bit shyly. Thanks, Rai. You're a pretty awful friend most of the time. Rigel elbowed him ungraciously. But when it counts, I couldn't think of anyone better. Except maybe Pansy, Rigel said, smiling. She's better than both of us put together. Ah, too true, Draco sighed, but that's usually the way of it with girls. They sat up and talked the rest of the night, not bringing up the nightmare or anything related to it, just joking and debating and keeping each other company until the dawn. When the light filtering through the black lake turned the windows pale green and a couple of early risers stumbled out of the common room on their way to breakfast, Rigel and Draco returned to their dorm rooms to get ready for the day. At breakfast, the school was subdued, most of the students quietly eating or whispering about the night before in tones of cautious worry. Rigel had already finished her oatmeal and was waiting for Pansy to be done with her second cup of tea when an unfamiliar owl dropped a letter on her plate. It was unaddressed on the envelope, which meant it was probably from Krite. He sent her letters every now and then that were basically an update on what she'd need to brew for the next month or so. He never addressed them and never used the same owl twice. She didn't know if it said more about Krite that he communicated like that or more about her that she appreciated it, but she opened the letter anyway just to kill time. The last 4 letters had been a simple list of potions in alphabetical order. No greeting, not even signing his name at the bottom, so she didn't think it would be an issue if she opened it at the table instead of waiting. She was surprised, however, to see that it was an actual letter, or at least much closer to a letter than Krite had ever gotten before. Kid. Got another customer asking about the brewer for my new potions. I put him off, but this one's becoming increasingly insistent. Burke needs 24 more than usual for next Friday. His Highness says hello, and asks if you'll be around for winter break. And that was it. Smiling a bit at how short and unsociable Krite's correspondence was, she tucked the letter away into her pocket. She'd have to start making more blood replenishers for the following Friday, it seemed. She mentally adjusted her brewing schedule to compensate for the extra potions, then adjusted her mental schedule for completing Flint's assignments in turn. Anything interesting? Pansy asked casually, nodding to Rigel's pocket where the letter had been stowed. Not really, Rigel shrugged, just someone I know from back home checking in on me. Pansy hummed around the rim of her teacup. Anyone we know? Probably not, Rigel said truthfully. Half-blood, not from a well-known family. Keeps to himself, mostly. Then how do you know him? Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. Met him in a potions shop, Rigel said, smiling slightly. Draco narrowed his eyes at her. You're doing it again, aren't you? That thing where you tell the truth but not really. Rigel tilted her head innocently. You think so? Our friend is impossible, Draco told Pansy despondently, and the worst part is I'm starting to not even care anymore. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning, dear, Pansy said, patting Draco on the head lightly. You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble if you'd listened to me from the start. I'm stuck with you two forever, aren't I? Draco drawled. Only until you bore us, Rigel said blithely. After that Pansy and I will find someone interesting. Or at least taller, Pansy mused. Like Rigel can talk. I wasn't the one talking. That's because you never say anything. Silence is a virtue. Silence is infuriating. You're both infuriating, so stop nettling one another and admit you're the best of friends. Pansy scolded them lightly. They looked at one another, and simultaneously sighed in defeat. Yes, Pansy. Later that afternoon, when classes were over and just as it seemed people had started to process and move past the shock of another attack, Rigel, Draco, and Pansy overheard Daphne Greengrass talking loudly to a number of their year mates in the common room. When they heard the name, Black, echo clearly over the low murmur of assorted conversations going on about the room, Rigel was all for ignoring it, but Draco scowled and Pansy drew in a slow breath before turning on her heel and marching right over to where Greengrass held court with Davis, Crabbe, and Goyle on a loveseat by one of the fireplaces. Draco followed a moment later and Rigel, after giving into a tired sigh, followed after. Say that again, Please, Pansy requested in voice whose softness did nothing to hide the steel underlying it. Why, Parkinson, Greengrass simpered, whatever are you talking about? I speak only of that which you spoke of first, Greengrass, Pansy said, not budging an inch. I would like you to say it again, to my face. Greengrass sneered, I was only saying what everyone else was thinking. Crab looked up from the cauldron cake he was eating with a frown on his face, but Greengrass silenced him with a look. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? What's obvious? Adrian Pusey had ambled up to their group and was looking between Pansy and Greengrass apprehensively. Maybe he'd hoped to defuse the situation, but Rigel could already tell that Greengrass had been hoping for that exact question, and was only going to play up her pettiness even more now that her audience was growing. Just the fact that Black is clearly the one orchestrating all these attacks, Greengrass said, tossing her hair unconcernedly despite the sudden silence that had fallen in the vicinity at the sound of her accusation being repeated, loudly, for a second time. If by obvious you mean vicious gossip you made up on the spot, then yes, you airheaded twit, that would be considered obvious, Draco ground out, venom practically dancing off his tongue. Greengrass snarled, but Pusey held up a hand as though he could physically stem the flow of enmity in the space between Draco and Greengrass. Well, insults aside, I really don't think that's obvious either, Pusey said calmly. Rigel Black has, to my knowledge, never expressed any latent sociopathic tendencies, nor any remarkably aggressive behavior at all, actually. In fact, I think if I had to pick the least confrontational Slytherin in your year, it would definitely be Rigel Black. Everyone looked over to where she was uncomfortably standing a little way away from the argument, clearly trying to avoid getting involved, and Adrian snorted, case in point. Greengrass scoffed, oh, please, Black's act is so obviously fake. You keep using that word, Pansy said sharply, when in fact nothing of the sort is obvious to anyone but you. Why do you suppose that is? Obviously, Greengrass stressed, it's because he's got you all so fooled by his innocent. I just don't want to be noticed in life. Routine. What a joke. He's always showing off how smart and talented he thinks he is, and then it's all, I'm really not that great, as if we can't see how much he loves the attention. There was a beat of silence in which most people in hearing range stared at Greengrass with a mixture of incredulity and distaste. And, setting that rather transparently insecure statement aside as well, Pusey said, rolling his eyes briefly, that still doesn't seem like a good enough reason to accuse Rigel of attacking those students. And you really ought to have proof before stating your suspicions out loud like that. Blaze had wandered over from his studying to join the conversation as well. If nothing else, it's just good prudence. Greengrass lifted her chin. Of course I have proof. Where was Rigel Black during both attacks? She looked around as if waiting for an answer, but spoke too quickly for anyone to interject. We don't know, because both times he was the last person to return to the common room, significantly later than everyone else and with a half-baked alibi at that. Draco narrowed his eyes at Greengrass. Pansy and I were with him after Longbottom's attack, and we explained why we were late. Besides which, that was after the actual attack. Rigel was in the Great Hall with everyone else when the explosion went off. The explosion was caused by a time-delayed bombardment hex, Greengrass countered smugly. I overheard Professor Flitwick talking about it with McGonagall. He had plenty of time after doing the deed to sneak down and join the rest of us. Weren't you late to the Great Hall on Halloween, too, Black? Who's late to the Halloween feast unless they're up to no good? Rigel blinked at suddenly being addressed, despite the fact that the entire conversation was about her. Yes, I was. A potion I was brewing took longer than I thought. Greengrass smiled like a cat who'd just caught a mouse and was deciding how to eat it. Oh, you were brewing a potion. How convenient. I suppose you were brewing it alone. Rigel always brews alone, Pansy said crisply, as you well know, Greengrass. I was, Rigel said calmly, but Professor Snape has a ward up around my lab that clocks my entrance and exit every night. He can attest that between the time I left the lab and reached the Great Hall, I had no time to make a detour to the third floor. Greengrass clearly hadn't expected that, but she got around it quickly. Everyone knows you're Snape's favorite. I don't think his word is very reliable when it comes to you. And I don't think second years should cast insinuations on the integrity of our head of house, Miss Greengrass. Alisana Selwyn had apparently decided to intervene, head girl badge gleaming on her robe front. Are you quite finished with your baseless accusations? Greengrass, apparently, didn't know when to quit. They aren't baseless. His friends can cover for him the first time, but no one knows where he was last night, and it doesn't make any sense for him to leave a celebration party for his own Quidditch team to go wandering around the castle. Come on, can't you see it? Underneath that vacant expression is a cunning bastard, and he's taking you in for all you're worth. That is enough. Selwyn snapped. 10 points from Slytherin, Greengrass, and don't think I won't be explaining to Snape why the first person to make me take points off my own house all year is an uppity little second year with more cheek than brains. Greengrass blanched, but stood slowly and walked with as much dignity as she could muster back to her dorm room. Davis hovered uncertainly for a moment before following her friend. I'm sure if the rest of you don't have enough to do, Professor Snape would be happy to assign more homework, Selwyn added. The rest of the onlookers dispersed, but Rigel saw several of her housemates shooting veiled looks of speculation her way. Greengrass. Words may have been openly disputed, but her goal had been accomplished by the way more than a few people looked away quickly whenever Rigel glanced toward them. Draco observed this as well, and scowled. Idiots. Don't pay them any mind, Rigel. It's obvious you couldn't attack someone if you tried. What about Lee Jordan? None of them were quick enough to pinpoint who had said it, but a small wave of questioning murmurs swept through the common room shortly afterwards. That's true. Heard he was smashed up by the time they found him. Let's get out of here, Draco said, turning to head out of the common room. Pansy put her arm through Rigel's comfortingly and towed her along after Draco. Rigel wasn't exactly thrilled that people would suspect her of all people to be behind this. She was friends with Neville, after all, but she supposed she could see where Greengrass had come up with the idea based solely on her comings and goings. Draco led them straight to the kitchens and plopped down onto one of the tables with an exhausted-sounding sigh. Strawberry tarts, he said to no one in particular, and a moment later a house elf came running over with a towering plate of them. As Pansy and Rigel watched Draco polish away 4 tarts in quick succession, they shared a small smile and Rigel felt her mood gradually grow a little lighter. Save yourself some for dinner, tonight, Rigel suggested. This is dinner, Draco said, pulling his plate of tarts protectively closer. I'm not sitting up there with all those numbskulls who think someone like Rigel could be attacking students. Don't they remember the sleeping sickness? Rigel healed half the kids in the school, just because he could, and now they think he's changed his mind and wants to kill them all. Petrify, Rigel corrected Riley. Whatever, Draco scowled. We can't avoid our housemates, Pansy said reasonably. It'll only make it seem like Rigel is guilty, and we're ashamed. Draco nodded reluctantly. 2 more, he said, and proceeded to tuck away 2 additional pastries into the pocket of nether space Rigel thought he must keep behind his teeth specifically for the storage of tarts. What should we do tonight, then? Pansy asked as they stood from the table and thanked the house elves. Binny was nowhere to be seen, so they supposed she was working in another part of the castle. I have homework to work on, Rigel said vaguely. No, you don't, Draco said flatly. You finished it all this afternoon. It's self-study stuff, Rigel said, smiling innocently. It was kind of fun, vaguely lying to Draco, now that he knew she was doing it but didn't get really upset over it anymore. Okay, Draco said wearily, playing along. What are you self-studying, then? Runes, Rigel said. Draco looked momentarily triumphant, then just come back to the common room with us and ask Blaise. I can't just ask Blaise every time I want to learn something about runes, Rigel said, amused. I'll save his help for the really tricky stuff. Sure you can, Draco said, shrugging. Blaise loves it when people ask him stuff. I swear, he's going to be a professor when he grows up, the way he gets giddy over explaining things to people. Rigel didn't think giddy was a word she'd ever associated with Blaise Zabini, but she bowed to Draco's superior understanding of the boy. All right. Let's go see Blaise. They checked the common room briefly, and the dorm room too, but the half-curious, Half-speculating glances from their housemates were too oppressive to stay for long, and they didn't find Blaise there in any case. Eventually they found him in the library, but it was times like these that Rigel regretted not being able to share the Marauders map with her friends. Blaise looked up from the book he was perusing and gestured to the empty seats at his table. To what do I owe the pleasure? Blaise, you saw us less than an hour ago, Draco said, raising an eyebrow. Why must you be so dramatic all the time? Blaise shrugged artlessly. Life's awfully dull without a bit of drama, isn't it? Dull means predictable and therefore easily manipulated, Draco said. I like life dull. What are you working on? Pansy asked as she took a seat across from Blaise, next to Draco. Nothing of interest, Blaise said with a sigh, turning another page idly. Rigel couldn't tell if he was reading it or just amusing himself with the pictures. It seemed to be a book on mythology, but Blaise tucked it away as Rigel sat down next to her. Didn't you three finish your school work this afternoon? Rigel has more studying to do, Draco drawled, propping his chin up on his hand. Pansy nudged Draco admonishingly, and he came to ask if you could help him with his runes. And Pansy and Draco came to be my mouthpieces, because apparently I am unable to speak for myself today, Rigel added cheerfully. Pansy sent her a frank look. Would you have spoken up for yourself against Greengrass if we'd let you? Rigel pressed her mouth shut and glanced away. So, anyway, Draco said, smothering an amused smile at her expense rather badly, can you spare an hour? I can spare a lifetime, Blaise sighed wistfully, sure. Do you have what you need here? Rigel pulled what she was working on from her bag, which she'd picked up from her dorm when they'd gone through. I'm trying to figure out what the required polarity for these two runes would be, she said, pulling out the parchment of the diagram she was working on to show Blaise. I know one has to be positive and the other negative, but I don't know which is which. Blaise bent over the parchment with a frown. You're right, and this is more advanced than I thought you were, Rigel. I think the rune on the east side should be the positive one, and the west side rune should be the negative one. Here though, the north rune, are you sure you need this one? Rigel glanced at the paper, that or something similar to it. Why? Because the north rune should always be a light rune. Just like the south rune should always be a dark rune, because south stands for energy and passion, while north signifies stability, Blaise explained slowly. Rigel furrowed her brow. That's only in Celtic systems, though, isn't it? At Blaise's lifted eyebrow she said, I'm sure I read somewhere that in the Chinese runic system, which follows their zodiac, the north represents changeability and adaptability while the south represents steadfastness in the form of loyalty. That's why I have the light and dark runes switched. Blaise shook his head, but the European astrological zodiac agrees with the Celtic runic system, because in astronomy the south represents fire while the north represents air. That's why the Celtic system is more accepted in European schools of thought, and why it's taught here at Hogwarts. Rigel tilted her head. I can see how fire could represent dark, being naturally energetic and volatile, but how does air better represent light? It isn't any more orderly than fire. In fact, I'd say all the elements lent toward dark more than light, simply because dark magic is closer to magic's original nature. Blaise shrugged. That may be, but you still can't use the Chinese runic system if you're using Celtic runes. What books have you been reading, anyway? It's like you jumped right into the middle and started learning random facts about runes instead of building your way up. Rigel smiled self-deprecatingly. Yeah, I just picked up whichever books looked the most interesting when I decided to learn about runes. Blaise sent her a disapproving look. I'll lend you a few of the ones I started with. That should help. Thanks, Blaise, Rigel said. She trailed off. A pair of hands were covering her eyes, and she stiffened in her seat as her magic stirred uneasily in her core. Hello. Go on then. Guess, Ginny, for indeed, who else could it be? Said from over his shoulder. Oh, get off him, Weasley, Draco said, voice tight. When the hands pulled away, Rigel could see Draco clench and unclench his jaw, which meant he was fighting strong feelings of annoyance. Ginny sighed. Again. Don't the Malfoys know how to do anything besides ruin the fun for others? Don't the Weasleys know how to do anything besides annoy people? Draco shot back. Ginny, how lovely to see you again. Pansy cut in, smiling graciously while simultaneously, if Draco's expression was anything to go by, stepping on her friend's foot, getting some studying done. Something like that, Ginny said, glancing a bit ruefully toward her school bag, which rested heavily on her shoulder, as though weighed down by quite a few books. Then I saw Rigel and thought I should tell him George is out of the hospital wing, and probably looking for you guys. Why? Rigel asked. Fred already apologized to Draco after the game yesterday. Ginny shrugged. He'll want to do it himself, of course. I guess that's it then. Bye, Slytherins. She headed off, waving at them over her shoulder as she walked away toward the history stacks. That girl is so weird, Draco muttered. That girl is tired, Blaise commented idly, looking after Ginny with a mildly interested expression. She has dark circles under her eyes, and her hair hasn't been washed since yesterday. Blaise. Pansy pinned the dark boy with a glare. You're not supposed to say such things about a lady's toilette. So you noticed, too. Blaise said, seemingly unconcerned with Pansy's disapproval. It's a bit early for her to be that stressed over winter exams. First year isn't all that difficult, and I gather she is not unskilled enough to warrant any real anxiety over academics. What could be the source of her disheveled appearance, then? It's none of our business, Pansy said firmly. With that, Blaise let the topic go with a shrug and turned back to studying Rigel's diagram, which was actually an assignment she was completing for Flint. Blaise helped her work out the rest of the kinks, which Rigel thanked him for profusely. Flint may not care what grade the assignments she turned in received, but Rigel figured she might as well use the opportunity to learn the material for real, if she was going to waste time completing it anyway. Pansy and Draco amused themselves with discussing the various parties they had been invited to over the break, and cross-checking which ones the others' parents had sent RSVPs for. By the time their stomachs lured them away from the library, the incident with Greengrass had been forgotten, and an uneventful dinner only emphasized how trivial the whole thing had really been. The next week found Rigel hurrying out of the locker room after Quidditch practice on Thursday evening, eager to get the rest of the blood replenishers finished before she had to send them off to Crite that night. Rigel, wait, Draco called as he exited the shower area. Where are you going? Lab, Rigel called back, waving absent-mindedly across the room as she grabbed her book bag, which also contained her potions kit, from her locker. See you tomorrow. He said something like, you're not supposed to, before the door closed behind her and cut him off. Rigel shrugged, thinking he was probably going to admonish her for brewing late again, but really, she had at least an hour before curfew. Plenty of time for one last batch. Normally she would have already finished the potions days before they were due at Crite's, but it seemed like lately it had been one thing after another keeping her from brewing. Still, she was close to caught up, and only needed a few more bottles to complete Burke's order. She passed through the tingle of the wards Snape put up to keep track of her movements and took out her key before pausing. The door was open. It was just open a crack, but Rigel's eyes narrowed. She never left the door open. Rigel briefly debated getting Snape, but what if it was nothing? It could have been Peeves, one of the prefects checking in on her, or even Snape himself who left the door open. She'd feel silly bothering him for no reason, so she figured she could at least see if the lab looked noticeably broken into before alerting the professor. She pushed the door open slowly, peering into the darkened lab, looking for anything out of the ordinary. It was hard to see anything without a light, so Rigel made her way to the nearest torch bracket and pulled out her wand, intending to ask her magic to light it, but as she reached for the torch she heard a soft scrape of cloth against stone and whirled around. It was too late. She was knocked to the ground with a hard push to her shoulders and a swift kick to her feet. Rigel stuck her own foot out, sweeping it toward where she thought her attacker's feet were, but her eyes weren't adjusted to the darkness of the lab, lit only in the area around the door by the hall torches, and she missed. As Rigel scrambled to her knees, she was kicked again, this time in the stomach. She grunted and gasped for air as she rolled away from the attacker. Rigel heard a voice say, "Obscuro," and then the world went dark. She wasn't unconscious, but her vision, dim though it was, vanished completely, and she could no longer see even the silhouette of her attacker. Short, she thought, but that was about all she'd had time to deduce. Rigel hunched defensively in case the intruder decided to strike her while she was blinded, but no blows came. Instead, she heard the swish of displaced air as the door to the lab was closed, though she didn't hear it latch, and a moment later her book bag was ripped over her head from its place across her shoulders. No. Rigel scowled, groping at the air in front of her. The intruder must have moved away, though, because she felt nothing. Fed up with the darkness, Rigel felt instead for her wand, which she had dropped sometime after being shoved to the ground. If she could find it, maybe her magic could help lift the obscuro spell from her eyes. She could hear whoever it was struggling with her book bag, obviously unable to open it by the way they growled in annoyance. That would be thanks to Lily's security spells, Rigel presumed, which keyed the bag to her alone. 2 quick footsteps came her way and then a hand fisted itself in her hair and pulled her head up sharply. She couldn't see, but she could feel the intruder's breath across her face when they said, "Open it." "No," Rigel said, striking out with her fists at the space beyond the blackness around her eyes. She missed again, and suspected that her attacker was simply very good at dodging, but felt the drag of hair against her hand as they moved their head out of the way. Long hair. "Open it," the voice hissed darkly. They tugged on her roots to emphasize the demand while batting away her attempts to land a blow with disconcerting ease. "Or what?" Rigel said, not about to open the bag, which held more than a few of her secrets, Flint's assignments, the potions she brewed for Krite, letters from Archie, and more. "Why do you want my bag?" A hand slapped her across the face sharply and Rigel's head turned with the force of it before stopping as the other hand pulled her back around by her hair. She could feel her cheek stinging, and a warm trickle of sensation told her that her attacker had nails sharp enough to have scratched her skin. "Open it," the person growled, "or I snap your wand." Rigel froze in her struggles for a moment. They could be bluffing, but she didn't have her wand, so there was no way to be sure. "Holly isn't it?" the voice said, cold and mocking. The more she heard it, the more she thought it sounded familiar to a voice she knew, but somehow, not. "Looks like 10, maybe 11 inches. What's the core?" "Dragon heart string." Rigel made her face go blank. "Doesn't sound like mine. I must have picked up Draco's by mistake." "Go ahead. Break it. I don't care." A cruelly amused scoff sounded next to her ear before the hand in her hair twisted. Rigel winced. "Nice try, boy, but all Malfoys carry wands of Hawthorn until they inherit their family wand of Elm. This wand is yours, and if you attempt to outbluff me again it will be a wand no longer. Open the bag." "Awful lot of trouble to get a look at my schoolwork," Rigel panted, gritting her teeth around the pain of having her scalp pulled at so fiercely. "If you wanted to copy my notes, all you had to do was." Her head whipped to the side as she was backhanded across the face once more. "You try my patience, brat. If you do not open this bag in the next 10 seconds, I will incinerate it." Rigel hesitated in indecision. Being stubborn meant losing days and days of work, in both potions and assignments, not to mention the enormous amount of ingredients in her potions kit, which would cost a pretty penny to replace. Could she afford to let it all burn? On the other hand, she didn't know why the intruder wanted inside her bag so badly, but it couldn't be for anything good. She also knew how many secrets were kept inside of it, and decided that if a little extra work and a large chunk of her savings was the price, she would pay it to keep her bag shut and away from this intruder's hands. "Go ahead," she said, eyes narrowed against the blackness pressing against them. Enough of this, the person snapped, and Rigel was released abruptly. She put a hand to her scalp to rub at the sting and kept the other defensively in front of her face. Rigel was about to try moving toward where she thought the door was, when the voice said, "Crucio." Rigel flinched violently, but nothing happened. Shaking, she strained her ears for any hint of the attacker's movements. "Damn it," she heard them curse softly, "useless piece of, unicorn hair. No doubt. Pathetic. No matter." The voice came closer, and Rigel cringed away from it instinctively. "I'll use yours, little snake." The thought of this person, this intruder, coming into her lab and using her own wand against her was too much for Rigel to bear. She could feel her magic, coiled and wound tightly in her, writhing with restless energy and just waiting for an outlet. She couldn't direct it very well without her wand, but if she could get the magic to her wand somehow. She reached out with her magical senses, the same ones she used when feeling for a nearby magical core, and searched for the familiar, burning presence of her holly wand. It was like a beacon to her magical awareness, so easily recognizable to her senses. Immediately she released her magic toward it, tossing out a rope of magic from her core as though she was running a line into a potion for imbuing. At the very same moment, the intruder, whose magical core she could also now sense directly before her, snarled, Crucio. Her body tensed, but her mind was focused on her magical senses completely. Feeling magic was like seeing with another set of eyes, ones that only saw magic and nothing else. With her senses attuned, she could actually discern the motion in her attacker's core as it stirred to life and poured an ugly, roiling stream of magic toward her holly wand, which was several feet from the foreign core. The magic traveled in a rounded arch toward the wand, and Rigel realized at once that it was traveling through the intruder's arm to get to the wand. Of course, she had time to think, and then the magic reached the wand. It was as though someone had dropped Kingswool into a cauldron full of Mordrot root. To Rigel's magical sight it looked like an explosion occurred where the magic met the wand, but she could discern no physical signs of an actual explosion. There was no bang, no heat, and although she still couldn't see, Rigel would be willing to bet there was no flash of light either. Instead, a shockwave of pure magic erupted from the holly wand and Rigel couldn't help but flinch at the onslaught to her magical senses as the wave broke over her. She heard her attacker cry out, the sound higher pitched than she had expected considering the low register at which they had spoken before, and she felt the holly wand abruptly shooting through the air toward her. She held out her hand and the wand beamed toward it like metal to a magnet. Her hand closed around it and she felt her core thrum with satisfaction and no small amount of triumph. Grant me sight again, please, Rigel thought to her core immediately. It purred in response and rose directly to the challenge, flooding through her wand and out toward her face. She felt her eyes tingle and then start stinging. They watered and she rubbed at them fiercely, blinking and trying to get her sight back into focus. It was still too dark in the lab, though, and even as she rubbed again at her eyes she heard the intruder curse and stumble toward the door. Rigel groped in the darkness, squinting at the floor, and, with much relief, located her book bag. She yanked it toward her just as the door to the lab swung open. She lifted her head to catch sight of the intruder leaving, but the light from the corridor torches was too much for her eyes, which were no doubt overdilated from both fear and the prolonged stint in darkness. A stabbing pain shot through her eyes and they teared up again immediately. She could only make out a blurred figure, in what she thought was a black cloak, darting through the lab door before it was slammed shut again. Rigel sagged against the stone floor for a moment, then hauled herself up, still rubbing at her eyes with one hand as she stumbled across the room in the dark and over to the door. She pulled it open, shielding her eyes against the low torchlight. The corridor was empty. She pulled out the map and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, but there were several dots moving through the dungeons just then, probably because it was so close to curfew that everyone wanted to get back to the common room, and her eyesight was still too blurred to make out the tiny labels next to the even tinier dots. She cursed, but tucked the map away and instead hurried down the corridor toward Snape's office, which had never seemed so far away. She groped at the handle without knocking, and yelped when her hand received a nasty shock from the polished silver. An amused voice sneered at her from through the wood, I did warn you, Albus, that if you persisted in entering my chambers without knocking, there would be consequences. The door clicked open and Snape's annoyed expression quickly melted away into one of muted shock and impatient concern. Black. What are you doing here at this time of? He broke off at the sight of her, eyes streaming, blood dripping sluggishly down her cheek, cradling her recently electrocuted hand in the other. What happened? He snapped. Break in, Rigel said shortly, in no mood to be civil, in my lab. Just now. Short of stature, long hair, middle-range voice, sharp nails. I think it was probably a woman, but it was hard to tell. They were remarkably strong for their size. It could have been a young boy, but they referred to me as though I were the young one, so I think it more likely to be someone older. Snape stared at her for a second too long, and Rigel scowled. Aren't you going to investigate? Snape stood and came around the desk. He lifted her chin and inspected her face. Are you all right, Mr. Black? Fine, Rigel said, annoyed with the way Snape was just standing there, but my lab's been broken into, and the intruder got away. I don't think they've taken anything, unless it was small enough to fit into a pocket, and I don't keep anything in the lab anyway. Snape took a moment longer to look at her cheek, before nodding and striding out the door, toward her lab. They attempted to break in while you were brewing. No, I think I interrupted them, Rigel said. They were already within when I got there to brew tonight. What did they look like? Snape asked. I don't know, Rigel said, rubbing irritatedly at her eyes again. They blinded me before I got a look at them. Snape frowned down at her. What spell? Obscuro. And it's already worn off. Snape's face darkened. That spell usually lasts an hour. How long were you? Rigel shook her head. I performed the counter curse once I got my wand back, but it was too late to see anything by the time my vision cleared up again. I still can't see much beyond blurs. Snape's brow furrowed. You say you interrupted the intruder while he was within, but it sounds as though you were the one taken by surprise. Rigel flinched as something clicked in her mind. They were waiting for me. Why else would the light have been off when I got there? So the intruder was after you, specifically, or something in your possession, Snape concluded, glancing at her sharply. What did they demand? My bag, Rigel said, gesturing to it. It's got my potions kit inside. Maybe they broke in hoping to get ingredients, and when they realized there weren't any, they stuck around to ambush me. Even to her, that sounded a little far-fetched. She didn't carry any really dangerous ingredients in her kit, at least none that couldn't be purchased in any potion apothecary in the country. It wasn't like she was dealing in black market stuff. If someone wanted ingredients so badly, they could just buy some. But no one should know of the other sensitive things in her bag. So why did they want it so badly? Snape inspected the lab, but apart from an upturned stool, which Rigel vaguely remembered knocking into when she fell, there was nothing to see. He led her back to his office, where he made her recount the entire event in as much detail as she possibly could. It was obvious he was frustrated by how little she had to go on. She tried to explain that the voice sounded familiar, but somehow not, as though it were a familiar voice being warped by something. She also tried to articulate how the intruder's core felt to her. It, too, felt somewhat familiar to her, but she had been through half the cores in the school, so that didn't narrow it down much, aside from indicating it might be someone between years 2 and 4. There was also the possibility that the intruder's core was only similar to one she'd felt before. She was pretty sure it was a fire type, but beyond that couldn't be sure. The intruder's magic had felt off. When Rigel recounted the way the stranger tried to use her wand after his or her own wand failed, Snape's face was blacker than a storm cloud. He tried to use what on you? Snape snarled, though it was obvious his anger wasn't directed at her. Rigel shivered in remembrance. The torture curse. Seemed pretty confident it would work, though it didn't. That is not the point, Snape growled. He took out his wand in a swift, fluid motion and shattered one of the glass jars over Rigel's shoulder with barely a thought. Before the glass shard had hit the ground, a second spell from Snape's wand reversed the explosion, and by the time Rigel whipped her head around to look, everything looked exactly as it had when she came in, except the air hummed a bit with the release of magic. Snape took a deep breath and stowed his wand away. My apologies, Mr. Black. Did he mention anything besides the core of the wand he attempted to use before your own? Rigel shook her head. No, he just complained about the unicorn hair, though I still think it might have been a girl. Plenty of boys wear their hair long, Snape said dismissively, but very few girls can overpower a boy physically, and there are no women on the staff who fit the description. Rigel didn't say anything, but inwardly she scowled. It wasn't exactly thrilling for her ego to admit that someone so small had gotten the better of her, especially when she'd been training to prevent exactly that sort of thing, but she wouldn't deny what she heard and felt to make herself feel better. Whoever attacked her had been strong, almost unnaturally so considering their height, but they'd also spoke, and more importantly yelled, in a voice too high to be male, unless it was a very young male. But the person hadn't acted young. They said something odd, Rigel remembered, about Draco. Draco. Snape's face went whiter than she'd ever seen it. He threatened Draco. No, not really, Rigel said. He said something that made it sound like he knew the Malfoys really well, though. I tried to pass off the Holy Wand as Draco's, so he wouldn't use it as leverage. You tried to bluff. Snape looked like he didn't know if he should be exasperated or incredulous. It didn't work, Rigel said, frowning. They laughed and said Malfoys always have wands of Hawthorn, until they inherit their family wand, which he said is Elm. Is that true? Snape's eyebrows flew up. It is. However, not many people know that the wand used by the Malfoy Patriarch is not his original wand. That narrows the list down considerably. Eventually, Rigel was escorted to the hospital wing, where she was given a calming potion and a pair of pajamas, with strict instructions to stay in the ward for the night, in case she went into shock. Rigel took the calming potion without much complaint, refused the pajamas adamantly, and tried, unsuccessfully, to explain that she didn't need to stay overnight. Madame Pomfrey was dead set against it, but Professor Snape, in a stroke of mercy that Rigel would be forever grateful for, overruled her. He took her back to the Slytherin common room himself, with instructions not to expose her eyes to bright lights for the next 24 hours. In other words, no going outside the next day. Rigel thanked Snape for his help, and slipped into her dorm room quietly. The other boys were asleep, so Rigel didn't have to bear more questions about her evening. Her emotions were muted by the calming potion, but she rubbed her newly healed cheek absently as she drifted off to sleep. She barely remembered to ask her magic to wake her up earlier than usual, since she still had to make those last few blood replenishers before sending an owl off to Crite. As her eyes drifted shut, she felt strangely detached from the night's events. She knew the calming potion was skewing her perception a bit, but was grateful for it. The last thing she wanted to do was go to sleep directly after something like this with all the burning emotions of fear, anger, and anxiety fresh in her mind. Her nightmares were, frankly, bad enough without this new addition. But then, when had things ever stopped at bad before proceeding to worse? Winter finals week was a strange mix of agonizing stress and comfortable familiarity for the castle. For all the anxiety the exams produced, they were a point of grounded reality amidst the chaotic, uneasy atmosphere caused by the shadows and fear and uncertainty lurking about Hogwarts in the wake of two obviously connected attacks. Rigel had an unexpected break during exam week in terms of her free time. She had finished all of Flint's final projects for the semester and wouldn't have to complete his winter homework until over the break. Her own tests weren't terribly challenging, and in any case Draco and Pansy roped her into studying along with the other second years, so she was more than prepared. With no homework for once, no Quidditch practice due to the entire team threatening not to show up, and no orders for Crite due until she got home, Rigel spent most of her time making sure she was fully caught up with Archie's AIM syllabus. She went over and over the material, especially the healing, in case she was grilled by one of her family members. They would board the train home on Friday morning, so Thursday evening Rigel collected all the library books she had checked out, intending to return them before leaving for break. Madame Pants shot her a nasty look when she deposited her stack on the checkout counter, and made a show of checking each one for damage before sorting it in the designated return pile. Rigel turned to go, but Pants called her back. Black. Yes, Rigel said politely, turning back around. Pants held out a book with a sniff. This is not a library book. Rigel looked at it. It was a book on auras, one of the many she had checked out over the past few weeks. Are you sure? I checked out a lot on this subject. Pants glared at her indignantly. I know every book in this library, Mr. Black. That is not one of them. Rigel took the book back puzzledly, but after a moment remembered. Ah, my mistake. Sorry, Madame Pants. The librarian only sniffed again and resumed her book sorting work. Rigel tucked the book into her bag, which she had taken to carrying everywhere in a recent bout of paranoia. She remembered now that she had borrowed that particular book from Fred. She walked up to the Gryffindor common room and knocked gently on the Pink Lady's portrait. She knew the Gryffindors called her the Fat Lady, but that seemed a bit rude to Rigel. It was Pavarti Patil who answered the door. Yes, she said suspiciously, taking in Rigel's Slytherin tie. Are any of the Weasleys in the common room? Rigel asked. Any of them. Pottle raised an eyebrow. A few, yeah. She paused, looking Rigel over. It's Rigel Black, isn't it? Rigel nodded. Yes, we have potions together, and a few other classes, I think. Pottle looked amused. I know. Then her face grew solemn. You're the one who found my sister, aren't you? At Rigel's wary look, Pottle glanced around the corridor and said, McGonagall told me, when she brought me to the hospital wing. Did you see? Rigel shook her head. I don't know what did it, sorry. Are you, well, how are you holding up? Pottle set her mouth into a firm line, fine. But when I find out what hurt Padma like that, she tossed her braid over her shoulder agitatedly, well, it won't be hurting anyone else. Ever. Rigel couldn't argue with that sentiment. Pottle shook her head as if to clear her head, let me see which Weasleys are free. She disappeared back into the common room, and a few moments later Ginny Weasley stuck her head out of the portrait hole. Rigel. Come to say goodbye to my brothers. You know they'll only accost you on the train anyway tomorrow. Rigel smiled a bit fondly. Yes, I imagine they will. I just came to return a book to the twins. Could you give it to them for me? Ginny shrugged her shoulders, and Rigel realized suddenly how stooped they were. She did look tired. Now that Rigel was paying attention, come on in, and you can give it to them yourself. They always like seeing you, and Ron's in here as well. Percy, actually, I don't know where he is. She screwed up her face to think. Oh, right, he's probably with his girlfriend. Don't tell the twins he's got a girlfriend, though, okay. They'd ruin Percy's holiday teasing him about it. Rigel nodded agreeably. Okay, 1 second. She took off her green and silver tie and stored it in her bag. Ginny raised an eyebrow. You know that's not really fooling anyone, right? Everyone knows you're a Slytherin. Rigel nodded. I know, but there's no sense in flaunting the fact that a Slytherin is semi-welcome in the lion's den. What's semi supposed to mean? Ginny shot her an admonishing look. Course you're welcome. If the Weasleys like you, everyone likes you. In Gryffindor, at least. Our family is like the Malfoys of Gryffindor. She giggled at her own comparison, though Ron at least would have my head for saying it like that. Rigel followed Ginny through the portrait hole and over to the fireplace. The Gryffindor common room was lively that night, since everyone was now done with exams and keen on spending a few more hours with their friends before break. Guiltily, Rigel thought that's what she should be doing, too, and promised herself to make this quick. Ron greeted her absently when Ginny announced their presence, being completely engrossed in a game of wizard's chess against Oliver Wood. Wood, who appeared to be losing rather badly, was more eager to embrace the diversion. Black. Nice shot at the end there, Wood said enthusiastically. Been meaning to tell you. Rigel's brain took a moment to realize he was talking about the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch game, and marveled that he could jump straight into a remark like that without reference or transition, as though everyone were always thinking about Quidditch all the time. Thanks, Wood. Your chasers are really something, Rigel said honestly. Aren't they? Wood beamed with pride, before deflating a bit. Now if only we could scrounge up a seeker like your Malfoy. Handy with a broom, that one. He'll thank you for saying so, Rigel said, amused. I'm sure you'll find one next year. Too right he will, Ginny piped up, as next year I'll be trying out. Ron wasn't so engrossed in the chess game that he didn't have time to snort derisively, for which Ginny sent him a resentful look. Good, good, Wood said, nodding obliviously. I always like a good Weasley on the team. Fred and George came bounding up out of nowhere and both slung arms around their captain's shoulders. Talking about us again, Mon Capitan. George said, grinning. I think we're starting to blush, Fred said, sighing like a swooning maid. Are we? George made a show of examining Fred's face carefully. Fred slapped George across the cheek and pointed to it excitedly. We are. That's enough out of you two, Wood said, pushing them away from him. I wouldn't trade you as beaters for the world, but thank Merlin for the few weeks of peace I'll get without you boys popping up out of nowhere like bloody ghosts. Fred gasped and clapped hands over Rigel's ears. He missed, and ended up just grabbing handfuls of her hair, so she could still hear him say, mind your words in front of the little one, Oliver. Wood glanced at Rigel, then at Ginny. Shouldn't you be more worried about your impressionable little sister? All four Weasleys snorted with incredulity. Her. Yeah, right. Have you met Ginny? What's that supposed to mean? Ginny narrowed her eyes at Fred for his last comment. You curse more than Charlie does, George said bluntly, and he works with dragons, dearie. Ginny sighed. Whatever. The twins exchanged a troubled glance and even Ron looked up from his game. A few months ago you wouldn't have hexed them for that. What's gotten into you, Gin? Ginny just shook her head. I'm tired, okay. And those two aren't worth it. You've been studying too hard, Fred said admonishingly. What for, anyway? You're smart enough to get by with just doing homework. Don't even try to say magic doesn't come easy to you. Merlin knows you've stolen Mum's wand often enough to have considerable practice at the stuff, George added dryly. Ginny shrugged uncomfortably. You know how Mum and Dad are. I'm the youngest, and the only girl, so I have to get everything perfect. A little extra studying never hurt. Ron shrugged and went back to his game, to Wood's obvious displeasure. Just don't overdo it, sis. Ginny tossed her hair over her shoulder. Don't worry so much. I'm not some helpless child. With that, Ginny flounced off toward the portrait hole. Where are you going now, Gin? Fred said, laughing. Ulri. Ginny called back. I forgot to order Mum's present, and the catalog's got to have the owl by tomorrow, or it might not get delivered before Christmas. Well then, what brings you here this fine Thursday evening? George turned to Rigel smoothly and waggled his eyebrows. A late night tryst with a pretty bird, perhaps. Or maybe he's here on clandestine business, and is even now sending nigh undetectable signals to an equally mysterious partner in crime, Fred said, leaning closer to stare at Rigel as though waiting for her to tap out Morse code on the chair next to her. If only my life were so interesting, Rigel said, amused. I just came to return this. She held out the book, and Fred took it with a frown. You've already finished it. Are you changed your mind about studying auras? It's been almost a month, Rigel said, raising an eyebrow. Of course I've finished it. Yeah, but this is dense stuff, Fred said, weighing the thick book in his hand to demonstrate, and as I understand it you've got quite a bit on your plate as it is. George clapped his brother on the shoulder. Who are we to question the awesomeness that is Rigel Black? If Pup says he finished it, he's probably read it forward and backward. George peered at Rigel suspiciously. You haven't got a time turner, have you? Rigel grinned a bit. Don't I wish? I just make good use of my time. So in other words, you treat your free time like bonus work time, Fred said flatly. We've really got to sort out your priorities, Pup. Well, you'll have to do it after the break, Rigel said, shrugging. I'll see you guys on the train tomorrow, I expect. Count on it, George grinned. Happy Christmas, Rigel, Ron said vaguely, not looking away from the chessboard. And to you, Ron, Rigel said, adding, nice to meet you, Wood. Tell Flint to watch his back come spring, Wood said casually. We'll be seeing you guys in the cup finals. Rigel agreed to pass along the message, and took her leave of the Lion's common room. She was descending the stairs from the third floor to the second floor when she heard it. Coming, please master, this time, let me kill. Rigel froze, straining her ears for more, but it was growing faint too quickly. She followed the vague sound of hissing down a side corridor, but the corridor ended in a dead end and the voice kept going. Rigel gritted her teeth and retraced her steps to the stairwell, but she couldn't hear anything after that. She hesitated, debating what to do. Should she find a teacher and tell them, what? That she'd heard a voice in the walls, and she was pretty sure it spoke in a language no one else understood, and was going to kill someone. She might not be the best sort of people person, but she knew what people would think if she said she was hearing a disembodied voice no one else could hear, and it was threatening to kill people. She was pretty sure they didn't give potions masteries to crazy people. She searched the entire second floor, and the third floor, but found nothing. There was no explosion, even 15 minutes later, so Rigel began to think that perhaps the voice was just a hungry snake, and had nothing to do with the attacks. It was really pretty late, and she still had some packing to do, so Rigel hurried back down to the first floor and cut across the entrance hall to the stairs that led down to the dungeons. Outside the Great Hall, however, she stopped dead. There, on the wall between the doors to the great hall and the front doors to the castle, hung a cat. The cat was nailed to the wall by its tail on an iron peg, and below the cat, also strung up on nails and arranged in a gruesome parody of a smiley face, were 6 kittens. They couldn't have been more than a few weeks old, and Rigel didn't have to get any closer to realize that the cat and kittens were all very much dead. Not petrified. There was no stiffness in the way they hung there. The cats were utterly lifeless, and so limp that they must have died recently. There was a metallic sweetness to the air that made Rigel put her sleeve to her mouth as she stepped closer. It was hard to make out in the dim torchlight, but there was something written on the wall above the macabre display. The message was written in blood, she realized with a cold shiver, and the words it held were even more sinister than the array of dead felines. Do I have your attention yet? I do so hate to be ignored. By now you are wondering, why? I'll make it simple. For every month Albus Dumbledore remains headmaster of Hogwarts. One more blood traitor will be petrified. If the Muggle lover isn't deposed by the end of the year. The next child who strays across my path goes the same way as the squib's precious pet. Rigel forced herself to look at the cat again and noted that it was, indeed, Mrs. Norris. With a pang, she realized that the cat had probably gone missing to go into labor and nurse her kittens. Caretaker Filch was going to be devastated. She also realized that whoever had written this message intended it to be seen by hundreds of students as they made their way to the carriages the next morning. The train left before breakfast, after all, so the house elves had the morning off. Grimly, she decided she could prevent that, at least, from happening. She moved quickly into the Great Hall, which housed portraits of all 4 of Hogwarts' founders, and stopped before the closest one to the door. Lady Ravenclaw, she spoke hurriedly, please get Professor Dumbledore to the entrance hall immediately. Ravenclaw's haughty face became alarmed, but Rigel cut her off before she could ask questions. There is no one in immediate danger, but the headmaster needs to get to the entrance hall right away. Please, hurry. Ravenclaw swiftly disappeared from her frame. Rigel saw Slytherin also sliding out of his frame, and knew he'd gone to get Professor Snape. She went back into the entrance hall and took up watch of the stairs. If anyone came down before Professor Dumbledore, Rigel could at least spare them the same sight she'd been subjected to. Barely minutes had passed before the headmaster appeared from a concealed passageway beside the front doors that even the Marauder's map didn't have marked. Mr. Black, Dumbledore said quickly, what is? No. He spotted Mrs. Norris and her kittens even before he'd finished his question and stepped forward to scan the message on the wall swiftly. Grim-faced, the professor pointed his wand at the dead felines. The nails flew out of the wall to land in a heap on the stone floor, and the cats floated gently to the ground, the babies next to their mother in a sort of horrific parody of a family scene. Rigel stood silently as Dumbledore read over the words twice more, seemingly committing them to memory, before raising his wand to, presumably, wipe the words from the wall. Before he could, however, Snape arrived at dangerous pace from the dungeon stairs. His eyes moved briefly over Rigel, flashing with some emotion Rigel couldn't name, before fixing on the bloody letters. Snape froze, looked to Dumbledore with eyes that almost seemed worried, then took out his own wand and vanished the words as though they were never there. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Thank you, Mr. Black, for alerting me to this perversity. It pains me to think of the trauma which might have been inflicted on the students, were they to have come across it in the morning. Mr. Black is a student as well, Snape said sharply, or do you mean to imply that he did not come upon this scene unawares? Rigel blinked, taken aback by how quickly Snape defended her, even though she didn't think the headmaster had meant it that way. Peace, Severus, Dumbledore said, holding up a hand. I was less than careful with my phrasing, but I meant no such insinuation. As Mr. Black was the one who alerted Lady Ravenclaw, he is not currently under suspicion for this act. Not to mention this deed was done very recently. Dumbledore gestured to the blood, still wet on the walls, and yet Mr. Black has not a speck of blood on him. No, I do not suspect your student, Severus. Rigel breathed an inward sigh of relief, and Snape relaxed considerably before turning on Rigel with a face like iron. And what, Mr. Black, were you doing here? Alone. Again. Have you learned nothing? How many times must you be told not to wander, not to paint a target on your back? Just like your father, too arrogant to listen to those who know better. Must you always do things with no concern for those around you, boy? Rigel frowned, but accepted that she had, in fact, been told several times not to wander alone, though in her defense, wandering implied her movements didn't have a purpose, which they did, but it always seemed to slip her mind whenever she had to get something done. She even accepted the negative criticism of her uncle Sirius, if only because she knew Snape was not in the mood to be argued with. I'm sorry, sir, Rigel said. I was on my way back from Gryffindor Tower to the Slytherin common room, and, well, it was just there. Snape sighed and rubbed at his forehead. What are we to do, Albus? Dumbledore bowed his head in thought. I suppose, Mr. Black, that you did not see the perpetrator this time, either. Rigel shook her head. No, sir, but, I might know. I mean, I might have information that she shook her head again, harder. I don't know if it's connected. For Merlin's sake, boy, spit it out, Snape snapped. Rigel drew a careful breath. She really had to tell them about the voice. She wasn't worried about being found out as a Parselmouth. She'd already told her friends, and it wasn't impossible that a Black should be one. As long as her family didn't get wind of it, everything would be fine. The question was, would they believe her? Or would they think she was crazy? Or worse, making it up? I heard something just before I found Mrs. Norris, Rigel said slowly, ignoring the way both professors' eyes snapped to hers attentively. I heard something similar the night Pottle was attacked, too, but at the time I didn't think it was related. Now, it seems too great a coincidence to ignore. What did you hear, Mr. Black? Dumbledore prodded gently. When it became clear she was uncomfortable revealing it, whatever it was, it will not go beyond Severus and I. Rigel nodded her thanks and said, it was a voice. I heard it in the walls, I think. The first time, I was following the voice, and that's why I was so close to the explosion when it went off. This time, I tried following it earlier, but I lost it on the second floor. Both times the voice seemed to be answering a call of some kind. It kept referring to someone as Master, and it said it was hungry. It said it wanted to kill something. Snape was looking distinctly unsettled, and Dumbledore peered even harder at her as he asked, what kind of a voice was it, Mr. Black? Deep, high, cold. Rigel swallowed. Deep, raspy, and old, almost. As though it hadn't been used in a long while. It also sounded a bit mad. It didn't speak in sentences, just words and disjointed phrases. Also, it wasn't speaking in English. Rigel grimaced as she admitted, it was speaking in Parseltongue. There was a moment of complete silence, in which both professors stared at her with equal parts shock and dismay. You are sure? Snape barked out through gritted teeth. Yes, Rigel said firmly. Snape whirled and began to pace. Impossible, he spat. How can he have? We do not know it is he, Severus, Dumbledore said softly. Snape scowled at Dumbledore. Of course it is. Who else speaks the serpent tongue? Who else would make such threats, such demands? Who indeed? Dumbledore said, glancing meaningfully at Rigel. The only thing clear is that we do not possess a full accounting of the snake speakers in this world. Snape threw Dumbledore an impatient look. Surely you do not think there could be another? Would two unknown Parselmouths in the school be more unbelievable than one? The headmaster asked mildly. The odds of such a thing? No, Dumbledore, you and I both know who is behind this now. Don't deny that you suspected it from the beginning, Snape added sharply. After the sickness, you knew that he would try again. Severus, Dumbledore said sharply. Snape glanced toward Rigel, scowled, and snapped his mouth closed with an audible click. Rigel forced her face to be expressionless, but inside her mind was whirling. What did all this mean? Both Dumbledore and Snape knew of another Parselmouth, one who was still alive, and who meant Dumbledore ill will. One who they also suspected to have a hand in the sleeping sickness. Unbidden, Riddle's smiling face flashed through Rigel's mind, and though her gut was telling her it had to be him, part of her rational mind insisted there was not enough proof to point fingers so directly just yet. I think it is time for Mr. Black to get some sleep, Dumbledore said, turning to Rigel. You have been most helpful tonight, Mr. Black, but you have a long train ride ahead of you tomorrow, and I hope you do not dwell on this matter over your holiday. Rest assured, action will be taken to prevent a recurrence of this tragedy before the year is out. For now, put it from your mind, yes. Rigel nodded obediently, though of course she had no intention of just forgetting what she'd seen. Snape might have erased the message on the wall, but the threat the words expressed wasn't gone along with it. A man's cat had been killed that night, along with half a dozen defenseless kittens, simply to make a deadly point. This person was willing to stoop to any low to achieve their goal. Snape put a hand on her shoulder and pulled her down the stairs and into the dungeons. I trust you will not tell the other students of what you saw tonight, Snape said, his quiet voice easily audible in the empty dungeon corridor. Rigel looked up at him. I will say nothing, but would it be too forward of me to ask the same of you, sir? Snape raised an eyebrow. It's not that I think you'll go blabbing to the other students, sir, Rigel said quickly. Draco and Pansy already know, in fact, but my family. Snape stopped walking to look Rigel in the eye. Your family is unaware of your gift. Gift? Rigel thought bemusedly. She'd never considered her ability a gift before. I only found out last winter, Rigel said. I wasn't sure, I don't know if they would understand. It's widely considered to be a dark gift, and while I personally have no prejudice against either light or dark magics, my father especially is. Rigel hesitated, realizing belatedly that Sirius would probably not want her sharing his personal beliefs with Severus Snape, but she had already spilled too much, so she simply said, he is greatly troubled by his own experiences with dark family magic, and has always strove to shield me from the influence of the Black Legacy. Snape nodded slowly. You believe that your father would see your ability as a sign of the Black family magics, dark magics, manifesting in you, and influencing you counter to the way he has raised you. Yes, Rigel said. Also, as Parseltongue doesn't run in the Black family, there is a possibility I inherited it matrilineally. I don't like to bring up things connected to my mother, much. It pains us both. Snape said nothing to that, merely nodded his head abruptly and strode on toward the common room. After a time, he said, I will keep your gift to myself, of course, Mr. Black. If you do require counsel on the matter, however, he cleared his throat awkwardly, I have some experience in the matter, and a great accumulation of knowledge on the subject besides. Do not hesitate to come to me with queries or concerns regarding this talent, understood? Rigel nodded and gave Snape a small, grateful smile. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry I was out after curfew again, she added. Snape looked like he was seriously considering an eye roll. What am I to do with you, Mr. Black? You could give me extra potions homework over the break, Rigel said blithely. Snape shot her a distinctly amused glance. I believe punishments are meant to be unpleasant, Mr. Black. Rigel screwed up her face in mock contemplation. You could give me an essay on Bubo Tuber Puss. Snape actually smirked at her. You write so many essays, Mr. Black. Perhaps a practical lesson on that subject instead. Rigel wrinkled her nose. Please don't. I shall never go wandering again. See that you don't, Mr. Black. Snape was completely serious once more. The castle isn't safe, as I've told you before. I know this time you were merely passing through the wrong place, but if you hear the voice again, alert a teacher, don't chase it. And try to keep a low profile next semester. Rigel sighed, but nodded dutifully. I will try, sir. Have a good holiday. 3 odd weeks without shrieking brats to ruin my morning coffee. Snape snorted. I shall, Mr. Black. He gave the password and Rigel stepped into the common room with one last farewell. The common room was empty, and when she slipped down the second-year corridor and into her dorm room, the lamp was already put out. She could hear Theo's snores and Draco's restless leg movements. Blaise slept unnaturally silently, but she could see the lump where he liked to burrow completely under the covers. In that moment, she was fiercely glad she had been the one to find the message that night. Glad that, as disturbing and frightening as it had been, she was the one to deal with it. Pansy would never see dead kittens hanging from rusty nails, and Blaise would never smell sickly sweet blood as it dripped from the wall. Theo wouldn't picture Riddle's smiling face over his shoulder as he tried to sleep, and Draco wouldn't lie awake wondering what it all meant, and if his friends were going to be safe, and what, if anything, he could do to protect them. Rigel would take all of that and more, so long as it meant her friends were spared the same fate. The students made their way to the carriages the next morning with cheerful abandon, completely oblivious as they passed by the great hall, chatting and laughing with their friends. Rigel, Draco, Pansy, Millicent, Theo, and Blaze snagged their usual compartment and went over their various plans for the winter break. Most of them had been invited to the same balls and soirees, so it was really a matter of seeing who was attending what. What about? Theo glanced at Rigel with a sheepish little grin. Well, you know, the Sow Party fundraiser. Rigel did know, as did everyone else in the compartment. Every year, on New Year's Eve, the Sow Party held a gala at the home of one of its prominent members. It was officially a fundraiser, but unofficially it was the event of the winter season. Not everyone invited supported the party. In fact, as far as Rigel knew, Riddle made it a point to invite both light and dark representatives each year, but everyone who attended was, of note, in the wizarding world. Rigel's parents always received invitations, simply by virtue of being the main, well, only branch of the Potter family. They never went, but that didn't stop the invitations from coming. The strangest part was that although they called it a fundraiser, no one who came was expected to give money. It was more like an awareness raiser, and simply served to keep the Sow Party at the top of everyone's who's who list. Theo looked around at the others uncertainly. Our parents always attend, but this year my father said the invitation included me as well. Is it the same for you guys? Millicent nodded and Blaze inclined his head. It is rather curious that we were all specifically included on the invitations this year, Pansy said thoughtfully. I gather Mr. Riddle doesn't much care for children, and he rarely condones the presence of anyone underage at his fundraisers. Unless they're a fabulously wealthy orphan or something, Millicent said jokingly. Draco frowned. Very strange. What would our presence add to the fundraiser that our parents would not? No one really had any idea, so the conversation moved to other things. A little while before the train pulled into the station, the twins came and said their long, flowery goodbyes. Rigel's shoulder was a bit damp from all the fake tears the twins had somehow expelled from their identical eyes, so she went in search of a bathroom to change her shirt before they got to London. She would be seeing the Malfoys and Parkinsons again, and it wouldn't do to embarrass herself by looking like a ragamuffin. She paused for a moment to assess her appearance in the mirror. She looked a lot like Archie used to, more than she ever had thanks to the modified polyjuice, but would it be enough to fool Sirius? How much change could be attributed to a few months? Well, it would have to do, she decided. Sirius' attention wouldn't really be on her, anyway. It would be on Pansy and Draco's parents. She exited the bathroom and ran smack into Flint, who scowled down at her before drawing his expression back to a mere sneer when he recognized her. Watch it, Black, he said gruffly, shouldering past her. Sorry, Flint, she said softly, knowing from experience that he was in no mood for idle chit-chat that day. Rigel didn't know why he went home for break, if he hated it so much there, but it wasn't her place to ask. She returned to their compartment to see Draco holding up a pair of ties and Pansy looking thoughtfully between them. The green might be too provoking, she said thoughtfully, but the crimson-striped silver is too pandering. What are you guys doing? Rigel asked with amusement. Oh, good, Rigel, Pansy said seriously, which tie would offend your father less? Rigel blinked. You probably shouldn't wear a tie. No tie. Draco frowned. But it is to be our first formal introduction to your father. I want to look presentable. If you wear a tie, my father will only assume you're either posturing or the victim of your family's expectations, Rigel explained. If the former, he'll take an instinctive dislike to you. If the latter, he'll sympathize with your situation of trying to live up to an impossible standard of maturity set down by an overbearing family, and probably attempt to save you from your parents' good intentions, which will result in your father taking an immediate dislike to him. The victim of my family's Draco frowned. I like wearing ties. They make me look taller. Rigel smiled slightly. He'll never believe that. Dad is of the opinion that any 12-year-old who likes formal clothing has been brainwashed. You should have heard the lecture he gave my Aunt Lily a couple years ago when my cousin Harry showed up to Christmas dinner in formal dress robes. Miss Potter enjoys dressing up. Pansy asked curiously. Not really. Rigel shrugged. Everything else she owned had potion stains on it that day, but Sirius was offended nonetheless. Draco sighed. No tie then. Merlin, but your family is complicated, Rye. Rigel felt her lips curl into an irrepressible smirk. You have no idea. When the train rolled to a stop, they said goodbye to the other second years and took a moment to fix one another's appearance before stepping off of the train. All three had their trunks miniaturized in their pockets, so Rigel set to scanning the platform for Sirius at once. She summoned a bright grin to her face, in case Sirius saw her first, and a few moments later heard a familiar voice yelling, Arch! Over here! She turned to see Sirius waving happily from a nearby pillar, and noted with surprise that he was sporting some rather dapper semi-formal robes, shoes that actually covered his toes, and was only waving with his elbow instead of his whole arm, like he usually would. It meant a lot that he'd so obviously taken care with appearances, something he regularly disdained, in an effort not to embarrass her, so she beamed unrestrainedly back at him with a wave of her own. She turned to Draco and Pansy and was met with dumbfounded looks of complete shock. What? She said, blinking. We've never seen you smile so widely, Pansy said. It's a bit blinding, actually, Draco muttered vaguely, still staring. Rigel shook her head with amusement. You two are ridiculous. Come on, let's collect our parents and get this over with. There was no need, however, as the Parkinsons had met up with the Malfoys already, and were spotted heading toward them by Pansy. Rigel motioned Sirius to come toward them as well, and all three families sort of met in the middle. Pansy hugged her parents quickly, and Draco received a warm shoulder squeeze from his mother, while Sirius ruffled Rigel's hair energetically, and she replied by discreetly kicking him in the shin. Sirius only laughed, though the odd look Pansy sent her told Rigel she hadn't been discreet enough. Rigel figured she should start, being the only one who knew everyone, officially. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, she said, nodding politely to Draco's parents, and to you are well, Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson. Wonderful to see you, as usual, Rigel, Narcissa said fondly. As most of you know, this is my father, Sirius Black, Rigel said, stepping a bit to the side so that Sirius could greet everyone properly. Dad, these are my best friends, Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy, and their parents. Sirius smiled genially down at the other two second years and said, pleased to finally meet the friends Archie talks so much about. You will have to come over to Grimmauld Place sometime, so I can grill you properly about what my son's been up to at school. He's remarkably close-lipped about his Hogwarts adventures, considering what a chatterbox he usually is. Rigel could feel herself flush slightly as a few of the Malfoys and Parkinsons turned skeptical eyes her direction. How can they compare to your adventures, Dad? She said lightly. You'd only be bored over my dull antics. Sirius tried to sheepishly disclaim any such adventures, but Narcissa smiled knowingly. The infamous Sirius Black would surely never deny his own legend. Sirius just shrugged, then said, and how are you, Cousin Sissy? This one still treating you all right? He asked, with a nod in Mr. Malfoy's direction. Draco's eyebrows drew together apprehensively, but Mr. Malfoy only looked amused, as if this were an old, nearly forgotten joke. You can see that he is, Narcissa said slyly, if only because he retains full use of all his limbs. Mr. Malfoy drew his wife's hand to his elbow with a look of fond exasperation on his face. Threats again, my dear. You know I respond much better to flattery. Rose Parkinson laughed gaily. Sirius joined in with a hearty chuckle, and just like that any awkwardness was dispersed. Rose, your laugh is ever a sound for sore ears, Sirius said, smiling genuinely at Mrs. Parkinson. If your ears are sore, you ought to have young Rigel make you a potion for them, Rose said, grinning. Sirius glanced at Rigel with a bemused expression. I suppose I could, though I've no doubt Harry would be rather offended by the snub. Miss Potter. Narcissa's eyebrows rose slightly. Why would that be? Well, Harry's always been the family's unofficial potion supplier, Sirius said, shrugging. He seemed oblivious to the veiled confusion his words were inspiring in the group, though Rigel certainly wasn't. She would have to explain that comment at some point, practically born in a cauldron, that one. Speaking of, Pansy spoke up. perhaps correctly guessing that the current line of conversation was somehow awkward. It is my understanding that Mr. and Mrs. Potter are soon to be blessed with a child. Please, convey my congratulations to Mrs. Potter, won't you, Mr. Black? Sirius half grinned, half grimaced. Just Sirius, if you don't mind, Miss Parkinson. But yes, Lily and James are expecting a second child this March. Rose and Narcissa immediately bombarded Sirius for the details, both women's eyes having gone suspiciously bright in response to the news. Rigel took the moment to send Pansy a grateful look, to which her friend raised an imperious eyebrows to indicate that she would be explaining the oddities of the conversation at a later date. The talk turned from babies to business after that. Mr. Parkinson asked Sirius how his business with Zonkos was doing. The investment side of my portfolio has been looking a tad shabby of late, Mr. Parkinson said, glasses glinting as he adjusted them. I've been considering expanding my interests beyond my usual purview. Mr. Malfoy shook his head with amusement. Only you, Cassius, would use a term so inapplicable as shabby to describe your portfolio. Sirius smiled easily. The Marauder line is doing well, thank you, though to be honest Remus looks after most of the books. James and I work more on the research and development side of things. How is James Potter doing? Narcissa asked curiously. There was an article in the paper about his work as an Auror the other day, and I gather from it that he is expecting a promotion soon. Sirius nodded. Indeed, he's to take over for the current head Auror at the start of the new year. It means a lot more desk work and a lot less field action, which he's less than pleased about, but with a baby on the way, it's really for the best. Rigel stared up at Sirius with surprise. She hadn't heard anything about a promotion. She supposed, after a moment of thought, that her dad had probably written Harry about it, and Archie had simply forgotten to tell her. Mr. Parkinson lifted an inquisitive eyebrow. Will Mr. Potter be taking old Armand's place at the annual SAO fundraiser, then? As I understand it, the head Auror traditionally oversees the minister's security detail that night, yet it is also my understanding that Auror Potter chronically avoids social events of any kind. Sirius grimaced. He's still trying to get out of it, last I heard. Armand McCrory agreed to head up security that night before he decided to resign, and poor James didn't find out about the fundraiser until he'd already accepted the promotion. And you, cousin? Narcissa asked, smiling in a way that had Sirius shifting apprehensively. Me, Sirius said, eyes darting to Narcissa and away again. What about me? You know I don't work. Narcissa smiled predatorily. I meant to inquire as to whether you would be attending the gala as well, of course. We look for you every year, you know. Well, with the split and all, Sirius grimaced, doesn't seem like the best of ideas. Mrs. Parkinson shook her head of caramel curls. You know the split doesn't apply to a fundraiser. It's not a social event. It's a business event. Rigel wondered wryly if that wasn't precisely why they called it a fundraiser, despite the fact that half the guests didn't contribute anything to the SAO party. It was a rather clever way of getting around the split. Sirius shrugged uncomfortably. You know I'd like to catch up, sissy, but I just don't go to those things anymore. It's too. Sirius tapped his foot against the floor in a way Rigel had often seen him do while uncomfortable. It's not the same, without Diana, I mean. Narcissa looked immediately regretful. Forgive me, Sirius, I didn't mean to press. Sirius waved her off, summoning up his usual grin after a few seconds. No worries, cousin. But you see why I wouldn't want to go alone, don't you? Alone? Mr. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Have you not read your invitation, Black? Sirius looked curious. Haven't checked the mail in months, he joked. Why, are we permitted to bring a pet this year? I have just the one in mind. Rebellious little thing, but I'm sure he'll fit right in with Riddle's crowd. Rigel knew immediately that Sirius was talking about the little snake he had taken a liking to, and shot him an unimpressed look. Really, Dad? A Slytherin joke involving snakes? A bit uninspired, don't you think? Sirius laughed. Always go for the classics, my son. More readily accessible, and half the work. Read your invitation this year, Sirius, Rose Parkinson pressed, dreamy hazel eyes looking amusedly up at him. It's time you got out of that dreary house, and going to the only place in the world even more depressing than Walburga Black's haunt doesn't count. I volunteer at the children's ward. Sirius rolled his eyes. It's not that depressing. Nevertheless, say you'll consider it, Narcissa said imploringly. Sirius looked very conflicted. He glanced at Rigel for support, but she merely sent him a commiserating look and shrugged her shoulders. Can't argue with pure-blooded women, Dad, she said, you know that. Sirius sighed. I'll think about it, cuz. It depends on whether James gets out of going, though. He won't want to leave Lily home alone in her condition, and Remus, well, he's busy that night, so he can't look after her. Mentally counting the days, Rigel realized that, yes, the moon would be full on New Year's Eve. Narcissa exchanged a veiled glance with her husband, who nodded to her almost imperceptibly. We'll just have to wait and see, then, she said, and if anything Sirius looked even more nervous than he had before. Right, Sirius said, tapping his foot a few more times. Well, it was good seeing you all again, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Parkinson, Rose, Sissy. Wonderful to meet you as well, young Draco, Miss Parkinson. We must be going, though, as Harry's due back from America soon. Rigel said a quick goodbye to everyone, and promised Draco and Pansy she'd write them at least once before Christmas. She and Sirius waved goodbye and set off toward the platform exit. Once they were through the barrier, Sirius promptly bent double and took several deep breaths. Phew, I'd forgotten how persistent my cousin could be, he said, grinning up at her, hands on his knees. Did you see that look she gave her husband? If James doesn't find himself magically released from his duties on New Year's Eve, Sissy's lost her touch completely. Rigel smiled warmly down at Sirius and gave into the impulse to ruffle her uncle's hair cheekily. That was brilliant, Dad. If I grow up to be half as suave as you, they'll have to hold my fans back with a whole jar of barrier buttons. Sirius laughed, and began leading the way toward the nearest apparition point. James showed you that one, did he? Nifty little things, those buttons. Anyway, you think it went well. I never was able to read that Cassius Parkinson much, but his wife does most of the social thinking for the both of them, and she seemed to enjoy the meeting well enough. You were amazing, Dad, Rigel said honestly, just the right amount of disarming self-deprecation and easygoing charm, with just a dash of innocent middleman to make you seem willing to transcend political lines yet not answerable to either side. Sirius shot her a mischievous look. You don't think I overdid it on the waffling? I was going for a sort of, oh, I would be on your side, but you know how my friends are, kind of a thing. He took Rigel's shoulder and apparated them smoothly. I think you hit it just right. Rigel grinned back once they had touched down. Thanks for doing that. It just warms my heart to know that you pulled out your rusty social moves for me. Why you Sirius stuck out a foot to trip Rigel, which she promptly hopped over. Rusty indeed. No respect from kids these days. Now, let's get a look at you. He stopped and put his hands on his hips, peering down at her. You've changed, Arch. I mean, a lot. Really? Rigel shrugged. I haven't noticed. Well, you wouldn't. Sirius barked a laugh. Man, boarding schools are a pain on the memory. I swear you're taller, and your hair keeps growing. Hair does tend to do that, Rigel said flatly. And then there's the way you even walk a bit differently now, Sirius went on complaining. By the summer, I might not even recognize you when you get off the train. Then I'll be in charge of recognizing you, Rigel said, smiling indulgently up at her uncle. Don't worry about how different I seem, Dad. Just remember how much of me is the same. Sirius ruffled her hair again. When do you get so wise, sport? Been corresponding with Mooney again, have you? Every day, Rigel said solemnly. I'm actually moving in with him this summer, didn't I tell you? He's going to prepare me for law school, after which I plan to become a CPA and sell insurance in my free time. Just as long as you don't elope with the giant squid, Sirius said affably. Then he nodded toward Grimmauld Place as it shuddered into view at their approach. Home, sweet home. Yeah, Rigel said, though inside she knew she wasn't home yet. Home was a place you relaxed. It was a place to be yourself, and a place to let your guard down. Home was letting go of the masks, and home was something she wouldn't have for several years to come. Then again, home was where people loved you, too, so she wasn't exactly homeless, either. An hour later, her parents came over with Archie. Harry knew this, because her cousin came rushing into his bedroom and quickly closed the door behind him. He glared at her. Change clothes with me. Now. Harry raised an eyebrow, but turned her back and began shucking off her sweater. I just don't know how you do it all day. Archie said, struggling out of Harry's jeans. Do what? Harry asked over her shoulder. Be you, Archie said, it's so exhausting. Harry rolled her eyes, it comes naturally to me. Well, it doesn't come naturally to me, Archie said, tossing her shirt at the back of her head. If Uncle James asks me one more time how my independent potion studies are going, I swear, it's like he's trying to make up for 11 years of disinterest in your potion making all at once, but he's making it up to me. Harry thought a bit sourly that having her father finally take an interest in her wasn't really something she'd complain about, but said nothing. I mean, I've picked up a lot about potions from the materials you've been sending, but I'll never be you at it, Archie said, sighing. I just don't have your experience, for one, and I can't afford to devote all my time to it. Don't worry about it, Harry said, I'm sure you did well enough to pass for me until I can cement the rows by actually being me. After all, Dad doesn't know that much about potions either. I think he crammed it all in his head before the oral exam and then promptly forgot it afterward. Sounds about right, Archie laughed, finished. Yes, Harry turned around. It seemed obvious to say that looking at Archie was like looking into a mirror, especially since that had been the point of the modified polyjuice, but it really was surreal, especially since she'd been wearing those clothes just moments earlier. Except, your eyes are still green, Harry said, pointing. Archie frowned. Oh, yeah. Here, your set is in my bag. I'll take mine out and you get yours in. Don't forget the glasses. Harry frowned. I keep getting used to being without them. I don't really need them anymore, since with the polyjuice my eyesight is much closer to yours. Still, we're going for familiarity, Archie said insistently. I changed the prescription lenses out for plain ones anyway while I was in America. The glasses felt strange resting on her nose after so long, but when she peered in the mirror after slipping her contacts in, she did feel more like herself. Imagine, she thought wryly, having to fake your own natural eye color. Life truly was strange. They went quickly over what the other had done since being picked up by their respective parents. There wasn't enough time to go over everything right then, but as long as they didn't get separated they could cover for one another if a tricky question came their way. Oh, Archie said, I almost forgot. Aunt Lily told me she knows the babies say. She and Uncle James haven't told Dad because they like seeing him die of curiosity, but she told me. Do you want to know? It would be strange if I didn't, since she's already told me, Harry said. Right, Archie scratched his neck sheepishly. Well, you're going to have a baby sister. Congratulations, cuz. Harry smiled. Thanks. Anything else? I don't think so, Archie said. Let's do this. They headed downstairs together. When they reached the kitchen, Lily was at the counter, baking something by the look of things, and undeniably pregnant. James turned to gesture them over to the counter and then stopped, staring at them with wide, incredulous eyes. Hand me the flour, will you, dear? Lily asked distractedly, pushing hair out of her face with a blown-out breath while she whisked a bowl of egg whites. Dear. I don't want to get flour all over my wand to summon it. James. She turned around to see what was keeping her husband preoccupied and her eyes widened as she looked between Harry and Archie. Goodness, she said, blinking bright green eyes down at them. You seeing it too, Lil? James asked, a grin slowly spreading onto his face. I can't tell if it's a prank or, it's weird, though, right? Yeah, Lily trailed off. Sirius came into the kitchen, one of his snakes twined around his neck. What's everybody staring at? James pointed to Archie and Harry without speaking. Harry looked at Archie, who was glancing at her awkwardly as everyone just stared at them. Sirius looked at them, blinked, narrowed his eyes and looked some more, then said, maybe Harry's my kid after all. That broke the spell. Lily scowled and tossed a handful of flour at Sirius' head while James burst into incredulous laughter. Practically twins now, aren't they? I thought you looked a bit different, Harry, but I didn't realize you looked more like Archie until seeing you next to him, Lily said, shaking her head with bemusement. It's more that Archie looks like Harry, I think, Sirius said, cocking his head to the side to consider the two of them. Thanks, Dad. Archie rolled his eyes. I was just thinking I wanted to look more like a girl. You're welcome, Arch, Sirius said, irrepressibly jovial. We'll have to put different colored hats on them so we can tell the difference now, I suppose. Ooh, let's paint their nails different colors, James said, grinning broadly. Or we could sew their names to the inside of their. We're not infants, Archie cried, affronted. Just ask us if you really can't tell us apart. Sirius chuckled and ruffled Archie's hair on his way past him. With a mouth like that, I don't think we'll have trouble for long. As if anyone could mistake Harry for you, chatterbox. I resent that, Archie said. You'd be in quite a pickle if I didn't talk so much. I have to make up for the way Harry just stands there saying nothing all the time, otherwise all there would be is awkward silences. Harry shrugged unconcernedly. Better to have awkward silence than annoying sound. That's my girl. James tucked her under his arm as she attempted to squeeze past him, frank and unapologetic. Missed you, little fawn. Harry smiled up at him and submitted to a quick hug. Missed you, too, Dad. Congrats again on your promotion. You really deserve it. Archie sent her a half-guilty, half-sheepish expression that told her he'd meant to say something about that, but had forgotten. James looked down at her and said, Why, thank you, Harry. Again. They all sat down around the table while Lily put the cake in the oven. So, Archie, I hear you made the house team, James said, leaning forward with interest. Are you enjoying it? Definitely, Archie said. It was easier than I thought it would be to make the transition to Beater. We totally trounced, well, Gryffindor, in our first game this season. Hey, sorry. James waved him aside. No worries. If the current Gryffindor team can't take the heat, they deserve to be trounced. Though with my Archie on the team, it may not be entirely the Lions' fault, Sirius said proudly. He's a firecracker on a broom. So is Harry, James said, pinning Harry with a wounded look. If only she would go out for the sport. AIM doesn't have teams like Hogwarts does, Harry said. There's no competition among the different academic tracts. All the sports teams are free-formed, intramural-style leagues. You have to have 7 people already to form a team, and you know I don't have much time for socializing around my studies. What about that Hermione girl? Lily asked. Are we ever going to meet her? Hermione doesn't play sports much, Harry said, entirely ignoring the other half of her mother's question. Well, at least stay in practice, James sighed. Harry just smiled. At that moment, Remus' voice came calling from the entrance hall. Sirius. James. Anyone home? Only everyone. Moony. Sirius called back with a barking laugh. You're half an hour late. Remus appeared in the kitchen doorway and smiled genially at them all. Sorry, friends, I had to go to the apothecary to pick up my order. Harry stood and relieved Remus of the bag he was carrying carefully. He sent her a resigned look as she rooted through the bag and pulled out a few vials of the potion within, inspecting them carefully. James laughed at her. I don't know why you don't just make it yourself, Harry. You inspect it whenever you see it anyway, and we'd all feel better if it was you making it. Haven't learned how to brew wolfsbane yet, Harry murmured distractedly, holding the potion up to the light and searching for undissolved particles. Seeing that they were perfectly homogeneous, she replaced the vials and took another few out to study the stasis charms on them. They'd need to be strong to keep the potion at its freshest for the full moon. Wolfsbane spoiled very quickly if left unattended. And you won't be learning how any time soon, Lily said firmly. That potion is monstrously difficult, and the slightest mistake can be very dangerous. Harry sent her mother an amused look. I know. That's why I haven't tried it yet. These look good, Remus. They always do, Harry, Remus said, shaking his head, as they ought to. For the price I'm paying, they assure me that Master Hurst himself brews every batch personally. Harry just shrugged. You can never be too careful. No, but you can be too boring. Sirius sighed. Let's talk about something interesting. Guess who I met today? James raised an eyebrow curiously. That's right. You were to meet with the Parkinsons and Malfoys today, weren't you? How are those tight shirts, anyway? Sirius smirked, as freshly pressed as ever. Cousin Sissy was delightful, as always, and surprisingly enough, her husband didn't summon a single sneer for my benefit. And you talked with him longer than 5 minutes. James guffawed. Didn't know that was possible. Lily sent her husband an exasperated look, and Archie spoke up half-heartedly. Those are kind of my friend's parents, he said awkwardly, so, yeah. Sirius and James exchanged a look and burst into loud chuckles. So, James said. Yeah, Sirius finished, and both started laughing again. Oh, shut it, Archie scowled. Don't be so serious, son, Sirius said, grinning at the pained look Remus sent him. I know you're my son, but it really doesn't suit you. Remus muttered something like, not another one of those stupid jokes, and buried his head in his hands. Besides, James said pragmatically, it's not like they aren't talking about Sirius behind his back. Like as not, they went home and dissected the entire conversation, start to finish. Harry couldn't deny that that was probably true, but she still felt inexplicably annoyed when Archie shrugged and let it go without saying anything else. Malfoy mentioned something though. Sirius jumped up and rifled around in the box on the kitchen counter he kept his mail in. Here it is. He held an eggshell-colored envelope that was slightly wrinkled from being shoved to the bottom of the stack of mail Sirius rarely bothered to go through. Archie would probably sort it all while he was home. He slit the letter open and pulled out the silver embossed invitation card within. He said, peering at it, looks the same as always. Lord Riddle and the Cow Party hereby invite Sirius Orion Black and Arcturus Rigel Black to attend their New Year's Eve gala. 8 o'clock, formal dress, blah blah blah. What's so interesting? Sirius tossed the invitation to the table with disinterest, and Remus picked it up, examining it. They've invited Archie as well. He asked mildly. He isn't of age yet. Sirius' eyes narrowed. Hey, you're right. Why would they invite Arch? Seeing Archie's blank expression, Harry spoke up. You were saying your friends in Slytherin were invited this year, too, weren't you? Draco and Pansy and Theo, was it? Yeah, Archie nodded easily. Theo not. I think Blaise and, Millicent were invited with their families as well. Harry nodded subtly and Archie shrugged, so I guess they're inviting all the heirs this year. Why, though? James asked, frowning. Was Harry included on ours, Lil's? Lily nodded slowly. I think so. I didn't look at it very carefully, but now that you mention it, yes, I think she might have been. Archie and Harry shared a brief moment of panic. Surely both their families wouldn't want to go. If the Potters went for some reason, Harry would just be herself, and if Sirius went, she would be Rigel, but if they both went, she could be Archie all evening, but she didn't think Archie could be her all evening, not to mention she somehow didn't think he'd be too keen on wearing a dress. Still, he could probably fake an illness if worst came to worst. Riddle never does anything without a reason, James said uneasily, and I can't think of a single good reason he'd want all the children of the most prominent members of Wizarding Britain in one place. Stop thinking like an Auror, dear, Lily said, resting her head on James's shoulder. I'm sure there's a perfectly innocuous reason for it. Like what? James asked. Well, Lily said, perhaps he just wants to meet the children of his most prominent party members, now that most of them are old enough to be able to comport themselves with dignity in public. That explains why the dark pureblood heirs were invited, James said, not why Archie and Harry were. Fairness. Lily said weakly. Yeah, because the Cow Party is so concerned with inclusion and equal treatment, James snorted. Not all of the SOW party supporters are dark, Remus pointed out quietly. They all follow dark ideals, James said dismissively. They aren't exactly dark ideals, Sirius said. Dark doesn't really represent one set of ideals anyway. The cows represent something like ultra-conservative pureblood ideals, with a dash of crazy thrown in just for the hell of it. It's just that most of the crazy conservative purebloods are dark. Back to the subject, James said, ignoring Sirius' particularization, are you going? I won't lie, the evening would be significantly less odious if you came, but I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Sirius looked torn. It occurred to Harry that the split had meant more to Sirius than showing the anti-Muggle camp the light's disapproval. For him, it wasn't just a few less parties to attend a year. It was saying goodbye to everyone he'd grown up with since infanthood. All the people his parents had made him associate with outside of school, and his own family as well. Harry couldn't remember the last time Sirius had even talked about his brother Regulus, much less seen him. Sure, Sirius hadn't ever really liked those people, but it was still everyone he knew apart from Remus, James, and Lily. She wondered if Sirius wanted to go to the gala, wanted to catch up with Narcissa and the other dark purebloods he hadn't minded quite so much, and then she wondered if she should help him or not. Did she want to go to the SAO fundraiser? She would get to see Pansy and Draco over the break, but she would also have to play that awkward half Rigel, half Archie role that she affected in the presence of both her friends and her family. What about Lily? Sirius said, clearly avoiding giving an answer just yet. If you have to work the gala, you won't want to leave her home alone. I'll stay with Mom, Harry said. James looked uncertain. I'd feel better with a fully qualified wizard in the house, Harry. We'll put the wards up, Lily said reasonably, and you can invite one of your Auror friends over if you really want to. Besides, it's not like I lost my magic when I gained a fetus. Don't you trust me to handle myself? James obviously knew there was no other answer to that question besides, yes, of course, dear. He paused for a moment, then added, invite Alice over, though, okay. Frank will be working with me that night, and Augusta Longbottom always goes to the New Year's Eve gala. With their boy staying at Hogwarts this year, well, this way she won't be alone on New Year's either. Harry wondered if James knew why Neville had stayed at Hogwarts over the break, and decided to avoid mentioning the petrifactions just in case. Lily smiled brightly. Great idea. I'll send over an owl this afternoon. So, you think I should go? Sirius asked, drumming his fingers lightly across the table. I mean, it's just that it's one thing to blow off some snooty little invitation card, and another thing to turn down a personal invitation made to you by the wife of the party's first chairman. James snorted, you're such a pureblood. So are you, Remus pointed out. So are you, James shot back. I'm not, Lily said cheerfully, causing all three men to scowl at her with mock annoyance. Moving on, Sirius said, rolling his eyes. He thought for another minute. It would give Archie a chance to see his friends over the break if we went. I can see them at school, Archie said uncomfortably. And we could see firsthand what the cows are up to, Sirius said, warming to the idea. We could be total undercover spies, James said, grinning boyishly. Am I the only one who aged since graduating from school? Remus asked the heir. So you're really going? Lily asked, eyebrows raised. And Archie, too. Yes, Sirius said, shrugging, why not? Harry and Archie exchanged a look, plans already forming for how they were going to swing the night of the gala. James groaned, oh, man, I have to wear dress robes, don't I? The morning after Harry's return home for winter break, she set off to the Serpent's storeroom with her crates for Krite in tow. Diagon Alley was bustling with people doing their Christmas shopping, and Harry narrowly avoided collisions several times. As she passed Elop's Owl Emporium, the boy sweeping the feathers on the stoop glanced up at her and grinned. She waved, recognizing him from the rare times she had gone all the way to the Dancing Dragon before it burned down. He was the cook's son, and she was pretty sure he was called Jason. Seeing Jason hurry off through the crowd after waving back to her, Harry wasn't much surprised when Leo ambled up beside her as she turned onto Knockturn Alley a few minutes later. What's a sprout like you doing in a place like this? He asked, quirking an eyebrow at her above bright hazel eyes. Avoiding shady characters like you, if I have any sense, Harry said, shrugging as best she could with 3 crates of potions in her hands. They were the ordinary bottles she'd been using since she was unable to pick up Krite's decorative bottles while she was at school, and were a bit heavier than Krite's more delicate ones. Leo chuckled and took the top crate from her arms without breaking stride. So you've come to Knockturn Alley to avoid shady folk. I thought you were supposed to get smarter when you went away to school. Harry shook her head solemnly as they turned down the side alley toward the Serpent's storeroom. School isn't for learning, Leo. It's for avoiding the friends you can only put up with for 3 months out of the year. He laughed outright at that as they walked into Krite's apothecary. I suppose I asked for that one. Leo. Krite glanced over his shoulder from where he was stocking a row of wit-sharpening potions. I told you yesterday I haven't got your father's dragon liver in. Is that Harry? Well met, kid. Wasn't expecting you until tomorrow. Harry gave Krite a nod in greeting. I thought I'd need a day to relax and readjust to full-time brewing, but I grew bored with nothing to do, so I'm here to pick up next week's potion list. Krite sent her a knowing look. One day off was really too much for you. That's just sad, kid. No one lives forever, Harry said. Why not do all you can while you can? Because there's such a thing as enjoying life to the fullest, Leo said, shaking his head. Brewing potions is enjoyable, Harry said. Leo and Krite exchanged exasperated looks. Kid, I make potions for a living, and Leo's been brewing under his father's eye since he was old enough to hold a stirring rod. Krite said bluntly, we appreciate potions more than most, but you take the whole thing too far. It's obsessive, and slightly worrying in a lad your age. Harry ignored them in favor of switching out the full bottles she'd brought for some of Krite's empty ones. Well, it's your business, kid, Krite grunted when Harry came back from the back room with 3 stacks of crates and set them gently on the floor. Just don't overdo it. Can't have my brewer making himself sick. Your brewer. All 3 of them turned at the sound of a voice interjecting into their conversation. A tall man with brown hair and familiar hazel eyes was standing in the doorway to the shop. Leo had left the door propped open, and the sun was behind the shop that day, so there had been neither sound nor shadow to give away the newcomer's presence. Is this him, then? The man said, stepping into the shop and dusting off his dark gray overcoat. Bit young, isn't he? Father. Leo's voice had an odd quality to it. What are you doing here? Harry's eyes widened and she looked between Leo and the newcomer assessingly. They had the same slender build, though Leo was a bit shorter and moved a tad more gracefully. The hair and eyes were the same as well, but the newcomer's face was more angular, and he held his mouth more tautly. The man looked at Leo with amusement. I came to check on the dragon liver, since you said Krite didn't have it yesterday. Had I known you'd be coming to check up on it again, though, I mightn't have bothered. Krite snorted. Don't think he was planning on coming over here at all until about 10 minutes ago. Leo shot Krite a displeased look, to which Krite responded with an innocent grin. I guess it's a good thing I did stop in, however, the other man said, peering down at Harry in undisguised interest, as I've finally gotten to meet Mr. Krite's elusive new brewer. Harry glanced at Krite questioningly. He sighed and said, I've told you at least half a dozen times, Master Hurst, that my new brewer prefers to remain anonymous. I can see why, Hurst said wryly, giving Harry a answer. Are you sure he's the one brewing those blood replenishers? I guess that does explain it. I thought they seemed a bit amateurish. Harry bristled silently, her eyes flaring a bit with suppressed indignation, and Potion Master Hurst grinned down at her like a shark. Oh ho. Would you look at that offended pride? I suppose he must be your brewer after all, Hurst chuckled. You can always tell which potioneer brewed something by seeing who gets the most offended when you insult it. Harry let her indignation bleed out of her, and Leo covered his eyes with his hand dramatically. Really, father, mind games already. You've only just met the poor kid. Although, met, seems to be putting too fine a point on it, Harry said, eyeing Leo's father a bit warily. She couldn't tell yet if he meant good or ill, but he had just moved himself firmly away from the harmless label with that little trick. Quite, Mr. Hurst said, I am Malcolm Hurst, Aldermaster of the Potions Guild, and Leo's father, dubious though that particular distinction might be. Harry inclined her head politely. I am Harry, Leo's friend, and as you've already surmised, one of Krite's brewers. And my blood replenishers are certainly not amateurish, she added, frowning. Master Hurst just smiled innocently down at her. Harry could see where Leo had gotten a lot of his more infuriating demeanor. Okay. Mystery solved, Leo said, clapping his hands together with an air of finality. Unfortunately, Mr. Krite hasn't got your dragon liver today, so try checking back in tomorrow. Master Hurst glanced at his son with wry amusement. It's almost like you're trying to get rid of me, son. Surely young Harry here doesn't need your protection so desperately. Besides, what do you imagine I'll do if I remain for the duration of a polite conversation? Leo scowled a bit, but didn't say anything. Master Hurst turned back to Harry with a smile that caused a nervous increase in her blood pressure. Well, Harry, is it? Have you a last name? Yes, I do, Harry said. Hurst waited for a couple beats, then said, Ah. Well, Harry, a couple of months ago a good friend of mine, one Horace Burke, showed me a rather impressive sample of blood replenisher, and informed me that there was a new brewer in London. As Aldermaster of the Potions Guild, it is one of my responsibilities to keep an eye on all of the independent potion brewers, both to keep east of the guild's competition and to prevent any freelance brewers from causing, shall we say, disruptions in the potions community with their commodities. Harry frowned slightly. Am I in some kind of trouble, Master Hurst? I use only commercial grade ingredients at the very least, and I have sold no patented potions that I am aware of. Hurst shook his head. No, you misunderstand. At first I was concerned when I learned that Krite was keeping a mysterious new brewer all to himself. New potioneers don't just come out of nowhere, you know. After inspecting all of your work, however, at least, the work I could wheedle Krite into admitting was yours, I could find no serious flaws with it. It was then I realized we must be dealing with an unknown talent, and as part of the Aldermaster's responsibilities include recruitment, I thought it best if I bent my will toward discovering just who Krite's mysterious brewer was. I see, Harry said slowly, still not sure where the man was going with all of this. Master Hurst tilted his head at her consideringly. It makes sense, in a bizarre sort of way. I thought you must be foreign, you see, because we keep a close eye on all of the magical schools in Britain, and when a new student shows particular promise the resident potion master informs the guild at once. You are so young, however, that I suppose your potions master simply hasn't notified us of your talent yet. Harry shook her head. I am a student at the American Institute of Magic. Hurst narrowed his eyes a bit. I see. Well, it is true that I am not on the best of terms with Master Tollem, but if you are of British nationality, he would still have sent me your name eventually, given the level you are already brewing at. Harry tried not to panic. It would be bad if Master Tollem and Master Hurst ever compared notes on any talented kids named Harry. Hurst had said they weren't very good friends, so maybe it wouldn't ever come up, but it was looking more and more as though she wouldn't be able to get out of this conversation without a lot more truth than she generally proffered. I am not in the potions tract, Harry said, so it might not occur to him to mention me. Hurst looked rather incredulous. Not in the potions tract. Why ever not? Harry shrugged a bit helplessly. It's a long, very complicated story, but suffice to say that I am not. I study potions in my free time. So it is just a hobby, then. Master Hurst looked inordinately disappointed. Not exactly, Harry said carefully. The conversation was getting trickier to navigate. Maybe she should stop being half herself and just be completely Harry Potter for Master Hurst. In fact, that would probably be the wisest course, considering that her career as a potions maker in the future would likely depend greatly on this man's opinion of her. She really couldn't afford to be caught out lying to him. It is my intention to seek a career in potion making, but for numerous reasons I chose not to use my time at AIM on the potions tract. AIM has a phenomenal healing tract, which I thought it in my interest to take advantage of, particularly considering the fact that their potion tract is, forgive me, less than top-notch. Master Hurst nearly choked on his laughter. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see old Tollem's face if he heard that. I can't exactly argue with that assessment. On the other hand, though, studying potions on your own is quite difficult, not to mention dangerous. I take proper precautions, Harry said firmly. I didn't mean it as censure, but praise, Hurst said, but I did wonder. Well, the reason I sought to discover the identity of Krite's brewer was to offer him a place within the guild. If I pass my mastery, you mean? Harry asked, interestedly. Usually one had to petition the guild for membership after finishing their apprenticeship and taking their mastery exam. The apprenticeship was optional, of course, but few ever passed the exam without one. Well, originally it was either that or offer to set the brewer up with an apprenticeship if he hadn't already taken his mastery, but with you being so young, Hurst trailed off, thinking, what are you doing next summer? Working here, I suppose, Harry said. Why? How would you feel about an internship at the guild? Hurst asked, eyes gleaming. Now wait just 1 second. Krite broke in exasperatedly. You said you weren't going to steal my brewer away. Hurst turned amused eyes on Krite. I said if you told me who he was, I wouldn't steal him from you. You didn't tell me, and besides, I'm not stealing. I'm bribing. Harry gazed up at Master Hurst with something like awe in her chest and disbelief in her expression. The guild only gives internships to 3 students a year. That's true, Hurst said, smiling. And those 3 are always at least at journeyman level. They are, Hurst said, but then, so are you. Harry couldn't suppress a wide grin at hearing that from the Aldermaster of the Potions Guild. Still, she said, not officially. I don't have my newt in potions, and I haven't declared formally my intention for mastership. Details, Hurst said, brushing the words away unconcernedly. Am I the Aldermaster or not? Do you want the apprenticeship? Yes, Harry said fervently, but, what about Leo? My son. Hurst turned surprised eyes toward Leo, who was listening to the conversation with an air of resigned acceptance. What about him? You'll still have time to see one another, I dare say. I mean, won't Leo be graduating from his homeschooling program this spring? Harry clarified, he should get the internship, if there is one available. Hurst snorted indelicately. My son. Intern at the guild. He'd sooner swallow Bubo Tuber Puss. Harry was confused. I thought you wanted to be a potioneer, Leo. Leo shrugged. Did I say that? I mean, I don't hate potions, so I guess I could. Master Hurst sighed dejectedly. You see what I put up with. No passion for potions at all in this one. You should take it, Leo said, grinning down at Harry. It will be hard to make a living in Britain without having attended a British magical school. The guild could help a lot. So, you really don't want it? Harry asked, rather incredulous that someone could dismiss an internship at the Potions Guild so cavalierly. She supposed Leo had been being facetious when he'd said potions was the most interesting thing he'd found so far, or perhaps he'd just meant in relation to the other school work he did, and not to all things in general like she'd assumed. Nah, I've got enough on my plate, Leo said vaguely. Right, you wouldn't want to lose all the time you spend wandering around doing nothing, his father said, snorting. Harry raised an eyebrow, but a quick headshake from Krite told her not to comment. She supposed Leo's father might not be fully apprised of what Leo did in the lower alleys, though his mother seemed to know quite a bit. I'd be honored, Harry said after another moment of thought, if you're sure it's okay for me to take the internship spot. Harry beamed inwardly. Now she wouldn't waste 3 whole months of structured potion study just because she was away from Professor Snape. Great, Hurst said happily, clapping his hands together the same way Leo had done earlier. One thing. If I'm to fill out your paperwork for the internship, I really will need a last name. Harry took a careful breath. Moment of truth. Was she prepared to deal with the consequences of being herself? Well, really, she didn't have a choice. Suppose she turned him down, turned the whole internship down, though she would have to be monumentally stupid to do so, and then later down the road he recognized her as the ungrateful brat he'd met in Krite's apothecary. How likely was he to think well of Harry Potter the potions brewer if that happened? And she needed people to like Harry Potter, since that's who she was going to be the rest of her life. Before I tell you, Harry said, trying not to look shady, could I ask you not to tell my parents that I have a job here at Krite's? It's the reason I've been keeping my last name a secret, you see. They don't much approve of Nocturne Alley, and I use the money I earn here for something I haven't told them about. It's not illegal, or dangerous, I just don't want them to know. Can you do that for me, Master Hurst? Please. Hurst looked a bit uncomfortable. How old are you? Harry stood as tall as she could without looking obvious about it. 12, sir. I really shouldn't, he muttered to himself, but I guess it isn't technically any of my business. Just say I showed you the blood replenisher, Leo chimed in helpfully. Say I met Harry in the apothecary Tate looks after on Diagon Alley. We got talking about potions, Harry mentioned brewing some, showed me, and I showed you. You requested a meeting, and offered Harry the apprenticeship. Simple, and nobody's parents get unnecessarily upset. Master Hurst grimaced. Well, I suppose it does have a good amount of plausible deniability going for it. All right, I agree. Harry smiled. Thank you, sir. My full name is Harry Potter. Master Hurst stared at her and Krite spluttered while Leo just smirked. The Potters don't have a son, Hurst said, blinking. You've got to be kidding me. Krite glared at Leo. I suppose you knew this entire time, you sneak. Harriet Potter. I suppose you thought it funny, Leo. James Potter, one of the most notorious Aurors of the last decade, and his kid working under my nose. I should have known. Like the way you treat the kid isn't completely obvious in retrospect. Course he's a bloody girl. Well, that's just peachy. Krite. All this time, I've been letting a Potter girl, Merlin help me if she'd ever gotten hurt, traipse through Nocturne Alley like she owns the damn street. Krite. And you letting me load the wee lass up with crates and crates of potions, not saying a thing. Krite. Leo rolled his eyes as Krite finally stopped cursing for a moment. If you will recall, I escorted Miss Potter in Nocturne Alley every day, and carried the crates to boot. You did that before you found out I was a girl, Harry pointed out. I must have sensed it from the beginning, Leo sniffed. A girl? Hurst was still staring down at her. Harriet Potter is Krite's mysterious brewer. This is certainly a day for surprises. You're telling me, Krite snorted grumpily, I thought you were some kind of criminal, or orphan, and you're practically bleeding royalty. Harry sighed internally at the dramatics her friends were prone to. It's not a big deal. Yes, it is, Leo and Krite said bluntly. Harry turned to Master Hurst. Is it going to be a problem, my gender? Problem. Hurst frowned. No, I shouldn't. Ah, I see what you mean. There is a rather unfortunate lack of female mastery students, isn't there? They make up around 15% of the adepts, and only 5% of the master level, Harry said frankly, and most of the women who make it to mastery level become independent brewers, and don't often get published in the major potions periodicals. Hurst cleared his throat. That is true. At present I believe we have only 2 potions mistresses in the country, and neither of them are with the guild. Still, there isn't any rule against it, of course. Well, in any case it should not pose an issue. I was merely surprised. The invitation is of course still yours. Then I would love to intern at the Potions Guild this summer, Harry said, barely suppressing the need to beam with giddy excitement. Excellent. Master Hurst clasped her shoulder briefly, before slapping his son on the back and inclining his head toward Krite respectfully. Well, I must be getting back to my own work, then. Harriet Potter, a potioneer. Marvelous. Just wonderful. Grindel will be tickled pink. Hurst left without a backward glance, and Leo groaned into his hands once he was gone. Why is he always like that? Harry, I'm really sorry about that. I knew he was poking about for Krite's new brewer, but I didn't think he'd just show up here like that. It's why I've been checking on his ingredients for him lately. Talk about nosy, that man. Your father seems nice, Harry said unconcernedly. It's not a big deal. But he found out all your secrets, Leo said apologetically. Harry was hard-pressed to smother an amused smirk. Really? Though, all her secrets. That's okay. They were secrets of convenience, not of any real necessity. I think at this point Krite is unlikely to fire me just because I'm a girl, which was one of the main reasons for keeping my identity a secret. That, and preventing my parents from hearing about what I do with my free time. Krite just shook his head. As long as your potion making doesn't slack off, I don't care if you're a dancing bear. With that settled, Harry went to pick up the crates once more, but Leo forestalled her. We'll come back for the crates later, he told Krite, putting a hand on Harry's arm and propelling her gently toward the door. Harry wanted to talk to me about something first. Sure, Krite snorted, and went back to stocking wit sharpening potions. Harry allowed Leo to lead her toward Kyprioth Court without complaint, though she did throw him several questioning looks, which he ignored. She caught sight of a new building at the end of the street, where the dancing dragon used to stand, and smiled. The new dragon looks good, she offered. It does, Leo agreed amiably, but it's called the Dancing Phoenix now. She supposed that made sense, with the whole rising from the ashes thing. When Leo took them down a side alley that was all too familiar to Harry, no matter that it looked different in the light of day, she grew uneasy. Her hands began to shake ever so slightly. Where are we going, Leo? Leo looked down at her from the corner of his eye. Just taking you home, as usual. Home. Harry's breath hitched. He couldn't be. There was no way he could know. And yet, somehow, after a few twists and turns, they arrived on Dogwood Lane. Harry's feet carried her numbly after Leo, until he stopped in front of number 7 and raised an eyebrow. Harry stared back at him, considering whether it would cost her anything to try bluffing. Is this your home, Leo? She asked, eyes showing nothing but innocent curiosity. A faint smile tugged at Leo's mouth, and he shook his head. Harry allowed her face to fall in slight disappointment and confusion. Then, where are we? Very good, Leo said, rocking back on his heels to study her face. Believable, but as careful as your expression is now. You gave yourself away as soon as you suspected what I meant by home. Your breathing sped up, and your eyes widened noticeably. Harry maintained her innocent facade. Well, I was excited. I thought I was finally going to get to see where you lived. I'd like to believe that, Leo said, gazing down at her, but the look in your eyes wasn't hopeful, lass. It was scared. Harry turned her gaze away from her friend, and didn't respond. Leo pressed her. What's got you scared, Harry? Me. You know I'd never. Why have you brought me here, Leo? Harry asked, turning back to him calmly, to make a point. What do you want? Want? Leo looked confused, then insulted, before his features settled on wryness. No, it's not blackmail I'll be dealing in today, Harry. The only thing I want from you is the truth. Just like that, Harry couldn't help but scoff a bit internally, even as she stayed collected on the surface. Who says the truth is yours to demand? Whatever you think you know, leave it here, Leo. Please. Leo shot her a look. Harry, it's my job to know what goes on in these alleys. Nothing's going on, Leo. Have you had any complaints, any disturbances that you think I'm somehow responsible for? Harry asked. How could I, when you've been in America all semester? Leo asked. How indeed? Harry countered. Then she sighed. This is pointless, Leo. I don't know what you were accepting me to admit, but can we forget this whole thing? No, Leo said, not when I still don't understand. You don't need to understand everything, Harry said sharply. I need to understand you, Leo said just as sharply back. This is what you spent your money from last summer on, isn't it? He gestured to number 8 with a negligent hand. Why? Why pay for a room you're never going to use? Who says I'm not using it? Harry asked stubbornly. This was all going downhill too fast. The apartment was supposed to be a failsafe, one that nobody knew about. Not that Leo was likely to talk to the Orrs about it, but still. Leo raised a disbelieving eyebrow. How can you be? Either you're at school in America or you aren't, and since you are, you can't possibly have a use for this place. Why doesn't anything about you make sense? Harry was frowning openly now. You don't know any of that for sure. You can't know anything for sure. All you have is guesses, and you can't prove anything. Prove? What are you? Leo broke off with a harsh exhale. You aren't making sense, Harry. What is there to prove or not prove? I know you spend all year in America or at your home in Godric's Hollow, because my people checked. Harry's blood froze. Checked. Yes, checked, Leo said, sounding annoyed now. Did you think I was someone who could afford not to check into the background of his friends? I am not in a position to take anyone's word for anything, Harry, so don't start getting offended just because I checked up on your story. What do you mean, checked? Harry asked tightly. Leo shrugged dismissively. I just sent one of my men over to ask around, that's all. It wasn't anything intrusive. And what did they tell you? Harry asked. Plenty, Leo said, eyes narrowed, like the fact that you play the boy even there. You know that's crazy, right? You can't just pretend to be someone else forever. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, Leo. Harry's temper flared, but that last remark had hit a little too close to home. I am not one of your subjects. Leo gazed challengingly down at her. Oh, really? So you thought you could just buy a house in my jurisdiction and nothing would come of it, is that it? You only control the court of the rogue, Leo, and stop changing the subject, Harry said tightly. What else did you dig up on me? Leo took several deep breaths to calm himself. I told you, it was nothing intrusive. My man simply ascertained the fact that one Harry Potter was attending school in America, in the Healer's Tract, and that was all. What were you expecting me to find? Nothing, Harry said flatly. I was expecting you to find nothing, because I wasn't expecting you to go looking. Is this the kind of friendship we have? Leo scowled at her. Don't talk to me about friendship as though it magically removes a person from suspicion in your eyes either. Tell me you've never lied to me, Harry, and then tell me I was wrong to try and find out what parts of you were the truth. Harry's face felt pinched with everything she was holding back. All she could say was, how did you know about this place? Have me followed. It doesn't matter how I knew. What are you using it for? Leo asked. What everyone uses a house for, Harry said. Leo made a frustrated sound. Even forgetting that you are in America half the year, I know you don't actually use it, Harry. I want to know why you have it. And how do you know that? Harry said. The neighbors never see you. Never hear you. There's no furniture in the house, and Leo cut himself off, grimacing, and Harry realized. You broke into my house. Harry stared at him, mouth slightly agape. How did Leo think that was okay? Leo backpedaled swiftly. When I broke in, I wasn't sure it was your house. So you broke into some random person's house that might have been mine. Harry's voice was growing more incredulous. No, Leo said patiently. I broke into a house that may or may not have been the home of an orphan with no one to look after him. All I knew was that the one renting it was young, alone, and named Harry. I briefly entertained the possibility it was you, but only after discovering it to be abandoned did I seriously consider that you'd bought an empty house in the lower alleys for no apparent reason. Honestly, I still can't believe I was right. It's not abandoned, Harry said forcefully. You mustn't ever say that again. Don't even think it. Just know that Harry Potter has a house in the lower alleys, and don't remember anything about when or why she used it. Leo shook his head bewilderedly. I don't understand. And I can't explain it to you, Harry said firmly. Don't you think if I could explain it to you I would have? Do you think I like arguing with you in the middle of the street? Fighting with my friend over something too stupid? I'm not doing this for kicks, Leo. I can't explain it to you. Leo blinked at her for a long moment, looking a bit lost. Whatever. Harry ran a hand through her bangs distractedly as the wind swept them into her eyes. Yes, ever. You will never know, Leo, and that's how it has to be. Can you live with that, or should I find someone else to watch my back in Nocturne Alley from now on? Leo scowled down at her, eyes tight. I don't like ultimatums. Well, I don't like sneaky busybodies who do more harm than good with their ignorant nosing around, Harry scowled back. I wouldn't be ignorant if you'd just. Leo took a deep breath, then two more, and finally, after a long look into Harry's stubborn green eyes, he drew back enough to consider her more calmly. Fine. You're not going to tell me, and my knowing is obviously going to mess up some grand plan of yours, so, fine. I'll stop asking. Harry nearly sighed with relief, until Leo added, if. I'll stop asking if you promise that the minute you get over your head, the very second whatever you're doing gets too big for you to handle, you will come to me and explain everything. No, don't protest. Harry, I don't care if what you're doing is dangerous, illegal, unethical, or just plain crazy. When you need help, you will come to me, and I will give it to you. Deal. Harry weighed the pros and cons quickly. She lost nothing by agreeing, and gained Leo's cooperation and silence. He had worded his request vaguely enough that she could interpret, over her head, however she wanted to, which meant she didn't ever have to ask him for help, and he would still agree not to push too hard into her secrets. Deal, Harry said, sticking her hand out toward Leo. Leo clasped her hand in an easy movement, and pulled her forward into a brief hug just as easily. Be careful, Harry, he said into her short hair. Worry about yourself, Leo, she murmured back. That evening, the Blacks and Remus had come over to Godric's Hollow for dinner. They had just started in on the main course when James said, Master Grindel told me something very interesting today. Grindel was the potioneer who kept the law enforcement offices equipped with polyjuice, veritaserum, tissue-repairing creams, and various other potions the Aurors had need for. Do you have news to share with us, Harry? All eyes in her family turned expectantly to her, and Harry swallowed her bite of potatoes awkwardly before saying, yes. I was approached by a member of the Potions Guild today. Not just a member, The Aldermaster, James broke in, grinning proudly. Yes, Harry said, smiling a bit, Master Hurst, who offered me an internship at the guild this summer. Lily clapped her hands together excitedly and Sirius looked cheerfully impressed. Remus smiled fondly at her and said, You should have told us you were applying, Harry. We could have helped you with recommendations or something. Harry smiled her thanks, but said, I didn't apply, actually. A friend of mine recommended my potions work to the Aldermaster, and he liked it enough to offer me the internship. You have other friends, Archie said with mock horror. I feel so betrayed. How did he contact you? Lily asked curiously. Harry sent Archie an amused look, and told her mother, We happened to both be in the apothecary on Diagon Alley today. Mr. Tate introduced us, and it came out that I was the same Harry Master Hurst's son had mentioned to him. His son. Lily tilted her head. Where did you meet him? Yes, Harry, where did you meet this boy? James clenched his butter knife with alarming focus. Through Mr. Tate as well. Harry shrugged. He's in there a lot running errands for his father, and I'm in there a lot picking up ingredients. After the first few times we recognized each other, we got to talking about potions, and showed each other some of our work. He took one of my blood replenishers to show his father. How often do you see this boy, exactly? James asked suspiciously. Harry rolled her eyes. It's not like that, Dad. Leo is too old for me. His name is Leo. Sirius grinned. I like him already. No, you don't, James growled at Sirius before turning back to stare Harry down again. Just how old is he? You know you can't trust older men just because they remind you of your father, Harry. You have to always be on your guard. Harry shook her head. Not that old. He's still school age. Does he go to Hogwarts? Archie asked, and Harry hoped no one else caught the underlying nervousness in that question. No, he's homeschooled, Harry said. Seeing the dangerous look in her father's eyes, she added, but he's not my type, so don't worry. What is this type thing you keep talking about? James was looking distinctly blue in the face. You are too young to have a type. Figure of speech, Harry murmured into her piece. So anyway, I'm going to internship at the Potions Guild over the summer. Yay, me. Congratulations, Harry, Remus said warmly. Those are very difficult internships to come by. If you make a good enough impression, you'll have your pick of masters to apprentice under. We should celebrate, Lily said thoughtfully. This is a big accomplishment, after all. Great idea, Aunt Lily, Archie said enthusiastically. Let's have a party. We could get you that platinum cutting board you've had your eye on, Remus suggested. Or we could get a new snake. Sirius said. How would that be celebrating? Lily shook her head wearily. Besides, then you'd have 13, James pointed out logically. Oh, good point. That night she and Archie were allowed to have a sleepover, so they spent the evening in Harry's room, going over everything the other had done all semester. Twice. When they reached the end of it, Harry was frowning because one of Archie's teachers had changed the syllabus and he'd forgotten to tell her to change her extracurricular studies accordingly. She had ended up studying 3 extra chapters about medical ailments of the mind unnecessarily. Archie was frowning for rather different reasons. Seriously, how can you be some nut job's target again this year? Archie shook his head wonderingly, and our parents think I'm the troublesome one. Why are people always attacking you, though, really? Harry shrugged. No idea. It isn't just me, though. Neville, Pottle, Mrs. Norris. Something really bad is happening at Hogwarts. I'm starting to think I dodged a major stunner by trading places with you, Archie said. So who do you think is doing it? I don't know, Harry said, but it might not be a person. It could be a what? Archie quirked his brow. No, it's obviously a person. Harry blinked. What do you mean? The message, Archie said, coupled with the fact that the voice you heard used the word master. Obviously there are 2 parties involved. One is the voice you heard, the one able to move through walls and therefore likely not human. The other is the one who wrote the message, which sounds remarkably more coherent than the voice you heard, and who the first voice calls master. There is a master and a servant, both of whom speak Parseltongue, so clearly the master is a Parselmouth and the servant is a snake, unless you think snakes serve other snakes in line with political agendas. No, Your analysis makes more sense, Harry acceded. So there is another speaker in Hogwarts, like Dumbledore and Snape implied, and whatever is attacking these kids is some kind of snake. What kind of a snake petrifies people? Archie asked. I'm not sure, Harry said. Let's look in the Potter library. There's all sorts of compendiums on magical creatures, since one of my great-great-grandfathers was a creature enthusiast. Wouldn't the Black Library have more on creatures that speak Parseltongue? Archie asked. We'll check there tomorrow. Unless you want to explain to my mom why we want to flow to Grimmauld Place in the middle of the night to check the library for something, Harry offered. Yeah, no, Archie laughed. They browsed through the Potter library for a few hours, and then the next day they looked through the Black Library, and eventually they had come up with a list of likely creatures. It was much easier looking through libraries you were familiar with, Harry reflected, because she was sure the same research would have taken several days in the Hogwarts library, whose organizational system she still hadn't fully mastered. At the top of the list was the Gorgon. It was said to be a female monster with snakes for hair, and the snakes were apparently capable of turning people to stone. Unfortunately, there were very few half-credible accounts of a Gorgon sighting in the last 2 centuries. Archie liked that one, because it matched up with the female attacker Harry had encountered, but Harry thought it less likely. It explained the Parseltongue, and the petrifaction, but not how or why the snakes, which according to their information were attached to the Gorgon's head, would be separate at any time from the actual Gorgon. Next on the list was the basilisk. It was a giant serpent, which made it hard to see how it would fit in the walls, considering all the other things that must be in the walls, pipes, and stones and such, but the basilisk had the ability to either petrify or kill with its gaze, which fit the patterns of the attacks better than the Gorgon, who as far as legend could tell, only killed with its gaze. Unfortunately, no one had seen a basilisk for a lot longer than the last known Gorgon sighting. They were rare, and neither Archie nor Harry could fathom where someone would have gotten hold of one in this day and age. Third on the list was the echidna. Half nymph, half snake, the echidna's natural prey was humans, and it was reported to have powers that wizards had yet to fathom, so it could very well be able to petrify people. But not only did it usually eat its victims once it killed them, the echidna was also said to be fiercely intelligent. The voice Harry had heard didn't sound intelligent, and there were no known reports of an echidna following a master other than itself. All of these creatures are very long-lived, Archie commented. If it is one of these things, it wasn't born or made recently. Most of them take at least a decade to become fully grown, so if this is a plot of some kind, it's either a really long time in the making, or else whoever is behind it somehow found and persuaded one of these creatures for his purposes. Her purposes, Harry corrected absently, and it makes sense that they're long-lived. The serpent is the symbol for immortality in many different cultures around the globe, and reptiles in general live pretty long lives. Look at tortoises. Yeah, Archie said, tapping his fingers on the table they were working at. It's weird though, that you weren't able to follow the creature the second time. Harry raised an eyebrow. How so? It was moving through the walls, and I was limited to the hallways. True, Archie said, but it was moving quickly. Like it knew its way around the school. I mean, how come it didn't get completely lost in the walls of that castle, especially if it was a new inhabitant? Maybe it was somehow able to lock onto its master's location. Harry guessed. I'm not sure. It can't be a native of Hogwarts, though, can it? I mean, someone would have noticed it before now. It could have been in hiding. Hiding is possible, but never getting hungry or tempted by all the students roaming the halls until this year. Harry shook her head. If it was at Hogwarts before the Master came to control it, there should have been more attacks, more random petrifactions or disappearances, before this Master came to the school. The voice sounded like the Master was holding it back, preventing it from killing when it wanted. Surely the thing gets hungry, but so far none of its victims have been eaten. Maybe it feeds from the forest, Archie suggested. You should ask Hagrid if there are creatures going missing or migrating to parts of the forest away from the castle. Good idea, Harry said, making a mental note of it. Maybe it was hibernating, Archie added. I mean, snakes do that, right? That only makes sense if it was a basilisk, Harry said. The other two are part humanoid. They wouldn't have been hibernating. Besides, What would a hibernating basilisk be doing at Hogwarts? It's loud and cold there. Not the best environment for centuries of sleep. I don't know, Archie said, grimacing. This whole thing is such a mess. Are you going to tell Snape what we think it might be when you get back? Harry shook her head. Snape is smart, and so is Dumbledore. They would have thought of these things already, so unless new evidence comes to light, there's no point telling them what they already know. So, Archie leveled a frank look at her. Riddles Gala, really? Harry shrugged defensively. It was Sirius who really wanted to go. And who was able to talk himself into going because your friends would be there, Archie said pointedly. I'm not sure this is a good idea. It's a public event, Harry said logically. The Sow party isn't going to try anything. They're more the type to plot in secret, not in the open like that. The minister is invited, for goodness sake, and my dad's going to be there. Exactly, Archie said earnestly. It's not the cow party I'm worried about, it's you. Can you hold up all night with Sirius, James, and your pureblood friends in the same room? Harry wanted to point out that James and Sirius were just as pure-blooded as her friends, but she knew what Archie had meant. She also wanted to point out that calling the Sow party the cow party was both a bit juvenile and a bit silly just for the sake of rhyming, especially when you considered that a sow was, in fact, a female pig. If she said any of that, however, Archie would assume she was going over to the dark side, both literally and figuratively. I'll be fine, Harry said. I won't be with all of those people at once but for a few times all night. Mostly I can switch between personas easily depending on who I'm talking to. You sound pretty confident, Archie said. That was good, Harry reflected, as confidence had been what she was going for. A few days later, Harry received a letter from Draco. Well, Archie had received it and passed it along, but still. Dear Rigel, how is your winter break? I note that you have not yet written to either Pansy or myself, and I would like to take the time to tell you that enclosing a note along with our Christmas presents will not count for your one mandatory correspondence with us, just in case you were going to try that. I won't ask about your winter assignments, since you probably had them finished before even boarding the train home, but I will ask if you are coming to the New Year's Eve gala. Are you? Please come. Your father didn't seem too keen, but you don't have to be limited by his social decisions anymore, you know. You're an honorary Malfoy now, which means that any invitation which includes all of our family automatically extends to you. And you can't be concerned about crashing the party because you were invited by name on your father's invitation as well. In conclusion, I know you haven't got anything better to do on New Year's or you would have mentioned it, and father has personally charged me with persuading you to come, which means that he probably has a better reason for your attendance than you have for not attending. Also, if you agree after reading this letter, it means I gain both status and credibility as a negotiator in my father's eyes, so come to help out your best friend, if for no other reason. Did you like that appeal to your better nature? I wasn't sure you had one, but mother told me to try anyway. That was a joke, in case you didn't get that. I absolutely hate parchment communication, but father says I must get used to it unless I want to be running around in an undignified manner for the rest of my life. Best holiday wishes. Draco Lucian Malfoy. Harry rolled up the letter with a wry grin on her face. Since Sirius had already decided to attend, she could only assume that he had neglected to RSVP, probably on purpose. She would write to Draco, asking him to RSVP for both Sirius and herself, and spinning it in a way that suggested both she and Sirius had been miraculously convinced to attend due to Draco's letter. That ought to please Lucius Malfoy to no end. Christmas morning was a festive affair as always at Godric's Hollow. Remus was looking rather pale as the full moon was fast approaching, but he was propped up in a warm chair by the fire, and looked on fondly as Archie bounced around from the pile of gifts to the family member they belonged to, distributing each with an air of barely functional excitement. This one's from me, Archie exclaimed as he dropped a bright purple package in her lap. Harry opened it slowly, after reaching her magic toward it and trying to decide if there was a trap contained in the lid. She had already opened 3 gifts from Sirius, all of which had rubber snakes coiled to spring as soon as the lid on the box was opened. The floor about the living room was littered with the unlikely colored snakes, and each present that exploded into rubber snakes made Sirius laugh even harder, and the rest of them scowl at him a little more fiercely. Her magic felt no answering magic from within the package, so at least whatever was in there wouldn't do too much damage. She still pointed the package away from her before opening it, however. Nestled in the tissue paper was a watch. It wasn't very big, but it was obviously very old. It was also a man's watch, but just elegant enough that it wasn't too unusual a gift for a girl. The watch and chain were both of the brightest silver, and it looked like the face of the watch opened, but the clasp wouldn't budge to Harry's gentle pulling. Archie sent her a mysterious smirk, so Harry decided to leave it for now, and thanked Archie warmly. He knew she'd been wanting a watch of her own, so that she wouldn't have to borrow his whenever she went somewhere she ought to have one. All of her male friends had similar watches of more or less age and value. They wouldn't get their heir rings until they turned 17, but watches were usually given to the male heir of a pureblood family when he turned 11. Interesting gift, Sirius said, glancing between them with mild amusement. Isn't it cute, James? I know, James said, only 12 and already having their own inside jokes. Open mine next, dear, Lily said, passing James a package. James took it with a look of wonder in his eyes, as though he couldn't believe his wife of 13 years had gotten him a Christmas present. Sometimes, in the back part of her mind, Harry recognized that it was patently ridiculous how in love her parents were, but most of the time she was just fondly amused by it, and perhaps a tiny bit wistful, in a distant and not at all immediate sort of way. A tie, James exclaimed, taking it out of the little box and holding it up. Thank you, honey. He put it on immediately, while Remus smiled and Sirius laughed outright. James, he said, you hate ties. Shut up, Sirius, James said, still beaming at his wife. This is the best present ever. Lily couldn't hold back her own laughter any longer. She reached beneath her chair and pulled out a bigger box. Here, darling, the tie was a joke. James looked ready to tackle Lily with happiness, but eyed her swollen belly and settled for embracing her gently before taking the package with reverence. Thanks for real this time, Lily. Just open the package, James. Lily rolled her eyes. And so it went. Remus got Harry a new set of weights, slightly heavier than her old ones. James got her a voucher for her favorite used bookstore in Diagon Alley. James got Archie a new pair of beater's gloves, but Sirius got Harry a leather healer's kit, so in the end everything worked out nicely. Harry got her mother a certificate for a pregnancy massage at her favorite beauty parlor. Lily bought Sirius an exotic dessert cookbook, and Harry got Archie a remembrall. As soon as he grasped it, the cloudy mists inside turned dark red. Well, that's not good, Archie laughed sheepishly. Good thinking, Harry, Sirius said, laughing, though all it'll end up doing is telling Archie that he's always forgetting something. A few days later, Harry was over at Grimmauld Place, helping Archie get ready for the gala. Archie was in the bathroom putting his green contacts in, and Harry was mentally settling herself into Rigel Black's reality. She was dressed in dress robes of deep dove gray, which were only saved from somberness by the bright silver embroidery up the sides. The silver stitches gave the impression of curling vines coming up from the hem, and the soft, light gray boots on her feet made her feel like every step she took was important. She had her new watch in her pocket, hidden from sight, but there nonetheless, and Archie's soft black cloak hung elegantly from her shoulders. Archie came out of the bathroom with green eyes and wearing Harry's sweater. You look good, Archie said, eyeing her professionally. No rings. I don't like things on my fingers, Harry said. Will Sirius be fooled? Well, you look as uncomfortable as I would be in formal attire, Archie said, and he won't be looking for deception. That's half the work of fooling people. It should be fine. Harry looked one last time into the mirror, and Rigel Black looked back. Sirius didn't bother with the flow, instead opting to apparate them both to the coordinates provided on the invitation. Now remember, he whispered as they stepped out of the arrival zone and into the line of people waiting to be announced to the General Assembly. Don't drink anything that smells like poison, and don't listen to anyone who says you aren't the most handsome and wonderful black to ever be born. Rigel grinned the way Archie would have at the sheer ridiculousness of Sirius' advice. When my grandparents named you, they must not have realized they were tempting fate. Oh, the blacks are above fate, didn't you know? Sirius raised surprised eyebrows. Don't tell me you've been living your life without a sense of dramatic irony, just in case fate takes it personally. Oh, dear, however have I gone wrong? Let me count the ways, a voice drawled from behind them. Sirius stiffened and Rigel caught the barest hint of unease before his features shifted into cheerful surprise. He turned and greeted the man behind them warmly. Regulus. I'd ask what you were doing here, but, well, I do so hate to be obvious. Sirius reached out to clasp the other man on the shoulder familiarly, and Rigel noted how the man twitched slightly, but didn't shirk away. The other man looked a lot like Sirius, but was decidedly more delicate. His skin was noticeably paler, his eyes a slightly darker shade of gray, his hair as black as crepe. And yet, for all that the man looked like a slighter, darker version of Sirius, there was something undeniably different about him, beyond his reserved expression and stilted posture. Something that made her eyes narrow, as though she could see him better if she but looked a little closer. I wish I could say the same, Sirius, the dark man said, his voice too weary to be completely cold. What are you doing here? Sirius drew himself up and raised an eyebrow. I was invited. Before the other man could do more than scowl, Sirius gestured toward Rigel and said, I'm not sure you remember my son, Regulus. It's been several years, and you only met briefly. This is Arcturus Rigel Black. Rigel, this is my younger brother, your uncle, Regulus Black. It is good to meet you again, uncle, Rigel said without inflection. I trust you've been well since we last had the chance to converse. So polite, Regulus Black murmured, gazing at Rigel with an indiscernible expression. Are you sure he's your son, brother? Sirius bristled, but relaxed after a moment. Always forget how unidentifiable your humor is, Reggie. Regulus Black winced ever so slightly at the nickname, and Sirius smirked openly. Unfortunately, I can never forget how unnecessary your social mannerisms are. Regulus sighed. Are you here merely to provoke people, or did you really have nothing better to do tonight? Or maybe, Regulus stepped closer, peering into Sirius' face with a cunning that told Rigel to be very careful around this man. You finally had enough of playing the reformed sinner. Finally come home where you belong, brother. Finally come back to be with people who understand you, even if only for one lonely night. Sirius's face was darkening, and Rigel thought now might be a good time for a diversion a la innocent child style. Is it okay? She asked, looking deliberately up at Regulus with an air of apologetic concern. I mean, I know the whole split thing is still in effect, but it's technically a political event, isn't it? Both Regulus and Sirius turned slowly toward her, Sirius with worried eyes and Regulus with a distantly incredulous expression. I'm really sorry if our being here is going to cause any problems, uncle, she went on, more disingenuous than she had ever been in her life. It's just that I really wanted to see my friends over the break, and since I was on the invitation this year I begged father to accept just once. If you want us to go, though, well, we could never say no to a family member's request. Regulus Black looked from Sirius to Rigel, and back again. Perhaps he is your son after all, the man said wryly. At that moment, the announcer tapped his staff against the marble floor just firmly enough to avoid being either timid or obnoxious. Lord Sirius Black, Master Regulus Black, and young Mr. Arcturus Black, he announced to the General Assembly of guests. Too late the three of them realized that they had reached the front of the line, and that by standing so close they had been mistaken for a unit, as though they had come to the party together. Now with upwards of a few hundred people staring up at them, Regulus and Sirius could do nothing except pretend that this was not the first time they'd spoken since Diana's funeral. They began a slow, dignified descent down an unnecessarily long and steep staircase into the ballroom proper. Heads turned, people whispered, and Rigel was starting to feel like a character in a very uncomfortably written scene. Luckily, she was not the target of the room's speculation. That honor very clearly went to Sirius and Regulus, who were together as notoriously unclose as they were individually just plain notorious. Yet again, the universe lends itself to Sirius Black in a way so unbelievable that one can only assume you planned this entire thing, Regulus murmured out of the corner of his mouth as they descended. You must admit that this has a certain poetic lining to it, Sirius said, not seeming unnerved at all by all the people staring up at him. Perhaps fate is not done with the Blacks after all. That's what you get for naming your children after stars, Rigel muttered, not at all pleased with being even close to the center of attention. That's not even tempting fate, it's lobbing the lodestone of your existence straight into its inner courtyard. The corner of Regulus' mouth twitched and he sent her a sidelong glance of heavily veiled amusement. Sirius just grinned outright. At the bottom of the stairs was the receiving line, where the guests met the hosts and exchanged the usual meaningless pleasantries. The hosts had to stand in the receiving line until all of the guests had arrived, and the three blacks must have been among the last few stragglers to make it in under the half-hour window between embarrassingly on time and unforgivably late. First in line were the people whose mansion they were standing in, Lord and Lady Rosier, and their son, Alden Rosier, whose bored expression melted away at the sight of Rigel, to be replaced by a gleeful little smirk that caused Sirius to send a vaguely concerned look her direction. Rigel shrugged as subtly as she could toward Sirius, barely a twitch of her shoulders, and smiled politely at the Rosiers as they drew level with them. Lady Rosier. Sirius bowed affably toward his hosts, Lord Rosier. Marvelous crowd you've assembled. I'd declare it a resounding crush. Only here 5 minutes and already making unasked for declarations. Lord Rosier swept Sirius with a look, before turned to glance meaningfully at his wife. Some things never change. Lady Rosier inclined her head, a smile like a shadow playing about her mouth. Truly, it has been too long, Lord Black. Sirius didn't seem to find anything odd about the exchange, and simply raised a hand to encompass both Rigel and Regulus in a graceful gesture. You know my brother, Regulus Black, and this is my heir, Arcturus. Regulus exchanged polite, if stilted, greetings with the Rosiers, and then it was Rigel's turn. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord and Lady Rosier, she said, bowing to the correct degree. It is good to see you outside of school, Alden. Strictly speaking, she and Alden Rosier weren't on a first-name basis, but when faced with several people of the same last name, it was traditional to use the first name if the youngest ones in order to maintain formality with the elder ones. The elusive heir of Black, Lord Rosier said, peering down at her with golden-colored eyes the exact shade that Alden's were. Alden has mentioned you, of course. We are pleased to finally put a face to a name. Several of your year mates are over by the refreshments, Alden added. Don't stray too far, Rigel. Rookwood and I will find you later. Rigel nodded her acceptance, and they moved on to allow the people behind them to greet the Rosiers. Next in line were the Malfoys. Rigel supposed they were considered hosts of a sort as well, being senior members of the SOW party. Sissy. Sirius stepped forward and bowed low over Narcissa's hand, and Lucius. Surprised to see me. If it was your intention to surprise us, then neglecting to RSVP was a good way of doing it, Narcissa said, smiling. We had to find out from our son that you had given any weight to our earlier invitation. Welcome. And welcome to you as well, Regulus. Oh, it is good to see the Black brothers standing together once again. Regulus inclined his head with only slightly less stiffness than he had shown the Rosiers. Cousin, Lucius. It is good to see you this night. How are you, young Draco? Well, Cousin Regulus, Draco said, grinning up at Regulus in a way that spoke more of Regulus Black's familiarity with the Malfoys than anything Regulus himself had done, though I am doing better with my friend Rigel now arrived. Rigel smiled warmly. Good evening, Draco. I hope you didn't scan the queue for us long. Draco sniffed with easy disdain. Don't be absurd. A Malfoy, seek out a Black. Perish the thought. Narcissa and Sirius laughed openly, and Lucius and Regulus exchanged a look of wry amusement. It was a long-standing social joke that the Malfoys and Blacks were always trying to outdo one another. Nowadays the rivalry was little more than a fond remnant of an unraveling past. They moved on to the final host in the receiving line, and came face to face with Lord Riddle himself. Gone was Sirius' easy-going charm, and instead in her uncle's place stood a man of caution and deliberation. Quite a gathering you've assembled, Lord Riddle, Sirius said evenly, his words so vague they bordered on meaningless. Thank you, Lord Black, Riddle said, looking at Sirius as one might look at the summary of a novel which turned out to be slightly more interesting than one had expected upon picking it up. He cast an eye about the ballroom as though considering it, then said, I trust you will enjoy the night. Then his eyes turned to Regulus, and his voice softened just enough to be noticeable to Rigel's careful ear. Regulus, how does this year's Eve find you? A little better than last year's, Regulus answered, something almost like a fleeting smile flickering across his face. As always, Lord Riddle. And young Rigel Black as well, Riddle said, and Rigel inwardly winced to think of the explaining she'd have to do to excuse the fact that Riddle recognized her by face and name. Not as Arcturus, but as Rigel. There are a few who will be very surprised to see you here. He glanced between the three of them, his gaze lingering on Sirius and Rigel, and he smiled in a slightly sinister way. What could have lured the blacks to my little gathering, I wonder? In the space between heartbeats, Rigel had a single, dangerous thought. It was the way Riddle had worded his rhetorical question. He said, lured, instead of saying, brought, or caused, or something else. Why the word, lure? There being a lure implied intent to lure. It implied bait, and a carefully laid trap. It implied that they were the unsuspecting fish who had wandered unknowingly into a net. It made her think, made her wonder. What had lured them there? Sirius had come to see his old acquaintances, and Rigel had come to see her friends. Her friends, who were invited for the first time that year for no apparent reason. Oh, but no, she quickly opposed herself. Surely Riddle had not invited the other heirs to lure her into coming. That was just absurd. Perhaps he meant to imply that it was at his behest that Narcissa Malfoy invited them personally. Maybe he had used the word unthinkingly, however unlikely it seemed to Rigel that Riddle ever did anything unthinkingly. All of this ran through her head in quick and disordered succession, and by the time they bid Riddle adieu and moved to make room for the next in the receiving line, Rigel was already putting those thoughts away for another time. What interesting acquaintances your heir has, brother. Regulus was looking down at Rigel with nearly open interest now. Perhaps being put into Slytherin has saved him from your influence after all. With that, Regulus Black walked away from them without a parting glance. Sirius' left eyelid jumped in the way it did when he was insulted but too proud to openly show it in his expression, and Rigel spoke up quickly, don't listen to him, Dad. If it weren't for your influence, I'd be a boring old stick in the mud like him. I mean, can you really see me ever pulling off a look like that? Rigel screwed up her face into an expression of mock reservedness, which came off as pinched and uncomfortable, and not at all intimidating or somber. Sirius broke into a chuckle and shook his head. I know I shouldn't let him get to me, after all this time. We've always managed to push all the wrong buttons on each other, though. We didn't come to see him, though, Rigel said. Come on, Dad. Let's find someone you actually want to talk to. So they set off through the crowd of witches and wizards, all dressed in their winter finest, searching for people Sirius wanted to chat with. As it turned out, there were quite a few of them, and after the 20th person peered at her with casual interest before ignoring her existence to talk to Sirius, Rigel asked if she could be excused to go in search of her friends. Sirius waved her off cheerfully, and Rigel made her way toward the refreshment table on the far side of the ballroom, hoping her friends would be around there somewhere. A hand on her elbow snagged her as she was walking by, and turned her around. She blinked, then smiled. Oh, hello, Blaise. Blaise was dressed smartly in deep blue dress robes. He smiled in his usual vague way and said, Rigel. What a pleasant surprise. You should have told us on the train you were going to be attending the gala. Why are you? He added bluntly. He still hadn't let go of her elbow, and towed her through the crowd while he spoke. My father decided to attend this year, Rigel said casually. Have you seen the others yet? Where did you think I was dragging you off to, Rigel? Blaise shook his head with amusement. Or do you simply allow yourself to be dragged hither and thither without any thought to the destination? One never knows with you, Blaise, Rigel said. One never knows with you, Rigel, Blaise countered. Everyone moved over to one of the corners so we could converse at a reasonable decibel. Except Draco. He and his family are still talking with the minister, I believe. Blaise nodded to their left, where Rigel could indeed see several heads of owned hair speaking amiably to the minister. She also caught sight of her father standing just behind the minister's shoulder, scanning the ballroom with his eyes. Blaise led her to where Pansy, Millicent, and Theo were standing with glasses of dark red punch, chatting away. Rigel. Pansy smiled and handed her punch to Theo so that she could clasp both of Rigel's hands warmly. You made it. Draco said you'd be coming, but I admit I thought he was exaggerating the likelihood. And miss a chance to see you, Pansy. Perish the thought, Rigel said, taking Pansy's glass from Theo and holding it solicitously herself. Has anything exciting happened yet? If by exciting you mean has anyone royally embarrassed themselves in the 40 minutes since the doors opened, Millicent said airily, then yes, there have been 5 scandalous events thus far, but unfortunately no one's life was ruined. Theo laughed and nudged Millicent. The night isn't over yet, and we do have an excellent vantage point just in case. Is that why we're standing in the corner? Rigel asked curiously. It doesn't seem that much quieter over here than anywhere else. We like our backs to the wall in a crush like this, Millicent said. And we don't want to be in the way when the dancing starts, Pansy added. Rigel could feel the blood draining from her face. Dancing. Well, damn. And in retrospect, obviously. It was a gala, after all. Pansy caught the look on Rigel's face and raised an eyebrow. You will save me a dance, won't you, Rigel? Draco's already claimed my second, and of course one of my cousins will get my first, but I saved my third dance for you. Rigel grimaced and injected as much regret into her voice as she could. I don't really know how to dance, Pan. I'm sorry. My son, not know how to dance. Ridiculous. Sirius had appeared behind her and clapped a hand on her shoulder. Of course Arch will take your third dance, Miss Parkinson, how kind of you to ask. He would never say no to a beautiful young lady, would he? Rigel winced. Of course not. I meant, a clod like me is unworthy of dancing with so graceful a goddess. I could never hold a candle to Pansy's poise and talent, and to even attempt such a thing could only be the most grievous of slights. Nice try, Sirius said, and Rigel could hear the laughter in his voice, but I didn't spend hours teaching you to dance for you to ignore my lessons. Technically it wasn't you who. I didn't spend a fortune on hiring a dance instructor for you to ignore her lessons, Sirius interrupted unrepentantly. Rigel sighed. Yes, I would be honored to accept your third dance, Miss Parkinson. Good lad, Sirius said. So, these are all your school friends. Not a bad bunch actually. Parkinson, not, Zabini, if I am not mistaken, and, Bulstrode. That last one was just a guess, but you've got the Bulstrode air of defensive stubbornness about you. Millicent opened her mouth, a slight frown marring her face, but Sirius just laughed. Kidding, but you have exactly your father's eyes, Miss Bulstrode. Thank you, Lord Black. Millicent clearly did not know what to make of Sirius Black, and Theo's face was only slightly less confused than hers was. Blaze just looked amused at the entire situation, which really didn't surprise Rigel at all. Have you said a hello to Uncle James yet? Sirius asked Rigel. She turned to look up at him properly. Not yet. He is with the minister, and somehow it seems rude even for us to just walk up to the minister's party and then address someone who is not the minister. When you put it like that, Sirius shrugged. Actually, that's probably exactly what I'll do. Try not to get us kicked out before the cake is served, Rigel suggested mildly. Sirius laughed. Good point. One really can't overstate the value of cake. Well, it was lovely meeting you all. Happy New Year. With that, Sirius was off again, and Rigel's classmates turned rather dazed expression on her. Is he always? Theo trailed off, not sure how to phrase his question politely. You grow accustomed to it quickly, Rigel said. So Lord Potter ended up having to attend after all. Pansy said. I know Mrs. Potter probably stayed home, but did he bring your cousin Harriet? Rigel shook her head. Harry doesn't like parties. She stayed at home with Aunt Lily. Oh, Pansy said. Do you think? Draco. There you are. They all turned to see Draco squeezing through the guests to get to their little circle. Hello, everyone. Thank Merlin that's over with. One more tedious question about how my classes are going or how I am enjoying Slytherin House, and I'm going to find a house elf and demand an entire legion of strawberry tarts. Are you free for the rest of the evening, then? Theo asked. Mostly, Draco said, though I do have to dance the first dance with the minster's daughter. He shuddered lightly. Creepy little chit. I'm sure she isn't that bad, Pansy said kindly. Draco leveled an unconvinced look at his friend. She breathes through her mouth, so loudly you can hear it from 5 feet away, and her hands are clammy. Then I'm sure she had a sparkling personality, Pansy said archly. Not everyone has redeeming qualities, Draco muttered. Sometimes I think you should have been a Hufflepuff. They chatted for a while longer, and then the orchestra began to warm up. Rigel used the word orchestra to describe the ensemble in her head, for lack of a better term, but the musical entertainment for the night was like no orchestra she had ever seen. In one corner of the enormous ballroom there was a huge crystal tank, filled completely with pretty cerulean water. Inside the tank were about 20 merfolk, and each mermaid or merman held some kind of instrument. When they began to warm up, the sound was similar to what a dry orchestra would produce, and yet nothing like it at all. The music had an eerie quality to it, and was strangely muted, while also remaining coherent. The merpeople can only play their music underwater, Draco informed them. They can breathe outside of the water, but their music sounds horrid in the air for some reason. It was a lot of trouble getting them in here, but worth it. Riddle hates it when the music is too loud for conversation, so the muted melodies the merpeople produce are actually perfect. Their group broke up then, each going to find the person they were expected to open the dancing with, and Rigel, well, she wasn't running away, she told herself. And she really wasn't going to hide or anything. She was, however, going to immediately step out onto one of the many balconies and get some fresh air. In fact, she had a feeling she'd find the air so fresh that she might have to stay out there enjoying it until the orchestra took a break. Pansy would understand when Rigel didn't appear for the third dance. She felt bad for standing her friend up, but she would have felt worse about stepping on Pansy's toes and making a fool out of her in front of all her peers. Just in case, she sidled up to Rookwood on her way out of the ballroom. The upperclassman was leaning on one of the columns, watching the dancers idly. Hello, Rookwood, she said. He glanced down at her and said, in a deep, gravelly voice, Rigel Black. Good evening. And to you, Rigel said, I know this is abrupt, but do you have a partner for the third dance? Rookwood lifted an eyebrow at her, and said slowly, I do not, however. Before accepting I feel I should tell you that I am not as a general rule inclined toward other men. Oh, said Rigel, taken aback. Then, no, that's not what I meant. Rigel felt her face heat up with acute embarrassment. I wasn't asking. I mean, she sighed, allow me to start over. Hello, Rookwood. I promised Pansy I would dance the third dance with her, but I don't like dancing at all, and I actually plan on hiding until it's over. Will you please dance the third dance with Pansy for me so she isn't alone? Rookwood chuckled, the sound slow and deep like a shifting mountain. Ah. That does make a bit more sense. Yes, I will dance with Pansy in your place, Black. Though you should not have accepted if you didn't intend to see it through. I did try declining politely, Rigel said, but circumstances, my father forced me into it. Rookwood was openly grinning now. Your father is quite the character, Black. I've seen him charm the magic out of no less than 20 people who before this night staunchly disapproved of everything he represented, and every elderly witch in the room shall be quite in love with him by the end of the night. That sounds about right, Rigel said. Thank you, Rookwood, and I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Rookwood shrugged, it matters not. Go and hide now, little snake. Rigel certainly didn't object to that plan. She had technically learned to dance from Archie, who had indeed taken lessons until he was as good as Draco and Pansy probably were, but she was frankly terrible at it. That, and she wasn't sure she could get through a set without mixing up the girl's part with the boy's part, which would be painfully disgraceful. Sirius would probably never let his son come to a social event again if he saw her attempt at the waltz. She picked the balcony she thought least likely to be occupied by trysting couples. The last thing she needed was to walk into something like that. There was a low burning gas lamp in the corner of the balcony, intended to provide soft lighting for the romantically inclined, but the light kept reflecting off of the balcony door's crystal doorknobs and sending sharp beams into her eyes, so Rigel blew it out impatiently. She'd light it again when she left, but she wanted a few minutes without light or sound to just breathe. Toward that purpose, Rigel closed the balcony doors and sighed when only the barest hint of noise penetrated the thick, insulating wood. She leaned her elbows on the balcony, ignoring the possibility of getting dust from the stone railing on her dress robes, and relaxed her head into her palms. She hadn't been lying to Pansy earlier. Parties were really not her thing. Only the slight differences in the noise coming through the closed doors indicated the passage of time as the orchestra played fast songs, slow songs, and probably numerous other kinds of songs Rigel was unable to distinguish among. Rigel slowly unwound, taking in the sounds of the garden below her, the crickets and the gentle swishing of the leaves. Then she heard a sound that had definitely not been made by a cricket or a leaf. It was the sound of voices, and it was coming closer. Rigel leaned away from the edge of the balcony quickly, and it seemed she moved not a moment too soon. The balcony was solid stone all the way to the floor, so once Rigel crouched down instinctively behind it, there were no gaps through which the garden could be seen. She did see a soft white light grow steadily brighter over the top of the stone balcony, casting shadows of trees up onto the walls of the mansion and the doors to the ballroom. She recognized the glow as a Lumos spell, and she recognized the voice, too. Both voices. Can you not know what is happening there? Your son writes his every thought to you, does he not? That was definitely Mr. Riddle. Rigel would never forget the deceptively calm and cultured tones of that voice. She had first heard it in a very similar situation. Just a voice with no face to identify it, and that sort of memory stuck with a person. Less and less of late, said the second person. Rigel also recognized that voice easily. The slow, somewhat stilted, and often dismissive undertones of Lucius Malfoy were not easily mistakable. To him it appears to be an act of randomness. However, two students struck down for no apparent purpose. Lord Riddle, I do not understand what you expect to hear. I expect to hear nothing, Riddle said sharply. It sounded as though they had stopped just below Rigel's balcony, and the light on the wall held steady. There should be no petrified students, no explosions, no acts of randomness. I do not understand, Lucius. Malfoy spoke hesitantly. Then, the attacks are not according to your plan. Of course not, Riddle hissed. Do not be a fool, Lucius. What sort of plan is pointless destruction? He is going to get the school closed down at this rate. Forgive me, Lord Riddle, but who exactly is this agent? Lucius spoke carefully. Are you sure you trust? No one to concern yourself with, Lucius, Riddle said dismissively. I have learned from my error with Quirrell. Too weak to control at a distance. This one, I trust him as I trust myself. Trustworthy, then, Malfoy murmured in assent, but is he entirely wise? It seems almost as though. What, Lucius? Riddle sounded slightly amused, but mostly impatient. Speak your mind to me. Petrified students, Lord Riddle, Malfoy said, voice hesitant. It sounds like someone has opened the Chamber of Secrets once more. Of course such a thing is impossible, considering. Yes, one would think, Riddle said sharply. I assure you he would not have, it cannot be. Indeed, Malfoy said, yet that is the impression I get from my son's report of the incident. It is just as it was 50 years ago. No suspect and no clues, just petrified students left lying around, and such mimicry cannot be an accident. Why would this agent want to make it seem as though the chamber has been opened, Lord Riddle? It will only stir up fear and doubt concerning Slytherin House in particular, and where the fortune of Slytherin House goes, the favor of the party usually follows. You do not have to tell me this, Riddle said, I know. I would not have, I assure you, he well understands the situation. Perhaps it is a coincidence, Malfoy offered in a transparently placating tone. Maybe this one has a grander plan that is not yet clear. Things will no doubt begin to make sense with the new year. They had better, Riddle said quietly. What shall I tell Severus? Malfoy asked suddenly. He is asking probing questions. When does he not? Riddle was definitely amused now. The light began to move, and Rigel assumed they were moving on to another part of the garden. Tell him nothing, Lucius, except that everything is under control. Dear Severus needs to remain ignorant. In order to remain, the voice trailed away, and the light vanished moments after it. Rigel sat on the balcony floor, numb from both the coldness of the stone she was sitting on and the conversation she had just overheard. So Riddle was behind whatever was happening at Hogwarts. And yet, he wasn't. Rigel shook her head. She had too little information to figure the entire conversation out, but some things were readily apparent. There was an agent of the SOW party at Hogwarts, one who was apparently male, despite Rigel's suspicions to the contrary, and who was working towards some unknown agenda. Although, Rigel reflected, that agenda wasn't really unknown to the three people who had seen the message left in the entrance hall. Unfortunately for Malfoy and Riddle, no one who knew the message seemed to have any interest in informing them about it. She also knew one more thing for certain. When she returned home, she and Archie were going to scour both their family libraries for any mention of this Chamber of Secrets. Whatever had happened 50 years ago didn't sound good if even Mr. Malfoy was hesitant to speak of it, and Rigel was not about to let it happen again. Just as Rigel had gotten her wits together after overhearing that unsettling conversation, the peaceful solitude of the balcony was broken. One of the doors to her balcony opened, spilling eerie mer music and two easily recognizable Slytherins out into the night. "You see," Alden Rosier was saying to his companion, "I told you Mother opened 7 of the ballroom balconies, not 6. As always, the world bows to your superior understanding of it," Rookwood drawled. Rosier snorted a laugh, then seemed to pause. Their silhouettes were hard to see, being backlit by the ballroom light, but it looked like Rosier was peering intently at Rookwood from where she sat against the stone railing looking up at them. "Are you patronizing me?" "Would I dare?" Rookwood asked mildly. "I think you are." Rosier laughed a bit. "If you're already being sardonically patient with me, perhaps I should refrain from the refreshment table for a bit." "That would be wise," Rookwood agreed. He turned to look at Rigel, still sitting on the ground, and Rosier followed suit. "Aha! There's our wayward charge." Rosier came forward, and Rigel noticed his steps seemed to be a tad unsteady, thought it was suspicious that one of the opened balconies was darkened and closed. "I said to myself, who is the most suspicious person at the party? For that is bound to be the same person who closed up the balcony. And I answered myself, why, Rigel Black, of course. And lo and behold, here you are. Am I not terribly clever?" Meanwhile, Rookwood had closed the doors to the ballroom again and moved to relight the lamp. Rigel was still trying to process the fact that Alden Rosier believed her to be the most suspicious person at Riddle's gala. Rosier crouched down in front of her and wagged a finger admonishingly. "Didn't I tell you not to wander too far, little imp? I told you Rookwood and I would find you. Didn't you think we'd find you?" Rigel looked questioningly from Rosier to Rookwood, who had an air of resignation about him. "Don't pay him any mind, Black. Alden has had too much punch." "Punch?" Rigel lifted a brow. "Has someone spiked it?" She dearly hoped it hadn't been serious. Rookwood shook his head. "Impossible. If someone can slip alcohol into the refreshments, what's to stop them from slipping in poison? No, the punch was intended to be alcoholic." Rigel blinked. Pansy was drinking the punch. "She was drinking from the children's bowl," Rookwood said, glancing at Rosier, who had given up crouching and was sitting cross-legged in front of Rigel, mostly just staring at her curiously. Alden was not. "Is it true you propositioned Edmund tonight?" Alden asked out of nowhere. Rigel glanced awkwardly away from the two upperclassmen. "Just a misunderstanding, Rosier." "Don't call me that," Rosier said absently, adding, "You should have come to me, you know. Edmund is such a tease, but I wouldn't have left you out here in the cold." Rigel quite honestly couldn't think of anything to say to that. "I think you've said enough, Alden," Rookwood said, stepping forward to haul Rosier to his feet. Rosier leaned against Rookwood tiredly. "Don't be cross with me, Edmund, you know I hate that. Didn't I tell you I was sorry about Alice? She only danced with me to make you jealous, old boy, even I could see." "That's enough, Alden," Rookwood said, sighing. "What am I going to do with you?" "I don't care," Rosier said morosely, "only don't be cross with me, Ed." He leaned up and gave Rookwood a smacking key to his cheek. "There," Rosier said, "now you can't be." Rosier suddenly slumped and Rookwood shifted his weight to balance the two of them easily. Rigel scrambled up, but Rookwood waved her off and set Rosier gently down on the balcony floor. "No need for alarm," he told her, "just a mild sleeping charm." It will wear off in half an hour or so, I expect. Rigel noticed then that Rookwood's wand was in his hand as he used the other to pluck Alden's handkerchief from his pocket. Rookwood first used the handkerchief to wipe off his cheek where Rosier had keyed him, then transfigured it into a pillow and placed it under his friend's head. She wondered briefly how he'd gotten around the underage magic restriction, but supposed that the Rosiers, like the Blacks, warded their home in a way that contained the trace. Watch him, won't you? He asked her, standing up and brushing his dress robes off. Rigel looked from Rookwood to Rosier. I'm not sure that's a good idea. You owe me for explaining to Pansy why she'd be dancing the third set with me, Black, Rookwood pointed out. Just stay here until he wakes up, and don't let him back into the ballroom unless he's sober. His mother will be displeased to notice him missing, but even more displeased were he to embarrass himself. I do owe you a favor, Rigel acknowledged, but I am somewhat concerned about what this will look like once you leave. Rookwood gazed at her patiently. I doubt anyone would think that about a boy your age. Rigel frowned. I don't think age has much to do with it, if you've got a wand. A wand. Rookwood broke off with an uncomfortable cough. I fear we are once again on very different pages, Black. Rigel frowned. I just don't think people will find it terribly implausible that a Black attacked the son of his host on a secluded balcony. My family history doesn't lend itself well to protestations of innocence. Rookwood blinked, as though he hadn't considered that at all. I'm sure they won't think you attacked Alden, he said with amusement, but if they do, I will set them straight. In any case, it is unlikely that anyone will venture out here before the dancing ends, and by then Alden should be awake enough to explain. All right, Rigel said, reclaiming her semi-comfortable seat against the balcony railing. There were runes for heat carved into the stone every several feet, so it wasn't really any hardship to remain out on the balcony for a little while longer. At least she now had a real reason to miss more of the dancing. The night was quiet, and it was easy to turn her mind to other things in the piece. After about 20 minutes, though, loud voices began to carry over from the next balcony over. There was a good 15 feet between the balconies, and the ballroom was circular, so it wasn't a straight line of sight from one balcony to the other. Rigel's balcony was downwind of the balcony next to it, though, so the voices carried rather clearly to where she sat. She didn't recognize either of the voices, but could tell that one of them was male and the other female. Unhand me this instant, Rodolphus, the woman's voice said. I am going back inside. No, Bella, a man answered. His voice was deep, but not calm or rumbling like Rookwood's was. This man's voice was rough and harsh. I think you'd better cool your head right here for a while. The woman scoffed loudly. I do not have time for this. How dare you presume to? Presume. The man laughed, and it was a bitter sound. Is it now presumptuous for a husband to prevent his wife from making a bloody fool of herself in front of all and sundry? The only fool here is you, if you think you can tell me what to do. The woman snapped back. Rigel now had a pretty good idea of who the two were, and was feeling a bit uncomfortable about overhearing a domestic dispute between one of Archie's cousins and her husband. The only Rodolphus she knew of was Rodolphus Lestrange, and she only knew of him because he was married to Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. Archie had made her at least attempt to memorize the last 3 branches of his family tree, and several of the most recent names had stuck by default. You will listen to me, woman, or so help me I will apparate us both home this instant, Rodolphus growled at his wife. What is your problem, Rodolphus? Bellatrix hissed. You pull me away from a conversation with Lord Riddle himself to what? Complain that your wife isn't paying you enough attention. There was a pause in which Rigel wondered idly if her magic would stop up her ears if she asked it to, even though she really shouldn't use magic outside of school, wards or no wards. Is that it, Ruddy? Are you jealous tonight? Hardly, Lestrange said shortly. How could I be jealous of a man who doesn't even want you? Don't be that way, darling, Bellatrix said lowly, her voice barely carrying now over the wind. I'll make it up to you, you know I always do. There were a few moments of silence in which Rigel tried not to imagine what was happening just one balcony over. This night had really been a shock to the sensibilities, and she was starting to wonder if maybe Lily had a point about not wanting Archie to attend. No, Bella, stop this now, Lestrange said, his voice even more rough than before. You will not win your way so easily this time. I tell you, this must stop. You don't really want me to stop, Bellatrix's voice said seductively. Bella, Rodolphus said, breaking off with a low groan. That's it, Bellatrix said, coaxingly. And then there were no more words, only vague and uncomfortable noises that caused Rigel to flush with embarrassment on their behalf. She sat in the dark and just prayed to Merlin that no one discovered her. The only thing more embarrassing than being stuck listening to other people trysting would have to be being caught listening to other people trysting. Just then a low groan cut through the other, more distant groans coming from the next balcony. Rosier twitched on the ground next to her and let out another groan, slightly louder. Cursing silently, Rigel leaned over and covered his mouth with her hand. MMH. Rosier blearily opened his eyes and froze. He peered at her, his gaze sharpening rapidly as it adjusted to the lamplight. It's Rigel Black, Rigel whispered, leaning over. You are on one of the balconies at your family's mansion. Rookwood left you out here to sleep off your state of mind. HMPH. Rosier grunted questioningly, pointedly looking down to where her hand covered his mouth. Rigel smothered a smile at what a ridiculous night this was turning out to be. In the next balcony over, my cousin Bellatrix and her husband are indisposed. I'd rather they not notice us here. Rosier's eyes widened and he sat up, pushing away her hand with a grin. Oh, mother will have a fit when she hears, he said cheerfully. Shish, Rigel said, frowning. Rosier gave her an impatient look. Oh, desist, Black. We are downwind, obviously. Indeed the Mo.Ns coming from the balcony next to them were becoming more and more difficult to ignore. Besides, he produced his wand with a flourish. We are wizards, in case you've forgotten. Underage wizards, Rigel pointed out. She was subsequently ignored. Rosier cast an area effect charm that caused a thin, silvery barrier not unlike a shimmering bubble to float into existence in a 5-foot radius around them. The noises from the next balcony stopped immediately, as did all of the cricket sounds and rustling noises from the garden below them, and the faint, haunting melodies from the ballroom as well. Rosier stretched out his legs and leaned against the stone railing next to her. So, Rookwood dumped me into your jurisdiction, did he? He laughed. I can't believe he endured that key. For a full 2 seconds before somnium-ing me. That's a good half-second longer than last time. Last time? Rigel asked before she could stop herself. Purebloods were even weirder than she thought. Rosier just grinned cat-like at her. It's something of a tradition at this point. I get sloshed after a ridiculously small amount of liquor. Rookwood puts up with me until I become overly friendly, and then I'm out like a light until my mind returns to itself. He's really getting quite good at the sleeping hex, you know, barely felt a thing that time. Rigel made a non-commental noise to show she was listening but didn't really want to talk about it. Oh, I've made you uncomfortable, haven't I? Rosier said, smiling unapologetically. Was it when I asked you if you'd made a pass at Edmund, or when I made a veiled one at you shortly thereafter? Rigel grimaced, and glanced away from him. Ah, the second, then. Rosier went on, voice laced with condescension. My apologies for making designs on your virtue, Mr. Black. Sometimes my facetiousness runs away with my good sense after a drop or two. If you know, then why do you keep drinking? Rigel asked, turning back to look questioningly at him, especially at a party like this. One day when you grow up and hate your family, too, you will drink at their parties and impertinent little whelps like you will ask you why, Rosier drawled, picking up the transfigured pillow from the floor and placing it behind his neck fastidiously. I could never hate my family, Rigel said, frowning. You say that now, Rosier said, snorting. Just wait until your adolescent hormones inform you otherwise. There comes a day when you see your family for what they really are, and there isn't a person on earth who wouldn't be in that moment disappointed. I don't know, Rigel said slowly. If I don't hate them by now, I don't think I ever will. People don't grow worse over time, really, and I haven't been living with my eyes closed for 12 years. I've never been one to see people as better than they really are, even if I care for them. I know my family, Rosier, and I accept their shortcomings. You accept them, but you don't like them, Rosier said shrewdly. Deep down you resent them, just a little. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's natural, and inevitable. You're lucky, if what you say is true, because you're the kind that became accustomed to your family's imperfections over time. For others, it hits all at once, in an instant of shattering clarity, and after that it's almost impossible to summon the kind of acceptance you describe. They seem very nice, Rigel offered weakly. Don't they? Rosier looked down and examined his fingernails. Funny. When I first met you, I thought you seemed very ordinary. I guess we'd both be wrong, wouldn't we? I wouldn't know if I was wrong, Rigel said, but I don't think you were. I am ordinary. And I suppose extraordinary things simply happen around you without your impetus, Rosier laughed quietly. Pretty much, Rigel sighed. Don't hate your family, Rosier. I know it's presumptuous of me to say so, but my father has spent his whole life hating his family. He met his own brother tonight for the first time since Mum's death, and they barely knew what to say to one another. It's satisfying, hate, but it doesn't really help anything. Neither does pretending to love when the feeling is gone, Rosier said, peering sideways at her. Is that what you do, Rigel Black? Pretend. Rigel shrugged a bit helplessly. I wouldn't know how, Rosier. Acting was never really my strong suit. Irony must be thick in the air tonight, was all he said in reply. And don't call me that. It bothers you, Rigel said, raising an eyebrow. That's the second time you've said that to me tonight. Yes, Rosier exhaled sharply, it does. My friends call me Alden. We're not really friends, Rigel said. Ouch. Rosier laughed. How unflinchingly honest you are, Rigel. My last name doesn't really bother me, Rigel said. Feel free to use it. You become awfully prickly once you think someone's getting too close, Rosier said mildly. I wonder, did you make it this difficult for Pansy and Draco? Rigel vaguely recalled periods in which she flatly ignored her now friends in the vain hope that they would just go away and lose interest in her. I think I was worse, actually. Perhaps I should apologize. Don't, Rosier said dismissively. That would belittle the prize they won in outlasting you. In any case, you should never apologize for the past. Only do things differently in the future. They sat in silence, each thinking thoughts the other probably couldn't imagine. Do you think they're, done? She motioned toward the next balcony with her hand after a few minutes. Rosier took his wand out again and cancelled the noise-canceling spell. They couldn't hear anything at all, and Rigel smiled a bit with relief. I think the music has stopped, too, Rigel said. So, Rosier said. That means the dancing is done, Rigel said, standing up, so it is safe to venture indoors once more. Rosier laughed. Am I to understand that the only reason you agreed to be my sitter was because you were afraid of being asked to dance? You make me sound like a girl, Rigel said, playing the part of a scowling boy. You are acting like a girl, Rigel, Rosier informed her cheerfully. How about this, though, he added, standing up as well. I will protect you from the hordes of ravenous female hormones in exchange for you not leaving me in my moment of vulnerability. Rigel felt compelled to point out, I've already traded a favor with Rookwood for doing that. Rosier shook his head with amused exasperation. Then be grateful that I offered to help you at all. Thank you, Rosier, she said, somewhat sarcastically. At the look he shot her, she amended her words quickly. Alden, I mean. Alden. Rosier smiled his strange little smile at her and swept open the balcony doors with a flourish. You are most welcome, Rigel Black, most welcome indeed. The lights in the ballroom were so much brighter than she remembered. People were once again making use of the full space to mill about it, having been standing in rather close quarters while the dancers took up a good third of the floor. Alden made a beeline through the crowd, and Rigel simply followed him. She was operating under the assumption that since Rosier was a good head taller than she was, he would be better equipped to find people in a crowd, and that anyone he knew well enough to seek out she had at least a moderately good chance of recognizing as well. That was how she ended up standing shoulder to shoulder with Rookwood, Selwyn, Pusey, and Bowl. No one raised an eyebrow at her presence, so she could only assume that by now everyone knew of Sirius Black's unusual presence at the New Year Gala. They talked of Quidditch for a while before the conversation turned to owls, in which tests required more studying for than others. Rigel absorbed the information without really being very interested in it, though she did note with a tad bit of self-satisfaction that the two most common practicals for the potion owl seemed to be the strengthening solution and the invigoration draft. The first was almost as difficult as Snowwhite, and the second she had been brewing for quite for months. As talk moved to idle gossip, a young man with a beautifully angled face and a haughty expression joined their group with an elegant nod to Rosier, whose answering nod was just a hair too stiff to be welcoming. The newcomer was pale, with jet black hair and eyes an icy blue. Quite an affair, Rosier, he said, gesturing with his eyes alone at the rest of the room. He held a long-stemmed glass of champagne in one hand and kept the other at his side, hidden from view by his robe sleeve. Usually, it was considered impolite to allow your hands to be hidden within your sleeves at a social event, as your host might assume you were holding your wand out of sight, but the newcomer's expression made Rigel think he simply didn't care what anyone thought of him. How kind of you to say so, Lestrange, Rosier said blandly. You know Edmund, of course, and Alice. I believe you know Lucian as well. Rookwood, the haughty boy nodded shortly. Selwyn, Bowl. This is Adrian Pusey, a fourth year in Slytherin House, Rosier went on, and this is Rigel Black, second year, also in Slytherin House. Adrian, Rigel, this is Kylam Lestrange, sixth year at Durmstrang. I've met your older brother, Pusey. Lestrange inclined his head to the proper degree, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He'll be pleased you've remembered him, Pusey demurred, not quite looking Lestrange in the eye. Then Lestrange set his icy gaze on her, and she thought she could well understand why the Lestrange heir was already a name spoken very carefully in some circles. Sirius had once described him as a nasty piece of work, though he'd also called him a pathetic little mama's boy, so Rigel hadn't taken his description too seriously at the time. Well met at last, cousin, Lestrange said, voice dripping with irony. Both he and Rigel knew very well that Sirius and Bellatrix hated each other with a burning depth that most other people could only guess at. This was one of the many reasons he and Archie had never met before. I greatly admire your uncle, Regulus, and your father. Well, I suppose it really isn't your fault. Rigel felt Rosier, who was standing next to her, tense slightly, but the only sign she gave that the barb hit home was a careful blanking of her features. It says much of your generosity that you are able to let go the sins of the father in the case of the son, Lestrange. I can only attempt to afford you the same courtesy. Now Lestrange's was the face to go blank with hidden ire. Rigel saw Bowl frowning at her from the corner of her eye, and she faintly heard Pusey's quick intake of breath at her remark, but she was not about to apologize for defending her family's honor. She would never openly insult Lestrange, of course, but veiled contempt she could give as well as she received. If he was going to slight her father without the slightest provocation, she could without guilt make the same insinuation about his own. A Slytherin, you say? Lestrange glanced at Rosier with exaggerated disbelief. No, I think not. Nothing but brash lion meat under all that shiny snakeskin, is there, Black? Rigel tilted her head, as though considering the question. Interesting hypothesis, Lestrange. Do you mean to suggest that the Sorting Hat may be placing people in Slytherin who don't belong there? Or did you mean to infer that I personally was able to dupe one of the oldest magical artifacts of our time? If the first, I would be interested to know who else you suspect of having been improperly sorted into Salazar's noble house. If the second, I'm afraid you flatter me beyond my worth, cousin. Lestrange stared at her for a moment, in which she offered him her best innocent smile. Well, Lestrange. Do you think Rookwood belongs in Slytherin? He's awfully smart, though, so perhaps he should have been a Ravenclaw. Rookwood shifted uncomfortably next to her, but said nothing. Rigel knew she should stop, but something about Lestrange made her skin want to curl. What about Selwyn? Rigel pressed. Do you think she's a true Slytherin? Watch it, Black, Selwyn said, kohl-rimmed eyes flashing in annoyance. Do you imagine you have trapped me by asking such questions? Lestrange sneered at her in a way that should have made him look ugly, but didn't. You only prove my point. A boy like you has no place in the House of Snakes. I suppose you would know, Rigel said unconcernedly. A slightly ironic tilt to her mouth was all it took to give voice to the unspoken. Oh wait, no, you wouldn't. Because you don't even attend Hogwarts, much less know anything about the House of Slytherin. She was being petty, admittedly, but her Uncle Sirius had come there tonight in good faith, genuinely excited to catch up with old acquaintances, and it would only take one jerk like Lestrange to ruin it for him. Oh, very good, Lestrange said patronizingly, stepping forward so that he was now inside the loose circle their group had formed. Less distance meant he could look down on her more effectively, and speak more quietly, with a lesser chance of being overheard. I suppose your daddy had time to teach you a few tricks after all, in between dotting up to that mudblood-loving fool Dumbledore and being a general disgrace to the name of his forefathers. What's wrong, Black? Nothing to say. Maybe even you realize that your father is beyond defense. Was I supposed to be insulted? Rigel gazed up unflinchingly into Lestrange's cold countenance. If you knew anything at all about Sirius Black, you'd know that he couldn't give two nuts about light and dark politics, and he would only consider your second remark the highest of compliments. In fact, I shall be sure to pass it along. Well, pass this along, too, Lestrange hissed, stepping forward once again. He was now close enough that she could feel faint drops of spittle on her forehead when he spoke. You tell the blood traitor that if he thinks he can make nice in our ballrooms and then go home and fuck his filthy werewolf whore and laugh with his blood traitor boyfriend and that mudblood bitch, well, some of us would savor the chance to correct his thinking. Rigel didn't hear Rosier's quietly forceful admonishment or see Bull subtly restrain Pusey from stepping in. All she could hear were the words werewolf whore and mudblood bitch echoing like gunshots in her head. All she could see was Kylam Lestrange's smug, conceited face, and all she could feel was that condescending jerk's stupid, pure-blooded spit on her face. Get him away from me, she screamed internally. Her magic answered her call faster than she could comprehend, much less regret. It was coursing through her body one moment, and the next it was expelled forcefully from her chest. Lestrange, who was at that point mere inches in front of her, caught the full brunt of it. The magic slammed into his torso, and the only thing more satisfying than seeing him literally scoot backwards on his heels a good 5 feet was seeing the expression of complete shock on his face as it happened. The magic didn't knock him down. It didn't break a rib or cause tiny cuts to appear all over his body. He looked no worse for wear at all, and not even a single drop of champagne had spilled from his glass. The magic did no more or less than shoot him back to the exact same spot he had occupied when he first walked up to their circle, and that, more than anything, satisfied Rigel. It made exactly the right point, without leaving him anything to put up a fuss about and get she and Sirius thrown out for. There was a moment of complete silence, as the other 5 stared between Rigel and Lestrange, obviously at a loss for what to do. They couldn't defend Rigel's actions without seeming to sympathize with blood traitors, even though Lestrange had definitely crossed an invisible line when he descended into open mudslinging and poorly veiled threats. They also couldn't support Lestrange without looking like just as much of an ass as he did, even if any of them had been inclined to support Lestrange. Judging by the carefully controlled anger on more than one face, Rigel wouldn't bet that Lestrange had made any lasting friendships that night by his words to her. Rigel was the first to break the silence, or perhaps she was the only one who could. Excuse me, friends, but I must go and seek out Draco before he accuses me of avoiding him. Good evening. She turned and walked away without glancing back, weaving through the crowd quickly to escape the eyes that followed her departure wordlessly. She was still extremely upset about what Lestrange had said, but the further she moved away from the situation, the less she was inclined to dwell on it. It had been ugly and unnecessary, yes, but it was dealt with, so it was time to let it go as best she could. After all, if she did nothing but brood over all the petty, cruel people in the world, she wouldn't have time to sleep. Rigel left the ballroom and followed a house elf to what was being used as the gentleman's restroom that night. She wet Archie's handkerchief in the sink and began wiping her face as thoroughly as she could without rubbing it raw. She may have been in the process of forgetting Lestrange's words, but she'd be damned if she was going to walk around with his slimy DNA on her skin all night. There came a knock at the door, just 2 polite raps, and Rigel quickly patted her face dry before opening the door with a murmured apology. Hello again, nephew. Rigel looked up into the face of Regulus Black, and bowed slightly. Uncle. I trust your evening has been pleasant. Diverting, at least, Regulus said. He gazed at her for a moment, then said, "Were you crying, boy?" Rigel blinked, startled, then realized what her red and freshly scrubbed face, coupled with the fact that she was locked in the bathroom, must look like to the other man. "No, uncle," she said, mouth tilting wryly. "I was unfortunate enough to come into contact with a substance of questionable sanitary value, and merely sought to remove it before danger of infection set in." "Pray tell, what sort of substance could you have possibly encountered at Rosier Mansion that would cause you hygienic apprehension?" Regulus asked with a lifted brow. "Saliva," Rigel said sardonically, from the mouth of an unwashed Lestrange. "Not that there's anything wrong with Lestranges," she added belatedly, having forgotten who she was talking to in light of her disgust at the entire situation. "I'm sure not all of them are, well." She peered up at Regulus to see if he was offended by her less than complimentary words about a pure-blooded family he probably mingled with often. She nearly flinched at the look of cold anger upon his visage. This was a man much more frightening than Kylam Lestrange. And how, exactly, did Lestrange spit end up on the face of the black air? Regulus demanded. His gray eyes looked like storm clouds, his face pinched with ire. Rigel backtracked quickly. "It does not matter, uncle. I have taken care of it." "You?" Regulus sneered. Rigel simply nodded. "Yes, me. We have settled our differences, and the only thing remaining was for me to prevent the onset of rabies. As you can see, that has been accomplished as well, so the matter is concluded to my satisfaction." "And to your father's," Regulus countered coldly. "Sirius does not need to know of this incident," Rigel said, just as coldly. "I do not like to trouble my father needlessly." "When the family heir allows himself to be spat upon," Regulus hissed, "it is past time for the family head to be troubled. I can only assume you think so low of me because you do not know me, uncle," Rigel said sharply, her mood still a little rough from the last half hour of her evening, "but let me assure you that when I tell you I have handled something, it is handled." Regulus drew himself up and looked down at her with detached calculation. "So you may claim," he said eventually, "but know that if I hear it whispered among my colleagues that the Black heir is weak, I will not stand idly by. The House of Black cannot afford another weak family head, and if I think for a moment that you are unfit for the responsibility, I will see to it that it is never yours to bear." "I await your judgment then, uncle," Rigel said, bowing once more. "Please excuse me." She ventured back into the ballroom, weary beyond belief at the night that was somehow still not over. Perhaps it had been a mistake to come here. Perhaps she had been a fool. She caught sight of Platinum B. Owned hair through a gap in the crowd, and felt her spirits lift. The night was not finished yet, and she had to find her friends once more. She pursued the flash of B. Owned hair through the crowd, until she came face to face with its owner. It was Mrs. Malfoy, and she smiled down at Rigel with serenity that was like a balm on her agitated nerves. "Rigel, we've hardly seen you all night," Narcissa said. She touched Rigel's shoulder lightly and said, "Come this way. Lucius and Draco are with Mr. Riddle's party." Rigel was not at all sure she wanted to see Riddle again that night, but it would be both churlish and revealing to break away from Mrs. Malfoy now. So she allowed the elegant lady to guide her through the crowd, until they came to the very center of the ballroom, where a large group of people stood conversing. The group was so large in fact that there seemed to be several conversations going on inside of it, with different people participating to varying degrees in each. Mr. Riddle stood between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Parkinson. Beside Mr. Parkinson was a woman Rigel recognized easily from the Black family tapestry as Bellatrix Lestrange. She was beautiful in a wild, untamed sort of way, but Rigel privately thought Narcissa to be the fairer of the two sisters. Next to Mrs. Lestrange stood two men who must have been brothers, both incredibly tall and muscular, with dark, watchful countenances. They would be Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, Rigel presumed. Next to the Lestrange brothers stood Lord and Lady Rosier. There were many others in the group she didn't recognize, as well. Mrs. Malfoy stepped into place between her husband and her son, who stood at Mr. Malfoy's right hand. Draco turned to make room for his mother and smiled when he spotted Rigel following behind her. "There you are. Pansy is monstrously cross with you," Draco informed her slyly, motioning her to come and stand between him and a heavy-set wizard she could only vaguely remember meeting before. Either Crabbe or Goyle Sr., she thought. I shall find a suitably degrading way to beg her forgiveness, Rigel said, smiling a bit, having a pleasant time, Draco. I suppose, Draco said, nothing terribly exciting has happened, but now that you're here, I expect that will change rather abruptly. Rigel put a hand to her heart in mock vexation. It's as though you want strange things to happen around me, Draco. Haven't I told you they aren't my mother? An unusually strident voice cut across all the light-hearted conversation in the immediate vicinity. Several heads turned watch as the Lestrange heir grasped at his mother's elbow insistently. Bellatrix Lestrange turned her head slowly, having been in the middle of a conversation with Mr. Parkinson when her son interrupted. She gazed at the pale, haughty-faced boy for a good 10 seconds in silence before saying, "Yes, Kylam. What is so important that you must discuss it with me now?" Her eyes flicked sharply toward the other people in the group, several of whom were making no pretense of ignoring the interaction. Kylam Lestrange glanced around the circle dismissively, not appearing to even notice the dangerous looks he was being given for his impertinence. The most monstrously unforgivable thing as the boy broke off and did a double take, whirling his head to stare straight at Rigel. "You. Good evening, Lestrange," Rigel said, a polite smile on her face. The boy's eyes narrowed and his pale face flushed an unhealthy puce, and then he whirled away and disappeared into the crowd without any explanation whatsoever. There was an awkward moment of silence as many of the adults turned questioning faces toward Rigel, and Draco muttered under his breath, "Not your fault." "Yeah, right. Well, what have we here?" Bellatrix Lestrange was eyeing Rigel like a venomous spider might eye an unfamiliar species of fruit fly it had caught in its web. "Little serious whelp, aren't you?" Rigel bowed deeply. "Good evening, Lady Lestrange. I am indeed Rigel Black. It is a pleasure to meet you." A twisted smile made its way onto Bellatrix's doll-like face. "Charmed, I'm sure. Do tell me what you have done to my son, child. I admit I have yet to devise such an efficient way of getting rid of him." Rigel thought that was a perfectly awful thing to say about your own child, no matter how much of a jerk he was, but she simply blinked once and said, "I'm afraid I don't know, my lady. We have only met briefly before this moment. Let me know when you figure it out." Then, Bellatrix said, that creepy smile still playing about her mouth. Rigel inclined her head, and was grateful when Mrs. Lestrange dismissed her to resume her conversation with Mr. Parkinson. Most of the others picked back up on their own conversations, and if it weren't for Riddle's curious gaze and Draco's knowing smirk, she could almost pretend the brief scene hadn't occurred. Mr. Malfoy's face was unreadable as he said, "Draco, why don't you and Rigel go and look for your friend, Miss Parkinson? I doubt you shall truly enjoy your New Year's Eve at my side." Draco nodded respectfully. "Yes, father. Let's go, Rigel." Rigel was more than happy to escape, and gave Mr. Malfoy mental thanks for enabling her retreat. They soon found Pansy talking to Blaise and standing with her mother, who was engaged in a lively discussion with Lady Zabini. "Draco." Pansy smiled, welcoming him over with a fond pat on the elbow. "We thought you'd be embroiled in politics with your father all evening, didn't we, Blaise?" "Indeed," Blaise said, smiling wryly. "Hello again, Rigel." "Hello, Blaise," Rigel said. "Hi, Pansy." Pansy sniffed and looked in another direction. "Right. Pansy, goddess of my heart, pearl of the morning," Rigel tried. Pansy still gazed resolutely away from her. Mrs. Parkinson paused in her conversation with Mrs. Zabini to listen with growing amusement. "Pansy, talk to me, please. I'm sorry to have left so pure a flower in the midst of her blossoming springtime to the protection of another, but you must understand I would never have abandoned you if the situation were not of the utmost necessity." "Situation?" Pansy prompted, examining her silk gloves with an air of disinterest. "Yes," Rigel said, casting about for ideas. "A quest was entrusted to me by one you hold in high esteem. I knew that to turn him down would be to let you down as well, and so I was caught in a most ignoble predicament, with shame on either side of my choice. That is why I sent friend Rookwood in my stead, that the unchivalrous behavior on my part might at least be lessened to a tolerable degree. Edmund has mentioned this quest to me," Pansy said, sniffing, "and in my understanding it was given to you after you already decided to stand me up." You promised me the third dance, Rigel. Promised. So I did, Pan, Rigel said, dropping pretense with a sigh, but you must admit that promise was extracted from me under duress. I hardly consider your father's mere presence to be duress, Pansy said, pursing her lips but at least deigning to look at Rigel at last. You would if you knew him, Rigel assured her. Can't you just allow me to make it up to you, Pan? Please. Pansy tilted her head consideringly. I suppose you could grant me 2 dances at the next ball. At Rigel's poorly suppressed look of unease, Pansy burst into laughter. I'm kidding, Rigel, do you believe me to be so unperceptive? Truly, I wasn't even very cross. I rather expected you to duck out from how reluctant you were to agree to the dance, and sending Edmund in your place was very thoughtful. Rigel blinked, and then smiled in relief. I admit you had me going, Pansy. Pansy smiled winsomely at her. Of course I did, Rigel. I'm a woman. At that, Mrs. Parkinson and Mrs. Zabini both could contain their amusement no longer. Rose Parkinson dissolved into her light, bell-like laughter, and Mrs. Zabini chuckled softly in her smooth, naturally seductive voice. The 3 pure-blooded females in the group shared a conspiratorial look, and both Draco and Blaze looked like they were fighting the temptation to back away slowly. And how is your winter break, Rigel? Rose Parkinson asked eventually. Rigel smiled easily. Quite productive, Lady Parkinson. So in Rigel speak, Draco translated helpfully, that means he's been brewing at least 6 potions a day. 6. How the youth today exaggerates, Mrs. Zabini said, smiling. Draco glanced at Rigel wryly, but didn't contradict the beautiful older lady. If Rigel had to describe Mrs. Zabini, she would have to say that she was every inch as beautiful as Bellatrix Lestrange, and gave off the same dangerous air with the way she held herself, but there was something sharp in Bellatrix Lestrange that was soft in Lady Zabini. Rigel chatted with Blaze, Pansy, and Draco for a little while, but soon after Sirius found her. There you are, sport. Sirius clapped a hand on Rigel's shoulder and smiled around at the others. Sorry to pull you away, but it's 25 till midnight. Rigel nodded her understanding. It was good seeing you all. Good evening, Lady Parkinson, Lady Zabini. Bye Draco, Pansy, Blaze. See you in school. You're leaving, Draco said with slight dismay. The party doesn't end until 1. Yes, Rigel said. It was tradition for the Blacks to be with the Potters on the stroke of midnight. I had a wonderful time, though. Good night. Her friends said their farewells, and she and Sirius quickly made their way toward the ballroom doors. The exit apparition point was in a different room than the entering apparition point, just off the hallway where the guest restrooms were located, so they didn't have to climb the ridiculously long staircase again. Sirius said he'd already made their excuses to Lord and Lady Rosier, thanked them for their hospitality, etc., so all that was left to do was go. Before they reached the apparition room, however, a voice from behind them in the hallway called them back. Wait, Lord Black, it was Alden Rosier hurrying toward them. My apologies, but may I speak to Rigel for a short moment before you leave? Sirius turned questioning eyes on Rigel, who nodded slightly. Her uncle checked his watch, then said, 5 minutes. He went on ahead. What is it, Alden? Rigel asked. Rosier smiled briefly, then his face grew serious. Listen, Lestrange is an ass. I'm sorry that happened in my family's ballroom. I've already forgotten it, Rigel said. Well, he hasn't, Rosier said. Guys like Lestrange are more than willing to hold a grudge for even the pettiest of perceived slights, and you showed him up proper, in a way he can't even prove since it was obvious you didn't even have your wand out. Rigel opened her mouth, but Rosier shook his head. I don't want to know how you did it, or if someone else did it for you. What matters is that Lestrange looked like a fool, and he knows it. Just be careful, all right. Try to avoid him from now on, and watch your back around any of his relatives. Rigel nodded. Thank you for the warning. I will be careful. Sure you will. Alden smiled ruefully, something like worry clouding his eerie golden eyes. Happy New Year, Rigel. Rigel smiled back, no trace of concern revealed on her own face despite all that had happened since 8 o'clock that evening. Truly, the night had seemed like a lifetime, and to you, Alden. She gave one last nod, then turned and hurried after Sirius. They still had 15 minutes, but she wanted to have a moment to switch back with Archie before the clock struck 12. The rest of winter break passed too slowly for Harry. She had finished her homework ages ago, it seemed, and even all her extracurricular studies couldn't keep her occupied for long. It was therefore with relief that she stowed away her green contacts and boarded the train as Rigel Black almost 2 weeks after the start of the new year. About an hour out from London, however, Rigel began feeling strange. She developed a mild headache, which was nothing unusual for her, except that she hadn't been reading in dim lighting that day. She thought perhaps she was dehydrated, and bought a water off the trolley, but the headache persisted. A short time after that, she felt herself growing unaccountably fatigued. Rigel's eyelids began to droop, and before she knew it she had fallen asleep in her seat, head pillowed on the armrest between her chair and Draco's. Draco's pav. Draco looked down at the head of short black curls resting innocently on his armrest and wondered if anyone else realized how completely incongruous Rigel Black's appearance was with his true nature. Rigel Black was, to be blunt, fragile looking. Elegant features ran in many pure-blooded lines, but Rigel's face was just plain delicate. Before Rigel had joined the Quidditch team, Draco would have guessed that his pale skin was a result of the obnoxious amount of time Rigel spent cooped up in the dungeon brewing. Now, however, he knew that Rigel simply didn't tan. Ever. Somehow, he could spend hours in the sun flying and return indoors just as ghost-like as he'd left. His almost sickly appearance when compared with the other boys in their year, however, didn't have anything to do Rigel Black's ability, mental or physical. He kept up easily in Flint's training sessions and had his own exercise regimen on top of that, one which Draco meant to attend more than a couple of times a week, but never seemed to wake up in time for. He was also, quite possibly, the smartest person Draco knew. Well, that wasn't quite true. Draco corrected himself as he turned his gaze from the top of Rigel's head to the train window. It wasn't that Rigel was smarter than Draco was, exactly. In class Rigel learned at the same pace he and Pansy did, and while neither he nor Pansy were what you'd call mediocre in the intelligence department, they weren't geniuses either. Draco was pretty sure Rigel didn't only pretend to learn slowly to make himself more ordinary seeming, though he was sure Rigel did other things to achieve that effect, so that meant Rigel wasn't inherently smarter than other people. He just apparently lacked the ability to not do 5 things at once. Draco didn't think he'd ever seen Rigel listen to a lecture without also reading a different book under his desk. The exception to this rule was McGonagall's class, because McGonagall wouldn't allow it, and Snape's, because Rigel loved Snape's classes. Still, he had taken a peek at Rigel's notes during Transfiguration once or twice, and always they looked more like an essay for another class than notes usually did. If someone had told him how much Rigel could learn over the course of a month without telling him anything else about the boy, Draco would have probably assumed he had access to a time turner. Once you actually paid attention to what Rigel did with his time, however, it became clear that if Rigel had access to a time turner, he'd have graduated Hogwarts already and be halfway to solving Merlinian arithmancy. He was just that alarmingly efficient. So his short stature and delicate features were little indication of the strength of Rigel's character, and yet, Draco sometimes couldn't entirely look past them. Like now, with Rigel having fallen asleep without warning and seemingly without even realizing it. He looked the picture of vulnerability. Before meeting Rigel Black, Draco would have said he was the type to be unmoved by displays of weakness, but somehow fragility wasn't a weakness in Rigel, it was a deception. One Draco himself was not entirely above falling for, he admitted quietly to himself. How often had he and Pansy attempted to shield Rigel, to protect him and defend him from those who meant him harm, only to discover that while Rigel would allow them to help if he felt like it, he didn't need them to. He could apparently handle his enemies just as well without them. And wasn't that odd? Rigel had more enemies than Draco did, and Draco was the son of Lucius Malfoy, one of the most feared, and therefore one of the most easily hated, men in Wizarding Britain. Like that night at Lord Riddle's gala. Draco had asked around discreetly, via letter writing, which he absolutely detested, but no one knew what would make Lestrange react so peculiarly to Rigel simply greeting the boy. Eventually Adrian Pusey had admitted to witnessing something that might explain the scene Draco described, but he wouldn't say what for fear of upsetting not Lestrange, but Rigel. Draco could only shake his head in complete bemusement when his father had asked him later what Rigel's history with Lestrange was. Lucius Malfoy had not been happy with his son's ignorance, but Draco wasn't exactly tickled with his father right then either, so he would put off reporting to him until he really felt like it. Draco scowled at the sprawling English countryside as thoughts of his father slowly replaced thoughts of his friend. Lucius was doing that patently annoying thing again where he handed out vaguely cryptic and purposely maddening hints of something he wouldn't explain, and then expected Draco to do something with them. The only thing Draco had figured out from his father's mostly indecipherable advice thus far was that Lucius knew something vital about the strange attacks on Longbottom and that Ravenclaw girl. He hadn't said why, or even how, but when Draco brought up his concern, he had said that Draco had nothing to worry about. The utter confidence with which his father had spoken sent chills up Draco's spine even now. No one could be sure about something like that unless they were the ones behind it, but if his father was behind it, he wouldn't be asking Draco so many questions about what was going on. That meant that either A. Lucius was pretending to confidence for his son's sake, or B. Someone in whom Lucius had complete confidence was behind the attacks. If the former, Draco was worried. If a Malfoy had to fake confidence in something, things could not be at all going the way they were supposed to go. If the latter, Draco was, frankly, worried. That sounded a little too much like the sleeping sickness for Draco's comfort, considering he'd almost died because of that sickness. In fact, he had almost died less than a week after his father had sounded supremely confident in the interview he gave to the Prophet. Draco scowled even harder at the countryside. All in all, the situation was not looking good. If you burn a hole through the glass by glaring at it, I hope you'll take responsibility for what the wind will do to my hair, Pansy said from her seat facing him. She was between Millicent, who was reading her charms textbook, and Blaise, who was having a conversation with Theo about Latin-based verses. Rune-based magic. Draco changed his expression to one of fond amusement as he turned his gaze from the window to his other best friend, and wasn't that a strange thought? Best friends with a girl. I could easily take such responsibility, he said teasingly, but I'm not sure how that would help your hair. Pansy laughed, and the world suddenly didn't seem as ugly as it had from the disgruntled corner of his thoughts. Fair point. I shall have to distract you from your unhappy thoughts, then, if my appearance is to be saved from certain ruin. Your presence alone is diversion enough, Draco said, quirking a smile at her. Pansy truly was a gem. Patient and kind, she was sure to be the social catch of their year when she matured. Draco knew his parents were already looking subtly for signs of a prospective match, and honestly, it wouldn't be bad, he thought. They were already friends, and even if some part of him felt that that was all they'd ever be, it was still more than a lot of people had in a marriage. She was smart, and bound to be pretty if the pictures he'd seen of her grandmother, whose coloring she took after, were anything to judge by. Pure-blooded girls weren't exactly thick on the ground in their generation, and Draco sincerely believed he could do a lot worse than Pansy Parkinson as a wife. Draco, are you quite done zoning out? Pansy gazed at him with amusement, and Draco felt a bit sheepish for how far his thoughts had carried him. He didn't need to worry about stuff like that for several years at least. Shaking himself out of the inane mental trench he seemed to have been digging, Draco concentrated on the present. The future could always wait. Diversion enough indeed, Pansy said, her eyes bright with secret laughter. What a fibber you are, Drake. Drake. Draco raised an eyebrow. That one's new. Well, Pansy said, cheeks turning the slightest bit pink, we all seem to have different nicknames for one another, but I didn't have a different one for you. Do we? Draco said, surprised. You haven't noticed. Boys, Pansy said, as though that one word were explanation enough, you call me, Pans. Sometimes, but Rigel just calls me, Pan. You call Rigel, Rye, sometimes, and he occasionally calls you, Dre. So now I'm calling you, Drake. Draco smiled softly, I like it. What will you call Rigel, though? I'm not sure. Pansy frowned. Rye is really the only good nickname for Rigel, and I don't want to do a variation on Arcturus, because he really doesn't seem to like his first name much. His father uses it, Draco pointed out, though sometimes Rigel refers to his father by his first name as well, so maybe it's an inside joke. Yes, isn't that odd? Pansy remarked. Actually, there's something odd about Rigel's entire relationship with his father, don't you think? Draco leaned over to get a look at Rigel's face, to make sure it was still relaxed with genuine sleep before answering, I agree. Some of the things Black says don't really make sense. At least not in relation to the Rigel we know. It's like he's trying to be an entire different person when he's with his father, Blaze interjected. His expression was that of someone explaining something obvious. Draco frowned, a bit put out that Blaze thought he knew Rigel better than they did. You weren't even there when we met his father at the station. I observed Rigel with his father at the gala, Blaze said easily. What interaction I witnessed was brief, but rather obvious. Besides that, there's he and his father's correspondence. His father writes as though Rigel is a completely different person than he is, and Rigel responds as if he's the imaginary person his father thinks he is. You read his mail. Draco scowled. Why would either of them do that? Pansy asked, looking perplexed. Is it some kind of code? I suspected that at first, but after seeing them at the gala it became clear to me that it was a regular facet of their relationship, Blaze said. His voice was detached, almost clinical, but there was something concerned in his eyes as he spoke that made Draco think Blaze probably cared more about other people than he liked to let on. Blaze seemed to visibly hesitate before going on to say, carefully, it also seemed to me that only one of them was aware that anything about the situation was odd. Millicent, who had stopped reading her book some time ago to listen in, looked completely shocked. You think that Rigel's father believes him to be something he is not, and that Rigel completely supports and even actively encourages this mistaken belief. That is beyond absurd. No one can pretend to be something they aren't for their entire life. Well, there's another alternative, Blaze said, looking grim, but you aren't going to like it. He was looking at Draco in particular as he said it, so Draco steeled himself not to react as he asked, what is that? The other alternative is that it isn't Sirius Black who Rigel is lying to about who he is, Blaze said, almost apologetically. The notion was an obvious one, but that didn't stop it from hitting Draco like a punch to the gut, not that he'd ever been punched in the gut, but some things one can imagine without experiencing them. Still, I don't believe that, Draco said firmly. Neither do I, Pansy said flatly. Blaze inclined his head, nor I. Personally, I think that Rigel's father is the one being lied to, but I felt compelled to list all the possibilities, for completeness, sake. Sometimes Draco wished Blaze paid a little less homage to completeness, and more to general sensibilities, but many things, like Rigel's selective obliviousness and Blaze's exacting need for correctness, were beyond his ability to wish away. So, either way that leaves us with Rigel being an incredibly long-term liar for no apparent reason, Theo said, worrying his bottom lip with his teeth. I mean, why would he do that to his own father? It's kind of cold. I just never pictured Rigel like that. You think Rigel is lying to his father to manipulate or hurt him? Blaze shook his head slowly. No, it is entirely the other way around. What do you mean? Pansy prompted. Please explain if you are going to say things like that, Blaze. Yes, of course, Blaze inclined his head gracefully. I was merely collecting my thoughts. We know that the person Rigel is with us is not the person he is with his father. Let us compare the two. We see Rigel as someone rather low-key in his day-to-day existence. He studies more than most people would consider reasonable, he enjoys potions more than any of us will probably ever understand, and he rarely expresses himself openly or without considerable prompting by others. Yes. They all nodded with more or less general agreement. Draco and Pansy have observed his interactions with his father more closely than I have, Blaze said, but I admit to glancing over his letters when he opens them at the breakfast table, and to occasionally distracting him while he writes his replies so that I can skim over those as well. Blaze. That's a bit much even for us, Millicent protested with exasperation. And I have discovered several things about the person Rigel pretends to be for his father's benefit, Blaze went on, ignoring the slightly censorious looks he was getting from the four of them. That boy is cheerful, engaging, and impertinent. That boy enjoys playing pranks and openly teasing his friends and family. That boy is always upbeat and rarely complains about anything. He is more interested in discussing Quidditch than academics, and even when he is being serious, that boy is more earnest than he is careful. The second years exchanged looks that were worried, bewildered, and surprised. That boy sounds a lot like how my mother described Sirius Black as a child, Pansy said slowly. Draco nodded as he came to the same conclusion. James Potter, too. It sounds just like how Mother described the Marauders when they were in school. Theo spoke up as well. Actually, that made-up kid kind of sounds like what I expected the Black Heir to be like. Before I met him. And before he was sorted into Slytherin, obviously. I thought he would be a happy-go-lucky prankster, or else an amateur smooth talker like his father. He was sort of like that. The very first night, Pansy said, eyes distant as she tried to remember their first feast together. I remember thinking he was a lot like his father, only now I don't think that about Rigel at all. Maybe he was still so used to pretending that he hadn't relaxed yet, Millicent said. She paused, then added, this is the strangest conversation I've ever had about someone behind their back. Draco felt a tiny stab of guilt at those words, but he ignored them. Rigel wouldn't actually care that they were talking about him behind his back. Draco could almost picture the expression of amusement Rigel would wear as he listened to them all try to figure him out, but it still felt a little tiny bit rude to be dissecting his life like this. Well, secrets were meant to be ferreted out, after all, and besides that they were friends. They just wanted to know, not blackmail him or anything. Back to what you said earlier, though, Pansy said, looking at Blaise, you implied that Rigel is pretending for his father's sake, is that right? You think that we're not the only ones who expected Sirius Black's son to be happy and mischievous and all of that, don't you, Blaise? You think Sirius Black expected those things from his son, too, and Rigel goes through these elaborate motions so that he doesn't disappoint him. Blaise inclined his head slowly. That is one possible theory, yes. But parents don't want their children to lie to them, Millicent protested, they want them to be happy. Black thinks his son is happy, Blaise said, shrugging. Who says Rigel isn't happy? Draco demanded. Yes, who says I'm not happy? Draco's head jerked down to see Rigel slowly pushing up from the armrest. No one spoke as their friend rubbed one hand across his eyes and covered his mouth with the other as a small yawn escaped him. Rigel sat up in his seat and turned his head to look at them all. His cheeks were flushed from sleep, and his eyes were still a bit tired looking, but his voice was calm and even as he said, I am, you know. I'm very happy. Rigel, Pansy started, an apology clear in her voice and facial expression. Rigel waved a hand negligently at her. It's okay, Pan, I don't care. I only heard a little of it anyway, but you all should know that it's not a question of whether I'm happy or not, but rather a question of what makes my dad happy. I'm happy either way, so pretending to be the son he wants doesn't hurt me at all and pleases him a great deal. Win-win. Draco was not at all sure that was true. How could such a thing not hurt Rigel? If your father thought you were something you weren't, then he'd be proud of something that didn't exist. Every interaction, every gesture of approval and affection would be meaningless. Draco couldn't think of anything that would be more painful than willingly diverting his own father's love onto something else, something that wasn't even real. And yet, Rigel didn't even see anything wrong with it. Most of the time, Rigel's inside didn't seem to mesh with his outside at all, but at moments like this, everything about Rigel seemed as fragile as fairy glass. His world just didn't make sense to Draco. Rigel's life was so completely unstable. His actions contradicted with his other actions, and adding in his words only made things even worse. In summation, his own life had made significantly more sense before he met Rigel Black, but on the other hand, he watched Rigel easily distract Millicent with a question about the herbology assignment that Draco thought it highly unlikely Rigel hadn't already completed. On the other hand, life had been significantly less interesting then, too. Regular Pav. By the time Rigel got off the train, she really wasn't feeling well. Her headache had disappeared for a while after her nap, but had come back with a vengeance during the last half hour of the trip. Her muscles were aching in her back and thighs, and her stomach was cramping something fierce. She was worried she might have caught some kind of bug over break, she had been in contact with Merlin knows how many people between her frequent trips through Diagon and Nocturne Alley and the New Year's Eve party. All she wanted to do was sleep, but she was pretty sure you couldn't skip the welcoming feast just because you wanted to. So she sat at the Slytherin table with her year mates, trying not to concentrate on how the noise was making her headache progress quickly toward migraine status. Are you all right, Rigel? Pansy said at one point, leaning in to speak quietly to her. I'm really sorry you had to listen to us talking about you like that. It wasn't very discreet of us, with you being right there. Are you cross? Rigel summoned a smile for Pansy. No, Pan, I'm not upset with you. I just have a bit of a headache. Pansy's relief was instantly replaced by concern. Do you want me to fetch a headache potion from Madame Pomfrey? Rigel gave her an amused look. Pansy sent her an exasperated one back. I know, you're perfectly capable of brewing your own headache potion, but surely you don't want to have to brew one while having a headache. Rigel smiled. Thanks, Pansy, but I've got a few already made in my kit. I'll take one when we get back to the common room. Pansy patted her arm gently. Very well, then. If you need anything, though, please ask. It's really not that bad, Rigel said reassuringly. When Pansy turned to answer a question Theo asked her from her left side, Rigel rubbed at her temple agitatedly. She drank as much water as her cramping stomach would allow. Then, when she felt that she had surely stayed long enough to be polite, she excused herself as discreetly as possible. Draco stood along with her. You don't have to, Draco, she said distractedly. Enjoy the feast. Draco took her elbow, as though he knew she was feeling worse than she acted, and walked with her slowly to the doors. You're not supposed to go wandering alone, remember? None of us are. It's only the 5th time I've told you that. You never listen. I'm listening right now, Rigel said tiredly as they took the steps down to the dungeons. Then you never remember listening when the time comes to actually act on the information you were supposed to be hearing, Draco said, no small amount of annoyance coloring his voice. I know you told Pansy you have a headache, but you've been flushed since you woke up on the train. And you were holding your stomach earlier under the table where you thought no one would see. What's wrong? Rigel had to laugh a bit at that. You are too observant for your own good, Dre. I am exactly as observant as I need to be to stay ahead of your ridiculous pretenses, Draco said, many of which appear to be all too automatic for you at this point, if I may say so. I'd rather you just think it, Rigel said. She paused to yawn, but I suppose it would be a feat beyond my meager capabilities to actively prevent Draco Malfoy from speaking his mind, so, sure. Go ahead and say so. Ha, Draco said, that was so funny I almost forgot that you never answered my question. Oh, wait, no I didn't. What's wrong, Rigel? Rigel grimaced. I'm not sure. My stomach hurts, my muscles ache, I have a headache, and I'm more tired than I should be considering I've done nothing but sit on a train all day on more than 7 hours of sleep. So you're sick. Draco made Rigel stop for a moment so he could put his hand on her forehead. You're a bit warm, but it could just be because you're tired. We should go to the hospital wing. You know I hate healers, Rigel said, starting toward the common room again. I don't think you hate anything, Draco said. You know I really dislike going to see healers, Rigel corrected herself with a sigh. So you've said. Draco glanced at her sidelong, but so far no reasoning that makes any sense has been offered to back that statement up. Rigel said disinterestedly. If it gets worse, I'm getting Snape, Draco said firmly. Sure, Rigel said, smiling her thanks at her owned friend. It's probably nothing, though. I hardly ever get sick, and it doesn't last long when I do. So in other words your immune system is way overdue for a reality check, Draco drawled. Rigel just shook her head. They arrived at the common room entrance and stopped. Draco looked at Rigel and Rigel looked at Draco. Do you know? Well, damn, Draco said, we really thought this one through. Rigel laughed a bit. They really were idiots, walking all the way down there without knowing the new term's password. Then again, hey, Draco, Rigel said casually, do you want to know a secret? Draco stared at her for a beat. I can't believe you just said that. We're Slytherins, Rigel. I suppose tomorrow you'll ask a Ravenclaw if he wants to read a book. Is that a yes? Rigel said, smiling slyly. For Salazar's sake, you'd better tell me, Draco huffed, or I shall decry you to all and sundry as a complete tease. Rigel laughed softly. Okay, but don't tell anyone. Besides Pansy, I mean. Given, Draco agreed quickly. Rigel turned to the common room wall and twisted her thoughts in the way she had grown accustomed to doing around her uncle's pets. Open, she hissed quietly. The wall slid open at once, and Draco sucked in a surprised breath beside her. He hurried her into the common room and checked it for occupants before turning and saying softly, "There's a secondary password for the common room in Parseltongue." That's brilliant, Rigel. How did you figure it out? Wait. Draco made a face. It's not something obvious, like Salazar, is it? Worse, Rigel said, chuckling softly. It's open. Draco snorted incredulously. You're joking. I guess it wouldn't matter, since no one else would even understand, but, really. That's so. I know, Rigel said, still smiling. I could barely believe it when Pusey's snake told me. Maybe Slytherin figured it was so obvious none of his descendants would think of it. A double bluff, of a sort. Maybe. Draco tossed a glance at Salazar Slytherin's portrait, but he wasn't there at the moment. Either way, that is seriously cool. How long have you been able to do that? Rigel shrugged. Pusey's snake told me in November, but this is the first time I've used it. Draco's face was alight with pleased satisfaction. Thank you, Rigel, for telling me one of your secrets. It was either that or stand outside and wait for a prefect, Rigel joked. Her smile faded a bit and she added, most of the time I don't really mean to keep secrets from you, Draco. I just forget I have them, until something like this reminds me. Draco looked resigned. I'm not going to ask how you can forget about a secret that is that useful, because it's you. So tonight I'm just glad you told me. Rigel huffed once more with amusement, and then started toward their dormitory. Well, I'm for bed. You napped on the train, Draco said, a frown creeping back onto his face. I'm just a little tired, Draco, Rigel said, opening the door and making a beeline for her bed. It's nothing to worry about. Say what you want, Rigel, Draco said, sitting on his trunk to unlace his shoes. I'm going to keep an eye on you anyway. That, Rigel reflected as she kicked off her own shoes and curled up on top of her comforter, seemed to be a rather common theme in their friendship. Rigel woke several times that night, and each time she tried to drink as much water as she could stomach to get her stubborn migraine, which had persisted despite the headache potion, to go away. Finally, at about 3 in the morning, her bladder rebelled and Rigel had no choice but to give in to its demands, prying her aching muscles from her soft bed and moving as quietly as she could to the bathroom she and Draco usually shared, Theo and Blaise having claimed the other for their own. She locked the door automatically behind her, undid Archie's belt with practiced ease, and froze, staring in part disbelief, part horror at the rust-colored stain on her undergarments. Taking a deep breath, Rigel shucked the pants entirely off and sat down on the toilet to think while she relieved her bladder. She noted that it didn't hurt to do so, and felt considerably relieved. No pain removed most of the more terrible medical possibilities she'd read about in Archie's healer textbooks. Well, she couldn't say no pain, Rigel thought disgruntledly. After all, her lower abdominals were still cramping something. Oh, she gave in to self-disgust and smacked herself smartly on the forehead. I am such an idiot, she whispered to herself. Really, how silly could she be? She had known this would happen since she was 9. Lily believed in early instruction, and had given her daughter several books on the subject of female adolescence. Menstruation was one of the things that had stood out the most under mandatory pubescent experiences, but somehow Rigel hadn't thought it would be so sudden. She knew what it felt like to bleed from a cut or scrape, so she'd somehow expected it to feel like that. But it hadn't. She now knew that the cramps had been the warning, but she hadn't felt the actual blood leaving her at all. That was actually kind of scary, she thought uneasily. What if she bled to death in her sleep without noticing? Rigel sighed, shaking the ridiculous thought aside. Every girl in the world went through the exact same thing, and she rather doubted many of them bled to death in their sleep. Someone would have said something, surely. Well, now that she knew what it was, she just had to deal with it. Rigel wished she had been better prepared for this. She knew there was a potion witches took that stopped the cramps, but she didn't have any ready-made in her kit. She also didn't have the recipe, for that matter. There were also liners that girls could wear in their undergarments that acted like selective vanishing charms when they came into contact with that sort of fluid. Obviously, she didn't have any of those, either. She started rolling up a wad of toilet paper with a sigh. It looked like she would be handling this the old-fashioned way for the foreseeable future. She crept back into bed several minutes later, having wrapped the ruined pair of boxers up in a ball and buried them deep in the waste bin. The house elves would be emptying it in a few hours, so she wasn't worried about any evidence being left over. Just as she was settling in, Draco's voice came softly from the bed next to hers. Okay. Yes, Rigel whispered back. Were you, ill? Rigel frowned in confusion, then realized he was asking if she'd been throwing up in the toilet. Rigel supposed she had been in there a suspiciously long time. Yes, she said, I think it was just something I ate, because I feel much better now. Oh, Draco said, yawning, good. Night, Rigel returned. Her muscles still ached and she still felt more tired than she thought she ought to feel, but it was with relief that she fell asleep once more. Knowing what the problem was always brought you halfway to addressing it. The students didn't have classes the next day, a merciful chance for all the procrastinators to finish their break assignments and an opportunity for the rest of them to get back into the academic mindset before being thrown into classes once more. Not wanting to go to the library when it was so crowded, Rigel decided to walk down to the gamekeeper's hut and ask Mr. Hagrid about the recent movements of the forest creatures. Archie would be proud of her, Rigel thought, for being proactive in finding out what was going on. A small part of her brain reminded Rigel that she wasn't supposed to let herself get caught up in big, secretive events this year. She was supposed to spend time with her friends and leave all the grown-up stuff, like inexplicable pandemics or random petrifactions, to the actual grown-ups. She defended herself by pointing out that all she wanted to do was ask the gamekeeper a few questions. She wasn't going to go gallivanting through the woods chasing crazy and possibly dangerous leads without supervision. Really, it wasn't a big deal. The sun was high overhead when she knocked on the gamekeeper's door. She recognized the sound of a large dog barking. Fang, she remembered, and then the gamekeeper's ruddy face peeked out at her. Why, Mr. Black. Hello. Back, Fang. Sorry, he's just happy for company, that's all. Rigel smiled in a friendly way. That's all right, Mr. Hagrid. Just Hagrid, the gamekeeper said gruffly. Well, Hagrid, Rigel said, I'm sorry to drop in unannounced like this, but I was wondering if you could answer a question for me. Hagrid's face was wary, but he came outside and sat down on his stoop anyway. What, sort of a question. It's about the creatures that live in the forest, Rigel said, sitting down next to him. I figured you'd be the closest thing to an expert on the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid seemed to perk a bit at the word expert, and cleared his throat. Well, I suppose I do know a thing or two. What's our question? I was wondering if you'd noticed any of the forest's inhabitants doing anything odd lately. Rigel said, I mean, have animals usually found in certain parts moved to other parts, or disappeared completely? Or perhaps you've found some suspicious remains lying about. Hold up, what's all this? Hagrid peered down at her with a furrowed brow. What are you so interested in the critters for? I'm doing research on what's been petrifying students, Rigel admitted, seeing no harm in being honest. It wasn't against the school rules to look for clues, after all, and Hagrid didn't seem a likely candidate for the person at Hogwarts supposedly reporting to Mr. Riddle. I was thinking it might be some kind of animal, but anything with the power to petrify things must be a predator, and usually if one wants to figure out where the predator is, all one has to do is look at where the prey are moving away from. Hagrid's face turned very white, and he shook his head quickly. I don't know nothing about anything. Don't ask about. Just don't ask. Rigel looked up at the big man with concern. Are you all right? I didn't mean to upset you, Mr. Hagrid. Hagrid put a large hand to his head. Just bad memories, young Mr. Black. Never mind. Never you mind. Memories. Rigel's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Hagrid flushed purple. Nothing. I didn't mean nothing. Rigel gazed at the older man for a moment, slowly turning the word memories over in her head. Hagrid, has something like this happened before? Does it remind you of something similar? Something you found in the forest, maybe? Because some of the things that might be petrifying students are very long lived, so if you can tell me where and when you remember something similar to the petrifaction, it might help identify it. It's not the same, Hagrid muttered. It's nothing to do with the chamber. Merlin, please, not again. Rigel inhaled sharply. The Chamber of Secrets. Is that the chamber you mean? Hagrid looked alarmed and Rigel shamelessly pulled out her best look, wide eyes brimming with hopeful expectation. Please, Mr. Hagrid. I think you're right. That chamber is definitely connected. After Rigel had overheard the phrase at the gala, she had done some digging, but all she could find were vague myths about a hidden chamber somewhere within Hogwarts itself, built by Slytherin. There was nothing about petrifying kids in the myths at all. Maybe Hagrid knew what the connection was. Hagrid looked extremely uncomfortable. You shouldn't be asking such questions, Mr. Black. Look, a good lad. Helped me with Fang's stomach aches and all, but you don't want Tear get mixed up in this mess. Please, Mr. Hagrid, Rigel said, I know it must be difficult for you, but it's important that we all do our best to figure out what's hurting those kids. We all have to be very brave, and put our information and skills together, or evil will triumph unchallenged. She thought that might have been laying it on a bit too thick, but Hagrid looked at her consideringly. I reckon, you might be right, the gamekeeper said slowly, looking over toward the forest. It's just, you have to understand, it wasn't me. Rigel blinked. I didn't imagine it was you hurting students, Hagrid. Really, I just thought you would know the most about the forest. I'm glad you think that, Hagrid said, his voice heavy with something old and weighty, only that wasn't what a lot of people thought, the last time a couple of kids turned up petrified. Rigel barely suppressed a glint of triumph. Hagrid did know something important. She listened carefully, then with growing alarm as Hagrid told her the story of why he was expelled from Hogwarts, and all he knew of the circumstances regarding the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. All told there were 8 students petrified before it stopped, Hagrid said. But they were all fine in the end, right? Rigel said. I mean, once the petrifaction was cured. Hagrid shook his head slowly. 7 were all right, after a bit of mandrake draft, but the last one, oh, kid, the last one wasn't just petrified. She was. Rigel put a hand on Hagrid's elbow. I understand. I'm sorry. Nice girl. She was, Hagrid said, pulling out a handkerchief and blowing his nose before continuing. After they found poor Myrtle, they had to do something. When Riddle found my Aragog in that cupboard, well, I suppose it was only natural that they assumed Hagrid broke off, blowing his nose again, only I didn't, you have to see, I wouldn't have. Never. I told him to ask Myrtle if she ever saw me when it happened, but she was too distraught, crying and carrying on. They couldn't get a coherent testimony, so they just. That's awful, Hagrid, Rigel said, meaning it. A giant spider couldn't have petrified. Wait, did you say Riddle found Aragog? As in Lord Riddle, the Sow party leader? Rigel found that to be a rather difficult coincidence to swallow. Something indecipherable crossed Hagrid's face. Yeah. He was just a kid then, too. A prefect, and all. He found Aragog on one of his patrols. I don't care for the likes of that party much, but it weren't really Riddle's fault what they assumed. Bad timing, I guess. He said this with the blank intonation of someone who had been telling themselves such a thing for many years, either using the statement to comfort themselves or else trying to convince themselves of it. So, then, she said carefully, trying not to be insensitive but needing to know, do you think it's the same thing that it was last time? Hagrid shrugged a bit, not sure. The petrifactions look the same, but 50 years ago the ones attacked were all Muggleborns. It was before they were banned from attending, you know. There weren't any explosions, neither. And, back then there were messages. Terrible things, written up in blood on the wall. Another one every 2 or 3 attacks, always going on about mental pureblood stuff. Slytherin's old propaganda, mixed in with twisted threats and things. Ruddy awful, those were. This time, it's too different to say for sure. Hagrid sounded a bit hopeful as he said it, but Rigel's stomach sank. There had been a message like that, twisted and puritanical, only it had never been seen by more than 4 people. So the two incidents, 50 years apart, were somehow directly related. And she also now knew that the threat included and underlined by the killings of Mrs. Norris and her kittens was not idle at all. Whoever had done this had killed before the same way. It made Rigel angry, to think of some poor young girl named Myrtle being killed for no other reason than the blood she bore. What kind of a world did they live in that someone thought an accident of birth worth killing over? She had always thought it unfair that Muggleborns and half-bloods like her didn't get the same opportunities as purebloods, and she had often considered it annoying that she had to go through so much extra effort just to reach the same heights, but never before had she been outraged on behalf of Muggleborns and half-bloods. How dare they think they could get away with this? Rigel would not, could not, let it happen again, even if this time it would be a pureblood with whom the same sick point was hammered home. Her face set into a determined scowl. She was going to figure out what was doing this, and she was going to make it stop, and then she was going to make it regret ever starting. Her magic stirred restlessly within her as her emotions roiled and churned, but with no outlet it could only burn in her gut like a torch, fueling her purpose with its heat and strength. She said goodbye to Hagrid and thanked him profusely for his help. He gave her a few more half-hearted admonishments about getting involved in things she oughtn't, which Rigel solemnly ignored. Rigel stopped at Snape's office on her way back to the common room, intending to pick up that month's list of potions approved for brewing. Before she could ask for it, though, Snape pinned her with a serious look and said, "Mr. Malfoy believes you are ill." Rigel mentally rolled her eyes at her friend. He really was too dependent on authority sometimes. "I felt a bit sour last night," Rigel said, "but luckily it passed. I am completely healthy today." Snape studied her under lowered brows. "As you appear to be neither ill nor lying, I am inclined to ignore Mr. Malfoy's assessment, this time. Do not neglect your health." "Yes, sir," Rigel said. "Now, I imagine you are here for this." Snape pulled a piece of parchment from his desk. "How embarrassingly predictable of me," Rigel said, grinning as she stepped forward to take the list eagerly. She looked at it, then blinked. There was only one thing written on it. Polyjuice potion. Rigel felt herself smile irrepressibly. It was nothing she hadn't made before, but still, this is a new potion. It is only considered such because of the tedium involved in both time and preparation, Snape said dismissively. In actuality it is less magically draining than many fourth-year potions, due to the preparation being drawn out over the course of a month. "Thank you," Rigel said, still smiling without conscious effort. "It is not a gift, but a test," Snape said firmly, though he looked thoroughly amused at her reaction. "Do not disappoint me." "I won't," Rigel said. "How many batches can I?" "1," Snape said. "1." Rigel blinked, deflating a bit. She wasn't worried about leaving room for error, but she hadn't brewed only one potion at a time since, actually, she couldn't remember when she had last brewed just one cauldron of something, let alone one potion for an entire month. "Make it perfect," Snape suggested. "Yes, sir," Rigel said, frowning a bit at how bored she was going to be until February. Snape made an exasperated noise. "You impertinent child, stop pouting. You will only be working on one potion in your personal time this month because you will be assisting me in your free time as well." Assisting. Rigel could feel her smile coming back and repressed it with effort. "What kind of work will I be assisting with, sir?" Snape leveled a look at her that made it clear he could see the smile straining at the corner of her mouth and was not at all impressed by her attempts to dissuade it. "My work, Mr. Black. I am in the midst of several experimental and therefore delicate and dangerous projects, and if you do anything other than exactly what I tell you to do, you will wish you were allowed to make one potion a month when I am done locking up your laboratory. Is that clear?" "Very," Rigel said. "Thank you, Professor Snape. I'm so honored that you'd include me in." "You will stop that this instant, Mr. Black," Snape snapped irritably. "I detest flattery of any kind. All I require from you is an extra pair of hands this month. If you perform adequately, I shall consider allowing you to assist with other projects in the future." Rigel could only nod. She could scarcely believe she was going to see Potion Master Snape's personal projects firsthand. What time? She asked. Every afternoon between your last class and dinner, Snape said, with an additional 3 hours after dinner on the evenings you do not have Quidditch practice. Too much. Definitely not, Rigel said, grinning. Get out of my sight, Snape snorted, your happiness sickens me. I look forward to working with you as well, sir, Rigel said cheerfully as she made her way out. Cheeky brat, Snape tossed out after her. In classes the next day it was uncomfortably obvious that several students in their year hadn't returned from winter break. 2 Ravenclaw boys and a Gryffindor girl called Lavender Brown had been pulled out of school by their parents. At lunch, Rigel looked around and realized that it must be the same in every year. The house tables were noticeably less full than they'd been before break, with the blatant exception of Slytherin House. Perhaps it was because of what she now knew about riddles, and by extension the Sow parties, connection to the petrifactions, but Rigel thought it rather telling that apparently none of the Slytherin parents were at all concerned about their children's well-being. Judging by the suspicious looks coming from the other 3 houses, Rigel was not the only one who thought so. She wondered if any of the parents knew what was really going on, but rather doubted it, considering how in the dark Lucius Malfoy, the second in command himself, had sounded when she'd overheard he and Riddle talking. Probably they had simply been told not to worry, and had taken Riddle at his word. The professors seemed determined to pretend that nothing had changed. They skipped over the missing students' names as though they had never attended Hogwarts in the first place, Neville and Potter included. All of the professors did this, except one. Lavender. Where is Lavender? Lockhart called out expectantly from his teaching platform at the front of the classroom. That's odd, he said, frowning cluelessly. She always sits in the front row. Does anyone know if Lavender will be running late today? The Gryffindors exchanged rather uncomfortable looks, and Ron Weasley finally spoke up. She's taken a leave of absence from school, Professor. Ooh. Lockhart smiled slyly and winked at them all conspiratorially. A bit of personal time, Well, I'm sure she'll be very beautiful when she comes back. Yes, very lovely indeed. She hasn't gone to a beauty retreat, Pavarti Patil said loudly. She's hiding from the monster at home like a scared little girl. Lay off, Parvati, Ron said. If she wants to stay home, well, maybe she's just being smart about it. She's being a coward, Ron, Patil hissed back. My own sister got petrified and you don't see me running home with my tail between my legs. Some Gryffindor she turned out too. Now, let's not have any confrontation, Lockhart said hastily. What's all this, then? What monster? Don't tell me you all are afraid of a few petrifactions. He waved a hand with an air of supreme unconcern while the class stared rather incredulously at him. Your friends are going to be fine, children. Why? I am working closely with Professor Sprout to restore them even as we speak. So don't fret. As we speak. Who taught this numbskull English? Draco muttered sourly. What was that? Lockhart turned inquiring eyes toward their table. Did someone have a question? I have a question, Pansy said immediately. Yes, Pansy. What is your question? Lockhart asked, clasping his hands together excitedly. What kind of a monster petrifies people? Pansy said. Draco inhaled sharply and Theo glanced back from the table in front of them to give the bee-owned girl a surprised look. I'm sorry, Lockhart said, chuckling a bit nervously. What sort of a monster petrifies people? Pansy repeated her question slowly. Well, I'm not sure that's really under the purview of this class, Lockhart said, smiling widely at them. More of a care of magical creatures thing, don't you think? Well, not really, Pansy said, a hint of steel in her prim voice, because a creature that petrifies students would be considered dangerous, and dangerous creatures are covered on the Defense Against the Dark Arts syllabus. If we'll eventually cover everything from red caps to vampires, don't you think we should cover something that petrifies people as well? Oh, I see what you mean now. Lockhart clapped his hands. Quite right, Pansy, but that's much more advanced than we are currently. More of a newt subject, I'd say. So you're teaching your newt students about monsters that petrify people, then? Pavarti said, raising her dark eyebrows expectantly. Well, we haven't gotten to them quite yet, Lockhart said uneasily. Couldn't you just give us an overview of the different possibilities? Pansy suggested. You could make it really basic, so that we can keep up. Bit sardonic, Draco murmured to Pansy under his breath. She took a deep breath and smiled sweetly. Please, Professor Lockhart. We're just so nervous with everything going on. It would ease our nerves considerably if you would indulge us. Pavarti seemed to catch on. Yes, please, Professor. We could go look it up in books, but there's no substitution for real experience like yours. Lockhart seemed utterly at a loss. Well, I understand that you're worried, not that there's any need, with me here to protect you, but I don't know if I can deviate from the syllabus. What syllabus? Draco grumbled. Oh, I've got it. Yes, a marvelous idea. Don't know why I didn't think of it before. Lockhart was suddenly very animated once more. Students, you're in for a treat. I have decided, in light of recent events, to sponsor a dueling club. Lockhart's dramatic pose would have fit right in with adoring applause, had there been any. Is he just going to ignore your question? Millicent asked, a bit too loudly in the silence for Lockhart to ignore. No, don't you see? I will teach you all to duel in an extracurricular club, and then you won't have to worry about what's petrifying students. You'll be able to handle it. He looked around at them all with an air of great satisfaction. Yes, that's just the thing. Sign-ups will begin tomorrow. After that he returned to the scheduled lecture on how phone booths could be an unexpected venue of ambush, and the class returned to doing whatever they usually did in defense when listening to Lockhart started to melt their brains. Rigel took out a healing textbook and Draco began working on a transfiguration essay while Pansy frowned into space, thinking. After class, Pansy said, why do we have such useless defense professors? Even with the curse we can't be this far into the bottom of the barrel. Don't worry about it, Pans, Draco said. Rigel and I will help you pass your owls. Pansy sighed. Thank you, Draco. Draco huffed a laugh. Can you believe he suggested a dueling club? I mean, first of all he's supposed to be teaching us dueling anyway as a part of our regular defense curriculum, treating it like an extracurricular activity. What a joke. And he can't really think dueling will save us from petrifaction, can he? No one is that stupid. Maybe it's all an act, Pansy said wistfully. Maybe he really is semi-capable, and he acts like a brainless oaf to lull his enemies into a false sense of security. Or maybe he's the one petrifying people with his stupefying incompetence, and one day soon he'll look in the mirror and petrify himself, and they'll have to give us a new professor early, Draco said, also rather wistfully. Or maybe it's all an act and he's the one petrifying people, Rigel suggested. Draco blinked. Actually, that's probably it exactly. I mean, why else would it start this year? The defense professor is the only variable. Him and 25 first years, Pansy said lightly. Draco groaned. If I get petrified by a first year, you two had better not tell my parents. What should we say happened to you instead? Rigel asked, amused. Anything else? Draco said. Say I was mauled by a hippogriff or eaten by the giant squid. Mauled by a what? Pansy laughed. Draco, where do you come up with these things? That afternoon Rigel hurried to Lab 1 as soon as classes were finished. It was locked and warded when she got there, so she waited restlessly for about 5 minutes until Professor Snape arrived. He favored her with an amused look and took out his wand to begin undoing the protections. I didn't wait long, Rigel felt compelled to insist. Snape snorted derisively and opened the door. The lab was as beautiful as Rigel remembered it being, all white countertops and glass cabinets. Unlike the last time she was here, there weren't several cauldrons set up around the horseshoe-like workstations. Instead, there was a single, gleaming cauldron in the center of the semicircle, and an array of stirring rods and prep materials spread out on the counter next to it. Rigel followed Snape into the large, well-lit room. As the potions master began unlocking cabinets and pulling out sheaves of fire-retardant parchment from drawers, Rigel approached the shining cauldron with something like awe. It was larger than most cauldrons she'd ever worked with, and looked like it would hold at least a dozen bottles within it. More amazing than that, however, was its material. Silver, she breathed, examining the cauldron with irrepressible interest. Snape set a stack of parchment on the counter before her and inclined his head shortly. Indeed. You've never worked with the material. It came out as a simple statement of fact, rather than a question or a supposition, and Rigel knew then that Snape knew about Remus' condition, but neither of them mentioned it. The potion we brew today is so complex that in past times it required an additional license for a potioneer to sell it in most magical communities. Snape began, choosing several parchments from the pile and handing them to her as he spoke. Its use has largely died out in the past couple of decades, but it still poses a sizable challenge for most brewers to attempt. The recipe, as you can see, is multifaceted. This is because the potion will not be uniform until the very end of the brewing process. Rigel nodded in understanding. Sometimes you had to treat different ingredients in the same potion in different ways before adding them all together in the final step. She asked, "Why do we only have one cauldron, then?" "Read steps 4 through 15, Snape said. Rigel did, and her eyebrows rose. How is that possible? It looked like the recipe wanted them to treat the potion as layered, with the top half of the mixture an essentially different potion than the bottom half. The trick is in the linseed oil. Snape pointed with a long finger to the first 3 steps. There were 2 different bases used. The recipe said to pour the first base in, then add a layer of linseed oil carefully to the top of the mixture, before adding the second base on top of that. The oil insulates both halves of the potion until the final stage, in which Amoli is added to break down the linseed oil barrier and reunite the 2 halves. It cannot be done in separate cauldrons because the fusion must be instantaneous. Seconds lost in pouring one mixture into the other would ruin the potency of the entire potion. How will we add the ingredients it asks for to the bottom half of the mixture, then? Rigel asked. Won't everything we put in just end up as part of the top mixture? Snape gestured toward a strange-looking apparatus on the countertop next to the cauldron. Do you know what this is? Rigel shook her head. It was just a clear, hollow tube about an inch wide that curved slightly at the bottom. There were runes engraved on the sides, but they were too specialized for Rigel to recognize most of them. She had seen them in apothecaries before, she thought, but had no idea what they were for. Observe, Snape said. He placed the tube vertically in the cauldron and Rigel saw that when it rested in the bottom of the cauldron the tube still came quite a few inches above the rim. Holding the tube flush against the edge of the silver metal, Snape murmured a phrase in Latin and Rigel watched as the tube seemed to flex and move slightly until the edges blurred and fused with the sides of the cauldron. After a moment Rigel could no longer tell where the tube ended and the cauldron began. And it doesn't damage the integrity of the cauldron? Rigel asked. Not in the slightest, Snape said, deftly attaching a funnel to the top of the apparatus. The spells embedded in the tube are extensive. Once activated, they ensure a one-way, pressurized passage through it, so that ingredients may be funneled into the bottom of the cauldron without letting the potion flow backwards up the tube. And with the linseed oil acting as a barrier, Rigel said, this lets us add ingredients to the 2 halves separately. Only, how will we stir the bottom half? Snape made a dismissive movement with his hand and said, you will understand when we reach that stage, but rest assured that it will not be your responsibility. What will I be doing, then? Rigel asked. Some of the steps are a bit tight timing-wise, but it looks like you could easily brew this by yourself. Rigel was wondering if Snape actually needed her help assisting or if it was just a learning experience for her. Not that she'd be any less excited if it was just a learning experience. Normally I do, Snape said. However, he trailed off and gazed assessingly at her for a moment, as though wondering how much to say. This potion is extremely draining on my magical reserves. Brewing one cauldron is taxing enough to reduce the secondary layer of my core by half. While this leaves me far from irresponsibly depleted, in these times I believe it prudent to preserve the levels of my core when possible, in case there is an event in which they can be of significant use. Rigel was taken aback. You want me to imbue the potion, so you can keep your magic ready in case of an emergency? Snape said nothing, but inclined his head slightly. All right, Rigel said. It was really a good idea, and Rigel's respect for the potion's master increased as she realized how much thought went into balancing his private projects with his responsibilities as a professor and head of house. She glanced down at the recipe again, but there was no heading or title of any kind. Sir, what is this potion? This, Snape said, as aconite alleviation. It is the precursor to the Wolfsbane potion, Rigel breathed, not entirely aware that she had interrupted Professor Snape. This is what they used for centuries, isn't it? Before Damocles came up with the Wolfsbane alternative, though of course even that had significant drawbacks in the level of sanity it granted its drinker before Master Snape improved. Rigel snapped her mouth shut as she came back to herself and glanced sheepishly up at Snape, ears a bit pink with embarrassment. But you already know all of that, of course. Of course, Snape repeated with dry amusement. Yes, aconite alleviation has many drawbacks, not the least of which is that over time the amount of aconite present within it slowly poisons the drinker's body. This makes the transformations on the full moon more difficult the longer the drinker lives, but it also builds up an unfortunate immunity to aconite's medicinal effects long term. The result was that the more full moons a werewolf drinking aconite alleviation went through, the more painful and traumatic the transformations would become even under the influence of the potion. At the same time, the drinker grew weaker in body with every dose of aconite, and eventually they would become too weak to keep the beast at bay any longer. The majority of werewolves taking the aconite alleviation potion succumbed to their inner beast and either went wild or perished within the first 10 years of having been bitten. Rigel nodded, looking at the table. Remus always answered their questions about his conditions, if he could, and Rigel had asked him when she had first come across one of Snape's articles on Wolfsbane if Remus had ever taken aconite alleviation. Remus had grimaced, and said that Dumbledore had chosen to remove Remus from the grounds every full moon rather than subject him to that potion, whose ill effects were well known by the time Remus was in school. Still, it is not without its ingenuity, Snape said after a moment's pause. This potion is the building block upon which Wolfsbane was able to be built. It is impossible to do further research on the Wolfsbane potion without beginning with the aconite alleviation, and because this potion is significantly less magically draining than Wolfsbane is, it is always more expedient to attempt revisions on it, rather than on the actual Wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane is extremely similar to this potion in terms of brewing process and the majority of its ingredients, but it is considerably more volatile. A mistake with aconite alleviation will cost you in ingredients and magical output, but a mistake with Wolfsbane can cost you a limb. Rigel nodded, but Snape fixed her with a look so serious that she stopped and just gazed up at him. He said, "You will never attempt to brew Wolfsbane on your own." "I won't." Rigel Black, Snape said, staring her down in a way that was frankly starting to unnerve her. "You will never, ever, attempt to brew Wolfsbane potion without a potions master specifically licensed in its production. Do you understand?" "I understand," Rigel said solemnly. "Say it," Snape said, unimpressed by her comprehension. "Swear to me." "I will never try and brew Wolfsbane without a licensed master," Rigel said, then hesitated before adding reluctantly, "I swear." "Good," Snape said, turning back to the cauldron, "then we can begin. Fetch all of the ingredients listed, but do not open the container of aconite until I tell you to." Rigel went to the cabinets to collect the ingredients, and her evening's brewing with Master Snape began in a whirl of chopping and shedding, dicing and splicing. The next day Rigel spent the evening after Quidditch practice in the library. Unlike her dormitory, the peace of the library was fiercely preserved by its caretaker Madame Pants, so it was a perfect place for Rigel to practice her occlumency without being distracted. Also, there were plenty of witnesses in the library, so she didn't feel reckless in temporarily ignoring the physical world while she pruned her mental landscape. The mountain was as cold as ever in her mind, and she shivered a bit in her mental avatar's lightweight potion robes, despite knowing that the chill she felt was, literally, all in her head. Nothing had really changed much since Rigel had repaired her mental landscape in the wake of the sleeping sickness. There was still the decoy potions lab hidden in the mountain, which she was seriously considering modifying now that Snape knew it was a decoy. One could never be too careful. But that was not her task for today. Instead, she would be focusing on her outer barriers that night, the first layer of defense, and by far her weakest. She sighed at the thought of the lovely warm caverns just inside the fake mountain entrance, but turned resolutely toward the edges of her mental landscape. All it looked like was grayish fog to Rigel's inexperienced eyes, but she had read book after book on the subject of mental defense and offense, and all of them agreed that those mists were one of the most important tools at a wizard's mental disposal. The mists were what kept other wizards from even entering the mind. Theoretically, if your mists were strong enough, you wouldn't need any of the secondary protections Rigel had been relying on. Illusions and labyrinths and other things meant to throw an intruder off balance. The mists did much more than even defense, though. They were also what allowed a wizard to project his mind into another's through legilimency, which Rigel had yet to even begin to fully understand. She knew that theoretically one could cast their mental energies outward just as they did their magical energy when connecting one magical core to another's. While connecting cores, like imbuing a potion, required the wizard to first extend his magical senses and then throw his magic out like a rope to whatever he wished to latch onto. However, connecting minds was different. To start with, mental energy was entirely different from magical energy, and Rigel still hadn't figured out how to manipulate hers. The clue was somewhere within the mists, but to Rigel they just felt like mist, not some sort of energy she could manipulate. Another difficulty was the way in which minds connected. You couldn't just project your mental energies in a spike away from you, like you could with magic. Instead, the mental energies, once harnessed, had to be cast more like a net than a single rope. The idea was to encompass the foreign mind with your own mental energies, get a mental hold on it, and then attempt to infiltrate it. All in all, legilimency sounded rather disturbing, and Rigel was perfectly content to concentrate on the defense side of the mental arts for the time being. Unfortunately, she really did have to get a handle on the whole mists thing. That was where her mental energies gathered, just like her son was where her magical energy was collected and stored. She needed the mental energies to really defend her mind, since the most she could do with magic was to change the metaphysical structure and appearance of the place. Mental energies were also very closely tied with auras. A person's aura, as Rigel now understood it, was created when their ambient magical energy mixed with their ambient mental energy around their body. The two energies mixed and sort of solidified one another into patterns depending on a hugely diverse number of factors. Everything from what element a person's core sprang from to which magical gifts, if any, they were born with, and even how intelligent a person was could be told from the patterns their aura made when their mental and magical energies highlighted one another. The tricky thing about auras was that they were multi-layered, ever-changing things. What you saw when you looked at someone would never be the same thing you saw when you looked again. Certain underlying features of a person's aura never changed, and those indicators of age, say, strength of core, elemental affinity, health, etc., were the ones most often noted when a person read someone's aura. Other elements, however, changed as often as a person took breath. On the surface level, for instance, the aura always reflected the exact current state of a person's magic. Overall, the depth and complexity of this pattern didn't change much once a wizard reached majority, but there were nuances within the pattern that could tell you what spell they were using, even before they'd uttered the words, if you could recognize it quick enough. The aura could reveal if a person was under the influence of a potion that affected either the mind or the magic in any way, and what's more, it could tell you if that potion was harming them or helping them. At least, that's what Rigel had read. She had no idea if any of it was true, because she was unable to perceive auras completely. At all. Apparently, in order to perceive auras one had to be able to understand and sense both magical and mental energies. Otherwise one would only get a headache trying to see auras. That last bit she hadn't read anywhere, but her personal experience on the matter was depressingly well developed. Rigel stared bleakly into the fog. She supposed she should call herself Harry in her own head, but really, what was the point? She was as much Rigel as she was Harry anyway. She paused, then shook her head. No, that wasn't true. Why did she think that? The mists were making her depressed, she thought morosely, staring at them a bit harder. Nope, still just swirly gray clouds. She tried going into the mists, but that just made her cold, wet, and blind, and the closer she got to the edges of her mind the more her body tried to wake her from her meditative state, so she quickly backtracked and took to contemplating them fruitlessly for a while longer. Maybe if she sent her magic into it. Rigel conjured up a ball of fire and flung it into the mists experimentally. She could feel it pass through them, with the weird not-awareness that had lingered at the back of her mind since she had first meditated her way onto her mental plane. She felt it ripple warmly through the mists before her and then, nothing. The energy was gone, absorbed by something she couldn't sense or understand. She was about to try again with a bigger ball of fire when she was abruptly distracted by a ghost-like feeling from the physical world. She turned her senses toward her physical awareness and felt someone's hand shaking her shoulder. Giving up the occlumency altogether is a bad job that night, Rigel obligingly returned to the real world, and opened her eyes. Ginny Weasley was bending over her, one hand on Rigel's shoulder and the other holding her red hair out of her face as she peered into Rigel's. "Oh, you're awake. Great." Ginny smiled at her, and Rigel blinked uncertainly back at her. "Yes?" she asked, subtly rolling her shoulders to both dislodge Ginny's hand and to stretch out muscles stiff from sitting in one attitude for so long. "You were meditating, right?" Ginny set her bag down on the table with a heavy clunk and claimed the seat across from Rigel smoothly. "Yes," Rigel said, wondering why Ginny had shaken her if she'd known what Rigel was doing. "But you returned right away when I touched you," Ginny said, gazing at Rigel thoughtfully. "You could sense what was happening to you in the physical world." "Yes," Rigel said, feeling a bit repetitive. "For variety's sake," she added, "it becomes second nature to discern between magical, mental, and physical after a while. Your senses sort of get used to the feeling of juggling." Ginny's face was curiously blank, so Rigel couldn't tell if her words meant anything at all to the other girl until she said, "Huh. So I just concentrate on my physical senses and I should be able to tell what's going on while I'm out." Rigel thought that was an interesting choice of words. It wasn't actually like going unconscious, more like going to a slightly separated plan of consciousness, after all, but merely said, "To an extent, yes. It might take a little practice, but you seem to be a natural at the mental arts, so I'm sure you won't have much trouble once you focus on it." "Yeah," Ginny said vaguely. "Hey, will you do me a favor?" Rigel tilted her head inquiringly. "I want to try what you said. To try being aware of my body while I'm meditating. Will you watch it for me while I go under for a sec?" Ginny asked. Rigel was surprised at the request, but couldn't see a reason to refuse, of course. "Thanks," Ginny said, settling back into her chair and closing her eyes. "Just make sure nothing weird happens." Rigel wasn't sure what Ginny meant by that, but perhaps she was only concerned for her virtue. She could understand how it would be worrying for a young female to leave her body unattended in a co-ed school. At least, it was probably worrying if people knew your body was that of a young female. Rigel had almost forgotten she was a girl at times, until the bleeding thing that had yet to stop came up. Ginny's form relaxed as she slowly slipped into the reaches of deep, easy meditation. Rigel noticed that it took Ginny about 3 times as long as it did for Rigel to completely sink into the trance-like state, and even then she would twitch every now and again, as though her body was still trying half-heartedly to wake her up. Rigel sat bored for a few minutes while Ginny did absolutely nothing of interest. After Rigel had taken in the dark shadows under Ginny's eyes and the faint lines of tension about her mouth a few times, she decided it would be rude to stare any longer and instead cast her gaze about for something else to interest her. Ginny's book bag caught her eye, slightly open from where she had dropped it with little concern on the table, and Rigel leaned forward a bit to peek at the book titles packed within the small, worn bag. Maybe there was something she'd read before, or better yet, something she hadn't read before. The first 2 titles she could make out were the usual first-year textbooks. The third book was a small, leather-bound journal she recognized as one of the twins. Her esteem for Ginny rose ever so slightly at the evidence that she was at least not so afraid of Fred and George as her brother Ron was, but the fourth book, Rigel squinted at it. It looked like a book on magical maladies of the mind. She was sure she'd seen the same one in Archie's collection, but she hadn't known that Ginny was interested in healing as well. A small sound drew her attention from the spines of Ginny's books and Rigel turned to look at Ginny, assuming she was waking up. Ginny's right arm was twitching back and forth in her lap, her wrist raising just enough to smack against the table every now and again with a distinctive slap of skin on wood. Rigel reached across to quell the movement, but as soon as Rigel's hand touched Ginny's arm, Ginny jerked her body backwards in a stiff, clumsy movement to lean out of Rigel's reach. Ginny's eyes snapped open, wide and dark, glaring at her with such venom that Rigel faltered, "Sorry, I didn't want you to hurt yourself." Ginny didn't answer. Her left hand jerked sideways and back toward her robe pocket, but the next moment she was gasping for air and her eyes had squeezed tight once more. Ginny, are you all right? Rigel asked, concerned. She didn't think she'd ever done something like that while meditating. Surely someone would have mentioned it. Fine, Ginny said, breathing deeply in a way that people only did when they were not fine, but trying admirably to appear so, just having trouble controlling my physical movements from the mental realm. Trickier than I thought. Rigel slowly relaxed back into her seat. It is easier to start with just trying to perceive the physical world, rather than jumping straight to affecting it. Ginny shrugged. Couldn't feel it that well, but I'm pretty sure I moved my arm, right? Yes, Rigel offered hesitantly. You moved your right arm quite a bit, and your left one just slightly at the end there. My left. Ginny frowned a bit. I see. Thank you. Rigel nodded, and was considering making an excuse to leave when Ginny spoke again. Hey, can I ask you something? Of course, Rigel said, wondering what could make the youngest Weasley sound so unsure of herself. How do you keep your mind safe when you aren't meditating? Ginny asked, a slight frown on her face. I mean, if you aren't there to watch over it, how do you keep your defenses up? Rigel had been grappling with that very question herself. To be honest, I don't have a good enough handle on my mental energies to do what you're describing. You might ask Professor Snape. Ginny recoiled with a grimace. Or not, but I think he can do what you mean, keeping your occlumency shields fully raised at all times. I've developed mine so that I have a very sensitive awareness at all times, but I can't actually defend them at the level of shields just yet, because I can't manipulate my mental energies. Ginny looked at him, seeming slightly horrified. Then how do you keep your mind safe? How can you walk around all vulnerable to mental attacks and not? Ginny took a deep, shuddering breath. My brothers all wrote to me about the sleeping sickness. You know, how they didn't even notice it creeping into their heads. And it just, why aren't you more scared? Rigel's face softened. I am scared, I suppose. I wouldn't mind the extra security of having constant shields like Professor Snape probably does, but there's nothing I can do about it right away. All I can do is study harder and try to understand more, so that I can progress. In the meantime, I'm not exactly defenseless, though. What do you mean? Ginny asked, looking at Rigel with hopeful eyes. Well, the secondary defenses, Rigel said, like how you have that illusion in your mind. I have illusions too, and mazes, and other defenses that are made of my magical energy, not my mental energy. Those will keep your secrets safe while you get stronger, Ginny. Your mind is very well defended, especially for a beginner. Just keep doing what you're doing. Ginny frowned. I don't, that was sort of a fluke, you know. I don't really know how I did it. I'm not sure I could do it again. Rigel was confused, but she could see that that was going to be the norm around Ginny Weasley. I could lend you a book or two on magical mental constructs. Or if you want, I can just come in and show you how to build things in your mind. It might be faster than trying to learn through the book. Ginny flinched and said, no. That would be, not good. You shouldn't even suggest such a thing. My mind doesn't like even the idea of you doing that again. Once again Rigel noted the peculiar phrasing, but then she thought of how she frequently thought of her magic in terms of sentience, so Ginny using personification to describe her mind wasn't that unusual, really. Sorry, Rigel said, I'll just lend you the book, then. Ginny nodded, then said, seemingly out of the blue, if you could have total mental defense, right now, no questions asked, would you take it? Rigel was beginning to get over the randomness of Ginny's conversational patterns, so she took the question in stride. Do you mean automatic full shields or something? Sounds a bit too good to be true. Not exactly, Ginny said slowly, peering at Rigel with an intensity Rigel didn't entirely understand. What if you had like, a guardian for your mind? Someone to watch over it while you weren't meditating. Asleep, awake, distracted, the guardian would make sure your mind was safe no matter what. Would you like something like that in your head, if it meant that your mind would be secure? That depends, Rigel said, thinking about it. If it was a spell or potion designed to do that, maybe. If I had to trust someone else to be in my head in order to protect it, though, well, it would sort of defeat the purpose, you see. But maybe if I was in greater danger of mental attacks, if the probability was higher that my mind would be breached, I guess I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. Interesting idea, at least. Ginny nodded to herself. Yes, though we're all in danger after the sleeping sickness, aren't we? I mean, if something like that can happen once, what's to stop it from happening again? The sickness was bad, Rigel said gently, but it wasn't undefeatable. I think the reason I'm not scared enough to trust someone else with my mind's safety is because, for now at least, my sensitivity to legilimency attacks is enough to keep me calm. As long as I can sense it happening, I feel like I can fight it, at least. Ginny's eyes flashed, but what if you couldn't sense it? Or what if you were up against something too strong to fight, even if you knew how? Rigel shrugged helplessly. I guess I just have to hope that I don't meet anything like that before I'm ready to face it. Ginny's face was blank once more as she said, that's an awful lot of uncertainty to be wandering through life with. She stood, shouldered her bag, and gave Rigel a curt nod before striding off out of the library doors. Rigel leaned back in her chair and let her eyes become unfocused as her brain whirred into motion. Ginny Weasley was confusing, but she had given Rigel a lot to think about. Over the weekend, sign-ups for a dueling club were posted in every common room, and it was with great amusement that most students completely ignored the sheets. Then Lockhart announced that the first meeting was mandatory for all defense students 4th year and under. A collective groan went up, but the second-year Slytherins signed their names to the sheets anyway, since no one wanted to be the one explaining to their parents why they failed defense against the dark arts, even if the only spells Lockhart had taught them seemed to be completely made up. Pesky pixie patronymy. Please. On the evening of the first dueling club meeting, they all filed into the Great Hall, resigned to wasting an hour of their lives. At least, Rigel thought to herself, it would be mildly entertaining to watch Lockhart try and explain how they were to duel a monster that petrified people without telling them what kind of monster petrified people in the first place. There was a raised platform in the center of the hall, the tables all having been pushed to the sides for the evening. Lockhart paced the platform's considerable length, going on about the great and noble tradition of dueling. There were a couple of other professors who had clearly been roped somehow into chaperoning the event, standing unhappily at the fringes, including Flitwick and Snape, who stood at either side of the doors. And if you possess great enough drive and ability, one day you can enter tournaments of dueling, and perhaps one of you will even make it to the national championship if you're lucky, Lockhart said, raising his eyebrows and nodding at them all importantly. Why, I've been asked to give an exhibition duel at the national competitions for the last 5 years running, but of course I'm much too busy to spend my time on something so frivolous. So count yourselves very lucky, children, for today you will see something long denied to the public's viewing pleasure. Dueling is a spectacle like no other. It is a noble, oft-forgotten art in which only the most daring and brave come out on top. Boldness and bravery. Blaise raised an eyebrow. And what about cunning? Cleverness. Talent. Hard work, even. Didn't you know, Blaise? Draco drawled. Only Gryffindors can be good duelers. Who said that? For once, Draco had not been quiet enough in his disparaging comments about Lockhart to avoid direct detection. Draco, was that you? Lockhart smiled indulgently down at Draco, not noticing the way his eye twitched from being addressed by his first name. Now, that wasn't what I meant at all. Oh, my, but I can see you're not convinced. In reality, the skeptical look on Draco's face had more to do with the fact that he couldn't believe Lockhart had completely missed the sarcasm in his earlier statement, but once again Lockhart proved his talent for misinterpretation. Really, Draco, we can't let you continue thinking that only Gryffindors have what it takes to be dueling champions. Draco's face tightened as students turned to look at him. Most of them had heard his remark, but those who hadn't took Lockhart's words as truth, and a few of the Ravenclaws on the other side of the room glared at Draco. Draco glared back. That isn't what I said, he said flatly. Yes, but I am exceptionally skilled at reading underneath the underneath, young Draco, Lockhart said with a chuckle. I'm afraid your insecurity is as clear to me as your hair color. Draco clamped his mouth shut and scowled fiercely. Fear not, Draco, fear not, Lockhart said, for today I will prove that you Slytherins can do just as good as the Gryffindors with the proper tutelage. Oh, Merlin, what have you done, Draco? Millicent sighed quietly from behind them. In fact, if you'll step up to the stage, Draco, we can begin immediately. Lockhart said, waving his hand with a flourish to the stage stairs. What? Draco's face slackened from his scowl with surprise. No. Come now. Don't be afraid, Lockhart laughed, glancing around the room as though inviting others to laugh with him. Thankfully, no one seemed inclined to laugh openly at the Malfoy air. I'll give you. Afraid, you overgrown peacock, Draco muttered darkly as he strode to the stairs with all the dignity he could manage, however forced. Rigel sent him a sympathetic look, and thanked Merlin it hadn't been her. Draco lifted his chin proudly as he ascended the stairs, and Lockhart smiled approvingly. Yes, that's it, Draco, that's it. Well done. How about a round of applause for our brave little volunteer? There was a bit of scattered, very uncertain applause, and then Lockhart began to give them all, by virtue of giving Draco, a series of opening tips and pointers on dueling basics. This would have been very helpful, Rigel thought, if any of the suggestions had actually made sense. Always remember to ignore your surroundings, Lockhart was saying. Don't get too caught up in the cheering and applause. Focus entirely on your opponent, and don't worry about anything else around you. Ignore your surroundings. Pansy scoffed quietly. Even I know better than to forget there might be multiple enemies around. Not to mention the lack of attention that gives to terrain. And my final advice is to try not to move around too much, Lockhart said wisely. It tires you out, and in any case you might fall off the platform. He chuckled winsomely again. That would definitely not be good. So, I think that's enough pointers. Shall we begin? I'm dueling you. Draco glanced a bit insolently over Lockhart's magenta robes, and several people smothered snorts of laughter. Lockhart smiled genially. Yes, I know, but don't think about how intimidating I am. Just focus on the duel. Draco smiled back tightly. I'll try, Professor. Right, then. Lockhart spread his feet apart and squatted down into a rather awkward-looking plie. He spread his arms wide and bent his neck in a kind of curtsy, holding that position until Draco bowed slowly back at him. Wands at the ready, Draco. On the count of 3, we begin. 1, 2, 3, stupefy. A jet of red light sped toward Draco, but Draco had taken a large step to the side the moment Lockhart said 3, so the spell missed. Unfortunately, Lockhart had neglected to put any barriers up around the platform, and the stunning spell shot inches over the heads of several students, who hastily ducked out of the way, before impacting the wall with a dull fizzle. Draco aimed at stunning spell back at Lockhart, who waved his wand in a complicated-looking pattern that was 2 seconds too slow to fully erect a shield charm before the stunning spell hit him. Lockhart wasn't cast unconscious, because it looked like only half the spell got through the shield, but he was knocked on his rear abruptly and he dropped his wand on impact clumsily. Draco lowered his own wand slowly when it became clear Lockhart wasn't going to pull some wandless magic out of his sleeves. Whoopsie, Lockhart chuckled, getting to his feet and accepting his wand back from some helpful girl in the crowd. Very good, Draco, you see what a few pointers can do. Even a Slytherin can be good at this, didn't I tell you? It's all about the teaching method. Now, I think we ought to change things up a bit. You and me dueling. Well, it's not really very fair, now is it? I mean, with me holding back I can hardly pose a real threat, but if I were to duel seriously with you, well, that would just be cruel of me, you see. What you need is an opponent your own size, Lockhart decided, smoothing his hair back into its rather ridiculous shape. Yes, why don't we get another Slytherin up here, so you can see that it isn't a fluke that young Draco here caught on so quickly. Perhaps a girl, Lockhart said, peering out at the crowd of students. Where's Pansy? I remember she was rather concerned about this whole petrifaction business. Pansy. Merlin. No, Pansy Mo.Ned, shifting behind Rigel's form immediately. Draco's eyes went to Pansy, saw her hiding conspicuously behind Rigel, and spoke up immediately. Professor, I wouldn't feel right fighting a lady. No offense, he added hastily, seeing several girls' eyes flash dangerously at him from the crowd. Lockhart paused, then smiled knowingly. Ah, so that's how it is. Never fear, Draco, I wouldn't want to come between blossoming young love. Draco spluttered, and Pansy squeaked from behind Rigel's shoulders, but Lockhart went on blithely. Who would you prefer to duel against, then, Draco? Since you've done so well, I'll let you pick. Draco hesitated for only a moment, then said, Rigel Black. Rigel narrowed her eyes up at Draco, who only smirked down at her before offering her a hand up to the platform. Rigel took it, saying quietly as she let Draco help her up onto the stage, only for Pansy's sake. Draco grinned back at her. Don't you want to prove Slytherins can be duelers too? Not particularly, Rigel said, searching her pockets for her wand. She was sure she'd put it in there. Oh, there it was. She pulled it from the back pocket of her trousers and took her place opposite from Draco. Lockhart stood in the middle, gazing between them with excitement. Now don't be too hard on each other, boys. Don't get carried away. Rigel didn't think that would be a problem, since she was planning on letting Draco stupefy her immediately, so she could ditch the rest of the club meeting by pretending to have hit her head too hard upon falling unconscious, and escape to the hospital wing to get some studying done. All in all, it was a great plan, until Draco called from across the stage, if you let me win, I'll tell Flint to give you extra practice for a month. Rigel frowned slightly. Normally she wouldn't care about extra practice, since she quite enjoyed flying, but that month Snape was letting her assist him personally, on the nights she didn't have Quidditch practice. Inwardly cursing herself for letting Draco get to know her so well, she raised her wand in front of her determinedly. She would fire 2 spells, she decided, then lose. That way he couldn't prove she hadn't tried. Lockhart stepped to the very edge of the platform, and raised his arms dramatically. 1. Twoo. Rigel called on her magic, letting her core heat up, and ready itself for her use. 3. She drew a line of raw magic from her core and shaped it into a tickling charm instantaneously, firing it half-heartedly at Draco's form. He had already moved from its path by the time it reached him, and he grinned at her before shooting a stunning spell her way. Rather than dive to the side, Rigel asked her magic to form a shield charm, one of the very first Quirrell had taught them the previous year, and let it absorb Draco's spell harmlessly. No sense it making the people behind her duck, after all. She leisurely shot another spell at her friend, a trip jinx this time, but Draco just raised an eyebrow as it flew over his shoulder, missing by several inches. You're supposed to shoot that one at my feet, Rigel, Draco said with amusement. Why? What does that one do? She asked with a blank look on her face. She heard Millicent and Theo snicker from the sidelines and Draco just shook his head. You aren't even trying, are you? You aren't either, Rigel pointed out. Draco had been waiting indulgently for her to cast a spell before returning, as though they were hitting a bludger back and forth, instead of trying to hit her as fast as he could. Now, boys, you must take this seriously. Lockhart shouted at them in exasperation. If you aren't going to try, what's the point? Draco shrugged and shot another stunning spell at Rigel, who was forced to shield again. She watched as the red light fizzled and went out mere inches from her heart. Good aim, she said. Draco thanked her graciously. Well, now, this won't do. Lockhart said, clearly put out that they were not going to try battling to the death. If you won't fight each other, perhaps you'll fight this. Sneaky snaky Serpensortia. Rigel was pretty sure the first 2 words had been completely unnecessary, but the third word had apparently been a real spell, as a long, black serpent shot from Lockhart's wand and coiled defensively in the center of the platform, hissing angrily. What is this? The snake lashed its tail agitatedly as it flicked its tongue out and took in all the confusing smells in the hall. Who calls? Lockhart let out a little chuckle. Isn't this clever? Slytherins dueling a snake. How appropriate. Rigel thought the truth of the matter somewhere closer to animal cruelty, and the look on Draco's face said clearly that he did not find it appropriate at all, but the bee-owned kept his wand pointed toward the snake warily. The snake turned its head and caught sight of Draco's outstretched wand. Threat, it hissed. This is the threat. It began to sway slightly, rearing its head up toward Draco aggressively. It hissed in warning, and Draco's face tightened, his eyes darting from the snake to Rigel, and back again. Draco, Rigel said, carefully not looking at the snake as she said it, lower your wand. Lower my. Rigel, It's poisonous, Draco snapped. And it thinks you're the enemy, Draco, Rigel said, keeping her voice calm and even, and more importantly, human. Lower your wand slowly, and it will ignore you. And then what? It goes after you. Draco shook his head. I'll keep its attention, you do something about it. I don't know any snake vanishing spells, Rigel said, a hint of exasperation creeping into her tone. Draco, please lower your wand, before it strikes. Draco looked torn, but Snape's voice rang out as the potion master cut through the crowd of students. This has gone far enough. Malfoy, Black, do not move. I will take care of. Before he could finish speaking, much less reach the platform, the snake decided it had had enough. It lunged forward, quicker than anyone anticipated, almost as fast as a stunning spell itself, and bared its fangs at Draco's ankle. Draco started the wand motion for a spell, a shield or a stunner. Rigel never found out. But he was going to be too slow, and Rigel's mind was moving too slow to do anything except blurt. Stop. The snake froze, as did everyone else in the hall. Rigel could feel the eyes of many, too many, students on her as she quietly hissed, "Come here, please." Their ISSS no threat. The snake, visibly mollified, slid across the platform and curled up docilely at her feet. Draco was grimacing as the whispers started, and Snape had a very sour look on his face as he finally ascended the platform, vanished the snake, and took control of the situation. I think there has been quite enough spectacle here for one evening, he said, sneering at Lockhart in unmistakable contempt. Return to your dormitories, and for your own sakes stop gaping like a bunch of freshly caught flobberworms. The students slowly dispersed, though they did not, Rigel noticed, stop gaping at her like they'd never heard of inheritable magical abilities before. Snape turned to Rigel and said, lowly, that was an unfortunate decision you just made, Mr. Black, but as it would do little good to berate you for it now, I suggest your return to the common room and spend the rest of the evening, nay, the month, making yourself look as ordinary and harmless as possible. Rigel nodded her head without meeting the professor's eyes. She wouldn't take back her slip. Not if it meant Draco would be bitten by a snake of unknown toxicity, but she knew that there would be consequences for it. Not the least of which would be Sirius finding out that his son apparently spoke to snakes. Rigel had no idea how they were going to overcome that problem, but at least she had several months to figure it out before she went home. More pressing were the immediate consequences of the news getting out, like the strange and frankly alarmed looks she was receiving from most of the students around them. Let's go, Draco said, sparing a moment to shoot Lockhart a scowl before pulling a non-resisting Rigel off of the platform. Come, Rigel, Pansy said, her voice so serene she must have been forcing it. Let's get you boys back to the common room. It's been far too exciting a night, and I was thinking of joining you tomorrow for your little run, if I'm not too tired after all this. We'd be glad to have you, Rigel said calmly, her face as blank as a puppet's as she allowed Draco and Pansy to guide her toward the doors. Theo, Blaise, and Millicent fell into step around them. Their faces were obviously brimming with questions. Blaise in particular could not seem to stop staring at Rigel, but they held their silence as they helped them navigate through the crowd and into the dungeons. As they got away from the other houses, Rigel noticed that alarmed and wary looks were not the only kind of looks she was receiving. Her fellow Slytherin underclassmen traveling with them back to the common room had an entirely different range of expressions to offer her. Confused, speculative, intrigued, and even excited. She received several admiring glances from people she'd never spoken to before, and Adrian Pusey smiled widely at her as he sidled up to their group in passing. So that's how you were so good with Evan, Pusey said cheerfully. Brilliant, Rigel. Do you do translating? Not for free he doesn't, Draco said at once. Rigel looked at Pusey bemusedly. Sure, why not? Great, Pusey said, grinning. Congratulations, by the way. Immediately most of their housemates within earshot murmured similar words of congratulations, and Rigel remembered that this was the traditional response to someone unlocking an innate magical talent in the old families. Actually, ancient tradition dictated something about a feast, and for the very rare magical abilities gifts were usually given, but in current times the tradition had been watered down to a general congratulations. Thanks, Rigel said automatically, feeling that the whole thing was rather silly. She could talk to snakes. So what? As far as magical abilities went, it wasn't terribly useful. It had come up, what, 5 or 6 times in the last year. She thought a Metamorphagus or a Natural Occlumens had much more interesting and versatile gifts. Snakes weren't especially interesting, once you got to know them. Mostly they just wanted food and warmth and quiet. Not exactly slipping her the secrets of the universe, were they? They made it back to the common room with little fuss, but already she could see younger students sidling up to upperclassmen they knew to quietly tell them everything that had happened at Lockhart's dueling club. They were discreet, of course, but word still spread unbelievably quickly as Rigel made her way toward her dorm room. Don't, Blaze said quietly, a hand on her elbow to gently redirect her momentum toward an unused group of chairs. If you disappear now, it will only foster speculation. Come and sit with us, talk about inane things until people are too bored to eavesdrop, and then play a game of cards or two. It will be better this way. Rigel wanted nothing more than to curl up in her bed and try to pretend her life wasn't spinning much too quickly around her, but she conceded to Blaze's superior understanding of social situations. Pansy's concurring look didn't hurt in persuading her either, and participated on autopilot in a discussion about their history quiz coming up. Pansy thought it would be on the Wizarding Charter drafted after the Royal House fell, while Theo thought it would be on Goblin Rebellions, like it always was. Rigel thought she couldn't take much more of sitting and pretending she didn't notice everyone staring at her when Rosier and Rookwood joined their group without warning and ended the debate with their mere presence. So, you've finally come out and told everyone. Rosier said, his voice a bit louder than it usually was. That's good news, Rigel. Now we don't have to be so hush-hush about it, do we? Pusey stood from the next fireplace over, completely abandoning subtlety at that point, and called, you knew about this already, Rosier. How? Oh, Rigel told us ages ago, Rosier said airily, smiling coyly across the room. He told all of his friends. It wasn't really a secret, after all. I'm surprised you didn't know, Adrian. Pusey scowled a bit, but shrugged good-naturedly. I suspected, of course. He was always a bit too good with snakes, you know. It's nice to have it confirmed, though, that's all. Rigel was pretty sure Pusey had not suspected any such thing, but she was glad he and Rosier were trying to make it seem relatively unimportant. As though it were an incidental fact coming to light, not a secret she had been shamefully trying to hide. Yes, it's pretty obvious in retrospect, isn't it? Rosier said. I mean, the Blacks had a Parselmouth marry into the family a few generations ago, didn't they? It makes sense. Rigel's eyebrows rose at that. She knew that there had been a Black married to a Parseltongue. Archie had read his ancestor's diary in the Black Library while they were first doing research on the subject, but she didn't know how Rosier had found that out. Pusey nodded agreeably and sat back down without questioning the situation further. Rigel felt the weight of gazes on her lessen significantly after Rosier and Pusey's exchange, and made a mental note to thank both of them quietly later. Well, I'm for bed, Rosier said, yawning for good measure. The common room's awfully crowded tonight, isn't it? Good evening, second years. Congratulations, Rigel, he added with a smirk. Rigel inclined her head. Thank you, Alden, she said, hoping he understood what she was thanking him for. Good evening to you as well. After he left, conversation was a bit less forced, though Rigel couldn't help but feel guilty at Theo and Millicent's slightly hurt expressions. She hadn't meant to slight them by not telling them, but now it seemed as though she didn't trust them enough to confide in them. Which was true, Rigel admitted sadly, but not a nice thing to think about your friends. Blaze's face was inscrutable, but Rigel could only assume he was offended to be out of the loop as well. She made a mental note to try and make it up to them at some point, though she wasn't sure how to go about doing so. After an hour of pretending to be normal, which really only made Rigel feel less normal, the second years deemed it safe to go to bed. The number of eyes that followed their group to the second-year hallway felt significantly fewer than it had upon entering the common room, so it was with hope that Rigel relaxed into bed that night. Hope that tomorrow morning everyone would be pretty much over the surprise of having a Parselmouth in the school, and that life would continue with minimal interruption over the incident. Hope, as she discovered the next morning at the breakfast table under the psychological weight of 100 stares, was not a reliable emotion in the slightest. The universe, apparently, did not care if you had hope for something, and so Rigel turned back to her familiar emotional acquaintance feigned indifference to make it through the day. Her only consolation was that she wouldn't get a letter from Archie ranting at her carelessness for at least a week or two, provided it took Sirius a few days to find out. By the time they headed to Transfiguration, Rigel was exhausted. There was something extremely draining about being at the center of attention. It made her want to fidget or flinch or something, and the energy she spent suppressing the urge to squirm under the students' collective gazes seemed to take a disproportionate toll on her energy levels. Then there were the whispers. The Black. You know, the second year who woke all those kids up from comas last year. He's a Parselmouth. I thought he was the good Slytherin. Just goes to show you there are no good. Rigel blocked out yet another mildly insulting conversation and hurried through the door of the Transfiguration classroom to escape the crowded corridor quickly. What a ridiculous load of tripe, Pansy said huffily, claiming her seat at their usual table with no less aplomb than usual. Despite her annoyance, don't people have anything better to talk about? Frankly, no. Millicent leaned on their table as she spoke. It might not seem like a big deal to your three, since you've apparently known all along, but an unknown Parselmouth appearing under everyone's nose is kind of a big deal. Rigel saw Pansy wince slightly at Millicent's words, and felt compelled to say, I asked them not to tell anyone, Millicent. You guys should be angry at me, not them. We aren't angry, Millicent sighed, just feeling a bit out of the loop. Rigel can override the password on the common room entrance, Draco blurted out. Rigel turned to raise an eyebrow at him, and he shrugged, what? You can. And now they're in the loop on that, too. Millicent couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I do feel much better now. Tell me, Draco, what other secrets has Rigel told you? Draco grinned unrepentantly at Rigel's mildly alarmed look. Oh, lots. Did you know he knows where the kitchens are? Millicent grinned back. You don't say. Oh, yeah, Draco said. Rigel spends his lunch period there sometimes. Millicent blinked. Oh, I had wondered why he didn't eat some days. And did you know Rigel hates healers, but is studying to be one when he grows up? Draco said breezily. Pansy was looked concernedly between Rigel and Draco, but Rigel smiled slightly and Pansy relaxed. It was clear that Draco was only telling Millicent inconsequential things to make her feel better, and Rigel trusted Draco enough to let him decide which things to tell Millicent. Really, Draco didn't know anything too dangerous about her anyway. I thought he wanted to be a potions master, Millicent said, intrigued. That too, Draco shrugged. Honestly, I'm not sure he's made up his mind yet. Right here, Rigel thought to herself. Pansy seemed to be thinking the same thing, but she only laughed as she glanced at Rigel. Tell me something next, Theo said from his seat at the table in front of theirs. Draco put a finger to his chin and thought about it. Well, did you know that Rigel has an inexplicable knowledge of all the secret passages in the school? Not all of them, Rigel said. He hangs with the Weasley twins, Theo said. That's easy enough to explain. Rigel had that knowledge his first day here, Draco said, smirking. That is interesting, Blaise said, joining them. Did you know people are talking about you in the corridors, Rigel? Rigel scowled lightly at Blaise, who was blinking at her innocently. You don't say. And now we're talking about you as well, it seems, Blaise said, dropping his bag on Theo and Millicent's table with an elegant shrug. How special you must feel. Rigel placed her head in her hands. I wish they would all just stop. Then you shouldn't have spoken the serpent language in front of them, Blaise said. It was going to bite Draco, Rigel said. If it was you, would you have wanted me to let it strike when I could stop it? Blaise tilted his head. The venom most likely wouldn't have killed him, considering we have a potions master on hand. Rigel raised a skeptical brow. So in the future I should only use my abilities to help people who would definitely die without my help. You should if you're going to complain when people talk about it afterwards, Blaise said with equanimity. Rigel was going to say something to the effect of her saving her friends from snakebites not being anybody else's business when McGonagall strode into the classroom and everyone quickly claimed their seats. The professor wrote the day's topic on the board and then walked around the room to collect their essays. Rigel pulled hers out and set it on the table, but she was confused. She could have sworn their essay wasn't due until next week. Rigel, what's that? Draco said, frowning at her essay. Rigel looked down at it, but couldn't see what had made him frown. It's my essay. It's on non-stationary transfiguration, Draco said, reading the title. Yes, Rigel said. Both of them frowned at one another. Rigel, that one isn't due until next Thursday, Pansy said quietly. You need the one for today. Today. Rigel opened her bag to root carefully inside. It's on reversing accidental inanimate transfigurations, Pansy said, glancing at McGonagall, who was almost to their table. Professor McGonagall assigned it on the first day back from break. Rigel could vaguely remember an essay on that, now that Pansy mentioned it, but she didn't remember completing it, and she couldn't find it in her bag. She subtly checked through what little of Flint's assignments she had tucked in her bag as well, but it wasn't there. Your essay, Mr. Black, McGonagall said impatiently, hand held out. Rigel swallowed, feeling her ears grow hot. I don't have it. McGonagall looked down at her with concern. You've lost it. Rigel shook her head. I think I forgot about it. McGonagall's mouth pursed. Were you ill, Mr. Black? Rigel shook her head again, this time apologetically. No, Professor. I'm sorry, but I just didn't complete the assignment. Professor McGonagall frowned. 5 points from Slytherin, Mr. Black. You can turn the assignment in next class for half credit. See that it doesn't happen again. Yes, Professor. McGonagall walked away and Draco and Pansy both turned to stare at her. Rigel grimaced, but was feeling just as incredulous as they. She never forgot an assignment. Draco echoed her thought exactly. You never forget your homework, Rigel. What happened? Rigel could only shake her head. I don't know. Don't you have somewhere you write all your assignments down in? Pansy asked. Did you forget to check it? No, Rigel said. It would be monumentally stupid of her to leave a list of everything she had to get done in a week, with little check boxes for when she completed it. Anyone who caught a glimpse of it would know too much about her daily schedule, even if she only wrote down the legitimate things she had to do. I usually just remember. I'll get you a planner for your birthday, Pansy said, before turning back to the front of the classroom to take notes on McGonagall's lecture. Draco looked at her with poorly veiled concern a moment longer, but eventually turned away to do the same. Rigel took notes automatically, but inside she was panicking. If she could forget one of her own homework assignments, what's to say she wouldn't forget one of Flint's assignments next? If she missed even one essay, Flint would be able to slip the vow of silence he'd taken and tell anyone he liked that she wasn't Arcturus Black. And if she had already forgotten something, what was to say she hadn't forgotten something else already as well? Maybe she should have gotten herself a Remember-All for Christmas, too. Calm down, she told herself sternly, taking a stabilizing breath or two. I just have to be more careful. I can do this. It's just one mistake, not the end of the world. Feeling a bit better, Rigel concentrated on the lesson, determined to pay more attention to everything from then on. As she walked into Lab 1 that afternoon, Snape's words stopped her in her tracks. Detention, Mr. Black, he said without looking up from his notes. Rigel froze, flicked her eyes to the clock, frowned in confusion upon realizing she was early, not late, then looked back to Snape with a wary expression. Detention, sir, she repeated. Yes, Mr. Black, detention, Snape said, glancing up to glower at her irritably. The head of Gryffindor House has just informed me that I have been placing an inordinate amount of responsibility on a 12-year-old head. She then proceeded to inform me that my assistant, Mr. Black, was neglecting his studies in order to accommodate the additional, unreasonable workload pressed upon him by his potions professor. Rigel cringed internally at the acerbic tone, but outwardly attempted to remain calm. Is assisting me this month an unreasonable amount of work, Mr. Black? Snape asked with deceptive silkiness. No, sir. And do you feel detrimentally encumbered with responsibility disproportionate to your age? Snape asked. No, sir, Rigel said unhappily. And are you neglecting your studies, Mr. Black? Snape asked quietly, his gaze piercing her with its perception. Rigel's eyes tightened with denial, but she said, "A transfiguration essay slipped my mind this week. It was a simple oversight, but Professor McGonagall appears to have taken it to be indicative of an underlying problem with my time management skills." "Then detention it remains, Mr. Black," Snape said, turning back to his notes. "I warned you not to let your studies slip." "They haven't," Rigel protested. "It was one essay. It's not that I didn't have time, or was too tired or something. I just forget." "You just forgot," Snape sneered at her. "And what happens when you just forget to take the cauldron off the fire before adding porcupine quills? What happens when you just forget that powdered erumpent horn can never be mixed with dragon bile?" They both knew exactly what happened when those things occurred, so Rigel said nothing. "See to it that you don't just forget again." Rigel wanted to argue, to say that that was different. She would never forget a potion's recipe, much less the most important and dangerous step in a potion recipe, but she pressed her lips together and bowed her head in acceptance instead. "Get out," Snape said quietly. "What?" Rigel looked up, shocked. Surely he wasn't dismissing her just for that. "Please, it won't happen again. I promise." "Get out," Snape said again. "Go write your transfiguration essay and come back tomorrow ready to handle your responsibilities more carefully in the future." "Yes, sir," Rigel said, both relieved that he wasn't getting rid of her altogether and disappointed that she would miss a day of assisting the potion's master. She knew better than to argue at that point, though, so she bowed stiffly to Professor Snape and retreated from the lab quickly and quietly. In the hallway she slid to the floor and cradled her knees to her chest. How could things go so wrong so quickly? First the Parseltongue thing, then the essay, and now Snape was disappointed in her, too. She had to do better. Rigel clenched her fists and allowed her eyes to flash with hard determination. She wouldn't slip up again. She would show them all that Rigel Black didn't bend under pressure. She would prove that she could do anything the pure-blooded kids could do, better. She stood slowly. She thought about going back to the common room to do the essay like Snape had suggested, but she could finish it tomorrow before Quidditch practice. Instead, she walked slowly up toward the kitchens, thinking she could surprise Binny with a visit if the house elf wasn't terribly busy with dinner preparations. Something about Binny always cheered her up. She had just reached the basement corridor that intersected with the kitchen corridor when something in the hall ahead of her made her slow down, narrowing her eyes in the torchlight to discern what she was seeing. In the middle of the hallway, lying stiff as a board on the cold, stone floor, was a boy in Hufflepuff robes. Rigel hurried forward, dread growing in her stomach. The boy had sandy hair and lots of freckles. There was a prefect badge on his robe and his wand was frozen in his hand, half raised but utterly useless in its petrified state. On the wall behind him were large, red letters, so wet that they glistened as she read them. "You can't silence me forever. 4 more months. 4 more victims. And when the 5th one won't wake up, you know who to blame." Rigel took out her wand after memorizing the message and asked her magic for a water charm, so that she could wash away the words before anyone else saw them. Instead of water, her magic decided to conjure fire from her wand instead, and Rigel yelped, before sighing. The flame at the end of her wand wasn't very big, but it did seem hot enough to make the blood on the wall melt and run, so she moved her wand along the words slowly until the red ran together and made the message indistinguishable. She was almost finished when a voice came unexpectedly from behind her. "What are you doing?" Rigel jumped and ended the flame abruptly. As she turned, she let her left hand trail behind her to smear the remaining few words surreptitiously so that they couldn't be made out. A Hufflepuff boy who looked to be a year or two older than her was walking toward her from the end of the corridor that branched off toward the Hufflepuff common room. Rigel stowed her wand away, kept her left hand slightly behind her back, and opened her mouth to explain when the boy caught sight of the prefect on the ground. "Benjamin." The boy rushed forward, dropping to his knees. "What's wrong with—" "Oh, no. He's petrified," Rigel said quietly. "Will you stay with him while I go get help?" The boy looked up at her, confusion written on his face. "Why didn't you get help earlier? What were you doing with the wall? Is that blood?" Rigel knelt down and looked the older boy in the eye. "Yes, it's blood. I was checking to see if there was a purpose or pattern, but it looks like whoever did this just painted the walls with it." The boy looked green, so she said, "Just stay here with him, okay? I'm going to grab a house elf from the kitchens." The boy's face firmed and he nodded once, putting a hand on the petrified prefect's shoulder comfortingly. Rigel stood and hurried around the corner down the kitchen corridor. She tickled the pair impatiently and stuck her head in long enough to shout, "Binny!" into the din before ducking back out again. Binny appeared in the hallway with a small pop, and curtsied, "How can Binny be helping you?" "Binny, go get Dumbledore," Rigel said without preamble. "There's been another attack." Binny's eyes welled up with water, but she disappeared with another pop and 2 seconds later reappeared in the same place, a disoriented headmaster attached by his robes to her little hands. "Binny, what is the, Mr. Black? Did you ask Binny to retrieve me?" Dumbledore turned serious blue eyes on her, and Rigel nodded. "There's been another one," Rigel said tightly, "this way." She set off back up the corridor, Dumbledore sending Binny gently back to the kitchens before hurrying after. They rounded the corner to see another boy kneeling next to the petrified prefect, in addition to the first Hufflepuff Rigel had left there. The two boys were arguing in low voices, but in the empty corridor they could be heard easily as she and Dumbledore approached. "But who was it, Cedric?" the younger of the two asked. "That black kid, you know, the one everyone's talking about," the first Hufflepuff said. "He was here when you got here." "Yeah, just looking at the walls." Dumbledore shot her a look, and she nodded in response. She would tell him later. "And you just let him go?" "Well, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't leave Benjamin. He said he was getting help." "Yeah, right. He's not coming back to the scene of the—" "Mr. Macmillan, Mr. Diggory," Dumbledore interrupted, striding to a stop behind them. Rigel had slowed down as they reached the boys, and ended up standing behind Dumbledore as the headmaster took in the scene. Both young Hufflepuffs whirled, looking up at Dumbledore with surprise. "Professor. Headmaster. Benjamin, he's—" "I know, Mr. Diggory," Dumbledore assured the older, more worried-looking Hufflepuff calmly, "it's all right. He's been petrified, but Mr. Waits will be just fine once Professor Sprout's mandrakes are ready. Everything will be fine, Mr. Diggory." That black boy was here, the other boy, Macmillan, who Rigel recognized from some of her classes, spoke up with a tone of importance. "He ran off before Mr. Black came to get me." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Macmillan," Dumbledore said. Rigel stepped out from behind Dumbledore awkwardly and inclined her head politely at Macmillan, who narrowed his own eyes back with easily read suspicion. "What should we do now?" Diggory asked. "I'd like to ask one of you two." Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, he whirled toward the wall. Not the wall with the blood on it, the other one. Rigel barely had time to notice, with something like horror, that there were runes inscribed on the stone before it exploded with a deafening bang. Rigel could feel her magic responding without her conscious direction, and as frightening as that was, it was nothing to the frozen moments of panic as the wall rushed out toward her. Then time sped up again and Rigel flinched backwards, putting her arms up in a cross to cover most of the vital parts on her head and upper torso out of sheer instinct. Magic was hot in her veins, and when the sound of falling rubles stopped, all she could think was that she didn't feel pain anywhere. She lowered her arms slowly, shaking slightly, and looked around. Sometime in the confusion, Dumbledore had flung himself between the wall and the three of them, arms outstretched. A shimmering dome of gold magic pulsed before him, shielding them all from the blast. Not a speck of dust crept through the shield, and Dumbledore turned without dispelling it to ask, "Is everyone all right?" He paused, staring, because behind him, spread in front of Rigel and the two Hufflepuffs, was a thin, shaky blanket of red-colored magic. Rigel could still feel the magic draining rapidly from her core to fuel it, but couldn't concentrate long enough to make it stop. It was nothing as impressive as Dumbledore's shield, but the headmaster smiled at her anyway, and nodded his head in thanks. "Quick thinking, Mr. Black. 5 points to Slytherin for protecting your fellow students." Rigel glanced at the Hufflepuffs, who she suspected had merely been lucky enough to be behind her when her magic decided to shield her, and smiled weakly. They stared at her like she had just spoken Murmish. Dumbledore released his shield with a wave of his hand, and after taking a deep breath to calm herself, Rigel asked her magic to stop, whatever it was doing. She was pretty sure she hadn't learned that shield charm yet. The red shimmer of magic faded away, and Rigel slumped a bit with exhaustion. Whatever it was, that had certainly taken it out of her. She probed at her magical core with her senses and judged the secondary layer to be almost 3/4 empty. Her few remaining coils were twisting on the surface agitatedly, and the center still burned as though ready to release more raw magic at a moment's notice. Rigel made a mental note to look up the effects of adrenaline on magical cores. Things moved fast after the explosion. Dumbledore sent Diggory to the hospital wing to collect Madame Pomfrey, but he wasn't quick enough to make an announcement sending all the students to their common rooms before the Hufflepuffs, who were closest to the explosion, began spilling into the corridor in confused disarray. Macmillan spotted his friends and ran over to tell them what was going on. Rigel shifted awkwardly under the looks she was receiving, being the only one besides the headmaster standing in the middle of the destroyed corridor, and shifted a bit closer to Dumbledore's reassuring form. Snape arrived on the scene soon after, taking in everything with a glance and positively glowering when he caught sight of her. Rigel winced to think of how much trouble she was going to be in this time. Madame Pomfrey arrived with Sprout on her heels, and they carefully levitated the petrified prefect. Wakes, Rigel thought Dumbledore had called him, down the corridor and toward the nearest stairs. A group of Slytherins turned up as Pomfrey and her charge left, and to Rigel's misfortune Daphne Greengrass was among them. Black. She let out a laugh that was not at all humorous. Caught red-handed this time, were you? Let's see you talk your way out of this one. Rigel looked down at her left hand, which was, incidentally, still red with blood from where she had wiped away the last part of the message on the wall, and admitted that things definitely didn't look too good when you put them like that. Apparently she wasn't the only one who thought so, as Macmillan shot his friends knowing glances and they in turn glared at Rigel from the Hufflepuff ranks. I stumbled and used this hand to steady myself against the wall, Rigel said, grateful that Diggory wasn't there to contradict her, if he would have even thought to. Give it up, Black, Daphne sneered, it's just pathetic now. You're pathetic. Rigel turned gratefully as Draco pushed his way through the growing crowd. Are you all right, Rigel? He said. Rigel shrugged one shoulder uncomfortably. Don't I look all right? Draco shrugged as well. Pansy told me to ask if I found you before she did. I sent her to check the common room because, well, it seemed safer. Sort of knew I'd find you here, though. Rigel couldn't even fault her friend for assuming that. Fate, it seemed, hadn't been able to resist once Rigel took the name of a star. Desist and disperse at once, Snape said, raising his voice to be heard over the pandemonium. Go to dinner or go back to your common rooms, but unless you'd like to stick around and confess, get out of this corridor. The corridor slowly emptied, much to the disappointment of several Gryffindors, who arrived looking as though they'd run all the way from the 7th floor to seek out the commotion. Rigel hesitated. She still had to tell Dumbledore about the message, but if she stuck around it would look like she did have something to confess. Snape solved her dilemma by saying, Black, wait in my office while the headmaster and I repair the wall. I have an extra potions assignment to go over with you before tomorrow. Rigel nodded, understanding that this way she'd be out of the way but still around for them to question, and, after reassuring Draco she was fine, Rigel left swiftly for the potions master's office. She sat there for some time, wishing there was a sink in the office so that she could wash her hands. As it was, she stood gingerly in the middle of the room, careful not to touch anything. The door to the small office opened and Snape stalked in, followed closely by Dumbledore and, to Rigel's surprise, Professor Sprout. Rigel didn't entirely like the look Sprout was giving her. It was slightly suspicious and more than slightly insulting, considering it was coming from a professor that Rigel actually respected. Mr. Black, thank you for waiting, Dumbledore said, fixing her with a serious look. I can only assume by your unfortunately colored fingers and the smeared blood on the wall that there was another message. You destroyed it. Rigel nodded. It seemed best if the perpetrator's intentions were thwarted where possible. Did you memorize it? Snape asked. At Rigel's affirmation he produced a sheet of parchment and a quill. Write it down. Rigel carefully copied the message word for word onto the parchment, using her left elbow to hold the page while she wrote, to avoid covering it with bloody fingerprints. Another message. Albus. Sprout's round face was pinched tight with anger and frustration. I'll not have you keeping secrets while my children are in danger. Explain. Now. Dumbledore inclined his head after he'd lifted it from the parchment Rigel handed him. Very well, Pomona, I will explain. He related the killing of Mrs. Norris in all its horrifying detail. Sprout looked near tears by the end of it, all the anger drained out of her, so that's why Argus took a leave of absence. I was so happy for him, thinking he'd finally gotten around to a much-needed vacation. Oh, who would do such a thing? The same person who did it last time, Dumbledore said sadly. Rigel fought to keep her face blank and uncomprehending as Snape shot her a look and cleared his throat meaningfully at the headmaster. Dumbledore would have been there, she realized, when Hagrid had been expelled. He had made the same connection she had. They asked her a few more questions, but Rigel hadn't heard the voice that time, presumably it had come and gone from the opposite direction. Snape looked slightly mollified that she hadn't gone chasing mysterious voices after he'd told her not to, but he still seemed annoyed with her when he excused her at last and asked Sprout to escort her to the Slytherin common room while he and Dumbledore returned to the area of attack to run a few more diagnostic charms. From what Rigel gathered, Dumbledore had recognized several of the runes on the wall before it exploded, and wanted to investigate his theories. They walked in silence for a bit, Sprout's face tight and unapproachable. Rigel felt like she ought to say something, since it had been a Hufflepuff who was attacked. Professor. She glanced up at Sprout from the corner of her eye carefully. I didn't do it, you know. I would never just attack someone like that. Sprout blinked down at her, as though she had been thinking hard about something and forgotten Rigel was walking next to her. The older woman's eyes softened. Oh, Mr. Black, I know that. Rigel must have looked uncertain and skeptical, because Sprout stopped and placed a hand on Rigel's shoulder, saying, You're no killer, Rigel Black. You think I can't see that? Your presence at the scene, again, merely startled me out of my common sense for a moment. Don't go listening to what the other students might say, now. We'll catch the true culprit and everything will go back to normal, you'll see. She took Rigel's left wrist and used her wand to carefully siphon the drying blood off her hand. Then Sprout conjured a stream of cold water from her wand to rinse the grimy feeling from Rigel's hand completely. There now, you go on to your common room, Sprout said, smiling kindly down at her. Rigel smiled back tiredly. Thank you, Professor. See you on Friday. Sprout watched her walk to the other end of the corridor where the false wall was and waited until Rigel had murmured the password and slipped into the opening to walk away. Rigel didn't even want to think about what the eyes of the common room thought of her that time, so she avoided looking at anyone as she strode briskly across the big, low-ceilinged room and into the safety of her dorm room. Millicent, Theo, Blaise, Pansy, and Draco were all already inside when she reached the room, and none of them looked at her with anything other than concern and sympathy as she mechanically pulled a clean-over robe from her trunk and changed into it. Her school shirt and pants were relatively clean, so she didn't bother changing them as well, instead just shucking her shoes and sinking onto her mattress bonelessly. Pansy moved from Draco's bed to Rigel's and began combing the dust out of Rigel's dark hair with her fingers. The other four sat silently, not pestering her or asking her any questions, just sitting there with her until she sighed, sat up, and began to tell them what she felt she could. She told them who had been attacked, how she'd come across them, what she, Diggory, and Macmillan did respectively in response to the situation, and how Dumbledore handled it from there. She didn't tell them why Snape kept her behind beyond just general questioning. She didn't tell them why there was blood on the wall or the real reason her hand had been covered with it. She didn't tell them about the connection she and Dumbledore had made independently between their petrifactions and a similar string of events that had happened 50 years ago, and she certainly didn't tell them that sometimes right before an attack she could hear the serpent tongue bleeding from the walls. The other 5 second years took her words for what they were, all she could give them, and by unspoken consensus moved on to talk about other things. None of them felt like going to dinner, so they ate some of the cookies Pansy's grandmother routinely sent her and sat in the little dorm room instead, just passing the time in a seamless semblance of calm. Rigel could only conclude that friends were an incredible thing. How strange to have people who so understood and respected what she needed. How valuable to have people who made her feel so at ease and unthreatened, despite the difficult, dangerous deception she wove her life within. Surely there was nothing in the world so necessary as a friend on nights such as these. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.